Do you
just keeps going.
Dakota, when you're looking for like some sort of reversal, I mean, obviously the market's been very strong today. You probably would not preempt a 3-bar reversal on a day like today, would you?
No, it's even harder to preempt that on a day like today. Now, if we get to 25,000,
you need confirmation.
Yeah, that's why you have to wait for the candlestick to close. Like I said, I'm on the 3-bar reversal watch. Like right now, the current candles, this is the main candle. We would need price to close below it, so we still have like another 5-10 minutes for anything to happen. And there's nothing slowing this down. It looked like we might be getting one. We tried, and buyers just stepped up and pushed it right through this. Like 25,000 is so close now. This market's just has so much momentum behind it. I mean, that's what, 400 points? 400 points. Yeah, 400 points.
Just hit the 200 session moving average. Next stop, 5% off the all-time high. You're gonna get your 2,500 or 25,000 today. Looks like.
I was happy buying as soon as we opened the market.
67.30, just above that would be the 50-day moving average in the SPX. Again, closed below that in forever. We closed before it. 2 straight days. Can't have that for too long.
Shout out to Ratchet in the chat says the beauty of micros up $1,000 in the Nasdaq today. Just 2 micros. I was trading minis before and it was too dangerous. Love using the strategy. Good.
Gold not done.
Love it.
Yeah, if I'm looking to sell, I'm waiting until 67.20 in the 67.20 to 67.30. You have the 6,700 SPX there, and then 10 points, 13 points above it, the 50-day moving average. These are like big levels.
Too high is gold. When are we going to see? New all-time highs in gold?
Let's see. Tomorrow's a big day. That's 24 hours.
43.98 all-time high. $31.30 last. Braden, you still in your side trade there in crude?
Yes, I am.
Boy, it's really stuck in the middle of the range there. Gotta get it out of the mud.
Some sellers stepping in. Here in the Nasdaq.
Also, as they mentioned, just took out by a tick so far the overnight highs from the night before last.
Yeah, Monday night
highs.
Let's see if we can buy this back up.
It's right in those singles that were resistance. The S&Ps.
I'm trying to buy it right back up.
Yeah. We're done.
Be careful. There's a... Let's see.
We'll keep pushing.
S&P Delta at positive 16.6. 16,700 now.
Excellent stuff. Meta and Amazon now the only red in the Mag 7. Each down under a percent. Meta down 6.6%. Amazon down 0.75%.
we now have another reference point looking for a 3-bar reversal here. Is this previous candle, so if we can close below 940. So watching this one.
Just put in that high in the NASDAQ on the 200 session simple moving average on the 30-minute chart. Just for reference. 24.97.
I'm gonna try to get long. I'm trying to get long 3 micros here. I'm at 946 3 micros, looking for a break of 25,000. Stop it out if we pull into low 900s.
Three micros. 24.9, 36. All right.
946. I wish.
And 46. Okay. A lot of aggressive buyers, shorter time frame here.
Let's pump it up. They're buying it.
Covered one there at 68.
There we
Covered one
go.
at 80.
Nice trade.
All right, markets are pumping. Let's see if we got anything coming out on the juice right now. We're still in extreme fear. Or at least we were this morning. Bitcoin hasn't been following along. The future down 1.3%. We're trading the spot market 91,540 right now.
Okay, I'm stopped out. Kind of
What?
took 40s up into the 70s, 80s, cut 2, and then left a runner that got stopped out.
Does seem to be respecting this options resistance we discussed earlier.
Dakota's still hawking for that 3-bar reversal.
Watching for it. We got to close below 940 right here in the next 2 minutes. Which it's looking like it. If you're being preemptive, you'd be short now from 940 with a stop at the high.
I'm long again,
I'm not
38.
preempting
Look at
this.
this same move up.
All right. 3. See if we can do it again, Braden.
Yeah, I mean, obviously strong buying pressure here. As this kind of gets pullbacks, I'm going to try to buy them and sell them. Yeah, quick hold times. Try to just catch some of the strength and get out. But try to be behind the dips if that's what it's going to do. No need to fight my belief, right? If it's showing me that it's not weak today, it's not weak today. Until it is, I
Right
guess.
on. All right, looking around. Looks like we got Trump speaking at 11 today. Bargain 11:45. 20-year bond auction at noon. Never know what that could bring. FOMC minutes at 1. Williams at 1. And then the big show. NVIDIA earnings. Big show.
Nice trade.
Oh. We'll leave one break even, see if we can take the highs here. But I cut 2 out on the 60 push.
Nvidia for Q3 is looking for $54.9 billion in revenue, 126 per share in earnings.
They're just gonna come in and crush earnings, huh? And we're gonna be up all-time highs by Thanksgiving.
Possibly. I was always curious with the sales blocks to China, how that would affect things. They were 13% of their business. Let's take a look at what they say. What did the DGen say? Will Nvidia beat its quarterly earnings? 93%. For comparison, Nvidia is trading, 187 right now in the same markets. Will Nvidia end November above 140 bucks is 98%. So they're as confident, almost as confident they'll beat earnings that they'll close a fucking hit 11 days from now without going down 45 points.
Do we just buy the next dip? I mean, we're getting 10-15 guaranteed every time we break a new low here on this 500 tick chart.
I think we're going to struggle to get through this 6700 to 6720 area in the futures in the ES.
I've got a couple of questions about Delta. And Delta's, I'm talking about futures Delta. It's a little different than options Delta. Delta is quite simply the number of contracts that lift the offer. So market order buys every contract adds one to Delta. Market order sells that hit the bid are negative Delta. So you just add up the two the contracts that trade on the offer using buy market orders, subtract the orders that our market sells that hit the bid, and you come up with that number. It's just an order flow tool. We use it, keep track of it from time to time. We got trading in the market again here, long, right? Long.
Yep, trying to catch a strength. We keep coming up and testing the 70s. I'm looking for a breakout trade back up to 25. I want to kind of see it now on the fourth try up through 70s. You'd want to see it kind of break now. So let's see.
All right. If you want more information on Delta, ask during group coaching, and we'll give a little bit more.
60 seconds on the clock.
Like the implied move in Nvidia, I'm looking at the options that expire this Friday. Right at like the 187.5 strike right now, Dakota. Looks like 6-7% move.
6-7%.
Yeah, you can sell the straddle for a little over 13 bucks.
We destroyed Alpha. Good work.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good for it's volatile
I mean,
though.
All right, I'm out. Getting a little sticky up here.
I'd take that straddle, to be honest. I
probably
would.
I mean, it means if you're out there YOLOing, of course the calls are more expensive. It means you need...
Detonation successful. Charlie destroyed.
hate having to do math with these. So you need Nvidia to go up 3.5% to break even. This is by Friday on calls.
Back in looking for the break right now through the 970s, 980s here. I'm in 5 at 58. I'm adding 3, so I'm in 61, looking for the breakout now.
Getting more aggressive.
Yeah, I mean we've seen nice tight consolidation up here. Usually, after buying strength like that, you get the breakout of the next high. So needs to go now. It's getting sticky up here, man. kind of whipsawing a little bit.
Yeah.
Adding 2 more. I'm in 10 now. We need the break now.
Let's go.
I'm cutting it. This is brutal. All right, I'm down 250. That is brutal.
Remember to stick around after the bell. At the buzzer today, we will be covering the NVIDIA earnings. Don't want to miss that.
It's
Maybe I'll
gonna
throw on
be
a
good.
position.
I'll join you on a straddle.
Okay, let me see.
I like those.
I'm on a 1 o'clock. Maybe I'll put it on then.
Okay. I like those 87.5 straddle.
Grab what you can.
I do too, but I'm gonna wait. Like when I do that, I like to wait till like the very end of the day because I don't want to take the risk that we, retrace this move right now, and then I'm kind of like, oh.
Then
shit.
you're stuck. Yeah, I like because we're already up 3%.
Yeah,
so
you're
it's
taking a
like-
risk you don't want.
Take what you can carry.
3 bar yet? No, not yet. I mean, we still need a break below this. We need to close below this 940 for a 3 bar.
It's kind of a little round top there, isn't it?
Yeah, but we still don't have a close below. That's
No.
the issue with the shorts. Is
I'm in again.
break and we
I'm in
try
10
and-
micros 44. Sorry to cut. I didn't mean to jump over you.
no, trade's more important.
All right, Braden.
Enemy attack confirmed at Alpha.
How's your mindset, Braden?
Pretty good. I mean, I don't feel like I'm swaying too far out of how I usually trade. I'm trying to catch a breakout trade. This is more or less kind of how I would approach it. Just need the price action and clean up. I'm keeping my wrist tight. As soon as we get the move, it'll, and if I try this a couple times and we don't get the move, then we'll probably just call it quits.
Asset's still talking. Fiscal irresponsibility returns, inflation will rise. Also, given the progress on debt, rebates can be on the table. It's a funny back-to-back thing on the juice.
I need those tariff checks.
Yeah, also, what progress on the debt are they talking about?
I know, right?
Bitcoin, yeah, Bitcoin's starting to go down 2%. See if we could crack 9,000 again, 90,000 again.
Oh yeah, on the spot, we're trading 9,700 right now. Low last night. Oh, did we crack 90,000 again last night? I didn't even see this in the spot. No, we bounced like right off of 90,000.
Seeing that Barstool guy or whatever bought some Bitcoin.
Taking out objective Alpha.
Portnoy?
Yeah. Yeah.
'Cause he's a great
DVD
white shark,
trade.
he said. And then Trump's son tweeted and said, "Smart trade."
Which one?
Not Baron, the other one.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Be advised, Charlie is under attack.
Our whale is not in the market right now.
All squads.
So, I low key want Bitcoin to dump.
I think it'd be healthy for it.
Yeah. All right, 30 seconds. 30 seconds. If this bar closes below 940, we officially have a 3-bar reversal.
Initial balances have been set.
Be advised, hostiles are assaulting Charlie.
What do we got for him, Hug?
All right. I'm short one.
Want some? One.
short one on this official 3-bar reversal close. Let's get a little bit of a momentum here.
IB high NASDAQ 24,988 even. IB low NASDAQ 24,572 half. S&P.
All right, I'm out.
9.
I'm down 900. Let's see if I just sold the low. Just getting chopped up. Not uncommon considering the past 2 days. This is exactly how my last 2 trading days have gone, actually.
All right. What do you do now? You take a little break? Take a little break? Call it a day? What are you doing?
It's a good question. I don't know.
Well,
First thing, let's
how's your
just stop
mindset?
trading.
I mean, you're not tilting or anything, are you?
Oh, I don't think I'm tilting. I'm just taking. Sometimes you take trades like this and you try it a time or two. I mean, there's got to be a cutoff to where, I'm not gonna keep trying it. I feel like the issue is, I did it on Monday when I was on. The right idea about the trade, but I'm using too much size, and I'm expecting to have, I'm just expecting it to immediately play out and not put me in drawdown. I don't know. I haven't been doing with the drawdown well, to be honest. I have not wanted to accept losses. It's a little bit tricky. I mean, I think a lot of what it is we see him move in this market. This has been the market environment from my perspective the past 2 days. You see him move long or short, and then the way I like to trade is I want to be following that momentum. So buying retracements and looking for that trend to continue. But this, very common to every other move we've seen this week, it's been like, okay, you get a strong buy, move up, and then kind of a methodical stair step lower. And I feel like it's been that way on both sides of the market. It's been super tricky this week for me. Super tricky.
Enemy equipment located throughout the AO. We need all targets destroyed.
Is it just a general kind of change in market state that maybe kind of
I think
tricky?
it is, yeah. I mean, we'll know more next week if I start to do better, but it's been, or maybe something I'm doing is different, but maybe just using too much size and not. I don't know. We'll have to look into it for sure. But like, it's just this kind of price action is very tough. Like that, even 46 down to 26 is market's really heavy.
Are you out of your side trade as well?
I guess I'm about to get stopped out on that. Let me see. Nope, I'm still in it. I've got my stop at 59.30.
Okay. Well, maybe we can get a little turnaround in that. We did take a look above the IB high in crude, and if that stays, that's a failed upside auction. You could get a nice rotation back to the IB low, which is 58.66. We'll see if that plays. Initially, the 5-minute opening range was the high of the session, and we have taken a little bit of a look above the IB high. So if we can get that failed auction in crude oil, get this thing to turn around for you.
Yeah, we're just stair stepping lower after running 4 good points. It's just very unorthodox for me. I don't know how to approach that. You don't want to be. It's hard to be selling that. I mean, with how much strength it had, can't ignore that. It's 450 point move. I mean, you can try to sell it, but it's just as a price action trader primarily, it's difficult to ignore that the strength we saw on the move up, and then the sell off isn't aggressive. It's just it takes time, and then we slowly stair step lower until you take enough paper cuts where it's like, what am I doing? And the market's not always like that. It's being very tricky this week, in my opinion.
Well, most of the time, Braden, and I'm sure everybody would agree, You know, these equities markets, they stair step higher, and then they rush to the downside. It seems to be somewhat the opposite, at least for today.
Yeah,
Now
no,
we're starting
no
to get a
doubt.
little bit of rollover here.
It's been like
I'm
that.
still
Like,
short.
it's just- Oh, you're short. Okay.
Gota's still short.
Yeah, I got short on the 3-bar reversal from 931.
Yep.
931. What's
Takes
up,
a lot of
fellas?
patience.
What's up,
A lot of
Dre?
patience
What up?
waiting and waiting. So it's a patience game.
It's-
When it comes
takes,
to markets like this.
It's tricky too to get short. Like, it's not an easy trade to get short whenever we saw that much buying pressure. But yeah, no, we've been seeing that. Like, sellers are kind of conceding big rallies, and then they kind of step in at the top.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? They're letting it go, and then they step in at the top. We've seen it so many times. We're seeing big rallies, and then they let it go all the way, and I guess squeeze out everybody.
Well, it's
that
kinda
was short,
smart.
and then they step in.
Right, it's like it really here. I'll show it on here. It really held up well with what I was talking about here. Between this would be between 6,700 and 6,720. It's like they know if they're not there, people are going to buy the friggin' dip. They're going to buy those 0 dates, and then once it settles in, just okay, sell it here.
Dakota short. Braden, what's your position? I know you're in the crude. What else you got cooking there, Braden?
Yeah, we've got a crude trade that's not really doing anything. I took a couple stabs on NQ. I'm down 900, but I'm more or less flat. I've got the crude trade on, but it's not really doing what I needed to. So
Saw MBT kind of take a nosedive there.
stepping lower on NQ.
Yeah, I wonder if I got 79% long in crude tilt.
What's your target, Dakota?
What is your target?
I'm watching it, so I'm just manually trading this,
Yeah?
seeing if we get flush into these 90s, which we're seeing right now. See how we hold. I got my finger on the close button, so we'll see if we can get that flush into these 90s, maybe 80s, right here. I just want some momentum. That's all I'm looking for, right there. That's it. 40 points. 40 points. 3-bar reversal paid.
Nice job. It's an old
Almost.
the DB,
Yeah, nice trade.
DBA concept right there.
DBA concept.
24,895. Last trade in the NQ. About 100-point pullback off session highs 24,988. ES pulling back as well. Topped out at 67.09. Now trading at 66.87. Tricky one today.
Destroyed objective Alpha.
Yeah, how those levels looking. Man, Braden has left. He's got his trade on. He's just gonna let's see, bring it back to that Christmas spirit. Kodo, you are flat now.
Yeah, I'm flat. Plus 600. 598.
Done.
The power of patience, I guess.
100%. What do we got?
Yeah,
next up
the-
on the schedule here.
Levels look we're good for now, Andre. Just
Yeah.
seeing resistance in the 6,700 to 6,720 area. Don't have too much below here for now. I mean, this could retrace. I mean, we got the 6650, but so I'm looking at like go all the way back to 66. 40?
40s. Oh, okay.
That's how that would be okay. I'm not saying
Could.
that's gonna happen, but I'm just saying I see the resistance up top more than I see like something.
Absolutely. Hold on. We got those initial balance high and low prices. Definitely extended to the upside. I need high in the NQ. Looks like it's 24,988.
Good cover there, Dakota, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got these 890s. There's a little peak below 900, and yeah, that's all one could ask for against this momentum.
72% short in the NQ and the ES. Look at the tilt, 79% long. Look at the tilt in crude. What's up there? Stag below. Yep, seeing those on the bid. Looking at the ES ladder, using that level 2 data on Top Step X. A bid stacked right around 66.85 or so. Low volume prints there. Push lower here. MBT with another push to the downside.
Chat,
90
did I demonstrate a 3-bar reversal good enough for you? I get asked that question all the time on 3-bar reversal confirmation, being preemptive. Was that clear? I hope it was on how I trade a 3-bar reversal in this market. Like, we were just pumping, rallying throughout all this morning. We had one, it looked like it was going to go, right? You want the next candlestick to close below the previous candlestick's low, which we tried to, but the buyer stepped up and, we didn't close, right? We didn't close, and then we have this main candle. The main candle's the one with the highest high, which is this one right here at 9:15 a.m. Central. So I'll draw a vertical line. This is the main candle right there. I'm gonna point it out. That one right there. That's the main candle. You want price to close below it, and we didn't on this one. We did not on this one, and we finally did on this candlestick at 9:30 p.m. a.m. Central. And that's where I got in short at 9:30, and then I'm looking for just a little bit of a move. And that's technically the way I view a 3-bar reversal. So it was right there at that price level.
Okay. Well, we got MBT continuing to push lower here. We got 90,000 evens. About $400 to go. Gold over as well. 4107 last trade. 72% short. 72% short in the now 73% short in the Nasdaq tilt. Yep, absolutely. Sitting there in chat. Give it a like. Give it a subscribe. Give it a bell. Click on that bell. Really want to take this. Continue to grind lower in the ES as well. 66.85. Now running into a lot of those bids. Look at the ladder here. It's 200 at least on the bids from 66.84 down to 80s.
Look at that. Yeah, that. Oh, the market reversed. That's what happened. Market can't reverse without
speaking.
bar reverse.
Okay. Yeah, catch me up to speed. Has what anything?
Oh, nothing huge.
Earth shattering.
No.
Okay. We have. Okay, more selling coming here at MBT. New session lows there. 90,360.
Are the highs in?
Are the highs in? Are the lows in? Stay tuned to find out on Top Step TV because we're trading 66.82.
I'm looking to get filled here in the 50s with a tight stop at 40. And if we don't hold this, I mean, this market could easily give it all back. This is just a slow stair step down right now.
Alpha is almost destroyed. Keep going.
At the top of the hour, coming in about 12 minutes. Raiden, what's your position?
On NQ, I don't have one. I'm looking to. I have some limit orders in at like 850s, 840s.
Okay.
If that doesn't hold, this move has got no validation to me.
Well, 4108 last trade in gold. We're looking at 81% long tilt in crude right now. Average price 59.14. About 10 cents in the money. BT continue to push lower here. They're gonna go test these 90,000 evens.
Yeah,
$350 to
the
go.
spot market, because this contract is expiring pretty soon, is pretty close to it. But in the spot market, we're at 92.50 right now, so very close.
Working those bids around the 40s and 50s. Last trade 24,865.
Okay, I'm starting to get some orders filled here if we go under 50, 52.
Okay.
There's 5 filled at 52. I've got another 5 at 44. Stop at 22.
722. 5 from 52. Roger that.
I like this trade.
What do you like about it, Dakota?
You're buying a pullback here, getting with this momentum. And we're also at a level of possible support resistance. It's a decent zone. These 840s.
ES grinding lower now, 66.78.
All right, I'm in 10 at 847. Stops at 822.
Okay. 847. 10 plus 10 M and Q. Good. And at the top of the hour here in about 9 minutes. 9 minutes. MBT. Hold a little bit of a bid, trying to pop here.
Let's go. Let's get it. Let's get it right here, Braden.
Along 10 M and Q. What's cooking on the NQ ladder? Anything? They're still pretty thin. ES pushing lower here. We got keep an eye on that MBT.
Yeah,
Lows
Bitcoin's
MBT.
pushing lower.
Yeah,
Yeah.
New lows MBT.
9170 spot.
Sheesh, futures 90,230. New lows printed. Gold selling off a little bit. 4106. Made session highs 4134 about 20-30 minutes ago. Google, what's going on with Google?
Hanging around
Well-
300.
All right.
Yeah, they're up 5.5% still.
Okay.
Meta, Microsoft, Amazon down. Meta down the most, 1.4%.
Netflix has been taking a beating since they split their stock.
Yeah. Well. Right. MBT. Seeing some more selling. We got 70%, 75% short tilt in the NQ right now.
I'm down 1400. I got stopped out of that. This is impossible for me to trade. This is not an environment I do well in. We can't just rally for me 400 points and just give it all back. Just no continuation on any move. The sentiment is so skewed to me. It's insane.
Yeah, both ways, man. Yeah, the 400-point rally again. First half hour, first 40 minutes in the New York session, a 400-point push higher rally. Let's call it what it is. Rally in the NASDAQ. And gold is now taking a dump. We are trading 40.95. They've really accelerated the push. The down to now 40.92s in gold. Gold getting absolutely smoked now. We are looking at a big sell-off in gold now into the 80 handle. 40. Oh my.
Bitcoin spot just went below, briefly below 90,000. Hanging out right there right now.
Let's do it. Flush it.
Yeah, this does look like it's going to give it all back.
66.45, first place in the futures. I see like support.
4-5. Okay.
I'm on
Even
a
that's
3-bar
like-
reversal watch again.
All right, here's my last trade. I'm taking it to. I'm short 5 micros at 810, looking for session lows.
810. Okay.
$1,500 risk, so pretty much stop back at the highs.
Alrighty. You can get it. Again, gold dumped about $20. $20 in the last 3
What
months or
was
so.
that all about?
Gold, they just hammered it, man. Absolutely
Just
hammered it.
Ripped it.
Yep. We're trading 41.10. They smoked it down to 40.95. 90. Now new 5-minute candles just open. Top of the hour in 5 minutes. MBT selling
Could not
off.
close that gap, and then sellers just hit it.
Yeah, there might be another push lower here. ES closing in on overnight VWAP. There we go. MBT.
yeah.
Here we go.
We're
Heads
below.
up. Yup, MBT is just 89,000 handle, just printed 89,960.
There it is.
25,000 is kind of creating a massive resistance right here. We're seeing
Sure
it real
is.
time.
10s, very short 5 MNQ from 24,810 last trade, 24,790. ES 6670. You're looking at about a 40-point sell off in the last 25 minutes in the ES. And new lows MBT. New lows MBT.
Some people say we don't need money. Money ain't my God. Well, it ain't my
Here.
God either. But you need it.
Sellers in the
to
house.
eat.
Sellers in the house.
You need some money. You do. You really do.
69
Right,
now.
okay.
That's
So
about a
I want you to grab a
40-point
pencil, piece of paper,
sell-off
sit
in
your
the
children
ES,
down,
more
teach your
selling
children.
and
So when they
Q,
get older and they say,
MBT,
"Mom,
no exception
Dad,
there.
I want to go start this business," and you can't, and you don't say,
84% long. And that crude tilt,
I don't have the money.
$59.05.
You're supposed to say, "What you asking me for? I taught you how to go get money."
Bid there 66, 63 bid 650 times in the ES.
Wait a minute.
We're trading now. See if he wants
You
to
asking
throw
me
that
for
thing.
money?
MBT continuing to sell
Right,
off
you
here.
know where to go get some money, right? And you know how to do it. You know how to do it. And you know how to protect your money. And you know how to protect
Gold's
your
another
credit
reason why
in
you
case
always
something goes wrong. So that's what I
stop.
want to get in today. What I want to get into today is how to get the money and how to not,
New lows.
how to get yourself out of being a PG,
ES, what a turnaround.
how to get yourself out of being.
I got out. I'm just trying to get. I'm just gonna try to like continue selling pumps here. So I got out at 63.
Nobody on the internet
Try to
is
get back
teaching
in if we
that.
get a
They
little
say,
trace
I can
on the
go get
upside.
you 50,000.
Right.
I can go get you 100, 200,000. Now that's
This is-
game.
It's not something
But
we haven't
what
seen.
about
It's literally been all
if
week.
something goes
I mean,
wrong?
I've truly been getting faked out by stuff like this all week. We just
Yeah.
the market allows it to
Excuse me.
run crazy. 400 points.
What about if something goes
Put in a
wrong?
really strong hourly candle,
You
then
need
it
to be
just
able to
fades,
get
slowly
yourself
fades it
out
all
of that. Excuse me.
24,760.
You need to be able to get
About a
yourself
200
out of
point
that
sell off. More than that,
situation.
240 point sell off in the
Something
NQ
here
in the
I'm
last
allergic to.
25 minutes.
So you
Yes,
get yourself
still
out of
selling
that
off.
situation,
Look at this thing,
right?
6660 now.
Thank you. So
50
what I want you to do is
MBT new
I want
lows
you to grab
there.
a piece of paper and we're going to go
Gone
in
from
and
putting
teach
in
you
V
how to
bottoms to
get
V
out of that
tops.
situation.
Look at
Now,
this
if you're
thing.
on
The middle finger.
TikTok, thank you so much. If you're
Yeah,
on
right.
TikTok, Facebook, LinkedIn, or any of that, go in and join the live web. Because
We are here
if
about
you join the
90
live webinar,
seconds. Right,
we got
overnight
we
VWAP,
got
just
something for you.
Just kiss overnight view up in.
So
the
go in and join the
NQ
live web.
price,
And the reason I want you to go into the live
24,746.
webinar, economicmasonry.com. I want you to go and join the webinar
Chart gold.
live because there's sometimes the
40.93.
different platforms will shut me
It's a
down.
little short covering. It took back up to
Boom.
40.
You didn't like what he said.
That
Shut down.
5-minute chart in the NASDAQ,
Shut down.
I mean, it's
Okay,
just like
so,
it looks like the
So
It's like
I
the
want you to
arch
go
in
in
St.
and
Louis.
join the live webinar.
Yeah, it does.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
more selling,
let's
more
go
selling.
in and let's start teaching of how to first go get
You know
that
what's at
money.
the top of that
Then
arch?
how once you
You
get
know what's
the
at
money,
the top of the arch?
then we're going to go in
What?
and start talking about
Rebar
how
reversal.
to protect the
Rebar
money
reversal.
in
I
case
knew it.
something goes wrong.
Absolutely new.
Right?
Right? 6662.
All right. Again,
In the ES.
economicmystery.com. Hop in there. We're going to give you a second to hop in there.
on. We got top of the hour here in 30
if they
seconds.
shut me down, I won't go away because I can say what I want to say on the Zoom. All right. But TikTok, Instagram, Facebook,
Braden, what'd you make
LinkedIn,
on that trade?
YouTube, all these platforms that you guys
Well, I was down
are on,
1,500.
right?
I'm only down 1,000.
They
So
will, if they
we're gonna
don't
see.
like their policies, and
I'm
they
trying to
don't
get
like what
back
you say,
in.
and very few people teach
above
what I
70 or
teach.
above my exit price. I'll try to get back
I'm
in.
gonna be honest. Very few people. Matter of fact, I don't know anybody who's teaching from step 1, step 2, step 3,
Look at that
all the
pin bar at
way
80.
up.
Wow.
Okay, so they're not used to that.
MBT.
They're not used to that, and so when they hear something that you're saying that they're not used to hearing, even though I can back up whatever I'm saying, I can back it up. And another thing is, a lot of what I say, some of the things I say, come out of Congress.
What a sell-off. Here comes a little bit.
Congress. All right. So some people say, well, he don't know what he's talking about. He don't know this. He don't know that. Like, man, he's blowing smoke up your leg.
Of 90,000 in.
A lot of what I say come out of Congress.
Micro bounce indeed. Are they going to sell into this thing? I guess is the question.
United States Code. Now, if you're on TikTok or you're on Instagram, right? TikTok,
20,
Instagram,
25
YouTube,
points
any platform, go into
downside if we want to sell off and just completely retrace that entire rally we saw about an hour
and sign in for free, so that if they shut me down, they could shut me down for saying something out of here. And this is Congress.
Yeah, shalom.
This is Congress. Okay.
Shalom.
So this is the first one. Money.
Yeah, it's a beautiful.
And finance. What are we trying to do? We're trying to get some money, right? And then what do we want to do? We want to finance that money.
Had to get out here on my bike.
Right? So we're not going to use our money. We're going to use the bank's money. So you want money
out here in California,
and then you want to finance that money that you're trying to get, right? So that's going to be
to all of you,
right? United States Code book.
Put up a video.
That's going to be Title 31, annotated. Money and Finance, and subsection 101, 3358, volume 1 of 2.
Quite the stir around the whole world.
Now, the next thing we're going to do.
The video's probably going to go viral.
What we're going to do is we're going to go in
because
we're going to buy something
once again
with the money that they give us.
We told the whole world.
Because we get money to do business. We don't do business to get money.
And number 2, we don't.
All right.
Follow no ghosts.
The next thing is we're going to buy stuff so we can sell it. Maybe we're going to buy a business. Maybe we're going to buy cars. Maybe we're going to buy trucks. What? That's commerce.
So y'all was really still following ghosts?
And then we're going to trade it, that commerce,
it's kind of unbelievable.
For their money. For more money than we paid.
It's the way we were conditioned.
More money
it's our brain, it's our mindset.
Borrowed, and for more money than we paid for the product. So we're going to borrow the money,
when we came
get
out
a business
of
or whatever it is that we paid for. If it's $1 million, we're going to borrow $1 million. Don't borrow what you need.
Their religion.
Never borrow what you need. First decide, what do I need? I hope you guys are writing this down. If anybody
and their twist of
if you're writing this down, please put up a 2, so I know you're here.
Agree with me
if
on
you're
that.
Writing this down, put up a 2.
Kind of irrelevant.
I want to make sure people are paying attention, guys. Because some people do this for entertainment. I'm
almost
not
like the last 9 or 10 years that we've been putting up videos.
Write it down.
These are the main things that we've been talking about. We've been bringing out all of the different ways.
So we're going to get the money.
Pseudo-religionists use our scripture
United States Code
in captivity.
Money and
to
finance.
Hold us in bondage.
We'll get the money, and we're not going to work for the money. Stop all this working.
In a
pseudo and working
religion,
and working.
A false religion, a fake religious mindset. That
I know my mama said, get a job. I know my daddy said, get a job. I know my mama said, get an education so that I can get me a good job.
This solid gold train has made its last stop, along with a lot of other incredibly heavy gold pieces.
Just thinking about you, all this working. You okay. We're going to go to the bank. We're going to build us a corporation based on what we want to do.
Each one of these bricks is $5,900.
Now, nobody on the internet is
so what do we want to know about gold?
To build the court based on how much money you need.
This is like roughly $120,000 right now. How much is a kilogram of gold? $130,000. So a brick.
Teach some of these people.
But what's the issue
Do
with
you
these
know
bricks? Well,
if
the
you
issue
want-
with these bricks is
That's a
that
slave mentality.
you take them.
I didn't say that.
24
I
karat
didn't-
gold
you
is
said-
soft. So,
Okay, now listen.
and 24 karat gold is
If
soft.
you-
So when you stack them,
If you
they
borrow
don't stack well. Okay.
500, if you borrow
Not good
$1 to
news.
$500,000
All right.
in credit
It's not
cards,
supposed to be good news because why would you want
there's a
gold bricks
department
like
for that
you would?
in the
It's just
bank.
a novelty. It's all going to get
credit
melted
card
down in the end
department,
anyway.
right?
However, we did do the brick Jesus,
right?
and
Okay.
the bricks work really, really well this way.
If you do
So this is
a
all
merchant
available on
account loan,
TracksMyC.com, investment style. You want a
there's a
one of one.
merchant account.
You're gonna get this one
What
of
is a
one,
merchant
and
account?
That's
Somebody
it.
said, what is a merchant account loan? A merchant account.
So these are the
every
bricks.
business.
They're absolutely
You should
useless
have a merchant account
unless
and have people pay
you
you
want to own gold.
through the merchant
Aside from that,
account.
they're not
Okay.
going to help you at all. So
You should have a merchant account,
but they are
because
available, and
you
they're
should be able to get a
$5,900
merchant
at today's
account
gold price, something
loan.
around there. And but the Jesus
So instead
piece,
of having people send
Okay.
you through
minifigure Jesus,
PayPal,
that is
No,
a
I didn't say
beautiful piece of
PayPal.
jewelry. I love it. All right, so that's what we did at
I said a
TracksMyC.com.
merchant
This is
account,
going to all get
a
melted
real
down.
merchant account.
You don't want your
Okay.
bricks to
Where
be
they swipe
made
your
out of
card,
gold. That's. I hope you learned
right?
something here.
And,
right?
and you can
Take
and,
this.
and you can add up
Smash it
all
down.
the money that they're swiping,
TracksMyC way.
and they give you a loan based
TracksMyC.com.
on how much you've swiped. That's one type of loan. The next one is a bank statement loan. Do you know bank statement loans have nothing to do, pretty much,
Berries.
with your
It's
credit?
the best workout in the world.
It's based on how
Let's
much
go,
you're
y'all.
putting in the bank.
It's the hiring, it's the training, it's
How much
the best
money you're
onboarding in
putting
the world.
in the bank.
For
and your
instructors and
ending bank
employees to be their
statement.
best,
See big, powerful moves all the way up.
You
we needed a
had
business system that
5
could keep
bank
up.
accounts.
Rippling is all in one, from recruiting, benefits.
Why does everybody only have one bank account for your business?
How
When you
much
can
is
have
banana
5?
costs? It is solid gold.
10.
It's fucking heavy. You could bash somebody's skull in with it. Well,
Because
yeah, what do
your
they win
job is
if
to
they guess
borrow
it?
They're going to go get the prize right now. I just spent $400,000 of my own money to create something nobody's ever seen before. First time that a banana has been combined with gold.
I want you to go into economicmasonry.com and join the free webinar.
Today, we're turning 7
free,
kilos
'cause I'm
of
gonna
pure
have
gold
questions and
into the
answers,
world's
and you learn a lot from the question and answer.
We want to make
That's
at
what the real-
least
that's what the
$500,000.
real,
banana costs? Show some
learning is. Because they have questions that I don't
You just got to guess the
think
price of
about
it. Come on.
1200,000. How much grams?
But anyway,
I don't want to go over the net.
Welcome to New York.
But now, imagine this.
We're gonna have to pour this gold over these bananas. You got
If you have one
4,000,
bank
almost
account,
5,000 pennyweights here.
You
How many
can usually
grams is that? I
borrow
don't know, but it was hard to gather.
75% of whatever you have access to.
All
If you have
let's do it.
$100,000, you
over
can usually
7
borrow
kilos. The banana has to go like this,
100,000,
and the
you borrow
gold has. This is going to fit
75,000
7,000
from the bank.
even with the banana. So he's saying this
If
is
you
10
have a
kilograms
merchant
right here.
account, you
So
can
we could
borrow
put the banana like this,
75,000
or we could put the
because
banana like
you
that.
bringing
I
in
prefer
money,
like this.
you can borrow
This is
75%
the first time in human
of
history
whatever your
that a
merchant account
banana
is bringing in.
has
So
been
if it's bringing in
combined with
$100,000,
gold.
you
It's
can
all
borrow
platinum, right? So this doesn't
75% of
belong.
that.
Got white
Right?
gold, and yo, all right, so let's do it. The machine has been
Now,
turned on, and the gold
If
is
you
being
have
poured
a
inside
bank
this.
statement loan, now watch this. Now let me build. Let me build.
7
Like
kilograms
the kids
of
say.
gold.
Let me land,
Probably
Dad. Let
more
me
like
land.
14 karat gold.
All right.
That's $350,000 worth of
a
gold.
bank
Once it's
statement-
poured over a
bank
banana, we'll
statements.
see what the condition of the gold bar is. If the
you wanna
condition of the gold
borrow-
bar is
you got
fine, or whatever,
100,000
we're going to have to remelt it into smaller
in bank
bars, and then
statements.
put those bars and melt them down
You
into
can
a
borrow
very large gold banana.
75,000
Then we're going to have to
usually
hit the streets with it.
of that.
Wow, these
Your
are
bank
nice.
statement loan.
Something you make
Now,
jewelry, probably.
if you
So yeah,
had
these are nice little chocolate stones, but I have no
5
idea how much per
bank
carat.
accounts.
So these are 70 pointers?
No,
For one
all
bank,
carrot
you can
all
borrow
carrot, not all
75%
That's
of one
good.
bank statement.
Number one
of your
thing
bank
is the banana
statements.
doesn't
If you had
explode.
5
Gold
banks and you had
flying everywhere.
$100,000 in one bank, and you move that money See, the bank charges you when you sit your money there. It's under water law. It has to move. But they pay you when the money is moved. But if you sit it there, they charge you. That's why they call it liquidity or currency. It's under water law, so it has to move. If you have if you have one bank with 100,000 and you want a bank statement loan, and that's not even based on your credit. That's just based on we see what you're doing. Make sure it doesn't explode. Right? Be careful. You borrow 75. Somebody said, "Wear makeup." There ain't no makeup on my face.
Floated to the top. The gold is way heavier.
1 minute I got curly.
The banana's
next minute I got makeup.
So it could still
ain't no
pop.
makeup on my face. I'm a real man.
The banana survived quite well. It's time to remove the banana from the bar.
Stop it. You tripped.
To leave
you tripped.
The gold underneath. The banana protected the gold and perfectly cooked.
So anyway, some of the things people say. Thank you, brother. Thank you. It was kind of chilly out there in Cali, so I had to wear a heavier jacket. So, if you go in, Zoom link, economicmastery.com. That's what it is.
No, that's it. So the imprint of the banana is still on the bar.
See, I got people back
now
me
it's
up.
time for the next business step. But first,
okay, so now
peel the banana.
Thank you. So now, if you go in, you got one bank, you got one bank account, right? And you borrow 75% of 100,000 in that bank account. That's only 75,000. But what if you got? Because everybody has one bank account for their business. You ever notice that? Because they don't understand how the rich work. So if you got 5 bank accounts, Chase, whatever, and you take 100,000 that you have in money, and you take out 10,000 and put it from Chase into Bank of America, and then you take out of that first bank another 5 or 7,000. Don't use the same amount. And you put
Are you fed up with extreme slippage in Forex? Turning a 30 pip Forex stop into a 90 pip loss during volatility. Futures with Elite Trader funding and consistent execution with no slippage bias.
Give you money when you
I'm going to start
move
with
it.
Fast Track for $75.
They charge
Best
you
of all,
when
the
it
first
sits
month
there.
funded activation fee is
Spend
free.
your life
You can trade up to 1.25 million in sim leverage and you get up to 150K in profit.
Until it happens.
So join the traders who already shared over 11 million in payouts.
Person in the world. Shelter in place order is in effect for Southern California. Martial law has been declared.
We knew
it was just the beginning.
How much is banana cost? Is solid.
And we were ready. 7,000 here, 5,000 here, 8,000 here. Keep moving. So this
They're gonna go get the prize right now. I just spent $400,000 of my own money to create something nobody's ever seen before. Then a banana has been combined with gold.
That shows
Today, we're turning 7 kilos of pure gold into the world's largest gold. We want to make at least a half a just gotta get the price. How much? I don't want to go today. Welcome to New York.
So why we can have
4,000, almost 5,000.
Communication of enemy equipment. We need full disruption on all targets.
We want to make sure that when we go in, do this
7 kilos. Over
most
7
people.
The banana what they call the objective. Control those vehicles and hold your ground. So he's saying this is 10
business.
So we can put a banana like this.
You have the biggest checking account for like this move that I just explained.
Then a banana.
Keep it moving every other day.
But we're sure it's hell worth it.
You have to wait a 24 hours for it. You know what I'm saying? For the sit. every other day.
7 kilograms of gold here. Probably more like 14.
Now,
that's $350,000.
you have one bank account, and
Once
that bank
it's poured
account
over a banana, we'll see what the condition of the gold bar is. If the
Bank of
condition of the gold bar is fine or whatever, we're going to have to remelt it into smaller bars, and then put those bars and melt them down into a very large gold banana. And then we're going to have to hit the streets with it.
A checking account. Most people had that.
These are nice.
But you should have a checking
nice little
account
chocolate stones, but I
that
have
has
no
two
idea how much we're
sections.
carrying. So these are 70 pointers?
Write this down because they don't teach you on the internet because they're not bankers.
Number one thing is the banana don't explode.
If you go in,
gold flying everywhere.
somebody say, "Are you from overseas?" Yeah, I'm from overseas. Jersey City, New York, via Brooklyn, New York. That's overseas. Okay. Actually, my mama is like Rihanna from Belize, like Rihanna. Okay, but anyway, you know, Bayesian people, you know, I am out from South So now, if you have a bank account, that bank account should show. Thank you. So that bank account should show that you have payables and receivables.
The banana
write that down.
To the top,
you should have
gold
payables
than a
and
banana.
receivables.
The banana's bubbling inside, so it gets still pop.
Because what I just explained to you about bank statement loans,
quite well.
Bank statement
it's time
loans,
to remove the banana from the
if
bar.
they're going to pull your bank statement
to leave,
right? You should never
underneath.
show a bank
the banana protected the gold and
your payables
underneath.
Because what are your payables? Your receivables is what you want to show them. The money that's coming in.
But if you're starting today,
all that money coming in.
The big
that's what you want to show them.
There is a new
and that's what they're going to lend you the money on.
39%
and that's going to be the big money. But in your payables is going to decrease
I think it's going to be some time before it goes even higher. Right?
Right? So if you show them your
what is it?
payables, where you went out and bought a hot dog, you went out and gassed your car up, you went out and paid your rent.
And it's sitting around the high, all-time high by a significant
That's
number.
not what you want to show.
It sits,
you want to show your
and then
receivables.
And you know what's making a new high today?
Because if you had
and last time I spoke to you, you said not
and you wound up paying your rent, your gas, your food, your electricity, your insurance, you pay all these coming out. You're not going to have $100,000.
TradingLLC.com, or you come down to Kahan if you're making a big purchase of a Bouillon, the 10-gram bar. A great place to start, right?
Right?
It's a very popular.
No, Isaac.
Do you want 75% of your
gold? We want to make at least $500,000.
Do you want 75%
It's going to be very, very large.
Receivables.
I want you to participate in the world's largest only
Put up here,
gold banana.
which one do you want?
That's all I want you to do.
Definitely sounds interesting.
You want 75%.
And now
Come on,
our
that's
next
audience
step
participation.
is to pass the largest
All right?
gold
So
banana
I
here. This is
understand, you
13
understand
karat
what
gold.
I understand,
We
what you
purified with a kilo from Isaac, so it could be really, really
Which
yellow.
one do you want?
I don't know what to do with this.
So we've got this for
Them
this.
to see.
That's how easy it is to do
Your
business in
payables,
Bouillon Trading LLC.
your
You gotta
jump,
remember the
or
gold
your
rule.
receivables,
Clip of that.
which is the big money.
Ounces, sure, go for ounces. I'd like to go 248.5.
And nobody got it wrong yet. Who's giving bank statement loans? Everybody, every bank. Every bank is giving bank statement loans. See, they don't teach you this stuff on the internet. Because they're not bankers. I'm not an internet guy, right? I was doing this before the internet was out. I'm
8
old as
kilograms of
dirt.
gold is how many pounds? 25 pounds plus the crucible has to be poured here.
And if it is this
I was around when Jesus was there. I saw the 3 blind men, the 3 wise men.
I used to do
I
that,
was
now
there. I
I
was
got
like,
the
whoa,
butcher
wow.
This man is we need a strong person to do it. This is the nature of gold.
20 minutes later.
No, it's not depending on your credit. Not depending. It's a bank statement loan. It's based on your bank statements. And then there's a merchant account loan. Got it? Okay, I want everybody on here. If you're on Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, LinkedIn, whatever, all those. If you're not on the Zoom, hop into the Zoom because I may say something like I'm saying some people say, Mr. White, he say the same stuff. No, I don't. Because I'm breaking this down. And if they didn't like this, they would say, shut me down. So what you're going to economicmasonry.com and sign in to the free webinar. And then we're going to have question and answers. So right now, I can't answer the questions because I'm teaching. But we go to question and answers in a minute, and we're going to be able to answer your questions, and everybody can learn from this. Okay? All right, so bank statement loans has nothing to do with your credit. Well, sometimes they check your credit, but they still gonna give you the money. But what I don't want you to do, I don't want you to go to those loans. In my opinion,
anybody who has gold, anybody who deals with real money in real life says the same thing. What price you gonna sell your soul for? Judas sold Jesus for 30 ounces of silver.
That's not
what you think you're gonna do to me and to him?
And don't go back when they take the money back daily or weekly. Because they will wind up taking all the money back and you will still owe the principal and the money will come back.
We gotta get the money out of it, but Isaac and shit. But let's go check with the banana good. We're ready to go?
The Zoom is economicmasonry.com. Economicmasonry.com. Go in there and hop in there because they sometimes don't like what I say. All right? All right, so that's the thing about having the five. Why have one bank account? You can have five and move that money around. So if you borrow $100,000,
right? Dip it in something.
Move the money around so that you can have more money available to you.
Everybody's getting
and
ripped,
open up
bro.
2 accounts, receivables and payables with a checking account.
Which were the best
payables
years?
and receivables. And if they don't know what you're talking about, say, listen, can you get a manager, please? Because a lot of the stuff that I'm teaching you, they don't even know at that level.
With gold, a coin every week.
Gold was
Some of
free
the banks,
back
they
then.
like,
It was like,
we don't have
gold
that.
is for
Please, can you
months.
give
It
me
was
a
all
manager?
about .com.
We're gonna figure out how
I want payables and I want
to make it
receivables.
look really gold. It looks exactly like a banana.
Okay, so what if your LLC is within a trust? That doesn't matter.
Hey, so you want to go
The
on the
trust
street
is
and see
just
if anybody
a
can guess the
whole-
price of the banana?
They ask people on the
like a
street how
safe.
much is banana cost. It is solid
The
gold,
LLC,
heavy,
right?
You can bash
Which we're
somebody's
going to
skull
get
in
into
with
that
it.
into
Well,
a
yeah,
minute.
what do they win?
Okay, the
if they guess it?
LLC.
They're gonna go get the prize right now.
All right.
Mickey's coming around the corner with
We're
it.
going to get
Coins?
into that in a minute.
Silver or
All right,
gold?
we're gonna
An
hold
ounce
off
of
that.
gold is
We're gonna get into that in a
$3,400.
minute. So, payables, receivables.
Show some fucking respect.
Don't show them your.
Welcome to New York, and I hope you're enjoying your vacation. It's an amazing couple here, sir. There's some gold and silver right here. You're up for it. You're a bright-eyed man. There's a gold banana right here. Hand it to the man, please.
Hold on to that.
How much you think it's worth? You're gonna win an ounce of gold if you nail it.
1200,000
Okay, when you get real savvy, then you can do,
1200,000
for a solid gold banana.
What does that mean? You know, listen, this is what you get. 1200,000. This is a new number, a new integer.
You sound a smart guy.
I see you did it. You did it.
How much grams is this?
300
I can't tell you that.
That's cheating. Right?
But there's some weights. You
Whole
did the
idea
gym,
is
right?
kilo, probably 2 keys.
Yeah, throw a number at me.
Next thing is,
I like that you use keys for weight.
it's called leveraging.
keys?
Leveraging your money. So the next thing is leveraging.
100,000. Listen, that will get you a Mount Trump bore, 10 ounces of silver. Sir, there's a gold banana with your name on it. You just got to guess the price of it. Come on, you can do it, bro.
I don't want a gold banana.
You don't have to. It's real gold. Check the weight of it, and if you nail the price of it, it's going to be an ounce of gold for you, bro.
Rated gold per pound right now.
You should know. You're from Wall Street.
No, I don't work in metals. Only digital assets.
You have to use your instincts, man. You have to use the force.
No way this is real gold, man.
Come on,
Lifeline. You
bro.
want to call it? Phone a friend from the.
Say 5 chains. $5,800.
Okay, here's an ounce of silver for you. The answer was 300,000.
You're only off by
And because you're in the mix, here's one for you as well. And that's it. We did 3. Listen, man, are you a real human being?
I don't know.
All right, well, listen, that was the game. I didn't give away any gold. That's enough.
It seems like an easy game.
It is, but you know, it's all about people and
Letter of intent is when you have two corporations, right? One corporation that you own can lend money to the other
this gold
corporation
bar
that you own.
$650,000.
That's not illegal.
But it looks
They're
like
two
junk.
separate.
And we need it to be pure
entities.
and beautiful and polished.
So
We're going to show
you
you
write
that
a letter
process.
from this
The
court
number one
to
thing you
that
need is
court
a
that
fresh
says,
crucible.
we
That's
wanna
a used
borrow
crucible
money.
down there. A lot of junk's
You wanna
been melted in
borrow
there. A
money.
lot of
So
junk's been
you
melted
say,
in here. This is
okay,
brand
I'll
new.
lend
So
you
it's
some
fresh
money.
and clean,
So
and that's going to
A,
help get rid of
like
any
the B
impurity that this
company,
might
I wanna
have.
borrow
And at the
money
same
from you.
time, we need a fresh mold.
B company says, write
to be
me
able to have,
a
ready
letter
to go, so
that says,
no impurities get in. So our objective
that
is to
says
take
you're
this
gonna lend me
bar
the money.
and clean it up.
Right.
Готовы кидать ее? This
And then you
crucible
go in,
here,
have
this
it
machine
notarized,
is magnetic
and this
induction.
company lent
That's
this
what's going
company some
on.
money.
Sit here and lowered it down. This is a very heavy
That's
bar.
what they call a
That's
note.
very hot in there. So, we gotta be
So
very
this
careful.
company gonna lend me
Now that bar is gonna
$100,000.
melt
They
down
lend me
in here. Let's watch
$100,000, and now you take that and register that with what they call the
Magnetic
city
field is on.
that you
This
the
bar
company
is
is
gonna be
in,
turning red hot.
called the county assessor's
Usually we'd be
office.
putting
And you
borax
register
and
that,
making all sorts
and
of
now you
things
have a
to get
trade
impurities
line
out. But
on
this
your
is more or less pure
corporation.
gold. We're trying
Because
to
this
refine
corp
it to
lent
its
this
best
corp some money.
final state. So it's getting going. Как долго вы думаете
Now, wouldn't it be nice to have a $100,000 trade line on your corporation? Now, what is that called? That's called UCC1.
Да, it's okay. Это краска, да?
Да, это краска.
So you just filed your own UCC1.
Видишь, краска outside.
Okay. Now you have $100,000 on your corporation. What is UCC1? UCC1 is when a bank or somebody lends your company money.
Тихо, тихо, он уже понял.
Now what happens? The bank or whoever lent the money, they go down and file so that everybody can see I'm in first position. I'm gonna get my money first. If
So if you
something
look
happens,
inside the
so I'm gonna get
crucible
my
now,
money
this has already
first.
been 10
So
minutes.
that's called
And this is
UCC1.
where
If once that loan is paid off, that's called UCC3. So now you go down, once you pay it off, and I would not lend that money longer than 6 months. Because after a while, if that loan is sitting there and nothing's being paid down, nobody's gonna say, wait a minute, nobody's paying this loan down. I'm not saying that you should be lying. I'm not saying you should be lying. I'm just giving you the process of filing UCC1, filing UCC3. Okay? Don't get it twisted. Okay.
I'm Patrick Lancaster.
But I hope
right
you
now
understand.
We are at the border of Kursk, Russia, and Sumy,
So now,
Ukraine. Just across this
that's how
field,
you leverage your money even more.
Uniform
Uniform Commercial Code. You said that. King J. That's what I'm talking about. Uniform Commercial Code. All right? So that's talking about how to leverage your money.
And we're here with Russian command of
leverage your money. Next way to leverage your money, go in, get yourself a bond. Everything with money is bonded and insured. So you put a bond or like an insurance policy, and then the bond matures for up to like $100,000, $500,000, $1 million. You just paid on it every month. So the insurance company's going to take the money that you pay in, that you pay down, and they're going to invest it, and they're going to make 10 times in a month what they're going to give you. So they'll gladly give you a nice piece of money, you know, when the bond matures, because they're using your money. If something happens, you insure the bond so that what if I get sick or whatever something happens? Well, the bank loves it. Insurance. I have insurance. You got insurance on that? Yes. that? Do you think the bank wouldn't like to see that you have something going on where the money is insured? We're talking about leveraging. Learn leveraging. Now, you wrote this stuff down. I want you to go in and I want you to not just listen to me. I want you to go in and I want you to research on Wikipedia leveraging. Money leveraging, or finance leveraging, or bonds leverage it. So when I teach you, I want you to go in and take it to another level. I want you to take it to another level. Learning starts at learning, continues at home. Not just from Mr. Derek, okay? Not just from Mr. Whitehead. I give you the road, you got to travel the road. But who else want to teach you this on the internet? Nobody. Everybody want to get in the room and show you how everybody's rich, and you so happy to be in the room because they rich. But won't they teach you how to get rich? That was nice. I was around such and such. You know who else was there? Look, I got a picture with them. And they gonna get in their Rolls Royce, and you gonna get back in your car and go. And they rich. Okay, but it does matter a lot of times who you're in the room with, okay? Because you never know. People can teach you stuff, you know. What a shame. All right, so let's get to this. I want to teach you how to first go in the first level, second level, and third level. So the first level is we're going to go in. How do we get the money? How do we get that $500,000? So the first thing is a lot of people say, who are you? Who are you? Well, I'm Derek Whitehead. We're going to go through this real quick. 2 minutes and we're out of there. So I'm Derek Whitehead, CEO of Alpha Incorporated, 30 years of business, high-end banking, managed over $20.2 billion. That's with a B of market traded notes. And if you want to know more about that, that's where the real money is. Everything's a note. A car note, a house note, a yacht note, a jet note. And when people are losing, you buy those notes for cheap. For cheap. You buy them for cheap. Those are called non-performing notes. So we take advantage of other people's losses. We have integrity. We don't make the loss. We take advantage of it. If you got a foreclosure, I will buy it. All right? But I didn't make you go into foreclosure. Right? And I will more likely even try to help you out by making a deal. Okay? All right, so Matt is over $24.2 billion. Next slide. So the first thing I want you to know is we're not brokers, we're not finders, we're not attorneys, we're not funders, we're none of that, okay? This presentation is for educational purposes and information purposes only. All right, we are not brokers, attorneys, financial advisors, or tax professionals. If you need anybody in those areas, please seek those people out and get the information from them. I am a consultant, and I believe everybody on here is a friend, so I will give you this information freely. Okay? Continue to give it to me because I believe you all are a friend. All right? All right, so next slide. So let's get to how we're going to get the money, all right? So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go in, we're going to do Cred Corp Fund. If you want to see me with some of these fantastic people that I used to teach or I still teach, you can go to economicmastery.com and look at our testimonial page, and you'll see Cuttino Mobley, famous basketball player, say, thank you, Derek, for everything you teach me. Or you can go in there and talk to and look at Taisha Brown out of San Diego. She helps people go to Congress and all of that stuff. Okay? And she's on our testimonial page. Thank you, Derek, Taisha Brown, for everything you teach me. All these people that you can see here, if you're on the Zoom, you can see me with the senators and the congressmen and the Secretary of State, Dr. Shirley Weber, and all these, and the congressmen down there, and all these people. We're not going to talk about me a lot, but I'm the guy that's behind the back door teaching all those a lot of those rich people, and now I'm here to teach you. All right. So those that know me. So don't say he came out of nowhere. I did not come out of nowhere. It's just that you didn't see me. You didn't know that. All right, next slide. We're not going to talk about me all day, all right? All right, so this is all from our perspective, and we cannot give you tax advice or any type of advice. This is just from our perspective, and that goes for anybody I've had on here as a guest or may have on here today or may come on tomorrow. It's all from our perspective and educational purposes. So now let's go to getting the money. Getting the money, I'm going to talk kind of fast, so I want you to write this stuff down, okay? And if you want to see some of the stuff that I'm showing here, but you can't show on TikTok, go to economicmasonry.com, go in and sign in, because they may not like something I say. They do it all night. Click! Oh, you can't go back on for a week. So go to economicmasonry.com, go and sign for the free webinar, and we're going to also have the website is economicmasonry.com. Economicmasonry.com. And that is not Mason with a G. That is Mason with an E. Just so everybody understands. We're not teaching science, astrology, and monotheism. We are teaching economic. Mason means builder. So we're economically building. Okay? We're not talking about Mason. Got it? All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to Cred Corp Fund. That's how we're going to get the first pot of money. All right. Cred Corp Fund. So the first thing we're going to do is get the seed money. Seed money, foundation capital, and springboard funding. The next thing is a corporation is a person, a body, corpse, dead thing, person. Got it? So we just taste, touch, smell, feel, and hear for it. We don't own a person, corporation. It's an entity. They made a piece of paper, a person, and there's only one type of company that all I've been teaching so far that you can go in and use just to get money. Only one type of corp, and I'm going to tell you what that is in a minute. Next slide. So we want to control everything and own nothing. Okay? I know I'm talking kind of fast, but we can have question and answers, and you can ask me this stuff. All right, so the first thing we need is to go in and be, remember, I said a good personal guarantor. So a PG is what we need to do. Not a sole prop. A sole proprietor is not even that's you. Your mother and father never birthed a person. A sole proprietor is you. That's not even a company. That's a license to do business, but that's not a company. All right, so we want to get out of using our own social. Okay. All right, so can we hire a PG? There's PGs everywhere. You know, there was actually a company. I'm gonna try to remember the name of it, that you can hire a PG, right? But that's not hard. Just get your credit together and get it popping. And I'm gonna show you, if you're afraid, well, what if I mess up? They never teach you how to get out of this situation. That was one of the things I came here and I want to teach you today. But let's get by this so we don't have to be afraid. Get out of the situation of being a PG. All right, but let's get through this first. All right, so you need to be a good personal guarantor. So it's credit corporation funding. Credit corporation funding. Okay, now, if you go in and you say, hey, I want to go get these credit cards, that's the first line of attack, the credit cards. $1 to $500,000, easy. They're going to go in, they're going to say, who's going to sign for this? You're going to say, Willie Corporation is going to get the money. They say, who's going to pay us back? Willie going to pay you back? Willie Corporation. They say, well, wait a minute. Are you going to give us any documentation? Say, no. I'm going to give you stated income and no doc. They're going to say, well, since you're not giving us any documentation, who's going to guarantee we're going to get it back? You see what I'm saying? I am. I'm going to personally guarantee it. So that's a PG, personal guarantor. It's not your loan, it's Willie's loan. And then you get yourself out of that situation afterwards. Let me say that again. You get the money, you PG it, and then you remove yourself as the PG after you get the money. Because we get money to do business, we don't do business to get money. Now, I'm breaking this down into itty-bitty pieces. So it's not complicated, okay? All right. So since you're going to be the PG, they're going to say, I'm not going to give you no documentation. I'm not going to give you any of that. So you're going to go in and say, okay, I'm going to be the PG. Then they're going to say, what's your FICO? Because some people say, well, my credit score is a 550. Well, my credit score is a 780. Well, my credit score is a 480. It's not that bad. Okay. I had somebody say that. My credit score is a 480. My credit ain't that bad. I looked on there, I said, 2 foreclosures, a bankruptcy. I'm like, what? That's why we have to be educated. Somebody went off. They went to exert. This dude was off, right? But anyway, we can fix that. You can fix that. Not us. You can fix that. All right? So what we want to do is we want to talk about not a credit score. That's only one thing. What we want to talk about is a FICO score. All right, so I'm going to move kind of fast. I want you to write this stuff down. So what is a FICO score? A FICO score is many different things on your credit. They call those data points, right? Those are part of the data points. So let's get into that real quick, right? So a FICO score is what they're looking for. They want a nice rounded thing, right? So the FICO score is going to be comprised of one name on your driver's license. Pull out your driver's license. Whatever's on your driver's license should be on your credit report. So one name. If you have more than one name, John Harris. If it's Harris J Harris and all that, you're not getting the money. Or you may get some money, but you will be less money because they look at those things as aliases. So we don't want that. We want one name. The next thing is, if you're trying to get something off your credit, you should not have many names and you should not have many addresses. Too many addresses make it look like you move around too much. You're not stable. You're not stable. All right. So you don't want that. That's why you don't get the money, because these data points are not in place. So the next thing is, so you should have one address, one name, and when you're trying to get something off your credit that is inaccurate, if you have all these different addresses, they're going to check the address that you have on there. So you shouldn't have all these addresses on there, right? The next thing is you want to shut down all the third-party bureaus. All the third-party bureaus that you went in and they check, like LexisNexis, CFPB, all these places that they check to see if it's correct, to see if it's valid. You got to shut them down. So you have to opt out. Go to Google and look at all 30 third-party bureaus. LexisNexis, SageStream, who else? CoreLogic, right? Innovis. Okay, there you go. Innovis, CoreLogic. Who else? Come on, you guys know what's going on. Write this stuff down. Check systems. What if you didn't pay a bank statement and you going to go get money from another bank? You're going to be in check systems. You're not getting the money. Check systems. So shut down the third-party bureaus. Now, what you want to do is go to Google and type in early warning. Yes, SageStream. So you want to go in and shut down all these third-party bureaus, opt out. So go to Google and look up third-party bureaus, and then look them up and then shut those down. Got it? So once you shut those down, now they don't have anybody to check. That makes things much more difficult. So I want you to go in and do something that's called a FTC affidavit. FTC affidavit. When you go in, it is your right to fill out an FTC affidavit. Go to Google, fill that out. If you believe something is inaccurate, it is your right to to get those things off of and have them removed. They must remove them if they're inaccurate. Now, I don't know if they're inaccurate or not. Only you know. So if you feel as though they're inaccurate, FTC affidavit, print out 3 of them, driver's license, social, and fill that thing out and mail those off certified. If you want to know any more about that, getting things removed from your credit, not that hard. If you believe these things are an end, never have more than 3 inquiries. No more than 3 inquiries. Don't have lates or derogatories or any of those things. So remove that stuff and correct your credit report. Correct your credit report. And now you have decent, nice credit. And then what if you no less than 5 trade lines? Because you're gonna fund the court. It's not you. You're gonna fund the court. So don't have less than that. So some people say, well, I don't have 5 of those trade lines. Okay. So well, guess what? You can go in, ask the question and answers. How do I go in and maybe get like a pledge loan with Navy Federal and borrow against my own money? Then pay it off within like 2 or 3 weeks or what, right? Pay it off, and now you have an excellent trade line from the bank, an installment line from the bank. So that's a pledge loan. So if you want to know more about that, let's go to question and answers. Let's go to the next one. So credit, we talked about that. It's not difficult. Go get some money. Go get some money. And this is baby money. But when you go get the baby money, don't stop there. Go to the next level. They only teach you the baby money online. Come on now. All right, next slide. So we talked about the credit, we talked about the foundation, we talked about leveraging the money, we talked about UCCs, we talked about pledge loan at Navy Federal, exactly. Thank you, OG Bobby. Okay, so the next thing is credit corporation. Now, we want to talk about, there's many different type of companies. So what you want to do is make sure that you have the proper company for what you're trying to do. I hear people all the time talking about online, get your LLC. You got your LLC? I've been at an LLC. Girl, when you get an LLC? I didn't know you had an LLC. Girl, I got an LLC, and I'm saving up for my LLC. I'm finna do business again in my own business. Man, I got so many LLCs, man. You know, that's what I do. You know what I'm saying? Plenty of LLCs. Hi, my name's Bob, and I got my very own LLC. And it was easy. I'm Janet, and I got my LLC too, from legal, you know who, like thousands of other people. And it was easy. And if you don't want any money, get yourself an LLC, like me and Bobby. You got your LLC? Let me verify this thing. Oh my goodness. Let's talk about the LLC, will we? Allow me to talk about the LLC. Listen, an LLC is limited liability, so limited. Did you hear what it said? It said, I am limited. Somebody said, who's Janet and Bobby?
Откуда?
Я город Ярославль.
Those are friends of mine.
И когда последний раз был дома?
Не так много, не так много.
Okay.
Месяца назад дождь. 3, наверное.
Who's that? The barber? She missed the story. Who's that? Roro.
Семья есть? Есть, да.
Да.
С мачмой есть.
Roro.
Всем привет.
I love this stuff. I love it. You cannot have better time than this.
Все у нас нормально.
He said, don't say that.
Командиры заезжают. Обстановку держим.
I love
Границу тоже держим.
I love her.
Привет будет с нами.
Oh my, yeah. Brandy Bunch. Brady Bunch. Oh. Hey, we can. Somebody said Bobby from Brady Bunch.
Да. Я артиллерист. Артиллерист. СПГ-9. Танковая установка. Только мы ее устанавливаем на земле. Танковую установку.
Can we please move on, please? Somebody said Bobby from Brady Bunch. Look, those are friends of mine. Don't worry about it. They got LLCs. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, let's get back on this. LLC, all right? Get your LLC.
Очень громкая, конечно, она ее все боятся.
Get the LLC. And then, look, the LLC is limited. Did you hear what it said? It said limited liability. So who the heck is going to give you large sums of money when you tell them I'm limited? Yeah, Hennessy, baby. You want Hennessy? I got Hennessy, baby. Don't make me get up and go. Look, who's going to go into the bank and say, okay, I'm limited and I have liability. The LLC is like for risky things, for like doctors or for like somebody like a truck driver. That's risky. That's an LLC. Look, you know how dangerous a truck is? Or like a doctor. They operated on somebody and they're saying, you know what? I'm limited in liability. You're not getting nothing out of me if I mess up. Okay? Limited liability company or limited liability partnership. That's a doctor. Or like a construction worker. Something fell on somebody's head. They walk by, hey man, look at this, what you did to my head. Look, I'm suing you. You ain't getting nothing out of me because I am limited in liability. So do you think if you was to go to Mama's Home Food Cooking, LLC, would you eat there? You say, what the heck is in the food? Poison? Why are you limited liability? Right, because she doesn't know. Poor mama. Poor child just don't know. It's risky, right? So, there's one type of company that's meant that they don't teach you because they're not economists. They're not corporate structure people. They're not bankers. So they don't know any of this. They're internet people. Internet people that are going on telling you about how to go and get a little bit of money, but you cannot go higher and higher and higher. Don't you want a legacy for your children where your children's children have money and they keep building on it, like Walmart, continuing to move, like Sears and Robux, right? Legacy money. You can't do that when you say you limited. You don't know. For a few explosions. Tell me what in common all of these billionaires have in common. But very early in the morning, they have a corporation that's made just for getting money. Now it's probably, and I'm gonna tell you what that is. And it ain't an LLC. Walmart is not an LLC. So why are you trying to do something that rich people don't do? Okay, that's the LLC. Now let's talk about the S the S Corporation. The S Corporation is for investors. Hey, man, I want to be a part of your company. I want to invest, but I don't want to be a part of the company. No, I don't want to be a part of the company. Well, that's fine. That's why I have an S Corporation, right? So that's either a pass-through, so your tax person says, get an LLC, or get an S Corp, so you don't have to worry about double taxation. But would you worry about double taxation to hold you down and be limited so you don't have to worry about paying all these taxes? I would personally pay all the taxes if I can grow into billions. So what's the sense of having a company if you can't grow? Well, that's what your tax guy says. Get your S Corporation. Pay your taxes. If you find $1, give it to the tax man or the tax, because that's only going to help you get more money from the bank. What? Who's teaching you? Did you just read? I managed over 20.2 billion under management, market traded notes. You own nothing. You own nothing, and you control everything. Oprah doesn't have $7 billion under her mattress, do she? It won't fit. That's what her company, OWN or Harpo, is worth. Do you think Bezos of Amazon has $150 billion in his garage? Do you think that? It won't fit. He don't have nothing. That's what his company is worth. So what I'm trying to teach you is how can you have an LLC when it's limited? It ain't gonna be worth nothing. You need to have a company that can build, and you control everything, but you own nothing. This is not my watch. This ain't my Pasha Simple. This is not my diamond ring. This ain't even my jacket. This Willie jacket. This Willie's house. These Willie's houses. These are Willie's cars. This is not my custom tie. This belongs to Willie. Nothing in here is mine. Some people say, I can't find your money. You never will. Because I don't own nothing. Okay, we own nothing and control everything. Got it? This is business. This ain't game. I'm not trying to teach you game. I need you to step it up, okay, and build. So what is the one company that you use just to get money? And it ain't the LLC, because that's for protection. That's for limited liability. That's for a pass-through. But I would rather have a company that I had to pay double taxation on, where I can grow into hundreds, millions, and billions, than to have myself a company and I don't pay taxes, or just a pass-through rather, or pay a pass-through where I pay one tax bill, but I can't grow. Limited. Which one? The one company that's meant for getting money. The C Corporation. C Corporation. Thank you. Big Daddy G, Joe Butler. There you go. The C Corporation. And it is a person. They made a piece of paper, a person. Everything you have, it has. It is a person. So it is a entity. I'm an entity, you're an entity. Sole proprietor is you. LLC is for liability. S Corporation is for investors. This is a special purpose entity. Write that down. That's the Mama Corp. There you go. The barber surgeon. Yeah, that's the Mama Corp. So Let's talk about the LLC, not the LLC. Let's talk about the thing that can build the Eiffel Tower and the thing that Bezos has, the thing that Amazon has, the thing that Oprah has. Everybody's got a C Corp.
Really very.
Because they know better, that's why they do better. And you get money with it. It's called a special purpose entity. So go look that up. You get money to do business. You don't do business to get money. You don't work for money. You get your corporation, go in and build it, and go get you some money. And you can build it based on how much money you want. Don't just accept a little bit of money from somebody. Say, I need this much money to do this project, and then build it to whatever department it needs to go in so you can get the money. If you need $100 grand, that's just 2 credit cards, 2 or 3 credit cards. If you need 500 grand, that's credit cards. If you want to go, they're going to see your credit card department. So you have to build your company for credit cards. If you want if you want $1 million, then they're going to send you to the department for $1 million. Most people that get their companies, they never go to the correct department for the larger amounts of money. You don't know what I just taught you, but I hope it'll kick in a minute. If you want ice cream, you go to the ice cream place, right? If you want soda, you go where they got soda. This is a better example. If you want to get 500,000, then you build your company to go to the department in the bank that lends 500,000. The people in the bank that lend $5 million are not the $500,000 department. And they have certain rules to borrow for credit cards. No SBA. No, I ain't talking SBA. But even the SBA don't lend to babies. I'm glad you said that. If you want to get an SBA loan, and we just had Ciroc, who was on that stage in Atlanta. In Atlanta, we brought Ciroc on the stage. Anybody that was there may have seen Ciroc. Ciroc just got $1.4 million 6 months ago. Now he's going back, and he's getting from the SBA, I believe, another 200,000 or 300,000. But the SBA don't lend to rookies. They don't lend to babies. So they don't do startups. So that's why you should have a age corporation. I'm glad you said that. Okay. So basically, the bank does not want to go in and give money to something limited. And if you know what you want, if you want more than $1.5 million, then you should get, if you need $100 million, you should get 20% from the bank. And then the 80%, because now that you have the 20%, now you can go to investors because they see you got 20% of the money. It's 80-20, 80-20. So now that you got the 20% of 100 million, right? Now that you have that $20 million, you get that from the bank. And now, but you build the company to get 20 million. And they have a $20 million department. See, nobody's breaking this down. Down. Baby language. Micro and macro. There you go. There you go. Crystal. So, don't be afraid of how much money you want. And you don't go in working for it. You build the corp the way you want it, right? So that you can present it. If you need 100 million, build it like $100 million corporation. We're gonna get to that. Okay, so now, what I want to say to you is go in and make sure that you have the proper structure for the corporation. And what we want to do is we want to go and get the corporation to make sure that it is built properly. So, first thing is banks don't like the corporation to not be built properly for the ground level. If you build it right for the ground level, you can go to the next and the next and the next and the next level.
I'm Patrick Lancaster.
So first of all, the corporation is a person, and everything you have, it has to have. Everything you have, it has to have. So the corporation has to have, just like in good standing, you give your police, your ID to police or law enforcement, and they say you don't have a warrant. Well, this is a good standing letter. That's what it is. It's not that hard. It's a good standing. It says you're in good standing, you're not in trouble. Good standing letter, just like you. So the other thing is articles of incorporation. Over here, it says, this is who we are, what we do, and we will abide by all the rules and laws. You don't need to break laws to get money.
Military operation.
Right? The bank is your friend.
Action, you could say, here on the front line.
Who has more money than the bank?
Documenting exactly
they print it. Nobody.
Of Russia
Nobody. Nobody has more money than the bank. Okay, even the hard money lenders, you real estate people, where do you think they get the money from to lend you the hard money? From the bank. Now, why don't you eliminate them and go to the bank and get your money?
All the information. I know I do. Get as much as you can. Make your own approvals.
So, you have to, everything you have, it has to have. So right here, articles. That's its birth certificate. Now the next thing is an EIN number for taxes. Pay the daggone taxes and keep going up and up and up. Get you a good tax person, a CPA, and stay in your lane. Don't try to be everything. You should have at least 3 people on your corporation, not one. You look silly with one person. That's why you don't get the money. You want to be a hard money lender? Build your company so that you can get the money and lend it out. Excellent thing to do. So now, let's get to the next thing. You get an EIN number. That's a social security number. So once you get your EIN number, you walk in the bank and say, hey, I want to put some money in your bank. I want to open a bank account here. They say, oh, you want to put a little money in? 500,000, 10,000, 100,000, whatever you can afford. Now you have a relationship with the bank. Now that you have a relationship, now you can go in and start your journey. Now you can go in, you got your corporation, not your LLC that is limited. It is unlimited. It can go up, 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 up. Now that you do that, now everything that you have, it has to have. It has to have a place to stay. It has to have all those things. So we're going to go into that in a minute. Now the next thing is, you want to make sure when you go in and get your corporation, right? Because we get money to do business. We don't do business to get money like everybody else is doing, the 15%. We get money to do business. We don't do business to get money. So now we go in, build the corporation, but the bank does not like babies. So if you walk in the bank, talk about I'm a baby, you're not getting the money. If you walk in the bank being less than 3 years old, that's 2.5 tax years. You want to be precise? Okay, 2.5 tax years. The bank is not going to give you the money.
Three guys
They're going
on
to
the
give you
corner.
baby money because you're a baby. They're not going to risk the money with their brand new companies. First, you got an LLC, and now you're telling the bank I'm limited, and they're like, I thought we were going to make some money. And the next thing is, you're walking there talking about, I do the wrong SIC code. What's a SIC code? A SIC code is an identifier. You're a trucker in the transportation industry. So a SIC code, SIC code, look this up. A SIC code identifies what you do. So that's going to be SIC code let's say you're a trucker, 56432. That says trucker. And or let's see, an industry ID, that's right. Or you're in your transportation industry. SIC code could be 36521, for instance. Now that tells them what you do in the industry you're in, and you say, if that says trucking, they say, no. Okay, so don't go in with the wrong SIC code. So I want you to go in, look up SIC codes that have that are not risky with the bank, and don't get the ones that are not risky, and don't get the ones that they don't like, the ones that are risky. Got it? All right, so they like services, they like technology, and stop with the consulting. Consulting is playing out. Too many people are consulting. I'm telling you, I teach some of these people. All right, so go in, and after that, banks don't like rookies. Catering is okay. Just look up that SIC code. Make sure. Make sure. Tech is beautiful. Ooh, technology. Whoa. Now, management, right? Good. So now, guess what? No, it should not be an S corp. It should be a C corp. An S corp is for investors. Okay. So now, the next thing is, you got your LLC. No. You got the name they don't like because it's the wrong SIC code. No. And then you turn around and your brand new company. No. Those are no-nos. So you walk in and you say, well, wait a minute. I don't have an old company. You should have 2.5 tax years. From January to April to January to April, that's 1 year, 4 months, 1 year, 4 months. So that's 2 years, 8 months. So wrap it up to about 3 years. Never walk in without a corporation that's under 3 years, and never go over 8 or 9 years with an age corporation, because you're like dog age. So you're talking about them 14, 16 years old. That's 85 years old, right? So they say, you don't have no docs, you ain't got nothing to give us, no taxes, nothing, financials, nothing. We ain't doing business with you. You've been around forever and you've done nothing. Makes sense? We're talking about the bank. We're not talking about game. Okay. So you say, well, I don't have an age corporation. Well, you can buy them. Why would you wait around trying to get your business popping and looking at all these people with this money instead of doing what they do? Because nobody's teaching you. Money is easy to get as long as you get it and give them what they want. That's all. Okay, so we talked about how to get that credit together. We're going to go to question and answers. We talked about how to go in and get the credit together. That's not hard. Affidavit. We go in. We talk about the C corporation, the L and the S corporation. The C corp is for getting money. That's what all Bezos and everybody else has. So why don't you have one? Because they don't teach you. So now, we don't go in and get a baby rookie company. We go in and get a C corporation because that's what they want. Okay? We don't want to have and it's unlimited. Unlimited. And don't get a baby company because they don't like that. So where do you get these age corporations from? They sell these things online. Do you know they sell these things by the dozens? Now, I can't tell you, because I used to tell you where to get them, but they told me, stop mentioning our name, right? So, he wrote me a couple of letters, right? Mr. Whitehead, right? Stop mentioning it, so I can't say. But they sell these things online, and they're called seasoned age shelf corps. Seasoned age shelf corps. So, seasoned and age, it just means old. And shelf means some lawyer or somebody put it on the shelf and they age it. And that's a great business to go into. Just buying corporations and aging them and selling them. Once they get 3 years old, people like me and people like Oprah and everybody else, they know what these things, the value of an age company. If you're going to try to go buy one of these things online and you don't buy it tonight, you say, I'll get it tomorrow, it might be gone tomorrow. That's how fast they go. But you didn't know about it. So you may say, well, Mr. Whitehead, I got an LLC. What am I going to do with my LLC? Mr. LL. Well, I got news for you. So you take your C corporation and you put your LLC underneath your C corp as doing business as. So this C corp is what you borrow the money with. That's what you borrow the money with, because you get money to do business. You don't do business to get money. That's what it's made for, to borrow money. That's what it's made for. It's a special purpose entity. Probably never heard that, right? Derek White is the first person to tell you that. Okay, so now we go in, we get the Age Corporation, we get our credit together, and now we go into the bank and we build it properly. Now, some people say, you know, Mr. Whitehead, how much these things cost? They have these things online for like 20 grand. But who wouldn't pay 20 grand to get 100, 200, 300, and keep building? 100 air, 1,000 air, millionaire, billionaire. That's how it's done. Do you know you could get a couple of credit cards, 200,000, 300,000, you pay 20,000 and get back 100? I would borrow, hey man, let me hold $20,000, man. You know, man, I'll give you back 25. I'm gonna give you the whole. I'm gonna give you a card. Take your money back and get another $5 grand. Give me the, right? I would put that on a credit card and buy me a course. But and guess what? I do. Guess what?
Чего вдруг такой неприятности?
I do.
Можно было вот отойти и спокойно на шее пройти. Поэтому мы сейчас будем гуглить, насколько это будет возможно.
Every month of buying me corporations,
на всякий случай безопасно.
I do. Every month I'm buying me corporations because guess what? It's nothing to get $300,000 off one corp. So if I got 10 corporations, that's $3 million. So why would you be looking for money when I'm teaching you how to go get it? You have family members, you have friends, you party, but you don't go out and do business together? Each person can PG a corp. 10 corps, $3 million. You can't do nothing with $3 million? So, the other thing, now we sell these, I think $20,000 is a bit much, all right? All right, that's a bit much, okay? But we sell them, but you don't have to buy them from me because I'm telling you what to do and where to go. And then I'm going to go to question and answers in a minute, right? And you can ask me a question. So you don't need us. But I'm telling you, never go over underneath 3 years, and never go over 5, or never go over 8 or 9 years because you're like dog days. Now we sell these things, but I think 20,000 is a bit much. Even though you get one credit card, $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 corporate card, baby money. And they give them to you. Boom, 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 boom. You just have to go in and build your corp right. Now, the difference between them and us is they sell you a corp and they say, goodbye, thank you. You got to go figure it out and go online while somebody's talking about. That's game. I'm telling you what to do. In my humble experience, 30 years. You don't get money to do business. You do business to get money. No, you go get money to do business. So now you go in. The difference in them and us, and now we're going to go to question and answers. The difference between them and us is that we show you the data points. We do this for you. Do you know the corporation has to have an address? Do you know the corporation cannot be doing business out your home? You're not getting the money. That's why you don't get the money. Do you also the stuff we taught you about credit? You get your credit together, right? But also, you know that in the corporation, we put the data points in. You know, you should not have a home address. It should be a real address. You also should not have a phone number. It should be a real address where you open the door, close the door to your office. The next thing is you should also have a age website. You got an age company. You cannot have a P.O. box. If you have a P.O. box, the bank, that's not a real office. You got to be able to close the door, lock it, and have a lease. Okay? If you give them what they want, remember I said give them what they want so you can get the money. Depends on what department, on how much you want. So now, if you go in and you have an age business, but a brand new website, you ain't getting money. So you should have an age website. We do that for you. And the age website should have data points. Did you know if you don't have 40 hits on your corporation's website, because they say ain't nobody looking at you. So you should go in and hit your corporation's website 40, 50, 60 times. So you'll be like, check, 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 check. Give me the money. It's like that. They have stipulations. They call them STIPs. And if you meet the STIPs, it don't matter if you green, purple, orange, from Spain, or whether you from Mars, you're gonna get the money. Because you're meeting their requirements. But nobody's teaching you the requirements. Do you know you should have your company listed in all the business listings, as many as you can, right? Including Manta. Write that down. Manta. Did you know that? Manta. The next thing is, these are all things that they don't teach you what to do. They say, here's your company, buy. Right? The next thing is, do you know if you put your information through Experian, Equifax, Small Business Financial Exchange, Dun & Bradstreet, and PayNet, if you put it into Dun & Bradstreet, like on the internet, go to Dun & Bradstreet. No. Put your information through Experian Business. Sign up for Experian Business and put your information in there, and then they shoot it through all the other 5 bureaus for you. See? Who's teaching you that?
Never.
Nobody. That's why you don't get the money, because you're not bankers. Experian, Equifax, Small Business Financial Exchange, Dun & Bradstreet, and PayNet. We do that for you. A bunch of other things we do so you can meet the compliance. See? So that's the difference in us and them. Okay, what else? You should have a phone number. Guess what? The phone number should not be your phone number. It should not be voice over IP either. It should be a landline. Now, you can have that landline ring to your phone, but it should not be voice over IP. The bank will look on who is, that's one word, look up who is, and they can see a lot of this stuff that I'm talking about. They can see the age of your website. They can see how many hits you had. That's why you don't get the money. So what I want you to do is, I want you to go in and write down the stuff that I'm talking about. That's the difference in us and them. I'm gonna go to question and answers now, but if anybody wants some help from us, whatever, some people say, Mr. Whitehead, can you help me with this? I'm like, I got question and answers. I told you, I gave you the info. Then I went to question and answers, so you can ask me. And still, can you help me? So if anybody wants any help from us, you can connect with our team. We don't just drop you off a court. What you're paying for is the information. Because ain't nobody, I done dropped $1 million of game on you right now.
So the officers,
like the kids say,
saw their people,
game, right?
saw the situation,
business.
And now we moved on to a bunker.
Okay.
Had a little
so
bit
now,
of sleep,
what I want you to do is, if you want us to help you anyway, I'm going to question and answers. If you want us to help you, call that number 424-543-7522, and make sure you call that number because or economicmasonry.com because there's hundreds of people acting like me on the internet. If you go to Instagram and punch in Derek Whitehead, you're going to see tons and tons of people with my pictures, with my stuff. That's not me.
We're going to be continuing to move on.
550 people so far.
And remember, you deserve to get more
so far. So make sure you dial me. I'm not going to ask you for money online. I'm not going to ask you for invest. I'm not going to ask you for none of that.
And move on.
None of that. And that's just on TikTok. That's just on Instagram. Forget TikTok and all the rest of it. They going berserk acting like me. What's the problem? Just learn. I'm giving you the info. Why you gotta scam people? Scammer. Scammers.
Да.
So,
чуть-чуть.
All right. If you want to go in, I'm going to get a drink of water. Go in. Make sure you dial that number. We got people waiting for you right now. Go in. Ask them. Say, Mr. Whitehead said, holiday's coming up. Mr. Whitehead said, give me a deal. Okay. Go in a deal. We'll go in. We got people that we can send you to and help you in all kinds of ways. If you go in there, call them up, say, Mr. Whitehead said, how can you help me? Give me a deal. All right. All right. So, but you don't need us. Teach your children. I'm happy with that. I'm going to go to question and answers, and I'm going to have my buddy come on here, Millen Wynn. He's my partner, and if there's something we can help you with, he's going to come in and help you with it. He has a strong accent, but don't worry about that accent, because he's got a lot of, he does not need your money.
Все, обычные никак это, да?
He does not need. He's out of Europe, and he's my partner. He got me into this, actually. And I thank him for helping me get into this, because I was like, Derek, you need to teach the people. You have too much knowledge. You need to teach the people. What do you mean, man? He said, okay, I'm going to show you how to do it. I'm going to put you on TikTok. And I was like, what is this? 20,000 people want to look at me, right? He said, yeah, you're teaching on the rich people. You should teach them. So I want to thank you, Millen. I want to thank Millen. I want to thank all the people that helped me do this. There's so many people. Rachel, Louita, Millen. And did you know that we have a free 1-week real estate class? We got people in there. Louita, she's about this big. She's going in there, right? And she manages 10,000 single-family and commercial properties. I said 10,000. Okay, and you know you get a piece of the rent for everyone you manage, right? 10,000. So we have people in there for a week, free. They got $500 million deals and people who know nothing, and they're in there teaching each other. So go to Economic Mastery and sign up for that free class. And I also want you guys to know we have a community now where I'm loading up all this info and 10 times that in the community. Go in and sign up for the community, because pretty soon I'm going to go in the community and start teaching in the community. But we're loading up in the community. I'm talking about notes. I'm talking about real estate. I'm talking about things you never heard of. If you think this is something that I'm teaching you, wait till I finish loading that community. So you can get in there at $49. Go in that community and sign up. And we also got that free real estate class for a week. So go in and check that out. But anyway, I'm going to go get a drink of water. My buddy's going to come in, talk about some things that can help us. If you want help, you don't need us, and I'll be right back to answer your questions, to prove you don't need us. I'll be right back. So don't leave. Make sure Millen or whoever you talk to on that number, ask them, how can I get into this program? I want you to succeed, so go in and ask them. There's all kinds of ways to get in, okay? So go in, and I'll be right back, get a drink of water, and the partner's heavy accent. The trust fund baby, though, right? All right, talk to you guys in a minute. I'll be right back.
Джентльмен от тебя слева.
Ага. И просто едет на леса, да? Где дерево?
Нет, слушай. Что говорить?
Все по обстоятельствам.
Все, как вас
Okay, thank you so much, Derek. If anybody can hear me, let's just first things first. Let's see the audio coming up. Can anybody hear me? Let's see, what is the chat?
Я слышу машину.
Yeah, all right, we can hear. That's amazing. Okay, I want to thank Mr. Whitehead for the amazing information that he's given us. It's transforming lives, and I want to thank everybody for still being here. And just the fact that you're still here, it means that you are quite serious. Just the mere fact. You could have been watching, like, Netflix and Instagram reels and boobs or whatever. I'm sorry, but anything on the internet, but you just chose to be here. That means that, in my opinion, okay, it means that you're a quite ambitious entrepreneur, and it shows dedication. It shows that you are someone who don't play around. Yeah, I think you are quite serious, and you are somebody who gets things done. And it shows that you can get this $1 million in corporate funding and grow your business to possibly to a multi-million-dollar, or perhaps even, why not, people do it to $8 billion level. Okay, so before we continue, go to Q&A. My name is Milan Nguyen. I'm Mr. Whitehead business partner, and I will be with you for the next 10 to 15 minutes. And I'll just tell you briefly, really quickly, about something really quite special that we have for you, and something that we believe can help you get that money much faster. And as Mr. Whitehead said, you don't need us, but some people, if you want to take us, want someone like us to take you by the hand and guide you through that process so you can get that money faster and easier, then I think you will like what we have for you here. So now you've heard Mr. Whitehead, right? And if you have been paying attention throughout this webinar, I hope you did. For the love of God, I hope you did. Okay, so now you know that getting funded with 100 to 3, 4, 500,000 or even $1 million is totally possible. And then use this money to scale your business to a possibly $1 million company. So if you're someone who wants to get this kind of money that Mr. Whitehead is talking about from the bank, so you can invest it and scale your business or investments to possibly $1 million company and enjoy the life you've always wanted. Then we have great news for you. Now you can get properly structured and properly built seasoned stage ready for funding shelf corporation that can get you approved for large sums of funding for a fraction of the cost other companies sell, okay? And this seasoned stage ready for funding corporation has been carefully built the exact way the banks want, so you can apply for 100 to 3, 4, 500,000 and possibly get some of this money, okay? Some of these sums, and then use this money. You can use this money then to scale your business and make allegedly, possibly make millions from investments, like, let's say, real estate, okay? So, and possibly take your business to $1 billion company. Why not? Other people do it. Why not you, okay? So, just to say we're nothing special, we just know some information that other people don't. That's like the difference. And now you know it, and there is no excuse. So, and if you want to get funded with 100 to 3, 4, 500,000 or more, and you want to use this money to scale your business and possibly take your company to the next high level, and you want to get the business funding quickly and not have to hustle and grind for years and years and save pennies, and then look around and say, what have I done in these years? If you don't want to do that, then I think this shelf corporation has been seasoned and built specifically for you. Seasoned, it means aged, okay, on a shelf, right? So here is what this shelf corporation consists of that we have here for you. First of all, you're getting a shelf quote that is unpublished, okay, and this never been sold online. And banks love that. Some underwriters will check. They have a system. It has been sold on the internet around they might frown upon it and not give you the funding. Okay? So it has good credit, and remember, Mr. Whitehead taught you on this webinar, if you have been paying attention, the corporation is an entity, is a person. So if you have a credit score, it's got a credit score, which is a different, it's a different score, but similar, okay? It's ideal age, 4 to 8 years old, where, banks love. And it's properly built and properly structured, and it's ready to receive the business funding. Once you have all of this, all I can say is congratulations, just enjoy your money, okay? But we're not done yet, okay? So, how much did this Shelf Corporation cost? Well, you can check how much they sell similar Shelf Corporations on the internet, okay? You can find them at about $20,000-$30,000. That is cheaper, okay? But I'm not talking about, and also they sell like cupcakes, these corps. Why? Well, simply because they can get you thousands and possibly millions in funding. And I'm not talking about, a 1 or 2 year old corporation or published corporation that has been sold online previously. Obviously there's cheaper corps, but you have to be careful, do your own diligence. You can't just go and, I just buy a corp. You don't know what this corp is about, how it's built, how all it is, is got by credit or not, is it built properly, is it structured properly already for free. I'm not talking about this kind of a corp. I'm talking about a delicious spread on the bread called a miracle, okay? I'm talking about a shelf corp of the highest caliber that can get you approved for very, very large sums of funding, okay? So
much to offer.
Who doesn't want to pay $20,000 or $30,000 to get $200,000, $300,000 or $400,000 or more? Anyone with their right mind would want to do that. I think you as well, okay? So the problem is, as I said, not all of these shelf corporations you will find online are ready for funding or fundable at all, okay? Why? Well, simply because some of them, are not only poorly structured, they are not only published, which is a big no-no to the banks, but can also have bad credit. And if you don't know how to check all of these things diligently, you can lose your money, plain and simple. Okay, so on top of that, once you buy the corp from some of these companies out there, you are like, okay, goodbye, out the door, okay? Because not many people know that even if you buy a decent seasoned shelf corporation, some of the building steps can be done only after you have acquired it. Not all of the building process can be done, before. They are just aged on the shelf waiting for you. But you have to do some steps after that.
Mark 12 Mod 1.
But some of these companies, I don't know all of them. Some of them are decent. I'm just saying, be careful. But some of these companies will not show you that. They will not guide you. They will not build it for you. They will not prepare it for funding. They'll just nothing. Buy the corp.
But today, what we
you will be on your way.
We want to go over the history,
and try, asking for a refund or whatever, calling them after the fact.
Actually performs.
They go. Some of them. I'm not saying all of them.
Mark 12 is essentially an AR-15.
With us is a completely different story. We will basically complete the building process of that corp for you after you have acquired it.
During the early days of
some banks can even beg you to give you more funding.
There was a lot of experimentation. A lot of different weapons were being looked
you are
at
probably asking yourself, okay, that's fine, but I want to know how much for all this value. All right, fair enough. But before I reveal to you the final price, let's go over the corp real quick so you can understand the colossal benefits of what you are going to be getting here. Okay, so you're getting a seasoned shelf corp that has been aged like a fine wine. And banks absolutely love that. This is $14,997 value. It's properly built and properly structured. It's ready to receive business funding. $6,000 value. Unpublished, never sold online. $3,997 value. And with good credit, of course, banks require that. $2,997 value. Ideal age, 4 to 8 years old. $3,000 value. But wait, that's not all. Plus, we will complete the building process as we said. For you, we do the heavy lifting, so you don't have to lift a finger. We build it, you profit. That's $4,000 value
that will allow you to engage
and it's going to contain a proper physical business address.
There's going to be ammunition
it's going to contain a phone number, which is proper. You cannot just slap any phone number or business address. That's going to be specific. and these are 347 value each. And we will acquire and build for you a professional corporate website with an H domain. Because, you know, not many people know that the domain, and actually the name of the domain and the age of the domain need to match with the corp. If the corp is like 4 to 8 years old, we cannot like, oh, just go buy a domain. Yeah, but the domain is bought like now, and the corp is like 8 years old, 7 years old, and banks will see and say, well, what's going on here? Why this corp is like without a website for 7 years? What have you been doing? No website? Red flag.
Weapon to fill
sniper. Okay, so we'll get you that with the corp.
When the special purpose receiver
we will
was
list your corporation in the correct business listing. Banks will check that before they make a decision of how much
what's very interesting about the Mark 12 is due to the immediacy of the requirements and the fact that the global war terror kicked off.
Around the time the
because
there is some knowledge in there, not only just build the website and get the H domain, you need to know exactly what and what to look for and how to get
service quite quickly. In fact,
so maybe 500 or more, and then list the corporation in the business listing, $197 value, and then also we will give you the correct DUNS and or Experian number independent of your situation, $297 value. We will also give you the ideal SAC and NACS codes that will get you approved even faster.
They did to accurize originally it was imagined with M4 upper receivers, which had the extended feed ramp cuts. Those were very much so needed.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you so much.
We'll talk more about that in a moment.
Okay. So, and one of the best things is that you will also get a credit enhancement from our team of savvy credit consultants. We have a whole team down there in Texas ready for you to do your credit. Okay. When you acquire the Shelf Corp tonight, so you get ready for funding as soon as possible. Because again, on the webinar, Mr. Whitehead explained you have to have your credit together.
And then we'll actually test
so you have to be a good PG. What's a PG? A personal guarantor. And if you're not a good personal guarantor, basically banks will not give you as much funding, or they might deny you. Okay, so you don't have to look out for this elsewhere, which is a big deal, and wait weeks or even months to get it done and possibly go for the get scammed. Then have to wait even longer to fix the situation. And you know, as we know, time is money. Money is time. And how cool is that? This is $1,497 value included with your corp tonight.
This later became the Mark
okay. So all of these steps are absolutely essential for you to get the funding you need so you can scale your business fast. And if you screw even one of these, you will be denied faster than a heartbeat. And if you don't know how to correct, it is going to be even worse, and you may even become blacklisted from the banks and not be able to get any funding in the future. And that's not a good situation you want to be fined into, because this is like the gold mine if you do it correctly. Okay, so
but there's nothing like
if I were you, I wouldn't take any chances considering this is your future and the one of your beloved family. Okay, so this makes a total value of $37,264. But wait, there is more, because we want you to succeed even faster. We have prepared something really special for you today. And this is on top of everything else, because you are on this webinar right now. When you get your CZT Shelf Corp, you're also going to receive 1 year of the 360 CEO community for free, which normally sells, which, you know, inside there is like very valuable things worth $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 at least. Okay, so what you're going to be getting in this community, well, you will get credit. You'll learn how to be a good PG yourself. If you want to do that, you know, we're going to do that for you, but you're still going to gain knowledge. And as I said, then you can learn about corporate structure. Okay, this is at least a $4,000 value, and credit is again $3,000 value at least. Okay, and you'll learn about funding, also $3,000 value, and then this is my favorite.
So
okay?
I'll go ahead and measure mine.
When you get the Shelf Corp tonight, but only tonight, you just call the number. We'll give you the number, or book call. You'll click the link. We'll give you a link.
This matches up with the combat kind of measured accuracy of the Mark 12, which is measured to be about 1.8 at 300. So this matches up pretty well. Perhaps a little bit better.
This is, I have had to, basically beg Mr. Whitehead and our COO to give us that, because we have had so much invested in this our baby, our
I know Mike can get you better than me on this,
baby,
but
which is like
25 is
the
psychotically
real
small
estate
as well. So
modules, which
very,
are
very,
just, I think they're
very
freshly
accurate weapon,
from the
and
baby
very
oven, ready for you
consistently
to, you know,
which is important.
to learn
Back
from
to the
them and
studio,
invest and
Michael.
make a lot of
couple things
money.
to note when it
And
comes
they
to
just
that accuracy that we just saw.
reluctantly agreed, but
The
you
Mark
know,
12
because
is
it's very
consistently
important after you have gotten the
psychotically
business
accurate.
funding, very
A
important for you to
wonderful
learn
combat
how to grow and multiply.
And a lot of this
okay?
comes down to
because
the barrel
otherwise
and
you
the
could lose.
suppressor that was
okay?
used.
So
When it came
the
to the
$1 billion
barrels, there were a
question
couple
is
different
it's not a
barrels
$1
that
billion
were
question.
originally
You know, it's a $1
formed.
billion question.
Now,
How do you
we
do
have
that?
the barrels that are
this is what
currently
this
used in
module is all
Mark
about
12.
here.
It is a
We will
retired
show you
platform,
some
although still
amazing
used
real estate
somewhat.
investment
But you have a
opportunities
Douglas
so you can grow your
now,
portfolio
several
and
other
you will
barrels
learn how
were
to
used.
flip,
Originally, you
how
also
to,
had Krieger
invest
as
in
well as
properties,
Snyder
where to
and those
find them,
original
everything.
150 or so rifles that were
You know,
made
the
with
fact is that
each. The
75%
Douglas is
of
selected
millionaires
for a
and billionaires
combination
in
of
America
accuracy,
exist because of
reliability,
real estate, and that's why they call
durability,
them the
and of
landlord.
course, is
Lord
government,
of
which
the
means
land.
what,
And
Micah?
if you control the land, you control everything.
Cost,
This,
exactly.
You know, they
Now,
fight
despite
wars
that,
for
the Douglas
this. And you
barrel
have it
is
like
incredibly
in the
accurate.
silver
It's very
platter
good
here, so that's
at
how
what it's
cool
made
is
for.
that.
It is a stainless
You
barrel.
thought that I was done.
It
Didn't
might
you?
be
not so
confusing
fast,
to
okay?
people who aren't
So
as
now,
familiar
when
with
you order
stainless
your
barrels
Shell
versus,
Corporation
like,
today,
the
you're
typical
also
barrels using
going to
M16s,
receive
but the stainless
direct
barrel
access to the
is
myth,
a more
the
accurate
man,
barrel.
to the myth,
However,
to the legend,
it does
Mr.
not have the
Whitehead himself
longevity
for
that
1
you see
hour
from
and ask him
Ford
any questions
barrels
you
and
want.
other typical
And
military
this is a
barrels that
group
you
call,
see, or
everybody that is going to buy the corp is going to be there, but everybody is going to be able to ask
you have a more
their
accurate
questions,
system
and Mr. Whitehead
with a
will
barrel
answer
that has
them in a
less
private
life
Zoom
and really
live.
shouldn't be fired
And
off
you know,
auto,
some people
though
pay
it can be.
$40,000 just to
It
be
just
in
is
the room
going
with
to
him
wear out
for
the barrel
for a
faster
day.
compared to
But
your
today,
typical
when you get your
military
Shell
barrels.
Corp, you're also
barrel
going to
is
get direct live Zoom
one turn
access
in
to
7
him,
inches,
and you know, and
just like your
get
typical
personalized help
military barrels,
immediately.
and
This
it
is
is
like,
needed
you know,
to stabilize that heavy
I don't know how
77 grain
anybody will
projectile
skate
from
that,
the Mark
right? So
262.
this makes a total value of $97,249, and that's what the corp will cost you.
Like the
You know, today,
this video is sponsored by Unity Tactical.
we're not going to charge you $97,249 today. We totally could, because you know you will get much more value than that.
Right here is we do have the right. What it's doing is it's taking your optic and it's
amazing
raising
opportunity.
it to a
But
2.26.
let me ask you a question. Do you think that after getting you ready for funding season in Shell Corporation and learning all of these high financial step-by-step secrets Mr. Whitehead will teach you in the community, and also the website and everything, do you really think that after all of this would be possible for you to get the funding you need and use it to invest and scale your business and enjoy a lifestyle of comfort, fun, and financial freedom?
X size that you
Yes, I think so too. Because it is possible.
So if you don't know how it works,
it is totally possible. If we can do it, you can do it. Okay, we are nothing special. We just know something you didn't know before. But now you know it, and there is no excuse, absolutely no excuse. Just go and do it. Okay, that's the only thing is required for you.
I like how these are
recessed. You've seen the value of this webinar, but that's just the tip of the iceberg. And I don't know about you, but I would trade $97,249 for such an amazing opportunity every day, all day long. Okay, so we're not going to charge you $97,249
What's very
today.
interesting,
We're not going to even charge you $50,000, not even $20,000, which many will charge you like this in a heartbeat. When you order today, before the end of this webinar, the price for the Season 8 Shell Corp, plus done for you credit enhancement, plus access to the 360 CEO community, that includes credit corporation funding and real estate, plus 1 hour of free consultation with Mr. Whitehead, it's gonna be only $13,997, which is a complete bargain. But I have a surprise for you today. And only today, because you are on this webinar, I know that you have waited so long for this opportunity. You have been you're learning from this webinar. You want to succeed. We want you to succeed, because if you succeed, we succeed, and vice versa. Only today you will get it, not for the usual price of $13,997, not even for $12,997, okay? But only today you'll get the Shell Corp, plus credit enhancement, plus the website, age domain setup, plus the community, plus access to Mr. Whitehead, which is an amazing for only $11,997. Okay, and this is
We shot this thing a lot yesterday.
$2,000 off the top of everything else, okay?
So,
and we are
this can be
doing
fired
this because
with
we want to
or without
help
the
you
suppressor attached.
get the business funding,
There are several
start to
companies
scale
who
your
make
business,
this nowadays, but
and
originally this
possibly
was an
take your
OpSync
company
suppressor.
to $1
This was
million
made by
company or
Allen
$1 billion
Engineering, this
company,
particular
and
one.
take your
Big
company
thank you to
public,
them for
and
sending
possibly
to us
maybe
for this
one day
particular
you will
review.
become
Otter Creek Labs
financially free.
also makes a version of this
and
that will
enjoy
fit
your
as
life
well.
as you wanted to enjoy
Both
it.
companies are excellent. We've had
That's what we
excellent,
want because that's why
I guess,
we are
success
doing this.
of
We want to
both of them.
help
It is a very
our communities.
accurate
We want to
suppressor.
help our
It
people.
does not affect the accuracy of mean.
Somebody else helped
Back
us.
pressure is very manageable, especially
so
for
here's what you need to do next.
And the
Just book
sound
a call with
signature
our
is
team.
quite pleasant.
Link
You'll
will
notice
be in
me,
the
Mike,
chat.
we're not
Also,
wearing ears
a
during
phone
it.
number.
Hearing
They
damage
will
is
help you
cumulative, but it was
with any
quite easy
questions
to
you may
shoot
have
on.
and give you different options
Now, without that
based
suppressor
on your
on, you will
personal
notice that
situation.
we have
Now,
that
apart
collar.
from booking
You
a
can
call,
see where the taper
you have
is,
also the
where,
opportunity to call us
indexes
right
back
now
onto, and then we
or
have the
chat with
actual
us live,
threads
as I
right here.
said. So
Beyond that,
when you
this
go
is
to the
muzzle
next
brake.
page, if you click the link, if you
This can be
just
fired
want to
with
call
or
the
without
number,
suppressor.
call the
There's
number.
typically
But
a thread protector that you
just
can put on there if
when you
you're
call
not
the
running
number,
the
make sure
suppressor.
to
You want
press
to run
1
that
for
thread
sales.
protector.
So if you
military
click the link
applications, 'cause you don't
and you
want
want
to
to
be
book a
scratching
call
up
for
those threads,
tomorrow
and then
or
you
later,
can't mount your
that's
suppressor
fine.
when you need to.
And
And
when you click the
actually,
link in the
these
chat, you
suppressors are
will
ones
land
like
on a
it have been
page
used
that
for
looks
quite a while.
like this, okay? And to book a
From
call
the
with
Mark
our team,
12
just fill
all
out
the
the
way
form
back
below.
to
You just click
suppressors
this
used during the Battle of Mogadishu.
green button
This is
where it says
a new
book a call now.
concept,
You will
and it
go
was
to the
not a new
next page
concept
with
at
the
the time
calendar
Mark 12 was developed.
and a few questions you need
Simply,
to
it
answer.
was an
Just
effective
fill them.
one,
It's
and
very
one
quick,
that was
simple
proven
form.
in combat
And we will have
situations.
our team of Savvy Credit Corporation and funding experts
There we have it.
on there
And
ready
with
to
it mounted
assist you
back
as
against
best
that
as
collar right
possible.
there,
Their names are
it makes up
AJ,
perfectly,
Victor,
and
Gabe,
you
and
have
Roderick.
fairly good repeatable accuracy, which is when
no,
I'm
listen.
mounting and unmounting
This is
suppressor,
a
it's all very
great offer.
predictable,
Lots of people
which
are
is
going to
important
take us
for
on this for
precision
obvious
weapon
reasons.
systems.
Doesn't
Right
matter
up
explain,
front, we do
and
have a
Mr.
rifle
Whitehead
gas
too.
system. So what I
It
want
is
to say
simply
about
an
that
amazing
is
value, but
when
it
the
is available
special
only
purpose
until tomorrow.
receiver
Then
turned into
the cord
the
may be
special purpose
available
rifle,
for a similar
aka
price,
the Mark
but the
12,
bonuses might
a couple
not
changes were
be.
made.
So
Specifically,
once tomorrow
it was
ends,
quickly
please don't
realized
call us
that
back anymore.
although
I just
the
want
receiver could be
also
put on
want
a
the
regular
free
M4,
credit
if you really wanted
enhancement
to
and
squeeze
the
out all the
website
accuracy
and all
possibly
else
could,
and everything.
you wanted to have
Once
a
tomorrow
loader
ends,
that was more specifically made
this
for
special
accuracy,
offer
one with
probably
better
will
trigger.
end up, and
So many
maybe
different
probably
triggers
we're gonna
were
have to
looked
increase
at.
the price.
Ultimately, it came down to a Knight's
back
2
up.
stage that
Okay,
was
so
select fire, and
it's
eventually
gonna
moved over to a
go to
Geisley
its usual
that was
position
either
of
an SAE of some type or some type of
and
select
we are
fire
thinking of
Geisley.
raising the prices even more because
This
we have
allows you to
hundreds
shoot
and hundreds of
just
people flocking to us,
better trigger is
wanting
going
to
to
get
matter
funding. So we
precision
need to give personalized help to everybody. As we
the M4 was originally
best that
selected,
we can. We can
at the
have like
time,
thousands
what there
of
was a
people,
lot of
and then
in
have
the
like
world were M60A1s.
3 floors of
Those were
people.
being massively
It's gonna
turned
be
in.
it's
So
gonna be too
realized
big,
that these
and
M60A1 lowers could
people will
easily
get
be
slipped through the hand.
adapted
We don't want people
and
like
used for the Mark
disgruntled
12.
people.
Thus
We
was
just
born
want
the Mark
to help
12
them,
Mark
help
O,
each one
and
of
with a
them.
different
Okay?
rail, you do have
So
the Mark 1
and then as I
moment.
said.
But that's why I think it's really interesting. You have
Contact
this old
us.
school sock,
Let's
whether it
get
be
you
an A1 or A2 in this case.
and
You have the old school
just
that's kind of lower.
get the
but
corp
this
and
makes
just
for a
start enjoying
very
your wealth,
smooth,
enjoy your life. Get your
rifle
corp,
length gas
get your
system,
funding,
rifle length
scale your
spring.
business, and then
This thing
have
is
fun.
going to last
Get a
for
nice
a long
car,
time. This is
buy a
going to be a
mansion,
very reliable
go to a
rifle,
vacation,
and
just do whatever you want to do. I don't know. Each one of you has a different dream, so
light recoil,
I will leave this
so
to
you can
your
get
own
right back to the
imagination.
target. So we're
Because
going
once
to
you
go
do
to race
this,
again with Micah and
only
Mike
the sky
from
will
a
be
day
your
ago,
limit.
and we're going to check the
Okay, so
combat
I'm going to
application
give the microphone back to Mr. Whitehead for Q&A. Go ahead, call the number, book a call,
400,
get your fully built ready for Funding Age Corporation with this amazing discount, plus the free gifts,
So for the first 300,
so I will see you
me and
at
Micah,
the
we're
top.
trying to get
Thank you
3
so
shots
much.
off before we hear the report return return from the 300-yard target and continue that out to 730. I don't know if it's doable. We'll find out, but as you can see, the recoil is quite light on the Mark 12, so we're proving how easy it is to get follow-up shots with this guy. So we'll go ahead and start. You ready, Micah?
Yep.
Also, Mr. Derek Whitehead. It is also Mr. Derek Whitehead.
First try, what was that, 500?
No, this is 300.
300, okay.
Is the truth.
300. You can,
I mean, I was on the fence for a while.
77 grains traveling about
coming to
2750.
the webinars every Tuesday and Thursday nights for months. Consuming all his videos on YouTube before I made a decision to join the program and purchase a corporation, which was back in March. And here I am in the funding phase 8 months later, here in November, ready to be funded. It's a process. If you follow everything that Mr. Whitehead says and his team says, you will get there. I mean, I didn't need any of the credit repair or anything like that, but Everything he says is the truth. It's you get what you put into it. If you follow the steps,
kind of slap.
you'll get what you want out of it.
So if you guys want to take a look at what I'm looking at, like, you want to come over to this. So right here, I've
going
got
through the
my
funding
gift card.
process, and
Says it's for a work gun.
hopefully
Just goes out
be
to
able to do some business with Mr. Derek
And we made
Whitehead
this
in
with
the
our buddy
future.
Walter Sobchak. They're available on the Elwood Research site right now. Our company, and I'm just referencing that.
All right.
I am a shill for my own
brother.
company.
I
It's
didn't
fact.
expect that.
So my
but,
hold is
yeah, I remember the brother. He got I think he got
Okay, we're gonna try this at $600 now.
First day, and so he's on his way and getting it.
Okay, there's
getting
two.
to where he needs to go.
Three.
All right, real people, real testimonials. Let's see. Let's go.
Oh, the last one.
Right. So, like I said, you guys don't need us. We have question and answers now, and to show you that I want you to succeed, I'll come in and I do question and answer, so you can come in and say, you know what?
As you can see, Mark 12
Whitehead, can you help
really
me with
has,
this?
as we like to say, that dog in it, which you tend to agree with.
I answer the question, and you go and do what you need to do, and I'm happy.
Let's
Teach
talk
your
about some of the
children, and I'm happy about that.
specific
All right?
features
So
that we
who
have
else is
on the
going to
Mark
come
12 right
online?
here. So right
and
here
teach
on the
you
Mark
from
12
beginning
Mod 0,
all
we
the
do
way
have a
up.
PRI carbon fiber handguard with an arms swan sleeve that goes on the top here that allows for a continuous mounting platform that offers a lot of stability for optics as well as night vision, thermal, whatever you need to add onto there. Rails are, of course, easily added on to all spaces right here, so you can mount whatever you want right here.
And
we
then
do
there's
have, of course,
Millionaire,
a
and that's
PEC
when
2,
we're
which
gonna
is
go
an
in.
IR laser device for firing under night vision, and we have a Harris bipod.
Get that. And now you're going to go in.
The Harris bipod
like
is
Obama
correct
said,
for the Mark
all right?
12.
So I want to
beyond
show.
that, I also
wanna
love the Harris
remember I
bipod
said I
quite
want
a
you
bit.
to come
I
in,
find it easy, quick to
and
deploy.
I want you to
probably not the most stable.
go
That
into
being said,
economic
we've easily
masonry
shot
because there may
well
be
over a
some
mile
things
off
I'm
the
going to
Harris
show
bipod,
you
so I feel pretty
that
confident
they
in it. Not
don't
with this
allow
rifle,
me
though. Now,
to
from the
show
Mod 0 to
on
the Mod 1,
Instagram,
you do have a
TikTok,
change in the
Facebook,
type of rail you use,
LinkedIn.
specifically as a Knight's Armament
Okay.
rail.
So this is one of the reasons I said go into economicmasonry.com.
Now we come back to the
I want
optic.
show you
there are a lot of
something
optics
right
that are
now.
correct, and there are
And let me
optics
see
that are not correct.
if
And there
I
are
can
rings that are
show
correct, and there
you
are rings that are not correct.
whatever
These are not
I'm
correct.
saying, I usually
Quite frankly
can
speaking,
prove.
the older optics don't allow for the Mark 12 to be pushed nearly as hard as it should be able to. You're looking at older loopholes, the Night Force NX8 series.
And by the
they're
way,
great optics. They're typically in second focal plane, and they're using a very basic reticle.
A lot of people
For really
may
pushing
not
the
know
optic,
this,
I
but
prefer
there's a
first
lot of
focal
other
plane,
people,
which means
a lot
that
of other
I'm zooming
businesses
in onto the
that-
reticle itself,
that I
have
actually
the Christmas tree,
control that you
or easy adjustments so
didn't
they
know
can
about, like,
quickly make those shots. That being said, with
I don't
those
know if you
second
guys
plane
know
optics
that, but,
that were usually used on
I'm
the Mark
one of the
12,
first black
it
people
clearly was incredibly deadly.
person of color,
Out to about 500, the Mark 12 is an
own
absolute
a,
laser beam. Not a lot of thought needs to
search
be put
engine.
into making the shot land where you need to. Beyond there,
I don't know if you know that.
you'll definitely run into some
right?
problems with the
So some
second
people
focal
say,
plane,
well,
and that's
Mr.
where I
Whitehead,
think
dude,
the first
what-
focal plane optic really
what
comes
do
into
you
play.
do,
We do have a
right?
Tujicon 2 to
I'm not
10
an
right here.
internet guy,
This actually is
all
not my
right?
favorite optic.
So
I
we
can't
own
slip the
2
rings,
car dealerships.
and there's
We
no
own,
focal
79
length
acres of
adjustment
movie
for
studios,
when
Redlands,
shooting further. So it's definitely not my favorite.
we
It does
have,
look correct, and it does
the
fit the
Golden
bill of what I
Jewelry
need right now.
Store,
But I am
and
certainly
we're
working
trying
with
to
a few
get our
other
license
companies
down
on
to
a
sell,
better
to be a Rolex
optic,
dealers,
kind of in this category.
right?
We are using
have,
PRA rings
the,
on
water
everything right here,
company,
both for
Nova
the
Water,
optic as well
and
as
we have
for the
a,
offset RMR, which
we
is
have a
tilted
deal with
slightly
Walmart.
off to
We
the
just
right.
put our first
The reason I
Walmart
did
in,
that is when I'm on the gun
in Kentucky,
to come up to the
our-
RMR,
you know,
I
like you
just
have
barely
eyeglasses,
raise my head up.
and they
So
have
it's very
that
quick. I can
kiosk
either
in
use it
Walmart.
to look at the
Well, we have
targets
our
to
own
get back on target,
kiosk,
or
and
I can
we have
use it to shoot up close. So it
2,700
works very well.
super Walmarts.
Typically, what you saw on the Mark 12
we have a
was arms number
contract with
22 rings
Walmart
that can
with.
easily be
So I'm not going to
removed
sit here in
so that
front
you
of
could flip up
thousands of people
the
and lie
emergency
to
sights
you.
right here, which
All
was a
right, so-
flip-up front sight.
So we have
on the Mark 12 from PRI,
Walmart, they were
and
predicted
a
to
number
be at
40 backup rear sight from
$250,000 a
arms.
month with our
So
water
that was the
systems that
idea
we sell
behind it and
commercial,
why they were quick
and,
release. We just don't
home
have
water
this on this one
systems from
because,
under the water,
quite frankly,
under the
these
sink,
optics are quite tough.
all the way
tougher.
to the,
If the optic's
entire
going to break,
home,
very
or
likely
from
you're
industrial.
probably dead.
So
At
we
the rear of the
have,
rifle right here, we do have a
2,700
PRI gas
at
buster.
200.
The idea being, you can see
Walmart
right
at,
here, the charging handle extends down
at
further.
200,000
Pretty
per
simple.
Walmart,
It's
which they say
just
should be
by being
250,000 200,000 we should
lower
do
to
a
the
month.
receiver.
But
it's going to block a lot of that
200,000
gas. It's going to be flowing back out the back of the rifle.
One kiosk,
and shooting the suppressor on. It's going to cause less gas to hit you.
1,000
Despite
Walmarts
that, you
is
still do see the
$4 billion
older suppressors are gassy. You can see it on the felt right there.
So
it does work quite
asked
well.
me, what do you do, Mr. Whitehead?
There are better solutions nowadays.
Somebody on the internet say,
around
this guy, Mr.
1999 to
Derek
2002.
Whitehead, who is
this was
he?
a very good
And,
system at the time.
all
Controls
he
are
do
pretty
is
simple.
talk and talk
They are your
and talk.
standard AR-15 controls. In
Well,
fact, a
I
lot of
never
times
mentioned
the
about
Mark 12 would be used
what I
with
do.
20
I
round
only try to
magazine.
teach you.
Simply so. It wouldn't interfere in being prone or anything like that.
Ask the question.
Because most of the time we have the rifle slightly off the ground. I don't find that to be a problem, but understand that originally it was designed with a 20-round magazine. Obviously, a 30 is going to work no problem.
Provide around the country for years.
So there were, of course, a lot of off-the-shelf safeties that were used. I typically run some type of AMI. This is just a standard AMI safety right here. That way I can hit it with my same side thumb when I'm shooting far. When you're shooting far, a lot of times people tend to wrap their thumb same side. That way they have less sympathetic movement through their hand. Makes it a little bit easier to shoot at far distance, and it's a little bit more comfortable. Not always a need, but makes life a little bit more simple. So right here on this one, we do have
that's one of the things we do, sir.
Geisley trigger. We've shown Geisley triggers before. Despite that,
all right,
let's go ahead. Let's go set trigger together.
That's just 1,000
Geisley triggers are phenomenal.
We have
typically break around 4.5 pounds. So about a pound and a half into the first wall.
In-N-Out has
off that first wall 3 pounds.
Some people may know In-N-Out.
Off the reset
out of California, they're
3.5
places. And they're around the country.
Beautiful trigger.
And,
beautiful trigger. That's what you want to see. I prefer a 2-stage trigger. I'd like to be able to lay into that first stage and then release that shot when I want.
We also have Ace Hardware stores.
Just makes everything a lot easier.
Kiosk,
we do have an A1 grip on here. A lot of different grips were used on the Mark 12 Mod Zeros and Mod 1s. This is a throwback to the M16 A1 low receivers.
Have
our back stock right here. This is your typical
machine
M16 stock.
That will build a house in 6 days.
We have, of course, added a few things to it, so let's talk about that.
3D
Obviously, I'm going to pimp my own company right here. And this right here is a dope card from On the Research. My company is literally where we're filming right now.
We also do real estate.
And this allows you to write what your drop is in mils or what have you for your optic. So I just have that drop in there for my typical 77 grain. If you have different ammunition types, you can have those different ones.
I don't know who he is.
With our buddy Walter
He just came out of nowhere. I didn't come out of nowhere.
This little felt piece.
Okay, I've
just
been around 30 years.
Put my cheek up against something soft, so I feel it's comforted, right, like a baby with your blanket.
One of the things that we are
and it looks cool.
Doing, I don't know, maybe
back
a lot
from there,
of people
we do have
don't know,
another piece of gear from us that's going to be released soon, and it simply allows you to range typical things using mils from your reticle that will be coming out pretty soon here. Different color though. We do have a typical Blue Force gear M16
have a search engine
for the sling, allows it to come up and over. That way it's easier to carry. And then at the front, we just have a mount for it. We do have a Faro Concept sling. It's not correct, but it's the slings that I love. So overall, that brings us to the end of the Mark 12. There's a lot that went into the development, but I think the most important thing
this is only because certain people say crazy things on the internet.
Capabilities of the Mark 12 led it to being used the most to make precision rifle kills. It certainly will not break any records in terms of long-range shots, but when you're considering a lot of the urban combat, a lot of the mountainous combat that occurred, the Mark 12 really was perfect. The lightness of carrying 5.56 allowed people to carry a lot. The ability to make quick follow-up shots were quick, so you could easily correct any problems that you had. And if you miss first, you take that second shot before they really knew what was occurring, just like we showed in the combat application test. Light recoil, extremely reliable.
I don't know if everybody can see this,
and a lot of
but this is actually
very good.
Our first
rifle.
Walmart we just
There's a lot to be said for logistics when it comes to war.
2,700.
The Mark 12 made that a lot more simple on the U.S. Armed Forces.
That's a super Walmart.
I think this is a really interesting footnote. Certainly today, this is an antiquated design. Micah has a Mark 12 build that uses a Mark 12 barrel. That is a lot more lightweight. This can be upgraded, this can be enhanced, this can be made to be better nowadays. But we have to know where we're coming from to understand where we're going. So by taking a look at the history of the rifle and the history of combat and the way it was used, we can plot out a lot of our ways forward and make the rifles better than we could have ever imagined. So I hope you guys really enjoyed talking about the Mark 12. Micah, how do you feel about the Mark 12?
Mark 12 is probably one of the prized possessions as far as AR-15s in my heart. It's without a doubt probably the coolest, vibiest, and oldest, most effective AR-15 tonight.
Would you say it has a GIAT? That almost made me want to not. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching. We have tons more great things coming up. Hope you like this little throwback to some black screen. We'll be doing a little bit more of this for certain videos. As always, get out and train, get training. We got nothing else for you guys. Final thing for you guys would be dad advice. Dad advice for today. Make sure that your finances are in order. This is going to be important as the world gets a little bit crazier. We want to make sure that you have those extra funds to buy food, to have water.
That's for the guy
stockpiled.
on the internet.
You just never know what's going to happen.
Out of nowhere,
so highly recommended that you are always prepared to take care of your family. And you know what? Micah grows a ton of vegetables, don't you, Micah?
So many they go bad.
Just because I don't brag,
you want to be able to be a little bit self-sufficient.
What I do,
if all you rely on is the supermarket,
that I'm an internet person.
Might be hard times.
For the guy on the internet.
Just another day of being a bad guy. Nothing bad's gonna happen.
So that's 2,700 Walmarts. Now water stores, that's 200,000 a month times 1,000. 2.4 billion. And that's just 1,000. We have 2,000 contract. So I'm not gonna sit on line thousands of people and lie. But there it is. So a lot of companies, they have, you may look at Hulu.
Today, on Grantham, we're going to be talking about a very interesting sniper rifle, and that is the Seekins SP10M. If you're not familiar with the Seekins SP10M, well, it's used by some of the spookiest of the spooky of snipers and designated marksmen out there, and it is an incredible rifle. Now, we've talked a lot about the SP10M. We've shown the SP10M a lot, but you know what we haven't done? A dedicated autistic review. So today on Grantham, I hope you'll join us as we talk about SOCOM's
you
new
may be watching
rifle,
television.
Seekins SP10M. Now, before we get started, we of course have to thank the biggest sponsor of the channel, and that is of course Primary Arms. It doesn't matter what you're looking for.
And that's called Got One
And
TV.
beyond that, they're just cool.
Have the
and they
first
make a really
black
cool pistol optic, the
Got
HTX1,
One
which is
TV.
among me and John's favorite, and Sawyer.
platform.
Sawyer yours too, right?
That thing's pretty sick.
You know what, guys? Today is Laffy
Water
Taffy
USA.
Sunday for them. When you reply with Grantham sent me for Laffy Taffy, they will be mad at me, but I feel like it's worth it. So go in, harass Primary Arms. And of course, you're looking to be more American. Nothing's more than American than a lever action rifle. Henry Rapine Arms is a proud sponsor of this channel. And they stuck with us because, you know,
the first black
we push the limits.
engine.
You know, we've done Mox executions and, you know, the only transition we like is the drill ones. It goes hard, but you know what? They're with us, and they're more American than anything. Go check them out, because there's nothing like the heritage of a lever action rifle. And beyond that, go check out henrythumb.com. Can't say much about it right here, but it's worth it. Finally, guys, you're looking to get better at shooting, we recommend Dry Fire. Mantis, turn your weapon to Dry Fire machine, and of course, all ammunition is provided for by AAC, which, as you can see, is pretty dang good. So with all that being said, let's get into it, because
there you go.
6.5 is actually pretty expensive.
That's our search engine.
It's the kind of thing that sucks. You can't really blast it, but you don't want to blast
you put
it.
in a Google, you can put in here.
So the first thing that we're going to do with the Seekins SP10M is we're going to do accuracy testing. Because for any type of SPR, DMR, sniper rifle, well, quite frankly, you want it to be really damn accurate. Now, with our SP10Ms, this is not our first time testing them. We've tested them in plenty of other videos. But we want to show you right here how both the 6.5 Creedmoor and the Thoreau versions do. We do have the contract suppressors on here, which are the KGM cans, and this one is for 6.5. That one is for 30 cal. We're going to go ahead and we're going to print using 140 grain SMK serial match kings, which are 6.5 Creedmoor SP10M likes, and we'll be using 168 grain serial match kings for the 3. So without further ado, we're going to do it. At the same time, we're going to be tracking our standard deviation for our 5-shot group to make sure the ammo is performing good, because obviously if that's any messed up, that could affect the grouping. It'll give us an indication of one, how the ammo's doing,
he talked for hours.
Without further ado, let's get into it. Very pleasant gun to shoot.
All he do is
very low recoil
and talk.
And I'm wearing a boonie, which adds +5 to accuracy.
No, sir. The people that know me know me. Okay, I'm just here to teach you, sir. All right, now that we got that out of the way.
Pretty dang tight. We'll go and put that down. We fired.
Let's talk and let's do question and answers.
Let's go to group. Looks pretty good. Barrel is a little bit warm to start off with, but that is A-okay.
Zingler.
Go ahead and we'll set up here. They're 308.
Janice Ziegler.
Good to go.
Hello there, Dr. Whitehead. How are you this evening?
God got me up.
As far as
I call you my doctor. You have really worked on my mind and expanded my mind and enlightened me.
Cool.
And
that's great.
I'm in my billionaire
in reality, I think it's about closer to 12 once you fired, couple, about 50 or so rounds.
All this knowledge that I'm soaking up.
We're going to reset, and then we'll set it for our 308. We just want to make sure we're precise with our chronographing.
So I'm so close to getting to funding, but my personal credit, I guess, in order to get higher limits for my business credit, because my business is set up, the structure is properly set up. I got everything from you, so everything is set up perfect. But
awesome. Okay, let's go check those groupings.
I guess
let's see here for our 308 right here, 2659. Standard deviation of 9. Usually it's about between 9 to 12 for the 308, so that matches up pretty well. Okay. Let's see how we did. We got the 6.5, our 5 round, and the 308 5 round. You notice these errant rounds right here? These were the first initial shots I took. Then I adjusted. I wanted to get it pretty much on the bullseye for you guys. Justin's a little off for the 6.5. Pretty much dead on for the 308. So let's go ahead and let's see what the size of our actual grouping was. And
3-1 Atlas, and then we'll come right back to you
for our 5-shot group on our 6.5, you can see we had 2 right here.
I think I'm back.
Guy right here, and then we had 2 in the same hole. If you want to get a close up of that, Sawyer.
So
measuring that out, we have 0.722 MOA, which is about pretty typical for the SP10M. It will do down to 0.5 with ammo that it really loves, and that's what we want to see. Now, with our 308, we had 0.79, which is, again, about on par. We've gotten down to about 0.4 with really good ammo, really dialed in. But as far as showing the accuracy,
so I have that.
You can see that this is a psychotically accurate
You said not just my business,
we've gotten pretty used to
because right now
guns just having such superb accuracy, but like on a SCAR 20, which is considered a very accurate weapon, 0.9, 0.8 is insane. So getting on to the 0.7.
Okay, so I have the trade lines on the business.
Is just psychotic. Not to mention how light the recoil is and how easy it is to follow up with shots and get multiple impacts on a target while the round is still in flight. It's insane. So next up, we'll be doing some drills and we'll be showing you what that looks like. So obviously, if we're talking about a DMR, if we're talking about a sniper rifle, the first thing that we want to do is push it to distance. So right here, we have our SP10M at 1,000 yards, firing 140 grain Sierra Match King on 6.5. There are other calibers that are used at times, but they're pretty dang close. So going 6.5, 308 is awesome, but John, what is the issue with 308 past about 900?
Right then it hits transonic, and it's kind of a guessing game on where the bull's going to go next.
Oh, John, you're not a fan of trans?
No.
At what's going on.
So 6.5 is interesting. 30, you have less recoil and it just flies better. So it's specifically more powerful than 308. But
I'm so close I can taste it, and I'm like, wait a minute,
we're going to take some shots.
Bring me this far.
Here at 1,000. So I've got myself dialed to the mill.
I'll send you my information.
Pulled to the left here.
Rachel, but I'll send it to you.
John Youngglass.
Youngglass.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. How about 3-1 Atlas?
Yes, good evening. How are you? I've been watching you since...
that was pretty scary fast right there. You can see how little recoil the gun has and how quickly it is to follow up with a shot. It really is pretty incredible how softly gassed the gun is. And if you're worried about the gun not being gassed hard enough to start to choke up, well, it's very easy to change the gas setting. You simply crank the lever over, pick up your gas, and have it buck a little bit harder, but push through any type of carbon. Right here, we got a recce rig. And did you know that the recce rig, John, actually holds through 8 mags? That's crazy. I know, dude. It's so cool. I wish, a really cool, really base company made it like
possible to get better than
only
0%
like
interest.
my
How
company.
does that work if
If only they did.
different types of loan structures?
So the SP10M right here, we do have a
How do you
heavier
even
profile
get
barrel.
0% interest,
The reason for that is it's a combat gun. This is 100% a combat rifle. This isn't a toy or anything like that. This is meant for hard use. Because the barrel is of a heavier profile, what happens is it can absorb a lot of that heat, radiate it without it beginning to affect accuracy as quickly as a lighter weight barrel. I know there's some contention about this issue, but the fact of the matter is, as your barrel heats up, you can get a few problems. So as much as we can resist that, we're going to, and that's what one of the many reasons why the SP10M is such a good design. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna get John on here. He's gonna be taking some shots, and then after that, we'll walk out to 1200.
But let's say if it's just 0%.
So right now the wind's picked up. We're at about 17, 18 gusting right now. And now it's John's turn. 6.5 isn't terribly affected by wind, but it will be like this. I would hold 2.5.
Programs to get that 0% financing.
Just look up
Impact.
Go to credit boards and look at and see what they're giving out.
Right, barely. But
Credit boards
fourth
is
of a
place
target
where
off.
you can go in and have other people that are
Just
getting
under.
credit, and they tell
We're
you what
shooting
their credit score
unsupported. We're
is,
shooting up
how
bipod,
much
but
they got,
these
from
are
what
difficult
bank.
shots. John made them very easily, so good shooting, buddy.
Thing to look at, so you
Wind
can
is never
gauge
fun
what
because you
banks
got to
are
do
doing and what
not
banks are doing
guesswork.
what. So I
In
would
the
say
case we don't
credit
have a
board.
Kestrel out measuring the wind speed.
Okay, great,
It is a little
fantastic.
bit guesswork, just cuts from shooting a bunch. So
I like your scratch
did excellent.
top code,
This gun is absolutely
procedure.
deadly.
Is it
Seekin's
possible
precision,
to get,
more
like,
like Seekin to put you in that
right
forever
away,
box.
$50 million to start up.
I really do like this gun. It's a lot better than the like the SR-25s and M110s I used in the military.
So how is it compared to the Scar 20S?
So I really like the Scar 20 personally. This is, I'd say the recoil impulse is definitely smoother. I mean, it's a DI gun.
Yeah,
but
Scar 20 is phenomenal. This is, I'd say this probably beats it.
It does. I think it does. I love the Scar 20S. Before we head on, one thing we'll talk about is a lot of people want to know
Remember,
what's
I said I want you to go on economic
wristband right here. So it's basic call signs, basic battle maneuvers that we have. Beyond that, from Walter Sobchak and Onward Research, we do have cards that you can use to measure off your MRAD through your reticles to give you distance. It's very nice. These are typical things that you'd see. We also have military versions, so like people, stop signs, doorways. This is helpful stuff where if you don't want to use a rangefinder to give yourself away at night or what have you, you can easily use your scope in order to measure. This is a lost art, so this is good to know. You can also do it with math. It's just kind of quick to have it on you. And you can see we also have our dope cards that give us our drops. On the back of the scope, this is again an Onward Research and Sobchak Security. And then we also have the old school method of just taping it.
Just one thing to avoid, and I saw people make this mistake in Cyber School as well, is if you want to wrap up your stock or put this right here, you can have something at the 12 o'clock position. Just make sure it's very thin, because if you have something super thick, then your charging handle is just going to dig into it over time, and then you might bring pieces of tape into the gun, but it's just going to completely destroy it. But if it's like super thin, one layer of tape, then it's probably fine. But yeah, I just wanted to bring that up.
It's one of those things where it's a self-correcting mistake. Yeah, you do it once, maybe you die. Who knows?
Right. Let's say
the length of the barrel in the SP10M, we're at the kind of outer limits of the 6.5. We're at 1200, 1250 at our elevations, about where we go transonic, where it becomes a little bit unpredictable. So this is the last long range shot we'll do, and sorry if you want to pan towards the targets just to see how far they are. So we're going to go ahead, we're going to get on the gun, and we're dialed already. And the wind's kind of whipping down there, but we'll see how we do.
You can do that. Let's see if I
Hold
can
that
show
one.
you an example. Okay, let me show you what people are actually doing. Okay, and they're not playing with the baby play money. All right, but nobody's teaching you about this. So
once we kind of
let's
got those
see if
wind
we
holds
can
down, wasn't too bad. You're
this.
definitely, there's a lot of flight time in 6.5. There's a lot more time for that.
Let's go back
When you
here.
catch it, shooting at kind of the outer ranges of what your caliber is meant to do.
Okay, I hope you can see my screen.
You can make shots at the kind of edge of the distance, but
Can you
it
see my
becomes
screen?
increasingly difficult. This is
that's right.
100% a point where I'd step up in calibers from 6.5 to something a little bit more
Or is that just the ad?
energetic, whether it be Norma Magnum or
right there.
Lapua or something like that.
Listen to
it's
what this
very
gentleman is
reliable, it's
saying.
very accurate, it's a very deadly system. So let's go show you some other distances that are pretty common for a DMR and for a sniper. I'll show you how quick it is, how good the follow-up shots are, and more about it. All right, so we're right here at about 650. Now, when you think DMR and you think sniper rifle, you probably think extreme distance, but that's not always the case. John?
Yeah, it's what's cool about these things. The Army likes to call them a SAS, a semi-auto sniper system, and especially in like special operations, direct action raids, a lot of the gas guns that you see very similar to this or this exact model, they're not taking shots super far away. It's, I mean, the first time I saw someone get put down with a SAS was, I think they were maybe 50, 60 meters away from me, and I was right next to the sniper. But it's extreme precision, and you can stretch it out if you need to, just like we were showing up there. But yeah, a lot of the times it's just closer in, but extreme precision.
There you have it. So when you think about these rifles shooting out to about 500, there's a lot less drop, a lot less wind that's affecting it. So it's a very effective system for short distance, even though you might not think of it as something that's good for that.
Oh yeah, so 650, I'm using the 308 one right now. These are 168 grains.
Once you go 100
is the 175. For 308, 175 grain, it just didn't do all that well. I've noticed if you back it off a little bit to the 168 grains, that's always gotten me better performance. So yeah, 650 right here. I'm gonna give it a 5.5.
But it's a C Corp. You can't do this with
and the wind's kind of doing something. I'll give it 2 mils to the left.
Let's show you something even further. This is show me state tonight.
Yeah, so at this distance, it's definitely going to be a little tricky with the wind. Of course, as you push it out, then it's going to get worse and worse. To me, a 308
so that's you, and you're kind of considering, should I set
usually like a 700 and in gun, which I know people can push it further than that, but reliable first or second shot impacts. I would say for 308,
I would definitely agree with that. The nice thing about 308 is, of course, that it's easier to get your hands on. So if we're talking like civilian application, although 6.5 Creedmoor is very, very popular, there is so much through it in the world, and the Seekins SP10M, regardless of how bad the ammo is, tends to do pretty good. So that is one reason you might choose to use 308 as opposed to 6.5 Creedmoor. Doing a little bit of shooting here at 650, which is still a good distance. So my hold's about 4.9, about 1 mil dot left.
$5 million.
All right, not too bad. John, you want to go ahead and take shots at 308? Impact.
Okay, let's take a look at this.
Impact.
This
you want to do it at the same time, John?
President Obama
1, 3, 2
was associated with the 2 key pieces of legislation related to jobs, the American Jobs Act of 2011,
Ready?
Which
hold
was
on.
proposed by largely failed to pass Congress to jumpstart our business startups, which was signed into law. The American Jobs Act was a broad $447 billion legislative
so
package.
The point that we wanted to show you here, guys,
Obama
is that
proposed
although DMRs, you think of them as a closer gun,
2011,
they're very effective close up. They're especially
the economy,
very effective within urban operations. It's just the precision, the ability to take those shots that aren't specifically able to be done by AR-15, not because the round can't reach it, but simply because there are limitations in accuracy to some of the standard military or standard AR-15s that you have compared to the very consistent half to 3/4 MOA that you get out of the Seekins SP10M. So there's always a purpose for them, even if you're at closer distances. Right, we're at 350 right here, well within like an urban distance or just hill to hill. You're going to see how effective and how precise and how easy it is to do follow-up shots with the 6.5. So 3 quick shots right here.
Back to work programs, spending with youth and adults. Okay.
Nice.
The Jobs Act. That says that you didn't say here, but basically
that is super fun, John.
It says
I only got 2 rounds left. Send it.
You can raise.
We're back.
Raise.
You know what? 308 hits way harder.
Raising
it's so
funds. Hard. So where is the real money?
Man, You can see how effective the weapon would be at close range. You need to make a precise shot. Somebody's behind a rock. They're barely peeking out. And you need somebody to take that shot. This is something that this system is very capable of. So we've done a good amount of shooting at this point. Let's go ahead, let's wrap it up, let's get into the basement, and let's break it down artistically. So we've done a ton of shooting. Now we're going to do a ton of talking because the SP10M from Seekers is a very interesting, very compelling system for a whole variety of reasons. In fact, it's going to be hard to go over everything in this particular video, not because there's any hesitation on my part to do it, but simply because there was so much engineering that went into this. And the primary kind of goal of Grantham is not to specifically go over engineering, because that's not my specialty, but rather to talk about it from a shooting perspective. But in certain cases like today, it's going to be important to talk about the engineering, because you might look at this and say to yourself, well, this is clearly an AR-10. It's pretty far from an AR-10 because of all the different upgrades, all the different design choices that they made. That's not really compatible with an AR-10. This doesn't specifically make it a completely different platform, but rather to say that this is quite the evolution of the design. And you're going to see why it was selected by so many different Tier 1 and Tier 2 special operations units. So let's go ahead and let's get into it. Now, to start off with, the Seekers SP10M is a semi-automatic, gas-driven. It's simply a DI system. It's fed from a 20-round box magazine, typically, although it can use a 25-rounders. It's just you have to understand that when you get bigger than 20 rounds on the larger calibers like 308, 65, 260, those magazines quickly get very ginormous. So most people tend to run a 20, which is what I'm running on here. On this particular rifle, I'm running the Knight's Armament magazines, although the Magpuls work probably better in many ways. So let's go ahead and let's start tip to butt right here.
So if you're looking for $250 million,
what is the difference between the Seekers SP10 and the SP10M?
It so you can go get
$150,000 is made for military.
$1,000
the big change is being that every part that is going into an M is specifically gauged, inspected, and re-inspected after Cerakoting and coating to ensure that they're making as accurate, as tight as a rifle as possible. But for all intents and purposes,
let me show you something else.
Both the SP10 and the 10M are the same weapon. There's just a few more kind of guarantees and break-in procedures that are done with the M that aren't done on the SP10. So we're going to start the muzzle. Now with the muzzle, they kind of expect you to put on whatever you want. So it's your typical thread pitch. We use AccuWashers and ours, and we do have a KGM can on there. Now the reason we use the KGM can is because this is the can that is typically used with these contract SP10Ms. We do have the 6.5 can right here. And Sawyer, if you could hand me the 308 version right down there. Thank you. And on the 308 version that we have right here, we do have the.
Can we also go to like foundations right now?
Both contract cans. The only difference in the one SP10M that we do not have that is fielded by the military is both the 6mm Creedmoor as well as the 260. Now, there are a lot of questions about why 260 versus 6.5. Honestly, it came down to how much ammunition they had of 260, why it was selected. There are definitely some arguments for 260 outclassing 6.5 in many ways, but they're quite close in performance. And being a civilian, where you're not, have a huge amount of 260, I would typically recommend sticking with 6.5, which is still used by Tier 1 and Tier 2 units. Now, these cans perform very excellently, and you can redirect how you want the gases by screwing in inserts. It is an exceptional can, but even better, this can was specifically made for accuracy and for precision rifles, and in every way it is probably one of the better cans you can have on here. There are a lot of great cans for precision. It's just we're going along with the military use. $10 million. Very happy with the results. Now, the barrels are 416R stainless steel. The rifles as a whole are 11 pounds unloaded. This isn't an excessive amount of weight for a DMR type rifle or for a sniper rifle, and I've been very happy with what we've seen. Now, before we go any further, I do want to note that these rifles were sent to us. We've had these for a couple of years at this point, and we have done a ton of rounds on them. In addition to that, we've also talked to the engineers over at Seekins, and I guess you could say in that way we're connected. Now, that being said, there's no exchange of money, anything like that. All ammunition is provided for by AAC, but we always want to be sure to explain to you guys what our relationship is, and we did receive these rifles, which is very typical of the arrangements that we have on this channel. Now, with the barrels, they are a fairly heavy profile. This helps to withstand a lot of the wear patterns that you see. It helps withstand heat as the heat builds up in the rifle. And there's a couple other components that they did to help manage the heat and ensure that accuracy stayed very consistent no matter how hot the rifle got. Now, in the case of the SP10, these rifles don't ship unless they're printing below 0.7, but more typically they're printing anywhere from 0.5 to 0.6 minutes, which is an incredibly precise rifle, especially for semi-automatic. There's a lot that goes into a good barrel, and what's great about Seekins is almost all their parts, well, the major components are manufactured in-house, which allows them to control a lot of the variables that are uncontrollable from many other manufacturers.
Right?
Now, there is a reason that it was selected by very soft units compared to other rifles that you see.
But now I'm telling you
there are other rifles out there that are currently used by Tier 1 units in the same role, namely the LMT, Knight's Armament, as well as some other smaller companies.
So you can buy
but the Seekins has been well respected and
let's say, for instance,
earned its reputation as just a phenomenal shooter. So let's go on to the details of the weapon and what makes this thing so exceptional and how it outclasses other designs. Because you might look at this and say, okay, I understand that it's a very accurate rifle, but is it truly $3,000 when I can buy, you know, a PSA M110 Super SAS or anything like that for a lot less? Like, what does the Seekins do?
So what if you had two people?
And let's get into that because, like I said, there are many things that lead to it being a phenomenally
easy it is to get
accurate
$150,000 worth of credit cards.
Now, when we look at the handguard, typically there's some problems with your long-range designs that are a bit patterned.
And said, hey,
the problem is that the handguard kind of ends up holding onto the barrel nut, it ends up holding onto the upper and onto the barrel. So what that means is that when I'm in a shooting position and I'm cranking this down on a barricade or I'm pushing into the bipod, aka loading into the bipod, or doing something that can exert some force on the handguard, as you guys know, handguards flex. That flexion can then transfer into the barrel nut and can shift the impact of the rifle as a whole, which is not something that you want in a high-stakes environment where you want to make sure that you're putting somebody into the ground permanently. So how Seekins has approached that issue is the barrel nut handguard system is actually connected into the upper. Because of that, because that barrel nut is actually within the upper receiver itself and is not connected to the handguard, you have a truly free-float system.
That's why.
But what's more important, that means that whatever loading you're putting on the handguard doesn't transfer to the barrel. So despite being in weird positions or putting weird forces on the handguard, you're going to see that point of impact shift that you see with other systems such as the M110. Not to say that this makes these a bad weapon, but merely to say that this is a huge deal in the precision world and is one of the many reasons why this rifle won over other designs. To me, it's a really incredible design that they did that solves a lot of problems with the system. Now, the cool thing about the handguard, obviously, I know we have a lot of scrim on these and stuff, but we like to have a rifle set up for you guys. It's a very triangular design with a wide flat section at the bottom.
Or something like
this allows for mounting a Parker rail, Picatinny, whatever you can mount. And in addition to that, when you're getting on different types of barricades, different types of cover, when you're shooting from cover, it's very easy to get this thing flat and in place where you want it, which is why I'm a huge fan of the handguard. Now, another thing that we want to note is we do have a low POI shift, but there's something else that we have to talk about, and that's shootability. So how does the weapon recoil? When we have a semi-automatic system, we want something that we can do quick follow-up shots with and very little recoil. The better recoil management is on one of these rifles, the better my ability to have very little scope jump, which means I can track the bullet in flight, the impact on the target, or the miss on the target, then quickly reassess and take another shot. The SP10 is a like incredibly soft shooting platform compared to other rifles in its category, whether it be the M110, the PSA M110, whether it be the M14 or the G28 or the 417. It's a very soft system, and they did some very specific things to make that happen. First things first, we do have a very easily adjustable gas system. Simply a lever right here that you crank over from minus to plus. Plus means more gas. So you can set this precisely to have a very gentle recoil impulse.
Now,
and
guess
in
what?
addition to that, if we go back to the bolt itself, the
company
bolt is actually oversized compared to
made-
what you see from most AR-10 bolts. And the reason for
If you
this
want, I
is
can pull it up
there's
for you
several
right
schools of thought on how you control recoil on a
He
gun.
bought
In the case of
a
the Seekins, they have
company-
a very heavy bolt. Well, not very heavy. It's like 17
And
to
then he
18
bought
ounces. And then they
he
have a
bought
flat
a-
recoil spring.
he
Now,
bought
the
a
reason
sh-
they want the flat
he bought
recoil
a company,
spring
then he
inside the
bought a
action
shell,
is that the flat recoil spring, one
which is
can
a
you press down
publicly traded
further so you
company
have
somebody
more
already
of
had.
that movement.
Maybe
of the
they don't
bolt
want
carrier
it
to
no
slow
more.
it
Maybe
down.
they got
In addition
old.
to that,
Maybe
you
they
have more
want- they
coils
sell
that
these
are able to
things.
compact. Because
Like
of
they
this, you
sell
have a long
Season
travel
Shelf
time. And when you
Corporation,
fire
they
the
sell
Seekins, you can
Pubcos,
really feel
publicly
that
traded
slow
companies.
cycling. It doesn't cycle very
He
fast.
took the
And this is actually a
company
benefit.
that he bought
When you fire, you
online,
can really
a
feel the
little gun
chink as
company.
it cycles
He
back and
put
forth.
that
It's very
inside the
pleasant. It's a very
shell.
soft. It's a very soft push into
And
your shoulder.
he did a
and
reverse
typically, even
merger.
out to 1,100, 1,000.
You see where it said
because the recoil is so
he
soft, I'm
merged
able to watch
publicly
my
through
vapor
a
trail on
merge
one of my
with
rounds
a
after I
special
fired the shot.
purpose
This is a
acquisition.
huge deal on a semi-automatic rifle. So I
Now,
understand that it's not going to
when
be
he
as
did
smooth as
that,
like a bolt action where people have
the
all these
man
tuned parts and brakes where
raised
when they shoot, truly the gun doesn't move. But this is getting
$billion
pretty
in a
dang
month.
close on the SP10M. Now, we've pointed out a lot of the good things they've done to manage the recoil, and so that brings us down to a system
Don't
that is
believe me.
very easy to shoot. This
Believe
is another
Trump
reason
Jr.
why it won it out over other systems of its type, is that not only is there very
What
little
else can I
POI shift,
say to you?
but in addition to that, the
What
weapon is
else can
very
I
soft
say
shooting.
to you?
So, moving back to there, we have upper and
Stop
lower
all this
receivers, and
working.
it is a fully ambidextrous design.
Expand.
So on this guy right here, we have our bolt release on our right-hand side,
riding
magazine
around on a
release, and
donkey,
then on the
and they
left-hand
riding
side,
around
a
in
bolt release, bolt
airplanes,
catch,
private
magazine release.
airplanes.
And then you can see, like other good long-range designs, we do have an
'Cause
ambidextrous fire selector,
nobody's
so
teaching
that
you.
when I'm same side firing for that long-range precision, I'm still able to
Soon as
actuate
we
that
say
safety.
we can have
Now, when it comes to
$1 billion,
triggers, we do
they
have a
say,
Trigger Tech
"Oh,
AR
man,
trigger. It is a
man,
3-pound trigger single
'cause you
stage. I
condition.
typically do like a 2-stage trigger,
Now, shouldn't we
but
go
I
this
really
far?
kind of love this. And this was
what
designed
type
for
of,
people.
I wanna,
So
Feeling
listen,
that we have no
we have a
movement.
lot of other questions to answer here.
We have a
but I
3-pound
just
pole.
wanted to
Like I
answer
said, very
a couple
short,
of them,
just no
so
effort,
that
and that's
can
what you want from a
understand
precision rifle. You don't want to
what
have to
I'm
be
trying
worried
to
about
say
your
to
trigger
you.
pull.
Your question
In many
is,
ways,
can
I would
you do
almost
this?
want a
It has
little bit
nothing
more
to do
weight,
with
like
that
closer to 4
level
pounds.
of money.
But
has
that's
nothing
really
to
me
do with your
nitpicking.
credit.
The 3 has been
Nobody don't
phenomenal,
care nothing
and
about
in
no
addition to
credit.
that,
When you
with this
talk
rifle, I'm
about
consistently
$500 million,
printing between 0.7 and between
Right.
0.5
And there are
0.7,
contingency
which is
SEC attorneys
psychotically
that
small.
are able
Going
to
back
do
to there
this.
at the stock, there are some different versions
If
at
you're
different
ready
stocks.
to
Some of
do
them have the
that, give us a
Magpul
call
PRS
and
Gen
we can
3.
help you.
I really like this design that they have
All
right
right.
here.
Perfect.
Length
That's
As long as there's
adjustable,
contingency.
That's what we do.
pads in these
Perfect. Sounds good.
movable
Thank you.
sections,
That's
and
what
the
we
cheek
do
pad
in the
can rise
daytime.
up and down
We
depending on
assist
what you
you.
need. So, when it comes to the SP10, most
I don't
of
just sit
what
here
we're
and
talking
teach you
about is
all
on the
night, and that's
system,
it. I sit in this
how
chair,
well it
like
prints,
Mr.
how well
said
it
on the
groups,
internet.
how soft it is to shoot, and how soft it recoils. But there's another thing that we need to talk about, and that's going to be reliability
sense?
and
Thank you, sir.
durability.
And
So
good luck
during
with the
SOCOM
reverse
testing of these
osmosis
rifles, which is really
machine.
nice, it's really nice to have SOCOM, NSW,
And
Crane put their money into
the
testing
website,
different rifles because
about-
in most
about the
cases
search
they're
engine,
able
I
to
think
test
you
these
should add,
rifles
GPT
to an
wrapper,
nth degree
'cause
that we're not
everything is
really
going
able to
AI.
test it to.
Everyone's
But
using
these
ChatGPT and
barrels,
Gemini
these guns
instead
in
of, Google
particular,
and Yahoo.
take a really long
Yeah,
time
just leave
to start
that.
getting past
Yeah.
the one
Have a good one,
MOA
sir.
grouping.
Thank you so
The
much.
barrel, the way the lockup is, how
built
soft the
that,
recoil is, how little wear you see on the parts,
7 years ago.
all contributes to make for a rifle that can
Okay,
shoot
7,
precisely
8 years ago.
for a very long period of time. Obviously, a
Okay, how
6.5 barrel
about, is
has
there
less
another
barrel life
lady?
than a
Let's
308.
see if we can
That's
answer
just
people
life.
kind
But
of
even
late, so
despite
let's
that,
see.
there are many reports of these
Susan,
going close
what's your
to
question?
not double, but about an extra 5K rounds over traditional barrels that you typically see. So not only
Susan
are these
Jones,
guns
you have to open
very,
your
very
mic.
accurate,
What's your
they also
question?
last
How
for a very
about,
long period of time. And in addition to that, they're also very reliable. If there's any issues with
Hey, Mr.
cycling,
Whitehead.
you can simply crank over that gas adjustment
How are
to
you
power
tonight?
through any type of
got me
debris, carbon,
Let 'em know,
all
let
that
'em
crap that
know.
accumulates in the gun as you shoot a ton.
I have,
So when
when it comes to the SP10M, we've kind of hinted at it for a long time because we've used the SP10Ms as like a benchmark against other precision rifles. But they truly are, in my in my humble opinion,
on the
some
webinar.
of the best DMRs currently on the market. This is
and I
due to
watch
the ingenuity of the
television, and
design.
I've been
This is
listening
due to the longevity of the
things that I
design.
hear.
And, you know, quite
And
frankly,
I
these
hear
guns are
you
made to kill.
echoing
They're
all of it
phenomenal.
through
They're
there.
phenomenal shooters. They're made for combat.
So,
and they're
I'm
exceptional in
like,
every way.
okay,
In
I'm
addition
really
to that,
digging this stuff.
they're
You know,
not
I'm really-
costing
it's really
that much. I see
sinking
them
in.
typically going for
So I just wanted to
$2,900
share
for
that with
SP10.
you.
Obviously for the
But
M, for the
my
military model
question
more.
is,
But SP10 is going to
can
be
you,
absolutely
like,
fine.
instead
When you
of-
compare that to, you know, an SR25, an HK417 or something like that, that's a very reasonable price. Unfortunately, when you get into these large frame ARs that are extremely precise, you're just looking to pay more. But the Seekins, in my opinion, ends up being a very phenomenal system. So we've kind of gotten to the end of what
So
I
it
really
doesn't
need to
have
say
to be
about
the court
SP10M.
first. You can,
And that is,
I could
it's
just
awesome.
come in and
It's a
purchase
phenomenal design. And if you're looking for
publicly
something
traded
to,
company.
you know, head out into the woods and LARP around,
They use the
man,
money
the
for the
SP10 really is
shelf
amazing.
corp to
Should
raise
things
the
ever go
money to
wrong,
get
you need to
that.
fight,
If you have the
you know, some
means
tyrannical enemy, well, guaranteed
that,
this is going to be a very, very
Okay,
good rifle.
good to know.
So we've done a lot of talking. We're going to go ahead and go through the gun.
You're welcome.
Talk a little bit about the setup.
How
I usually
about
get a lot of questions about
Dave
that.
Robinson? What's
So I'm
your
using a Harris bipod. I just like them for how quick they are to deploy and how quick they are to stow. I do understand there are better bipods out there for precision, and everybody could talk about that.
Okay,
But
I had to unmute.
time and time
Am I
again, I just love my
unmuted?
Harris bipods.
Yes, sir.
On the side, I do have
Okay,
a PEC
okay.
15 full power.
Hey, good night,
the
sir.
reason for
Oh.
this is you need the CMV
I got
DLR.
a
So right
question.
here we have a
I'm
CMV
almost
DLR.
ready
This is a
for
clip-on
the-
night
you know,
vision
they
device that
working
goes
on
right in front of my optic.
my
And then
court
what
and,
it does
you know,
is
my
provide a
articles and
very
stuff like
high
that.
resolution, high
But I
fidelity
got a
picture. So you get
concern
very clean white
because
phosphor
and
night
I
vision
ain't
too.
never heard you say
So
nothing about
if I need a little bit
taxes
more
or
light on the
nothing. Like,
target, the
Gav
PEC
said
15 allows me to
something
do
about
that, or if you need to
taxes
point
all
somebody
the
out,
time.
something out to somebody else.
Yeah, but
Those
I'm
are all
talking about my
helpful things to
personal
have. It's always
tax,
nice
right?
to
So
have something to help you
do
fight
we
at
have
night.
anybody
Now,
that,
we do have
you know,
Scrim.
that I
The
can
Scrim that we
get
have on
with
here is from
to,
Relv. It's their
you know,
little vegetation
so I
wraps.
can
I
work on my
love the way it
personal
looks.
tax, 'cause I don't know
Relv
if
are also
that's
good
gonna be
buddies
a
of ours because
hindrance for
we're
my
huge
court.
supporters of their mission of providing thermal covers and thermal camouflages for the civilian
Does
world.
anybody-
So
I'm a
go and check them
couple
out for
of-
sure.
I'm a couple of
We have that
years
wrapped at the
delinquent.
forend, right around the thread of the
is that on your
optic. There are
credit
obviously
report?
different ways to camouflage your gun.
No, it's not on my
Very-
credit report.
Moving back, we do have kind of two different setups
I
here.
got it.
So you can see
Yeah,
that on our
and I'm
308
not
version,
understanding, 'cause they sent me a
but
letter
different.
and they telling me-
So
they was
the
telling
difference
me
is
that
primarily in the
nothing
optics
wasn't
itself.
due,
So on the
but,
optic that we have
you know,
here, we
it
are running a
still was,
Nightforce Attacker.
a
These
set
are
of
very tough,
delinquent
very
taxes
robust
from
optics. There are
2012.
optics I would say are a little bit
And then I
clearer,
got-
but
I
probably
got,
nothing that is
an
quite
equipment
as
lien
robust and
also, but
reliable,
that's
which
not
is
on
what I
my
wanted
that's
on this
not
kind
on
of
my,
go-to-war weapon. Now, on
my
our
credit report
308
either,
version,
because I'm
we do have a
making
Tangent Theta
payments
on
on
here,
it.
which is a
So,
phenomenal
go
optic
ahead.
from the guys who made
yourself
the
a,
LK Inspector. On the top, we have a Vortex red dot
I
for
can't give
spotting,
you tax
kind of
information,
seeing
but you
where
need
we
to
are
get
with our reticle.
a tax
So also a
person
really good setup,
and
just a
take
slightly
look at
shorter
that.
range setup,
But,
and that also comes
I
into
don't
play with
think
our optic,
that-
which
I don't
is
think that
not
would
as
hinder you
much
from having a
magnification
corporation.
as our Nightforce Attacker. Now, on the
Okay.
cats right here,
So,
we have our own products. This is our
Is there anybody on your
dope
team
cards
that
that
I
you
can
can put on
talk
the
to
side.
about
We also
taxes?
have a more traditional design right here, just with
Because
white
I'm gonna
and
need a
rain
CPA
paper that we've
I'm gonna
taped
need a
on,
CPA
just to show you
anyway,
different
right?
methods of having the dope cards for your
suggest that.
gun just on your gun.
Stay in
itself.
your lane.
Yeah.
In the video,
So,
you probably
wait
saw
till
me
take his
with an
information
armband that
and,
also had dope cards as
and,
well as different ways to measure targets. These are all
see, we'll
helpful
send
things to
him the
have.
Lowell,
Running a Blue Force
put his
gear,
information there,
surplusing
put
from the old
Lowell
Navy SEAls. The QD points
after
on these
that.
handguards are perfect
Okay.
for long range work, and I have
They're
no
going to put in
issues
your
there.
information
Now,
in the chat box.
on our PEC, obviously
Yeah,
activating
yeah,
the PEC all the way out
All right,
here,
thanks,
not really
Mr.
happening.
Whitehead.
So we have one of the long extension
about
cords
Uma?
you used to see on the PEC
Meros.
2s running all the way down to the magwell for activation there. So that is our basic setup. This is a very deadly design. This is a
Mr.
very
Whitehead, I appreciate
just
you
awesome design. In every way, I recommend the
everything
Seekins
that you're doing
SP10 and the
and sharing this
SP10M.
information
And
with us.
I know it's
I
taken us a
found it
while to
very
get to it, but we really wanted to take our
So,
time on these
I
rifles.
wanted
And
to
man,
just ask,
I am just impressed. So get get out there, get yourself a precision rifle. If you can't afford an SP10M, understandable. If you have something else, you have a PSA and you're like, oh my God, well, you know what? This gun might be a half-minute gun. That might be a 1.2-minute gun. But you might be a 3-minute shooter. The point is, go get training. Train with your weapons. Actually get out. Put rounds to them. Be a lot more scared of somebody with a PSA budget build who shoots every day or somebody with a sequence where they shoot once a year. So get out there, get training, shoot. That's what's going to matter. Guys, thank you so much for watching. We got nothing else for you. Final thing for you guys is going to be a little bit of dad advice. Dad advice for today is if your daughter ever hands you a teacup, you are playing tea time. There is no way around it.
it is a force of nature.
In my opinion.
But get out there, guys. Thank you so much. We got nothing else for you. Stay safe.
I have learned from you today. All right. So I was looking at what would be the way.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance. Insurance. Now when I say nationwide, you say it's both. Nationwide. Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation. Columbus, Ohio.
Is getting
oh boy, Battlefield 6, man, the firing range is so cool. I bet the shotgun is so balanced.
It's not really.
Game sick, brother. Oh my god, what the
venture capital is not getting harder and harder to get. It's how you anytime you want money from somebody, you have to make them interested in your pitch. You have to have a pitch that sparks them.
Yes, I have that. I have a pitch that.
You're gonna do either equity, and that's giving a piece of your company. See, for everybody out there, the corporation is just something that's shares in your articles. Because with shares. And so the shares means those are assets.
Battlefield 6 is now out. We have most of us played the beta. In fact, the beta has smashed many records at this point. And you know what? I got a little tired of being killed by Beavis and Butthead and the Terminator. And I'm kind of ready for a military shooter that appeals to the masses. Now, my name is Mike. I'm a former Air Force Special Warfare guy. I am retired out of the military, but I spent 12 years in the military. And if you don't know, I am a massive Battlefield fan. I've been playing since 1942. And in fact, a little bit of Grantham lore. I actually was the top-ranked player in Battlefield Bad Company.
So we're going to
back
have
in the
to
day.
kind of
People would leave, servers would hop in. That was back in the past. I'm not that good anymore.
Because we don't want to break any guidelines.
But I still love a good Battlefield game. And as a kid, and even still now when I play, I love seeing the weapons that I've used both in the military as well as outside of the military. And I love being able to bring you guys that knowledge. Today on Grantham, we're going to be comparing the real-life weapons and counterparts of the weapons from the Battlefield 6 open beta. Today on Grantham, a lot of cool shooting. Now, before we get into it, we of course have to thank the biggest sponsor of the channel. The biggest sponsor of the channel is Primary Arms. You know what? Whatever you're looking for, they got it.
Okay,
and beyond that, they actually love you. So go ahead and give them an email and say, Grantham told me to tell you that.
So you want to
know
make
what?
sure
I hope you're
that
having a
you
nice
get
day. And
information from.
You know, I think you're pretty neat. I think that'd be pretty neat. Wouldn't you agree, Sawyer?
Attorney for compliance.
Listen, guys, their HTX1, their compact 1-8s, awesome optics. And of course, if you want to be as American as possible, Henry Repeating Arms. Now, here's the thing, guys.
Rachel.
As I've gotten older, shot a lot of guns, but one thing has kind of echoed true in my life, and that's I appreciate a lot of the Americana, the history, and a good old lever action from Henry Repeating Arms is a little piece of history because they are made in America,
see what I mean, right?
Not made at all. Go check them out. Go to henrythumb.com. Can't say more about it, but it's going to be awesome. Of course, guys, if you want to get better at shooting, we have Dry Fire. We have Sawyer's brother right here looking slightly retarded, but Mantis is a great training aid. Highly recommend that you check him out. And of course, all ammunition is provided for by AAC. A big thank you to them. So with all that being said, talk is cheap, and shooting guns from Battlefield 6 in real life.
I had a question about having a
now I can't explain to you how excited I am.
I've had for about 7 to 8 months.
Battlefield is always, except for 2042, has been about realistic scenarios, realistic soldiers, just being that nameless soldier on the battlefield, just getting tracked by a jet, getting tracked by a tank. Does your life really mean anything? Maybe not in the game, maybe not in real life. But that's what the fun of Battlefield is. the guns from Battlefield 6 are for the most part real guns. Compared to Call of Duty, the thing that makes guns cool is that
I'm paying on it every 2 weeks.
follows
One of
the
those
function of the weapon. For my Call of Duty people out there, guns are cool because you try to make them look cool. And that's one thing I really like about Battlefield. The real weapons are accurately modeled, and the accessories that can be added are real accessories. We tried to be as true to it as possible with what we had in some cases. The guns that were shown were not available in the US, or the specific models and variations weren't available, but we try to get as close as we can. In some cases, we have weird names for guns, but in many cases, they're actually using the real names.
It's not even a national bank, none of that.
Today we're going to be starting with a very interesting one.
As I said earlier before you came on, I said in my opinion,
being that Battlefield seems to be rooted in a fight in the US, it makes sense for them to include the M4A1. Right here we have the M4A1. We have changed out the accessories and the components to be as close to what the game has. Now, there are some interesting things. Most notably, it does have a folding front sight. This is in stark contrast to what you typically see from military M4s. Your typical military M4 will typically have a fixed front sight post. Now, the reason why they did the folding, I'm guessing it's simply to make it so you'll pick it, because if every time you add an option,
so I can basically just write a letter to have it refinanced at a certain
that'd be kind of annoying. It's annoying for me when I was in the military using the M4, so that makes a lot of sense. Now in the game, they are using
is that like consolidation
front sight. In this case, we have a PRI, very similar. Now, the M4A1, as you unlock it in the game, is actually pretty close to the real-life counterpart. But right here, we have a variant that's a 10.3 barrel. That was a very common barrel length for these types of modifications to M4s. In the game, it's 11.5. You really didn't see that so much in real life, or a 12.5. These are barrel lengths used in the civilian world, but in the military, that application isn't so much there. So right here, as near as you can tell, they do have a whole from another bank. A little bit of liberties were taken in the modeling of the suppressor, but we're pretty close here. Then, of course, we have our laser right here. This is an NGOL in real life, and they actually modeled it. Of course, we have an EOTech. The funny thing about the EOTech is that
what's your question?
It's a real model, but it's not a model that was used in the military. But we digress. We have our gun right here. Let's see what it's like.
All right.
I know for
how you doing, Mr. Whitehead?
all the weapons that we're shooting right here have force reset triggers. That being said,
every time you do, every time. So, my question
let's
to you,
try this guy out right here.
What you were talking about earlier about basically that other trade line. Something to do with
we have our basic M4A1. As you can tell, the firing cadence and the sounds are very, very close to the game. This is something that Battlefield has always been really good at. And another cool fact is, in the game, if you're firing too much, your barrel begins to glow under the handguards. This is all real. Guns get extremely hot, hard to model, they're extremely cool.
Each other money, right?
Let's take a few more shots.
Okay, so, but they have to be set up correctly.
Now we're out. Let's talk about the reload.
Set up like properly.
On the reload, they actually did it fairly well.
Proper business.
So once I have the gun up, I go dry, bolts lock back. I'm simply going to drop the mag, going to grab my next mag,
intricacies.
Then you see him hitting the bolt release right here. It's all very real.
A phone number and all those things.
Let's take a few more bursts here. We'll go on this right-sided target, and let's see how we do just emptying into it.
Write a letter
might
from
empty a mag into somebody because time to kill, right?
Saying we're going to lend you $1,000 or $50,000, whatever.
Right.
You feel
as you can see,
is best.
We have a very
whatever you come to
tight
terms
shot
with,
pattern. I'm sure my guys from the video game will talk about how the recoil looks on this compared to the game.
And then you go
but
and
a lot of people have complained about the guns having too low recoil.
In the county assessor's office in the city that
smaller
that
weapons
the
and
company is
5.56 and 5.45,
and then
they just don't recoil that much, so it's pretty true to life. M4A1, a beast in the game and in real life, very much so a beast. Next up, we have the AK-205. Now, the AK-205 is actually not really available in the U.S. because it is a shortened variant of Russia's main assault rifle, the AK-12. Now, we've previously done a video on the AK-12.
How do you think they send you a DUNS number when you first get a corporation?
Because
they go to the county assessor's
right here, which is an AK-105, a generation before, but with upgraded parts that we have. that are direct from Russia, we have basically the same weapon right here. Now, AK-205 and the AK-105 right here all use a 12.5-inch barrel firing the 5.45, and we do have the original Russian magazine featured in the game, which is really cool.
Thank you so much for hooking
It's just cool to get these little pieces of history right here. So, with that being said, let's see what it looks like, what it sounds like when it fires. Yep, got our mag, 545 right in here, and load that up, just like in the game. They reach under, charge the charging handle. They did a great job. Let's fire a few rounds and see how this goes.
Every time. Thank you, brother. All right, have a good night and stay blessed.
So you can see, very smooth, very light recoil. In the game, the 205 has some of the lightest recoil of any gun. In real life, the 545 AK is a very light recoil. And
all right, thank you, brother.
Just a tiny bit less energy compared to the 556. Despite that, it has a slightly better ballistic coefficient, meaning that the bullet flies a little bit better overall. You see the 105, let's see what it's like when it's rocking full speed. Let's see what that looks like. Right here, we have an ultra compact version of the 105. We have what's called a crank-off. This guy is in fun mode, so let's go ahead and let's show you what that looks like as far as recoil patterns are concerned. We have our previous one from the M4A1. Let's try to shoot right to the left of that and see what it looks like.
He was
as you can see, the gun literally doesn't move. And that's also considering that this is a shorter gun. With all that being considered, it still just has zero recoil. They got the recoil pretty good, actually. Check that grouping right there.
You talking about
just a little bit smaller compared to the M4A1. So I guess Battlefield 6 is just right.
So I guess guns are actually lasers.
They kind of are. You'll see that with a lot of the guns that we shoot. But when you haven't trained individual firing these weapons, you shot quite a bit. They're very easy weapons to control, and that's what I wanted to show here. You have a lot of people showing their guns from these games, but not a lot of people who train quite as much. So a well-trained operator firing an AK, man, things going to be able easily. Now, the reloads they did extremely well. So on the AK, there is no bolt hold open, which means on the last round, it just comes forward and you get a click.
And that
fire an auto, gun just goes dry, and you're going to do just like what they do in the game. You're drawing that magazine out, you're getting that mag out, new one in,
for one of your
charge.
Trade lines. So they have the $39 program will get you one trade line.
What I'm saying to you. You pick the
lowest.
You pick
Funny enough, on this particular mag, there is a provision for bolt hold open. However, once you remove that mag, it drops that.
Option only. Not the $49. Look at the highest option, and that
Battlefield did a
$10,000 trade line.
Very good job. Now, the suppressor that they use on the AK in the game seems to be a variation of Putnik, which we have right here.
Yeah, that one was
and as you can see, it sounds good, and
it was basically the same as.
All right, next guy. Next up, we have the M417 in real life. This is the HK417. Right here we have the MR762A1, which can be purchased if you're in the good old US of A. And it is the same thing. It's odd because this isn't really a gun that's specifically used in the big military. The M110A1 is, but as is typically in the game, as an assaulter is 417, that's something you mostly see in special operations. Right here, ours has a 16-inch barrel, just like one of the options you can have in the game. The assaulter variant, which has a 12-inch barrel, is typically 13 that you see in special operations, but overall, they did a really good job on this gun. It's gun I've been using a lot in the game because one, I like the 417 in real life. Two, I'm autistic, and three,
is for free.
It just kind of the gun kind of slaps in the game.
Or you've been great, and lucky for you, I've been.
Well, that being said, let's go ahead. Let's fire a few rounds. See what we're getting. It should be noted that the 417 fires a 308, which is a far larger caliber than any weapon shown so far.
So when you were teaching rich people, you didn't
as you can
have
see,
all of these people,
with the muzzle brake that we have right here, this is one that fits a Huxworks can. Let's go to this Huxworks can on. Let's see what it's like when this weapon is suppressed. All right, we got our Huxworks can on. Got this locked in place. Let's go ahead and fire through and see what that is like. See here, we also have the optic that's used in the game. It is a 6-hour DVO, direct view optic, that is currently adopted by the United States military. Good job.
So when you were teaching rich folks, you didn't have those kind of problems. But then when you started teaching us, now
it's
people
super
want
fun.
to
Okay, let's do, let's say 5 rounds on
condemn you to say,
let's see
to
how
a
fast
degree.
Is
that
one thing that
how
I
you
find
see
very
it?
interesting
Or
is that the
that's how I see
417
it?
falls in the carbine category.
I see it like this.
I think most people consider
I
the
see it
417
that,
very much so a rifle, both due to caliber.
I can hear it.
It doesn't fall into that carbine role. That's
like
how they use it.
this. I
So
see
what
a
we're
lot
going to
of
do
people
is we're going to fire
for
a few
different
rounds here
reasons
at
do
close
different
quarters,
things.
using this not
And
like a
for
DMR, just a
some
marksman
people,
rifle, but like what it is in the game, a assaulter's carbine.
They've been
Okay,
so
son of my eyes,
conditioned
let's go ahead.
because they've
Let's
been
do
ripped
this
off
round.
so much. Ripped off, and they don't believe a lot of stuff that people are telling them when they're not familiar with it. And so the first thing they'll do is to say,
Got a 3 right there.
that
First is a little
don't
off to the
make
right. I got the
sense.
son of my eyes.
Or
Leave me
that's-
alone, guys. But
he's
as you can see, the
he's a
weapon's very
snake oil
controllable.
salesman or something,
Just
because
like in game, you
they've
do
been-
have that kind of
they've been
harder
ripped
recoil
off.
off of
People
it.
get ripped
And
off on that
this would be
internet.
difficult
So
to
when
run and
you
gun
come,
with. Not
you have
because,
to
it's
prove to
heavy,
them
but just the amount of
listen,
ammunition that you need to
go
carry
look
on you.
this stuff up.
It's just a lot
Obama
for a
said it.
gunfight.
Go
Very
look
cool.
this-
They did a great job
Donald
with it.
Trump
My favorite
Jr.
part
did it.
is that they
Okay,
very
don't
accurately
believe
have
me.
modeled the
This is-
magazines
don't-
in
you
terms
have to
of the
go
way
in
that
and
they're
say-
used. So this is something that I've
Some of the
really
things
been
I
enjoying
say is out there in the
Battlefield.
United States
But
code.
I can go
So
on and
don't
on
argue
about
with
this.
me. Argue with
Let's
the United
move
States
into
Congress,
assault
okay?
rifles.
So you have to come in. But they don't.
Next gun we're going to talk about is going to be in the assault rifle category, and that is going to be the G36.
Online,
There's a couple interesting things here.
but they're not
One,
actually able
the
to come
G36
here
that
where
they're
I teach
using
for
is actually
hours.
the full-length.
They don't even give it the
rifle
benefit of
variant
the doubt
of the
because they say,
G36. This isn't
stuff
something that
he
you see very
talking
often.
billions
Most
of dollars. He's a
G36s are like
snake
the
oil, so he's a-
G36C,
I ain't never heard
which
of
is an
him.
extremely
So
short model with an
that's one
8.3-inch
reason
barrel,
they may say
or
that.
the K model
The next
with a
reason
12-inch
they may
barrel.
say
So
that
I think it's cool that they did
is
that. In
because
addition, they
they
used
have
the
online
newer
stuff themselves,
HK
and they
P-Mod
figure
Slimline
if you can
handguard,
get in a-
which is
in a-
pretty, I would say,
a little-
on the nose
a little
and good
debate
for
with
kind of
Derek
the
White in it,
era that they're trying to
then
put
your
their game
ratings are
into.
gonna go up.
That being said,
you're going to get
we
a
don't
whole
have the
lot of
full-size
hits.
model, but we do just have a regular G36
Because,
right here, which we can show you how that looks in comparison
you figure
to
a lot
the
of people they
G36
say,
in-game.
well, one guy came on here and said, "I'll debate you. You don't know what you talking about because." You know,
Okay, let's check that
I'm
out.
telling you right
Unfortunately,
away
this one isn't the
that,
fun version.
If you try to
but
get
the
money from
G36
Dun
is a
and
very
Bradstreet,
controllable,
you know,
very
I'll
easy to
give
fire
you $1
weapon.
million.
If you notice, when I'm
you
shooting it,
debate me.
the
So
entire
he wanted
charging
me to say,
handle
okay,
right
I'll
here
debate
is
you.
reciprocating.
So now he becomes
So it can be a little
popular
weird. You grab it
for
out here,
debating
you grab it right
Derek
here.
Whitehead.
It's up to
Well,
operator
I'm not.
preference.
I don't
but
have
let's see
time
what
to
that looks like
debate you. I'll
eventually.
just tell you straight out right here. I said, why can't we just talk right here?
Pretty
Let me
neat,
see.
right?
Well,
Let's go ahead
I'll
and show what that
we
reload
could
will look
debate.
like. On
I
the
said, well,
G36,
I'm not
when it
gonna
fires
take
the
your
last
money,
round, so usually we'll go to a
but I'm
bolt
gonna
lock.
tell you right away.
With the G36, it is a paddle release. So to
you're
release the
in
mag,
error.
you're simply going to hit that paddle,
Because first
and you
of
can
all,
flick that
Dun
mag
and
right out.
Bradstreet does
Now, when
not
you
even
reinsert,
give
it's fairly
money.
easy. The mag well is fairly large.
So
and these
you
are
would
not
lose right there.
the mags that are used
You
with
said
M4s. These are
Dun and Bradstreet
G36
will
specific.
give you,
Once that mag's in, you simply
even when you're
run
trying
the
to get
charging
money
handle,
from Dun and
or you
Bradstreet.
hit the bolt release
I said,
in the trigger
sir,
guard. In the game, he
keep
is
your
running the
money.
charging handle. That's how we're
I
going
want to take your $1 million,
right here.
but
And
I
we
don't
are
want
out.
to debate you because I'll tell you
the
in front of
G36,
everybody.
just like in game,
look it up.
Is a very
Dun
light
and Bradstreet
recoiling,
are
very
merchant
well-made
accounts.
assault rifle.
You only that's Costco cards. You don't get money from Dun
We're
and
showing the
Bradstreet.
G36.
So
let's move on.
you would
Let's keep going.
lose.
Next one is going to be the M433.
And he was
Now,
away.
the M433
So,
is really
you know, a
interesting
lot
simply
of people,
because
they
it is
come
a brand new weapon. Being that this
raise
game
up their,
is current time
you know,
/ slightly
get a
near
debate
future,
with me,
it makes sense to
you know,
see the M433 in
and
a
that
large
may
capacity,
raise up
in a
their
large
level
scale.
of
More.
like hits or
The
whatever you call
M433
them,
from HK is essentially their G36
Yes, sir.
mixed with their HK416, which we have right here. It is a short-stroke gas-operated weapon, which is precisely how the G36 and the HK416 are. As you can see, it's not specifically a brand new, amazing piece of technology. Rather, it's a refinement on current engineering projects that they have, and it's bringing it into the modern world with its attachments, the way it works, and just how well manufactured it is. To give you an idea of what it will look like when that gun is firing in real life.
So they don't recognize.
We have the HK416, same operating system, and we'll show you how fast that rocks. Now on here, we do have a CNT suppressor. In the game, it should be noted, I have seen quite a few BMP suppressors, which is cool. They're a very large suppressor manufacturer, and seeing those in a modern conflict, absolutely on point.
They also recognize small business financial exchange because that's
one
banks
thing that we have
talking
to
to
note
banks.
is that when you add a
Every
suppressor
bank
to a
recognizes
weapon, you
that.
actually increase the back pressure.
Yeah, well, he didn't mention that one.
Speeds up the cyclic rate. Now, you don't have this in game. It could be explained with gas systems and kind of tuning it,
So,
but
I'm not gonna
generally the guns are just going to run faster. So let's compare that to with the suppressor on and see how much slower it runs.
We'll do our best to implement what you're teaching us.
Much slower, very interesting. In any case, hope you guys enjoyed what the M433 could look like. But to be frank, there's not a single M433 in the U.S. I have handled it.
What's your question?
I have hands-on time with it, but this is a weapon I've never fired because it is so brand new, and I love it. So very cool for Battlefield to have it in the game. Now, with the M433, it does have forward-mounting charging handles. Obviously, we don't have one, but
Yes. Thank you, first of all, man. I really
which has a
appreciate all the
very,
knowledge tonight,
very
man.
similar operating mechanism and a very similar charging method.
I know you
So
said
once you
LLC
are
is
at
nothing,
bolt
so
lock,
she had
so
LLC
bolt lock to the
now
rear,
for,
you fired your last round,
2 years.
you went take your mag,
And
insert
so
it, and
she
you can simply
just
run
get
that
rid of
charging
it and
handle
we
to get
start
the
over
gun
with C
back
Corp
up
or
into.
That's
should we get a C Corp?
No, that's why you should have a C Corp if you want to go to the moon.
Neat.
But your LLC should be
The next gun is the NVO.
ABC
a lot of talk about this gun because it seems to be
you don't want to be put in a
pretty
sick
freaking
code.
good. It's
You ever
throwing
notice
laser
Sony
beams and
don't
hitting
mean
pretty hard.
televisions
So
and
the
Apple
NVO
doesn't mean
from the game
computers
is
and
the Galil
Walmart doesn't mean
Ace in
clothes.
real life. Now,
know
it is
better.
chambered in
So you should never
7.62 by
have a
3.9,
specific name.
although there are many chamberings
next
for that
thing is
particular weapon. 7.62-3.9, you might know, is the
your
main
corporation should
caliber
have that.
used by
That's
the
what you use to get
AKM,
the money
the AK-47.
with no
I
specific
actually hate
name.
this gun
So
very much. I
ABC
don't
Inc.
like it. That being said,
doing
we have
business
reviewed it. We have a lot of
as
footage of it.
underneath it,
But suffice to say,
such
it
and
was
such
modeled
LLC.
extremely accurately.
And
They
you can
did a
have as
very
many
good
as
job
those
of
as
it.
you want, like
But the thing that
Walmart
I'll
and
disagree
everybody
with
else.
is the recoil pattern on the Galil Ace. That
So
gun
it is still
is
good.
just
And if your
hard.
LLC
the fact that
is
in the
worth
game, for
$1
some
million
reason, it has
and you put
literally
it
zero
underneath
recoil,
the
just doesn't
mama
make
is
a whole
worth
lot
$1
of
million
sense to me.
now.
I get it.
And the
What makes the
LLC,
Galil Ace
so
so
now
good
you're
is it
worth
is gas
$2
hard.
million.
It can
It's
power
not the
through all
money
that
you
dirt
have.
and grime.
You
It's a
don't
very
own
reliable
anything.
weapon. It
It's
recoils
what your
hard, has a
your
slow cyclic
company
rate,
is
so
worth.
maybe that's something that's harder to show
People bragging
in
about how
game
much money
balancing.
they have. Anybody
Without
with
making it
any
more
bank
of a
or any
laser
money
beam.
or any investor,
I don't get it. But
anybody
that
that
is
understands
NVO,
business,
the Galil
they know
Ace.
nobody cares about how much money you have. If you tell me I got 10 million,
So
you can
right
go
here
buy a
we
yacht
have the
tomorrow
M18
and be broke.
Now,
but if you tell me your corporation
despite
is worth
controversy as
10
of this
million,
filming right now, the M18,
because the
SIG
shares
P320,
have
is a heavily
value.
used
You took
weapon
the
within
fake
NATO.
money,
It's both
you bought
adopted by the
real
United States
property
military,
with it.
both the Navy, the Marine
fake
Corps, and the Air
dollars.
Force
You bought
all
real
use the
watches and real
M18,
gold and
and the
real-
Army
real
uses the
houses or
M17,
real
which is a
stuff.
slightly longer variant.
Put them in your
Meanwhile,
corporation.
Australia and many
Now
other
your
countries are
corp has
continuing to adopt it. This
assets.
is the Australian
So your
model right
shares
here.
that were worth
Let's talk
nothing
about this.
have
Now, right
value.
here, the game
So
calls
your
it the
shares
P18.
now
In real life,
make
it is the
you worth
M18.
something.
A
You have
handgun
a
is an interesting
valuation.
thing.
So
Maybe not
if
carried
you
by your
tell me
normal
your corp
infantry,
is
but
worth
often carried by
10
special operations, carried by
million
officers, carried by
I
machine
know that
gunners,
could be
and in some
sold
cases
for
carried by
3, 6,
designated
or
marksmen
9
and
times
snipers.
the
So
value
the
of it,
pistol
what
is
it's
very
worth.
much something that you see quite a bit
So
in the
the real money
military,
is in the
and
value
it
of the
is
company.
very
So if you
accurately
put your
modeled. It
LLC
should be
underneath
noted
it,
that the
gives
P18 in-game
value
is
to
modeled
the
after
mama,
the
so you have
civilian
double value,
M18
double
and
worth.
not the military M18. This can be kind of explained by
Absolutely, man. I
your
appreciate the
iron sight
knowledge, man.
and the
You can
length.
drop in
Some
on
of this
this tonight,
information
man.
is
I
also
thank you for
available in
everything.
the Internet Movie Firearm Database, which I reference quite
Let's
often
see.
and contribute to.
Capitalist
you guys
Clyde.
should too if you have any inclination
Capitalist
to do so.
Clyde. What's your
Let's take a look at some of the controls on the M18 right
How
here.
you doing, brother?
This is straight off the
I don't
production
have a
line from the
question. I just
Australian
wanted to tell you
contract.
that
So
I
we
told
have
him
our
about the
safety right
question
here.
last week
We
about
have our
people
slide
that do it
release,
with
and then we
businesses.
have, of
The
course, our
pledge on
takedown
the answer
lever.
is yes.
These are all SIG
And,
optics and SIG lights on
wonder
here.
when somebody
Whether or or not these are all supposed to be adopted by the United States military, up for grabs, but by foreign military, absolutely. So first thing we're going to do, safety off, and we're going to fire a few rounds. We'll do about 6 rounds here. We'll go for the head on this guy on the left.
Pledge loan with your business. So you don't go in and take $500, $5,000, $5 million,
It is
whatever.
a easy gun
put it
to
in the
fire. The
bank,
recoil's not
and then
harsh or
borrow
anything.
against your
It's not
own
my
money
particularly favorite
and
handgun,
pay it
but
off
you know
in about
what?
3 weeks or whatever.
Not much you can do when it's adopted and you're in the military and you got to use
have
it.
an excellent bank installment line. So thank you, brother.
So once
Thank
we go
you.
to slide
give
lock,
you
just like in the game, we're going to grab our new
Rachel
mag. Once that new mag's in, we can simply hit the slide
to
release.
Loita.
Now, it's funny, but in the game, the guy
Loita
reloads
can
it
get
pretty
to me.
slow. So when I'm firing, mag in,
Vlad,
release
putting your
with this hand,
information in the chat
or
box. Thank you.
with that hand right there.
How about
It is a
Bobby
fast
B?
weapon to
Bobby B.
get back into the fight, but in any case, we have the SIG M18.
It's Whitehead. It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure.
Thank you, brother.
Hey, I'm gonna keep it short, Mr.
So right
Whitehead.
here we have the SIG MPX. Now
in terms of the
in the
trade
game this
line-
is called the SGX. They do have a K
this part of
variant.
the gold
We do have the
package, or you got
full-size
that
model right here with the
additional
8-inch
line for
barrel. I do want to
that's
point
an
out that the
outside
8-inch
group.
barrel
We
is
don't,
100% an option for the SGX in-game. Therefore, this is
Those are
pretty close
outside
to
groups that we can
correct.
send you to if
So
you
let's go ahead
desire
and
that
fire
you feel like you want that.
a few bursts right here and see what we're gonna get.
They charge about
All right, that's cool. Let's see what it's like in
I
fun
believe,
mode.
points per 100,000 trade line. They're going to charge about $3,500.
You know, this gun really has no recoil in real life. It's always been a
that's
favorite
less-
of mine.
that's less
Come
than
take a
an
look at the grouping right
authorized
there.
user.
You can see we have
Try to
multiple
buy
points where we
an
just
authorized
shoot out the
user
center.
for $3,500.
This is a great gun. Submachine guns are amazing.
authorized user.
But let's talk a little bit about the reload in the game compared to what we got right
so
here.
you can put 100. You can put a million. You can put
in the game, they
$100,000.
release that mag,
You can put
and they get in the new mag, and then he hits the bolt release on the right-hand side.
Experian.
That is real. Oddly
So you
enough,
can
he
get
kind of
those
checks the chamber,
revolving,
then hits that bolt release.
credit cards.
It's
That's
odd. It's
Experian.
kind of an odd reload.
And then
But
put the other
who am I to
75
judge? No
on-
judgment here on a lot of
on
judgment
small
here, Grant.
business financial
Let's see how tight I can
exchange,
get this
so you
grouping.
can
Get back to
look
7
and
yards.
look good for those installment lines of small business
Dancing me a little bit, but I
financial
managed to
exchange.
chew most of it out, but that looks pretty good.
Is revolving
Now, the reason I say the reload is
lines
so
of
odd
credit,
is
like credit
look at
cards
what
and
the
stuff.
reload
So now you
can
got
be.
the bolt.
So I actually have
So
a
that's
bolt
what the
release right here
bank
on this side.
is basically
So I
looking
drop
at.
the
They ain't
mag,
interested
I
in
grab
no
a new one,
merchant
I
accounts
simply
'cause
have to
they
hit
giving
the
you money.
release right there,
Can't take back
and I'm back
money.
on the gun. I don't have to, roll the
So
gun
you
over
can
or
have
anything like
all
that.
the
It's
will
fairly
and
unnecessary. So again, mag
Uberline
out,
and all that.
mag
No
in,
thanks, I'm kidding
the
about
bolt release,
that.
and you're
Talking
back
about
up.
some getting money.
Okay, that's awesome. I'm working on the AJ right now.
That is the MPX,
So,
and they did a really
I'm
good
gonna
job
go
with
ahead
it.
and,
It's always fun to me when
ahead and pop
a
it tomorrow.
submachine gun ends up being pretty good because I think they're really good close quarters
give
weapons,
his number to
and a
Lolita.
lot of first-person shooter games are close quarters.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
So this absolutely
Bobby,
makes
can you
sense.
put in your
Hope you
information
love this
in
as
the
much
chat
as I
box,
did.
please?
Next
So I
gun.
can send
The
it
next
over
gun
to
is the
Lita.
MP7.
I'll put, the
A very
information.
popular
You said
weapon,
you're
one that
dealing
I've
with
used
AJ.
both in the military as well as in my
Okay.
civilian
Yes.
career.
Yeah, go ahead. Back to
Unfortunately,
AJ.
the civilian models just really don't work that well at all. The military ones, which are actually
got
made by
AJ's information,
HK,
right?
about $50,000.
Yes, I
We're
do.
going to go ahead
There
and
you go,
pass on
yeah.
that when we're going
Yeah,
to show
go ahead,
footage
deal
of
with
us
AJ.
shooting it. But suffice to say,
All right, but
they
thanks
did
so
a
much for your
really
time.
good job
Have a
on
wonderful
modeling
night.
the MP7 and now making it just like its
All right,
true life
last
counterpart.
question.
And it is distinctly different from the MPX / the SGX
Monty.
in game.
Last
That's one thing I
question.
want to say is
What's your question,
each gun feels very
And Mr.
different.
Whitehead. So for my question tonight, I was wondering with the
I know I'm not a game reviewer, guys, but it's cool to me when I see a game that just every gun feels different because I understand how difficult that can be. So we've got through our submachine guns. Let's move on to our.
Would the banks have an issue with
In a world filled with nasal congestion,
for giving you a
one hero rises. Afrin No Drip Allergy Sinus. Experience ridiculously powerful sinus congestion relief.
Oh, well, like I'm wondering if they would have like an issue with it not being
sinus pressure.
or exactly
No drips,
labeled
no
as an
mess,
income
just clear,
transaction.
unblocked
This is the
breathing. Plus, try
or
all
like
new
the
Afrin Saline
NCC
Daily
codes,
Care.
which
It's a
is
drug-free way
nice.
to instantly clear out excessive mucus,
If you have
allergens,
a
or irritants.
business account
Afrin,
and you
the
put your
wow
money
is
in a
real.
business
Use as
account,
directed.
they're interested that you're putting
Right
the
here
money
we have the
in their
L110.
bank.
Sounds like a British military designation,
Oh, okay.
but it is essentially
Fair
a
enough.
mini, which is basically an M249 saw.
As long as you're
Right
not
here we have
doing
the
anything
M249 saw.
illegal,
So question
right?
is, what is
There's
the
no need to
difference
do anything
between
illegal. And
the
the bank is your
M249
friend.
and the mini
If you don't get
furniture?
that,
So like
they
hand
print
guards,
it.
butt stocks,
So
other
there
than
ain't
that,
no
they are
sense
the
of
same
going
gun.
against the grain.
A lot
Go
of
with
people
the
I've
grain.
noticed have been
Don't hate
very
the player.
concerned
Don't
at
hate
how
the game.
little
Learn the
recoil
game and be
machine
a
guns
player
have.
and stay
And
out of
that's
their
valid
politics
if you
and
don't
go in
know
and do
how a
what you
machine
need
gun
to do
operates. The
for
Mini-Me
your
is firing a
family
5.56,
and pay your
same
taxes
round
and
that the
get more
M4
money
fires, same round that
considered
the
for more
M433
money.
fires.
That's the game.
416. It's a
People can
very
tell you
small,
all they
very light
want,
round.
but all
This
these
is a
rich
very
folks
large,
are
very
playing
heavy
by
machine
the
gun. It's
rules,
made that way
playing
so
the
it can
game.
fire at
Why shouldn't
sustained
you?
rates for a
Learn the
long
game.
period of time without overheating and breaking.
So pretty much for a basis, they don't really care about where the funds come from, as long as it's legal funds
work
and
in a game because
right.
well, suppressor fire works in real life because you could die by being shot at by a machine gun, so you don't want to peek your little head up. In the game, you peek your head up and you respawn. No respawn.
Yeah, like,
Let's go ahead. Let's see what the recoil is like on this guy. Let's talk about it. We are firing M855 Alpha 1, which is the actual military round.
You know, they,
Brett, see what the recoil is like?
I get what you mean now.
right.
Appreciate it, my guy.
Literally no recoil. That's the way a machine gun is because it's so heavy. Most of the time, machine guns are often fired from a fixed position or something where they're able to lay down fire, while the other element maneuvers
go in and make sure you get something done.
Let's go. Let's put down the bipod.
Continual learning
fire
starts at
some
home.
bursts from the ground.
So I can give you this
and then we'll
information,
talk about it.
but don't come back next week saying, "Hey, I got a question based on what you said last week." Go do some investigation. I said, "You said what's a Ferrari?" I said, "It's that thing right in front of you. That
super
car,
fun.
that red car."
So if you guys want to come over right here, I'll explain some of the reloads when it comes to the saw.
So go in and investigate and take the stuff that I'm showing you and go level up.
A machine gun is very much so a doctrinal
more
thing
knowledgeable
in the military.
than everybody on that internet.
Some things are done for the purpose of safety, and they're always repeated,
they just go to
no
webinars,
matter what. So,
not saying that everybody, but most people
we
go
still
to
have a
webinars
round in
and
the
seminars,
chamber,
and now
and you're going to do a reload,
Now they
you
start
can
their
of
own
course
channel
simply
and start teaching,
take
and then
the
people
belt
are saying,
off, pop the box off, take a new box, pop it in, and then you can get your round back onto the feed tray, and then close it, and then you can go back to firing.
doing this too, okay? Because I want to give you the information that you can teach your children and your children's children.
If you're wondering how these rounds stay in place, this little tab right
possible.
here
This is a
actually slips
banging place you living in right there.
between
Do you
the
know this
rounds
about
right
the
there
only place
to
that
keep
you
them
can do
lined up.
that? Some
So it's a
credit
very simple
cards
but very
with nothing
effective
but
way of
credit
reloading.
and
Sometimes
get
these will have
credit
starters
cards
on them.
and
It's a
then
little
turn that
tab that
into
comes out to right
money
here
and then put
that
that
allows
in
you to more
corporation,
easily get your
and now
rounds
your
and ensure that
corporation
they're
has
not
value,
slipping, that you have
and now
it
you go
indexed
get more
correctly.
money and get more stuff and more
we
assets.
go dry completely.
This is
fire round right here.
But we got people
So we are
talking about
completely
Section
dry.
8, right?
No round is going anywhere. First thing we're going to do,
you know
we're
they cut
going to wrap
EBT?
the bolt to the rear. The reason we do that is just to make the reload a lot easier. We're going to pop open the feed tray, look away
When I
as we
saw
lift
that,
up to ensure
I had
that
a
it's
friend
clear of
call me
rounds,
up and
clear of
said,
any type of links.
Man, guess what?
At this point, we're going to take our old box
Man, they
off,
cut
put our
EBT.
new box on. We can take our rounds, place an N, and then close the feed tray cover. Now,
how does
because
that
the
affect
bolt's
you, brother?
already
You're
to
a
the rear,
multi-millionaire. How does
all
that
you have to
affect
do at that
you?
point,
You get
once the rounds are on the tray, is put the weapon back in the shoulder and fire more bursts. So it is really cool. They did a great job on the reloads and of the animation of the saw.
Put it together,
Been very happy with it.
Get your money and then go fly up out of here.
Let's go ahead. Let's fire another
Switzerland
burst
and go eat some
standing,
real cheese.
because I really want to prove to you guys how well this machine gun handles recoil.
All right, so after we say and there was a guy on here. I'm not going to keep going. You know, the old guy.
We have the L110.
But there's a guy on here
the
that comes on
M249
here,
saw.
and everywhere I go,
modeled
he's at that seminar. Everywhere I go, and he's been coming there since he was 18.
Right
He's
here we have the
21 now.
Mark 14
And
Mod
he is
0,
getting
which is
it
an
poppin'. He
M14
is not
in
playing.
EBR
So if
chassis.
I learned
We have
this
already
stuff
done a video on this, but this is
at
Battlefield. This is
19,
brand new.
I probably
These are
own
cool.
a
We couldn't
country
quite
by
get it
now.
exactly right because erroneously in the game
So
they
teach
have
your
a
children
hand
so they can
handguard
get it poppin',
instead,
all right?
which is very
Now, you know what
M39-ish,
we're gonna
which is
do?
slightly different. We have this
We're
right
gonna go
here.
in
It comes with an
and,
ACOG
we're gonna
as
count
the
to
first
3.
unlocked optic.
You know what
which is
time
we
it
have
is,
here.
right?
So
So
let's
everybody
go
open
ahead.
your mics,
Let's
right? Everybody open your mics,
see what
okay?
it's like. See how
You
close
got
it
a
is to the real
lot
thing.
of people on here,
Go
so
from
open
there.
your mics. Everybody open your mics. I'm gonna teach it all night, so you can open your mics.
Pretty
All
light
right?
recoil,
So
especially
whether you
for a
can say
308.
it if you're on
It's still
platforms, you're not
very easy
on
to
here.
control. Let's fire a few rounds here.
Just type it in. On any other platform,
Super
just
nice.
type it in. Okay, and I'm gonna say.
All right,
I'm
so
gonna
we
say,
fired all 20 rounds.
Who's gonna
We are
teach
now
you all
dry.
this
So
on
let's
the
talk
internet
about the
for free
reload
all
on the
night
M14.
long, right? And when I count to 3, wait till I count
So on
to
the
3.
M14, the last
everybody
round
goes at the same
after
time.
fire will cause the weapon to
Nobody.
bolt lock.
Okay, so
whereas held to
ready?
the rear until the new magazine
All right.
is inserted and the bolt released.
Who's
So
gonna teach you all this on
once
the
the
internet?
magazine, on a traditional M14, you can run a charging handle. However, like depicted in the game, if you have the Sadlac bolt release installed right here, you can do a much easier reload, which is I'm going to insert the magazine in and hit the bolt release, and the bolt will drop, and I can go back to shooting. So that is the Mark 14. In game, this thing sucks. In real life, it's okay. It still kind of sucks. So you know what? Maybe art imitates life. Now the next weapon is going to be the SCH. Now this is a rifle in Russia. This is not something that can be had within the U.S. So we have no equivalents. There is nothing quite like it. It is technically a Dragunov, though heavily modified and upgraded. In fact, I don't even know if Russia has it.
1, 2, 3. Then
That
we do it.
weapon
We
is
gotta be
chambered in
tight like how the
3-3
beehive
Lapua.
is.
Oh, wait a
We do
minute
have
now.
a 3-3 Lapua right
Now,
here,
wait a minute,
which,
wait a minute, wait a minute.
I think
wait
it'd
a
be pretty
minute,
fun
wait
to
a
fire.
minute, wait a minute.
We have 5.56.
Maurice,
Typically use the M4.
you have a question?
And we have the 338 Lapua.
Yeah, this is definitely a classic case of you versus the guy. She telling you
Yeah, I do have a
Hey,
question.
just don't worry about it,
brother.
All right. Well, I think that there's no
Thank
better
you,
way to
thank
do
you.
this than
I was
to
praying for this.
just shoot it while standing. Wouldn't you agree?
I got
I love
8
firing
acres.
Magnum chamberings.
Credit don't look good. Funds is not all that. It's in a good area where I could build.
Not too bad at all, especially in the break.
180
The 338 Lapua.
Where do I
is a
go
hell
to get
of a round.
funding?
And in the
it sounds
game,
like
it's
a
a two-shot
question
kill.
for Miss Louita.
I would love to see somebody in real life who could take a 338 Lapua to the
Louita
chest
there?
and keep walking. That being said, I understand that.
And I
game's
get Miss Louise to
Isn't
say
that right,
for
Sawyer?
breeze.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay, we gotta fire another one.
And then I
so
also,
much fun.
and then I also have a commercial property. That's
All right, let's play the suppressor
right now,
on.
I
See what
think
that sounds like.
450.
This is gonna be fun.
that I'm trying
You
to
know,
find
funny
a
enough, it looks
commercial
just
lender.
like the M210
That's
in
where
the
I
game.
wanted to start,
We'll talk
but if
about
I
that
could
and
go
why.
a different angle to get these funds without bothering with that. That's what I mean. But I was going to borrow some money off my
I'm sorry that
property
we don't
'cause
have the
it's fully paid off
SPCH, but
to
we
go
still have a
and get
338
this
Lapua, which
get
is
a
pretty
start
cool. This is going to
do
segue
something.
directly into the M210.
Okay, well,
Now, many will say that this looks a lot like the M2010. The M2010 is actually a sniper rifle that's been adopted by the United States military. However, in the game, that's shown to be a 300 Winchester Magnum, a very sound cartridge. The 338 Lapua Magnum, however, is a more powerful cartridge. In the game, the M2010 kills in one shot to the head. The SVCH, the 338 Lapua Magnum, kills with, I believe, two.
Come in and check that out. We do
Just food for thought.
live and action deals, but I do want to help you and see what you're working with.
Right
and how
here,
to
we have
structure
the
it and
shotgun.
get the best out of
Now,
the properties.
funny enough, the shotgun in the game is something like M87A1. The gun in the game is actually a 590A1, which is an actual military shotgun, which we have done a painstaking job of recreating. Now, their version does have some pick-tinning for mounting optics on the top,
for about a
on the
week,
bottom.
and everybody
It's
in
a lot
there,
of kind of
$500
cheese grater
million
stuff on the
deals,
hands, so we're
and
not going to show that.
people that know
Let's
nothing,
see
and they're
how
all
close
learning and all
the
that
shotgun looks in terms of recoil.
anybody else have a real estate
Interestingly,
question
there are a bunch of different ways that our guy does the reload. If the gun's completely empty, he opens up the chamber, he inserts the first round in, closes it.
Now you guys
and then
remember
puts
that
it
we
to-
have our we have our community. So go in at $49 and learn.
This is the correct way of loading a shotgun from empty. So I actually quite like that they did that.
By the time a couple months go by,
now it's hard. People say, "Hey, will a shotgun really kill with one shot?" You're damn right it will. Will it kill with one shot in combat? Well, depends. Are they wearing armor? They're wearing armor. Buckshot, even slugs are not capable of penetrating armor. So I guess the answer to that is, could it kill? Yes, just
right. Because Abby said, y'all need to follow instructions. Y'all need to follow. So I want Abby to say,
we have our safety right up here.
Who's going to teach y'all all this on the internet for free? And then we're going to count to 3. She's going to count to 3. And then we're going to all say, like she said, follow instructions.
All right. So, as you can see, the pattern from Buckshot and about the distance you start to see spread in the game is pretty tight in real life. Shotguns are good to about 100 yards depending on the loads used. But what Buckshot is a bunch of these little pellets that are about 60 grains per pellet, usually between 8 or 9 depending on the Buckshot round. Very effective. Okay, ready? The holes that you see when I was close where the pellets have been separated, or they're the actual wad. That's what's holding all those pellets together. It's plastic. It won't go through a human really, but through paper, absolutely. So we fired a few buckshot and we fired a few slugs. So slugs, we actually just have a solid 1 ounce projectile of pure lead. This is a great way of telling people to, please respect my privacy. I don't want to talk to anybody right now, but that's for a later discussion. In the game, the guy feeds from his hands 1 shell at a time into the tube, but you really can't see how many shells he's holding. He seems to be able to hold an unlimited amount. A very good shotgun reload. In reality, you can technically do different types of loading techniques where you can load 2, even 4 shells in a short amount of time. However, in combat, you typically don't see this as much because it's not quite as reliable.
Somebody said nobody listens.
Maybe as things change and as techniques change, maybe, but at the moment, no. All right, let's fire some slugs here.
You probably know Visprint for business cards, but did you know we print everything you need to get your brand in front of your fans? We print banners and signs that help your business stand out. We print postcards and flyers that get people talking, and we print must-have merch like tote bags, t-shirts, and water bottles.
So it might be
whether you want a few
or
a few thousand, we print on everything so that customers can go from noticing your brand to falling in love with it. Right now, new customers can get 20% off with code VIEW20. Because if you need it, we print it at Vistaprint.com.
But let's see if I can run this shotgun.
Well, what's up, family? I hope you're doing amazing. I'm welcome you to this YouTube channel.
One thing that I do want to point out is that in the game,
still had to share
he's
God's
pretty
word
much
today.
pulling the trigger the minute the slide goes forward and closes. This is definitely on par with a well-trained shotgunner, so I very much so like all the detail that they put into this.
Just be open. There are some biblical and theological
pretty close, maybe not as fast as that guy
positions I'm going to challenge
on this timing, but all the shots were nice and center. The shotgun is very easy to fire, and I love its explosion, and I love how deadly it is in the game. You know what's funny?
John
is that
chapter number 9, verse number 24. We're in a series called Detox. We're arguing that spiritual development requires spiritual detox. If this is your first Sunday here, I want you to be aware of what's kind of about to happen.
Class, we have the incendiary launcher, we have the grenade launcher, we have the M320 right here. We'll take a second to talk about it. In the game,
to do 2 things at the same time. One, we can honor the spiritual
site. In this
shaping
version,
that made us who we are. We need to appreciate.
Included, so that is used to aim the weapon.
Disrespect.
These are really cool. Originally,
what got us to where we are right now spiritually.
When I was in, and we're just
somebody say amen to that.
320. But
yet we also have to recognize that sometimes there's some bad
once
stuff.
You fired your round, you can pop that out. Load the next one in. You have a safety,
and we need to be able to
once you're ready
detox from that without throwing the whole faith away.
Stock right here,
and that's kind of our heart on today. And we've been arguing in this series that there are 3 primary areas we all need to consider allowing the Holy Spirit to help us detox. One is a detox from legalism, and we talked about that in week 2 actually, and that is what's called performative spirituality. Is when the rules replace the relationship instead of you keeping the rules because of your love for the relationship.
Kind of cook up and start putting out some good smoke.
It's
To be clear,
it gets us out of tap dance and spirituality,
M18s,
which wears you out. It's a heavy yoke where you're trying to earn something that you can only inherit because of your identity as a son of the Father.
Of the weapons of Battlefield 6. I'm a huge
Does that make
nerd,
sense?
guys. I love the Battlefield.
And then last week, we're going to continue this
so
this week. We talked about
that we did this video in about 2 days,
which replaces
with a ton of
self
research
as the center
because,
and not the
I
savior.
want to get it out to you guys. Hopefully,
And last week we talked
as
about the
Battlefield
implications
fans,
of how
you've
that
enjoyed
can
it.
impact
Hopefully,
you,
as military and
when you've dealt with
firearms
spiritually
fans, you've
narcissistic
enjoyed
leadership.
it. Because here's the thing:
But today
whether you're
I
a
want to show you
gamer,
something in
that
the
you want
text
your guns
that
to
it
be
doesn't just
accurate,
come to you
they've
from the
done it.
pulpit.
Whether you're a gun
It also comes
enthusiast
to you
and you love the
from the
idea of
pew.
having accurately modeled weapons, it doesn't.
And John chapter
I got a lot of
9
my
is
start
going to help
in
us
guns
kind
in
of
the
explore
military
and
from playing video
navigate
games
those
and just being
dynamics.
like, you know
Does that
what,
make
guns
sense?
are cool. Well, just
John
like real
9
life,
verse 24
movies are cool,
says, a
Arnold
second
Schwarzenegger
time
is
they
cool,
summoned the man
and
who had been
guns are
blind.
cool. Guys,
Give
thank you
glory
so
to
much for
God by
watching. That
telling the
brings us
truth,
to
they
end.
said.
Tons
We
more
know
great
this
things
man
coming
is a
up for you to
sinner.
watch. Don't forget the Patreon.
He replied,
tons of
whether he's a
terrible
sinner or
flips.
not,
Finally, guys, that's it.
I
Got
don't
nothing
know.
else for you guys except for a little bit of
One
dad
thing
advice.
I know.
Dad advice for today. Ain't
I
nothing
was
wrong with
blind.
playing some video games. Enjoy them.
But now
Just
I
remember,
see.
everything in moderation, gentlemen.
I want to talk.
Hey, that is
We're going to
man.
have to talk through this.
Hey, Miss
okay?
Dawn, we got 260 moving on the right flank. We need to go right now.
We're going to have to talk through this today, okay? I want to talk from this subject: how to handle a spiritual bully. How to handle spiritual bully. This particular passage in John 9 is an unfortunate example of a devastating
It might
reality
seem like what we're teaching today is crazy, but I can tell you
of
for a
a
fact
military
that
term
many people who have found
called
themselves in
friendly
situations where they have to
fire.
evade a modern trained fighting force.
This is a term that's
wish
used to
they had this
describe
information
when
ahead of time.
soldiers are not attacked
So
by
whether you think it's
enemies,
silly, whether you think it's
but they're
larping,
attacked by
the
allies.
fact of the matter is that this information
It's when the
is
people
valuable,
who
not
are
when you need
supposed
it,
to be
but
fighting
right now.
with you
So make sure that you are taking
confuse you
notes,
with an
that you are
enemy
paying
and
attention,
end up
that you are
shooting
continuing
at you.
to learn more after this. Because here's the
It's
thing.
when the danger doesn't come from
I have taught
across
survival
enemy lines.
professionally as a military
It's when the
instructor
danger
for
has
a
set
long
up
time.
camp
I'm retired now,
in your own
but
camp.
it would take months.
And
to
the
get somebody
majority
to a
of us
proficient
who are
level,
listening to this
years
lesson
to get somebody
may
very
not
good
have
at it.
experienced
This is not something
friendly
you're gonna get
fire
excellent at.
literally,
This is
but
what
I
you
would
watch
venture
this
to
video.
say
You need to
most,
get out
if
there with
not
your
many
buddies.
of
You
us
need to try
have
this for
experienced
real.
friendly
You need to put on
fire
your gear, You need
metaphorically.
to put on your kit and you need to try
It is
out.
what David, who
Because I can
defeated
tell you for a
Goliath,
fact
described
that
in Psalms
the people
55
feeling
when
the
he
terror
says in
that
verse
actually being
12,
pursued
if an
wish
enemy
they
were
had this.
insulting me,
There are tons of good guides.
I could
there are tons
endure
of good
it.
other channels.
If a foe
Inhale
were
all the
rising
survival
against me,
content that you can.
I could
Because
hide.
the fact of the
But
matter
it is you,
is that this information is
a
valuable.
man
when
like
you need it.
myself,
The difference between
my
going home
companion,
to your family,
my close friend,
being back with your
with
kids,
whom,
with your
watch this,
mom and dad,
I
with your
once
wife,
enjoyed
or not being home
sweet
at all,
fellowship
be the
at the
difference
house of
between
God
actually studying and applying the stuff,
as
going out
we
with your buddies
walked
and actually doing
among
this,
the worshipers.
and just not caring at
The
all.
testimony
So,
of David
sit
teaches
down,
us something here.
get a
That
nice,
friendly fire
nice
doesn't just
glass
happen
of
in
water.
warfare.
Let's
Look
get
at
into
verse
it.
14.
Let's get into it.
It happens in
Of course,
religion.
this content is free. We have to give it a big thank
He
you to
says,
Primary
with
Arms
whom
for
I
sponsoring and
once
making it free to make
enjoyed
awesome
sweet
optics, great
fellowship
price, you can buy
at the
it
house
from
of
ACOGs,
God.
to many other
And
things out there.
family, I
Make
want to
sure
be
you go check
honest
them out.
yet
We have to
charitable.
give a
The
big
Christian
thank you to
faith
Night Vision
has developed a
Network,
well-earned
Night
reputation and brand
Vision thermal
and become
imaging.
notorious
Buy it,
for shooting
try it out,
their own
do
soldiers.
whatever type of LARPing, hopefully get out in the mountains a little bit and check it out. And it's a great resource. Of course, Mantis will make
In
you a
military
better shooter. You can
warfare,
make your dry fire that
friendly
much more
fire
fun.
can be
So
a
go
result
check
of
them out. Not only
negligence.
Ammunition sponsored by AAC,
But in the
like you
Christian
said,
religion, friendly
we're gonna
fire
set
can be a
scenario.
result
So,
of narcissism.
we are in the
And
very
it
near
is
future,
spiritual
you're fighting a
narcissism
first
that
world
leads
military,
to what I am
somewhere
calling
near your
spiritual
home, and
bullying.
You found yourself in a
What's that,
situation where
Darius?
the fight
It is when
is
someone uses
unwinnable. You are not
spiritual
able to
language
win,
or
and you
biblical
must now
concepts
flee, you must
to
evade, you
control,
must lose your
to
attackers in a
shame, to
winter
belittle,
mountainous
or
environment. How do you do
intimidate
that?
another
So,
believer.
As you can see there,
It is
we're
not
just cornered.
correction
We have
that's
guys
rooted
flanking on
in
us.
compassion.
We're vastly outnumbered.
It
We
is
do not have
coercion rooted in ego. It is actually the spirit of Jezebel masquerading as the spirit of Jesus.
First thing that you want to do is phase one. It's going to be your initial movement. What is that going to be?
That's gonna mean
Spiritual
getting the
bullies
F
will
out.
question
So
your
we're just going to
calling,
haul ass.
critique your
Let's go.
character, challenge your motives, and condemn your methods, all based on their preferences and
what I'm
not
doing is I'm
God's
putting time,
principles.
distance,
And
and frame
sometimes
between
this
my
comes
peppers.
at you from
I'm
the
just gonna
pulpit,
run
but it
until I
also
can't
comes
run,
at you from the
walk until I
pew.
can't walk,
Sometimes it
crawl
comes
to
at
the
you
initial
from your
heights.
bishop, and sometimes it comes at you from your brother. And it produces spiritual and emotional damage that leads to spiritual and emotional deformation that if we don't experience a detox from, we will have stagnation and not experience the fullness of God's best
We're gonna start making
for
erratic
our
movements. The
life.
nastier the
But
terrain,
I
the
believe
those
I'm
draws,
talking to some
places you don't
people
wanna go.
who
Make sure
now
that it's
have
difficult for
stepped
them
into a
to follow.
season where you unapologetically have adopted an attitude of defiance toward anything that's dysfunctional. I'm gonna see if New Jersey or Gwinnett. I said I believe I'm talking to a group of people that have unapologetically adopted an attitude of defiance toward anything that's dysfunctional. I don't care what kind of religious language you sprinkle on it. I'm gonna call it what it is. He whom the Son has set free is free indeed. Am I talking to anybody at any location? Not going to sprinkle Jesus on Jezebel and fool me. You're not.
It's going to be entirely dependent on your terrain. Here in a winter environment, up in the mountains, longer,
This text here
so
in
miles.
John 9 is an incredible example of what I'm trying to articulate.
Hopping through valleys.
It gives us
feeling
some
pretty
insight
exhausted.
on this
Starting to
subject
sweat.
of spiritual
It's not
bullying.
good in a winter environment. We'll talk about
John
that.
9 exposes
so
us
we
to an
need
encounter
to get
that
a little
Jesus
hindsight
has
to
with
get
a blind
situated.
man.
So I'm
Everybody say
looking
blind man.
for my initial hindsight.
Come on, say it again. Say
It's
blind
going to be
man.
something that's low to the
One
ground.
more time. Say blind
something
man.
that blends at the terrain.
Okay,
below
I'm not
the
going
line
to
of
bother
sight.
this. I'm going to throw it out.
I want to
You
make
think
sure that
about
my
it. We'll
sound
talk about it maybe
and any
later.
type of shine
I want you to show me one
is not going
instance
to
of
be
a
showing
blind
or
woman in the
present.
Bible.
So for sound, the further we have hills and trees between us and whoever's pursuing us,
Of course,
you're
there
gonna
were
make
blind women
that
in
better.
biblical days.
So let's get into
I
our
just
initial
want you to
hindsight.
show me one reference of them in the Bible.
So, in my initial hindsight, we're now
Every
in
example
phase 2
is blind
of our
men.
invasion. That's going to be our initial hindsight. I have a good amount of cover from stuff around me.
Because since the
A lot
Garden of
high
Eden,
cover above me for drones.
the
This
devil's
is
been
my
using
best site
blind
to
men.
hide in, but I need to find something that's going to be a
I got to go. I'm not talking about this, but sisters, you need to ask yourself more than is he fine.
Moving. So
You need
first
to
thing we
ask,
to
can
take
you
stock
see?
of is understand that we have
Let me go over here.
priorities. We have needs as
Do
a
you have
survivor,
vision?
as an invader that we need to
Hallelujah.
make sure that
Can
we're
you
taken
see
care of. Depending on your
without
environment, those needs are going to
Because
change.
if there's
The
no
first thing we need to think
vision,
about is,
there's
of
no
course, gonna be our
discipline.
health. We need to make sure that we're healthy.
Where there
That
is no
comprises
vision,
of
people
so
cast
we'll
off
talk about that
restraint.
as we go.
And so
We
a
think about
man
sustenance,
without
food, and
vision
water.
is
We'll
an
talk about that.
undisciplined man.
Of course,
And an
personal protection
undisciplined man
comes down
is an
to clothing,
unpredictable man.
shelter.
And an
Then we have
unpredictable
travel,
man is
right
an
now,
unsafe
slash
man.
evasion. And finally, we're going to have communication. So the first thing I want to think about as a survivor in this environment, I just evaded. I'm probably pretty good on water and food, but calm the leader first.
That's why we make
This big
made
old
men
tent right
around
here.
here.
Awesome for communicating with my teammates. Awesome for communicating with, all your paramilitary buddies or your military buddies, depending on what the fight is. But
There's a
evading
blind man
against a first-world enemy, we're
in
not
John
going to
9.
kill any type of signal that we have that we could put out that could possibly
There's a
zero
blind
us, 'cause
man
there are incredible
John 9.
pieces of technology that really
And,
don't need much to track you.
The
First thing I'm
famous,
going to do is
one
I'm
of
going
my
to turn off my radio. I'm also
Christian
going to disconnect the
thought
battery.
leaders,
If I have a cell phone,
and pastors was a man
don't.
named Charles
Make sure that
Spurgeon.
cell phone's either
And he
in a
says,
Faraday bag
whenever
or
you are
that it's
looking
off
at
and battery's out. You
the
just want to make sure
miracles
you're
in
not
the New
emitting
Testament,
any type
you shouldn't
of
just
energy
look
that
at
can be
them
tracked.
literally.
So we
You
have
gotta
that
look at
taken
them
care of.
metaphorically.
And one thing that we also need to think about is we should have
So
some
he
type of
says,
plan, the
we
base
should
that
see
we're working
them,
with.
watch
So
this,
whoever my home
as
base
an
is, maybe it's my
example,
wife,
not just of
maybe
what
it's your
God
parents
did
that you
for
need to
somebody
have
in the
comms
text.
with. If you're in a situation like this,
We
you
should
have
see
the
them
comms
as a
window.
picture of
That means
possibility
at like, let's
of
say,
what God
39th minute
can do
of
for me.
every hour. That's when you both are going to have your
So he
comms
says,
on, check in with each other.
we
even
need
if
to
you're in crypto, it can still be
believe
broken,
in the literal
but it keeps your
miracle,
transmission short and
but
to the point.
expand the
And it's
meaning
also
of
a
the
way
miracle
ensuring
to
that you are
beyond the
talking
literal.
to the right person by having them on
So
that
if
channel
Jesus
at that time,
only
as
heals
well as some type of
literal
code word or
blind
some type
people,
of phrase that you have.
then
cooked
John
up.
9 doesn't
So,
help me.
we have communication taken care of. Besides that, obviously I have my buddy Sawyer with me. He's also
But if
evading with me,
blindness
so these are a couple of things
represents
to think about.
something
Now, what's going
more
to
than
help?
literal
I've
blindness,
just evaded.
then
I was
John
just in a
9 can help
gunfight.
me.
we were running, we were eating crap running down this mountain.
And
so I
blindness
want to do a quick
in
blood
Scripture
sweep to make
can
sure
represent
that I
three
will
types
hit.
of
If you're
problems
adrenaline going,
that
you might not
Jesus
always
is
know.
committed to
So what I'm going to do,
and capable of
go
solving.
ahead,
It can represent
check
what's
for
called
blood
a
by wiping
perception
down.
problem.
Check
Somebody
under
say
my armpits,
perception.
Check under your
Because
kit.
blindness in Scripture is not just a
Check.
metaphor, Josh,
Check.
for the absence
Check.
of sight.
Check your
It's a
buddy as well.
metaphor
He's gonna
for
check
the
himself.
absence of vision.
Make sure that when you're
And
with your
there's a
friend that you're
difference
also
between sight
if you see
and
a bunch of blood on
vision.
him, let him know.
The eyes in your
Another thing that
head
we really
give
need
you
to think
sight.
about is
The
going
eyes
to
in
be,
your heart give you
personal
vision.
protection.
Sight
So with that,
helps
it's
you
gonna
see
be
to the
clothing.
corner.
Clothing's a big one that I'm
Vision
going to harp
help
on
you
quite
see
a bit,
around
because
the
a lot of
corner.
people don't know how to dress for the cold.
Sight help you
Essentially,
see to the hill.
at minimum,
Vision
typically doing
help you see over the hill.
2 to 3 layers.
Sight
So your
help
most
you see
innermost
today.
layer is typically some
Vision
type of
help you see
insulating
tomorrow.
layer.
Sight
Some type
help
of
you see
merino
the
wool top
problem.
is what I typically recommend.
Vision
This is
help
more
you
on.
see the solution.
Any of the Nordic countries, or even
Sight
hunting,
help you see what has happened.
have great
Vision
layers.
helps you
From
see
there,
what's
if you
getting ready
need
to
it,
happen.
You can have a warming layer.
And this is why
That
some
warming
people are
layer being
confused at your
much
shout.
warmer. So, like for example,
Because
in the
they
Arctic
only know
Circle,
how to
my
shout.
warming
I feel
layer
it
was
here.
a lot puffier,
I feel
a lot
it, Sid.
more,
They
warm
only know how to
compared what I
shout
do right here,
off
where,
of sight.
you know, it's just getting
But do
close
I have
to
anybody
opposed to negative
at any
where it was down
location
there. Finally,
that knows how
above
to
the warming
shout
layer, you have something weather
off of
there that's
vision?
going to protect you from water, from wind. That's the layer your tenant's always going to have on. In addition to that, you have some
What you shouting over? What are you getting ready to do?
These are white
What are you clapping over? What are you getting ready to do? Eyes haven't seen, ears haven't heard what God has in store
You don't
for
look super
those
cool
that
on them,
love
but
Him.
guess what? Snow camo is for your snow camo vibe. It's a vibe. It's a vibe. Understand that you should have those things. You should be able to add camouflage to your rifle. You should try to keep everything as non-shiny, non-reflective. This is also a chance to take a look at that. So while I'm in this initial height sight, I'm just making sure that I'm not freezing to death.
Pastor, what do you mean
And especially if you're starting to sweat, you need to layer down. The best way to think about it is if you're getting going in a cold environment.
He was a
I mean, sometimes I even layer down to like a t-shirt
And
last
it's
going through this
logical
because
to
you're just hauling
conclude
ass so hard.
that his
So understand that
begging
you might need to drop a lot of
was
those layers
tied to
while
his
still keeping that
blindness,
camouflage.
because
the
as a
standard
blind
for
man,
evasion is
he
always
couldn't
going to be any showing skin should be camouflaged. So obviously right here, I have a lot of face showing. There's a couple ways around that. You can have like a face covering. So like any of your just
Begging
run-of-the-mill
represents a secondary
hunting
problem.
wraps will work great.
And very
They're cheap.
often,
They're
me and
actually
you
pretty
are
great. So you can just
confused
put that up.
at how
That
God
could
is working.
really camouflage a lot of your face.
Because we see
Or
all the
you
secondary
put a
problems
camo on our face. We'll do a little bit of
that
camo
he
right
isn't
here,
fixing.
and then we'll get going.
Not realizing he
So
doesn't
like camo
specialize
contacts right here, put on a little
in
bit of
secondary
makeup. I understand
problems.
this will make me very popular.
He specializes
So, a lot
in
of people,
primary problems.
when they get into the snow,
Did you hear
are
what I
really
just said?
tempted to
This
go
isn't
all
just
white.
in John 9. We see this in Luke chapter
But
5.
the fact of the matter
when
is,
the text
all
says
white
some men
is
come
really
carrying
only
a
good for like
paralyzed
the
man
tundra, where
on a
literally
mat,
everything is
and they
snow
tried
covered.
to
And
take
that's a
him
whole nother
into the
ballgame.
house
Right
and lay
here,
him before
where we
Jesus.
are, typically in a
When they
forest
could
or a
not
mountain,
find a
you're
way
typically
to
gonna
do
have quite
this
a bit of
because of the
trees,
crowd,
rocks.
they went up on the
Not
roof,
everything is all white,
lowered
so
him
don't
on his
come
mat
out in your
through the
camo like
tiles
an
in the middle
abominable
of the
snowman,
crowd,
like
right in front of
plate carrier,
Jesus.
white,
And when Jesus
backpack,
saw their
white
faith,
top, white
he
everything.
said, "Friend,
because that's just not
your
how nature
sins
looks. Break
are
yourself up.
forgiven." Don't
Typically,
sanitize the
what the
scripture.
Marine Corps does and
Keep
many
it
other
real. This is
militaries
Change
is they'll
Church.
do white
One of
snow
our core
bottoms
values
with
is
a green
honesty.
or a multicam
Let's
top,
keep it real.
because that kind of matches
You got
the
a friend.
natural kind of
They can't walk.
trees that you have around you.
heard
You kind of
Jesus
tend to blend in a lot better.
is
There
healing
are
people
times and places that
on
have
the
just a
west
white
side.
top, but it's
You get
certainly
a
not
mat.
always. Even though the white top looks
And
super
3
cool,
of your friends
sometimes we need to go for
carry
what's effective rather
your
than what's
friend
cool. Now,
to
in this type of
Jesus.
environment,
I'm not gonna
trees,
bother
I
that.
typically do these nice diagonal slashes going across my face. Just
Because
making
some
sure
of
to
us are
cover
surrounded
everything
by
up
people
I
that
can.
will walk with you,
And
but
this
not
is
for
gonna
you.
work pretty well. I'm not going to put really much, if at all, white on me because honestly,
Lord,
it's not
give me some
necessary.
people
Now, because we are at an
that'll
initial
pray
height site,
when my heart's too
not
broken to
gonna
pray.
go
Give
too
me some
crazy,
people
spending too much
that'll
time,
believe
because
you
really, I
when
need
my
to keep
faith is
moving
on low.
and keep
Give me
myself
some people
getting
that
away
can
from
carry
I'm
me.
gonna get good enough going,
They carry.
and then that's the beauty.
You carry.
of
all the way
having
to the house where Jesus is.
the face mask
It's a crowd.
allows you to camouflage up a lot easier. Now, being
You
out
can't even
in
get
mountains,
to the door.
evading, you're going to be losing
And
water
if you're
fast.
honest,
Last thing we want to do is sweat. Try to
tired?
keep that sweat to a minimum. Why,
you saying to
what is it?
yourself,
Why survive when you can thrive?
I only got a one-way
So with the
anointing
water,
on me today.
water's going to freeze easily, especially under 0 degrees Fahrenheit. So like when I was in the Arctic,
tonight. I can't carry you back today.
You freaking froze. So
we got to carry you
have
back
these like
tomorrow.
layers around our neck right up against our inner layer to keep it warm. You also put it in your innermost layer on your leg against your thigh to keep it warm. That's usually where I keep mine. It's not terribly cold out here. It's approaching zero, but really ain't that bad. The greatest thing about this
and they lower the man down
is you can, of course, drink your water.
So they straining, sweating.
And in addition to that,
trying to get Jesus'
I just drank my water. I can instantly replace it with this wild trick. Government doesn't want you to know this, but the water is free. I have 103 gallons of water for
some of us would have dropped the
mat. Make sure that you get your free water. This is going to allow you to continue to do it as you move, as you travel, scoop up some
for you to start
snow,
talking about
ice, put it in there.
He can't
ice is typically best. Reminding you if you're near a coastal environment,
will use a problem.
That deep blue ice is
you
the fresher
know you
water,
have
that whitish ice near the
to
right
drive
on the coast
you to
frozen,
him.
That's saltier.
So he can show you a problem.
So with all that being said,
you don't know you have. And when he fixes the problem you didn't know you have, he automatically fixes the problem you did know you have. He says, I'm not worrying about those problems because they're secondary. What I'm going to deal with is the primary problem. And some of us need to adopt the language of antiquity and just say, Lord, well, have your way. You know what to fix. You know when to fix it. You know how to fix it. Healing of blindness can represent Jesus fixing a perception problem. It can represent Jesus fixing a primary problem. It can also represent Jesus fixing a purpose problem.
Any absence of bird noises.
Your assignment requires sight. I'm trying not to run around here.
I don't hear anything.
I said your assignment requires more than skill. Your assignment requires sight, because sight is what shows you how to use your skill.
Every time I move, I'm just.
Did you hear what I just said?
Maybe 10 meters or so.
See, purpose requires you being able to see who you are.
There's going to be lots of animal tracks, and in addition to that, there's going to be human tracks. So I can see some human tracks here. They look a little bit older, they're a little bit sun faded. This is likely
Here's one of the greatest statements in all of the Gospels is when John the Baptist looks at a group of people and says,
your footprints.
I am not
a whole lot you can do about them. Snowshoes do help, but if you can.
Did you hear what he's so clear
such as snow or rain
on his
help
call?
Erase your footprints.
It's giving him a
there's
conviction.
A couple other techniques
not just about who he is.
Let's continue.
It's giving him a conviction about who he's not. He looks people in the face and says, "Do not expect from me what you expecting from Jesus."
Wonderful.
I'm not the Messiah, and I'm not about to be living my life tap dancing to your expectations. I'm not going to become a Christian chameleon in an attempt to be what you expect. Here's who I am. Here's who I'm for, because the anointing only falls on the authentic self. And when you not you, your oil can't find you.
So right up here, you see some plants. That's actually really
God
good.
will
That can help us conceal our footprints.
help you be
I'll show you how.
who he's called you to be.
If I have these wet, springy bushes right here,
so the
that
healing
aren't
of
going to
blindness
break
represents
when I step
Jesus
on
fixing a perception
them.
problem,
You're able to bear some
a
of my
primary
weight.
problem.
That's going to help
and a purpose
obscure my footsteps.
So they bring this blind man to Jesus.
Are actually going to be good to step on.
And the text says,
so long as you know they're not going to break
2,
and have that nice light showing from their stem. So let's show you how that looks.
His disciples asked him, Rabbi, who sinned?
I can make it a little bit more difficult
or his parents
for them to track me, especially if there's a large collection of bushes.
I want you to see
because how
arrogance in the question.
A tracker is going to work. A trained military tracker is not going to precisely
y'all see it?
Follow your trail.
Y'all see it? It's in your Bible
too. The reason for that is they don't want to get counter-ambushed.
It's in there.
What they'll do is they'll typically have a line moving, especially if they have more than one. They're going to be going down your trail and tracking it slowly, making sure they're watching for the direction, making sure they're looking for false trails. Snowshoes makes it a little bit more difficult
already
because your imprints aren't as deep.
Without an analysis.
And on top of that, to be honest, in the snow,
do you see it?
You just need snowshoes.
Who
Otherwise, you're post holing
so
up
here's
your
what
hips and you're
happens.
just
Because here's a trait of a spiritual bully.
So make sure you have snowshoes on your kit.
Now, personal assumptions.
You can make it more difficult because once they lose your trail,
theological
so say I walk through a
convictions.
big old thicket of bushes, They're going to have to stop there.
So watch
and
this.
do
They are making
concentric
an
circles
automatic
out from there
connection
until they re-pick up my trail, and then they can follow it. So it's just delaying them, making them mad, making it more difficult, and by taking difficult trails, that makes it even better. The
They have
crappier
no
the terrain,
theology
the better,
of
the more I can make my cameraman Sawyer suffer.
that
the
is
more
not
I'm gonna make him
connected
suffer.
to a choice somebody
Let's
made.
continue. You ready, buddy?
Oh yeah, let's do it.
Did you hear that? So their theology of suffering is off because they're assuming every time they're suffering,
You can see right here,
you're being
we have
punished.
this nice tree well. So what a tree well is as snow builds up,
Come on.
right
Y'all
under
okay?
the branches, it creates
Just
a
stay
little
with me now.
pocket, a little opening.
Won't you stay with
They
me?
are great
Now,
little
there's gonna
initial
be,
height sites. They're also places
and I was gonna do this
that
this
people
year, but
typically
this
look for.
detox series came to
For
my
a
heart,
first
so I have to do
height
it
site
next
after
year.
we travel for a
Next year I'm
couple
doing a
miles,
series
that
called,
is
I'm
not
Gifted,
bad
and we talk about
for a
spiritual
height
gifts
site.
in the
Now,
Bible.
when we're coming to these,
14, 12,
the thing you're going to
Romans 12.
notice is if you look down,
I'm gonna teach you on
creating a
something
big
called
old trail.
discerning of spirits.
So typically what we
That's
want
not
to
what
do
many people think it is.
we want to
And they just
J-hook
think
into these
that
areas.
means the ability to
So
discern
we'll typically go
between
about
the good and
100
the evil
meters off.
spirit.
We'll make a
When
big
it is much more
J
comprehensive
around
and robust
and
than
loop
that.
back to it.
It also
that way,
involves
as we're
the
in
ability
there, if
to
anybody's
discern
following our
what
trail,
kind of spirit.
we're going to see them following our trail. We can either
And there's this
counter-ambush
word in the Old
or
Testament, this
we can
imagery in the
evade
Old
from that
Testament,
area once they pass our
called
location.
Leviathan. And it refers to a twisting spirit. And how the enemy uses disappointment, pain, trauma, and unmet needs
We get into this hide site.
to influence
You are likely
people's comprehension filter.
How sure I feel it. So you
So
feel
that
it?
when
I
you
feel it.
are saying
the winter is
they don't
a
hear
brutal
what you say.
condition to live in.
They're filter
So it's
twisted.
even more difficult for a survivor,
So,
for a
I'm not
evader,
gonna bother this.
is keeping yourself. Not only are you fighting and
But it's
evading,
really
the
challenging
enemy,
when you're
but
married
you're
to
also
somebody like
fighting the elements. So let's talk
'Cause
about
if you're
what we're
married
going to
to
do to keep ourselves alive right here. So we're in our hide site right here.
If you're married to
drinking
somebody like
water,
that,
and we're
whenever
figuring
you
out what we're
articulate
doing
your
next. The big
need,
question
they hear
that I
an
receive
attack.
a lot is, how do I know what direction to move? And that's actually a very good question because it's not as straightforward as you think. Obviously, you'd say towards safety. Right,
So
in the
to
military
be
sense, it's
somewhat
quite
happy,
easy.
you got to be
Where
all
am I
the way
moving? I'm
frustrated.
moving towards friendly forces. I'm moving towards the United
Because
States.
we never get to talk
That's
about the
easy.
stuff
But
I need
if
to
we're
fix.
in a complete breakdown of society,
Anyway, that happens in church too.
it might be that the only safe area might
That happens
be
in
your
church too,
settlement,
right?
your home.
That happens in
and
church.
That might
And so
make it
sometimes
more
a teacher
difficult because
can be teaching
you might
something,
be attracting a
and
lot
it's
more
like,
people to
so I
that
want you to-
area
I
where
want
they're
you to-
not able to properly
don't
defend
let
themselves.
Leviathan
So in these
twist this.
situations, I like you to also
Because
think
what
about
I'm about to say is
creating
about to
false
challenge
directions in which you're heading.
some of our
Obviously,
thinking.
I know in our case,
But I
if
don't
we
want you
head
to
south,
think
I hit
I'm
back
arguing
to
for a
my
lowering of
homestead,
scriptural
to my
standards.
settlement,
I'm saying
where all
what the
my friends and
disciples here
family live and can
were
protect me.
revealing.
But there
They're
certainly isn't
revealing what's called
250
the
of them.
theology
It's a
of
smaller
retribution.
settlement. So what I'm going to want to do is I'm going to want to cut
Which
different
means
directions.
they believe
I want to make sure that I completely
that God
lose
is some
my
cosmic
attackers,
enforcer
my pursuers,
who is actively
before I head
punishing
back home.
people
And you
in
need
this
to do
life
because
through
you want to get
suffering,
everybody killed at your house.
sickness,
And also, you
tragedy,
probably feel
and
really
loss
terrible if that
for their
happens.
sin.
So make sure that you completely lose them before you get back to your house, unless
Rather
you're at a
than
point
a
where you
biblical
can
view of
retreat
God,
to friendly forces where they're strong enough to be able to fight who you're
as a
possibly
loving
bringing
father
directly to them. There's a
who
lot
knows
more
how
than
he
just
ordered the
heading
world and
straight
you.
for home. Now, another issue you're going to
and
run into
knows
is
what
thermal.
is in your best
The fact of the
interest
matter is,
for human
thermal
flourishing.
is winter is
And then
thermal
labels
change
those things as
because
sin.
Everything is super cold.
That does not lead to human
And on
flourishing.
top of that, you're super warm.
And then
In fact,
tells
you're
you
probably
to
warmer because you're hiking
avoid
up the hill.
those consequences
You're going to die.
at
Somebody
all
has thermal.
costs.
You don't have thermal, as you can
Because
see on
the
this particular rifle.
punishment
We have a thermal clip
for
on
sin
in front,
is in sinning.
just because it's so effective. And we'll show some clips of it right here.
See,
but you need to be very aware of thermal.
did you hear what I
Because
just
here's
said?
the biggest thing about
It's
thermal.
not,
Everyone
I
thinks
do
it's some
something
magic
and he
wand.
zapped me for it.
They can see
It's
through
him saying,
X-ray
I
vision
told you
through
not to
everything,
do
but
that because I'm
thermal
trying
is
to
just like
protect
an
you
eyeball.
from the
See, I can't
consequences
see
of you going
thermal
against the grain.
So,
when you
so
go
long as
against
you're
the
putting
grain, you
time,
get
distance,
splinters.
terrain, micro-terrain, cover and
I didn't
concealment
stick a
between you and
splinter
that
in
thermal
you.
eyeball,
I told,
then
come on,
you're-
church.
it's not going to be effective in detecting you. So make
So
sure
what
that
happens
you're
is
thinking about
when
that.
you
That's how we're
have
choosing
a theology
to
of
cover
retribution,
thick forests in
you
order to travel
call
in to one, protect us from
consequence,
above,
punishment.
just always assume you're being pursued by some type of drone, as well as to protect us from eyes on the ground with their thermals. So that's how we mitigate that threat. We've been in this hide site for a little bit. We're feeling pretty good. This isn't the best hide site. I want to continue down. And also, I want to put more time distance terrain. I want to start getting further away. I haven't detected them or seen them, and that is a good point. If we do see them, if we're re-seen, we're basically restarting everything. We're going right into initial movement, into that initial hide site again. We're hauling for a mile, 2 miles, 3 miles, just until you can't. That's why, as I always say, If you're not fit,
how effective
you're
is
gonna die.
Calvary?
Right now, we are still pretty healthy, hydrated, motivated, ready. So
don't twist it now. Don't twist it.
In this case,
I'm not saying
we're
God
gonna
doesn't
include
care about
Sawyer in
sin.
this.
That's not what I'm saying.
So we're going to do our
Am I making
what's
sense?
called high
How
threat
satisfied
evasion
is
movement.
God
So
with the sacrifice of Jesus on the
these phases
cross?
start blending together a little bit. Understand that at this point,
The
we're going
wrath
from
of God
evasion
was
movement
poured out on
to
Calvary.
hindsight,
The wages
to
of
evasion
sin
movement,
is
to
death.
hindsight until
But
we
the
get
gift of God
So this high
is
threat evasion
eternal
movement
life.
is assuming that we're being watched, and we're always going to assume that until we have good proof that we've lost them.
So-
How do you know when
so
you lost
God
them? That
wants
is
you to
harder to
avoid
say. It's
sin,
going to be dependent on your environment.
Just like you want
Out here,
your child to avoid.
I'm going to know once I
putting
see
their
a
hand on
absence of
themselves.
vehicles, foot patrols, and any lack
you
of
punish them?
information. But I'm still
Or did the fire?
honestly just going to assume it until I'm in a urban environment where I can completely lose my pursuers. Always have a nice little change. Be ready to ditch your gear. Don't be too attached to your rifle. It might
See,
get a
when
little
this
crazy.
isn't right, when
So,
you don't get the
high
gospel
threat
right,
evasion movement.
you live in a constant state
We
of
have,
spiritual anxiety. You
Sawyer,
attach
right
every
here.
back-
He's very
and
tall.
And what we're about to see is Jesus so debunks this when they ask
Yeah,
who
me.
sinned. Jesus like nobody.
Not as tall
He's
as
like,
Sawyer.
so Jesus
Sawyer, how
clearly
tall are you?
says this
Like
suffering
6'2".
is not
We have
connected
me
to
and
any
Sawyer.
choice
Here's
that
our
this
first
man
point
made.
of concealment. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to move real stealthy.
He says neither.
To my point of concealment.
Come on, are y'all
At that
okay?
point, I'm going to look back at Sawyer. Sawyer's not moved. He's completely still.
Sometimes
when
you
I'm
have
looking
it.
at Sawyer,
Sometimes
he's
other
going to
people
stop
have.
looking, listening,
Sometimes the
and
devil
the entire
has.
time.
And
When I
sometimes
stop,
life
we're
has.
going to wait till we have a complete
There is suffering
silence.
for which we don't
I'm
get
gonna look at him,
explanation.
I'm going to give him a thumbs up.
This is why you
right in
need
front of my
trust.
face. If you can't see me because I'm nice and camouflage, kind of wiggle it around.
You're waiting on
You
it to
might
make sense.
wiggle it around so you can
And
see
some
him.
of it
happened
doesn't
to me all
make
the time
sense.
when I was training
Well,
this,
even
like,
when you
get
look at the
a little
text,
too far.
Jesus
So
doesn't
don't go too
give
far.
what the
You
reason
usually say
is,
about
but he
15
gives what the
paces, so
reason
each pace
isn't.
being your left
Which
foot.
means you're not always going to
Good
get
man,
an
he sees me,
explanation.
and
You're
he's
not
gonna give
owed
me a
one.
thumbs up.
His track
Hear
record is
anything
good
that's
enough
good to move.
be trusted.
You move from
Hallelujah.
the
I
Once
said
see
his track
Sawyer
record
stand up,
is
start
too
to move,
good
is when
to
I'll
not be
move to my
trusted.
next point. So you kind of slinky it going.
I got
now,
it.
understand that as Sawyer's moving, he's
Y'all
going
okay?
to my first point I went to, but he's also watching me to see where I am going. So let's go ahead and show what that's going to look like.
What I'm challenging us on in this series is not the standard. I'm challenging us on the motivation. How real can I be? One of my greatest leadership challenges, President Balfour, one of my greatest leadership challenges, it's cost a lot. It's cost some time. It's cost some headaches. It's cost some frustrations. My greatest leadership challenge is my refusal to use fear to get the team to keep us together. Because some of us are so theologically conditioned to be motivated, not by a healthy fear.
So, Sawyer got it down pretty good. That was his first time doing it. You did a good job. Thank you. That goes to the audience members as well. Good job.
So what we call
and quiet.
commitment is
you
trauma.
have these moments of movement, and then you have these immediate
Let me stay
lulls
right
of
so God
silence.
doesn't.
This is really good when you're being pursued because it is going to make it excruciatingly difficult
now,
for a pursuer to stop precisely when you stop unless they have eyes on you. If they have eyes on you, well, then you have
Instead
other
of
problems,
you being
and we'll get
grieved
into those,
'cause you
such
need
as a gunfight or initial
You
evasion
grieve
movement, depending on
because
what
you
you can
think
do.
God mad.
So that's why that is such an effective movement style. You might
Tario,
be
just
hearing
play
it
at this
as
point.
the audience member saying, "My God, that sounds so loud." You know what? No matter what you do, you're going to be loud in the woods. The longer you walk in the woods, the quieter you
So
get.
they got a
There's a
theology
huge
retribution.
difference
That's wrong.
between a guy
Now watch
who's
this.
lived in the
They
mountains
said,
and
who
walked
did sin, this man
and
or
somebody
his
who
parents?
has not.
Are you ready for
when
this?
we take
They got
students
a
out to
bad
train, we
theology
spend all our time in
of
the woods.
generational, what they would call
and they
generational
sound like
curses.
lumber trucks, just going through the forest, and we feel a lot quieter. But of course, people who spend even longer,
Because
such
they're
as
interpreting
weird
Deuteronomy
people who live in
5:9.
is it
You shall not bow
Appalachia,
down to them
Appalachia?
and worship them.
What do you say?
For I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God,
Or,
punishing the children for the sin of
Mountain
the
Jews,
parents,
whatever, the
to the
Mormons,
third and fourth generation of those who
super
hate
quiet
me.
out there. So again, This is why training is so important.
Here's what they've done.
Last thing you saw me do is we went point to point.
I don't
to
love
point,
the way the NIV translates
I got to
this word. Some other translations don't say the word punish. They say the word
So once I got to that final point, rather than
here's the
giving a
Hebrew
thumbs up,
word. The Hebrew
I just
word
did
here
the
means
rally
to
up signal.
attend to visit,
So,
or
Sawyer,
to
of
deal
course,
with.
give me a thumbs
The
up,
emphasis
and
is
you
not
come
on
to
an
my position.
arbitrary
Once the next person was
retribution,
there,
but on
you give them
divine
the rally up,
engagement with
they
the
thumbs up, so
consequences
they're good. We
in.
had
God
everybody
visits
group of
or
10.
allows
We do that
the
over
natural
until
and
10 person
social
came in,
fallout of one
rallied up for
generation's
what reason?
rebellion
Maybe it's
to
discuss
impact
our next plan of
subsequent
action,
ones. It's
apply fresh
consequential. It's
camo
not
or something
retribution.
along those lines. So
I
got
am
to another
impacted
point,
by
good overhead
what
cover,
a generation did
nice
before
hindsight
me.
right here. So
Not
one thing that I
punished
want to
for
do
it.
is I want to improve my camouflage a little bit. So some things that we can do to improve camouflage is we have a lot of natural branches, trees,
Why y'all
bushes.
give me these looks?
These are things that you can use to your advantage. So there's always a little
here's the
bit
thing.
of
Here's the thing.
a
And
danger
listen, I didn't want to deal with this
some
because
vegetation because you do
it can be
leave
a
that
leader.
nice little
Part
white
of the
mark
disciples'
there.
issue.
So you have to kind of
Part of
balance
what
it
the
out
disciples
with
show us
what's
is that
acceptable
you need to
in
be
your
anointed
case or
first,
what feels necessary.
which they were.
But adding
But they weren't
a
trained.
little bit
They
of
were being
natural
trained.
plant matter.
So
to your
they were anointed, but there was some stuff
ensemble
in their theology
is always
that went
gonna be a good
unchallenged
thing.
until
Now,
Jesus
I've
like,
seen
you
guys
wrong.
go way too hard. Like,
You literally
I tell
think
students
he
this,
did
and I'd be
something
like,
or his
hey,
parents did
like,
something,
just add
and
a
you've
little
been
bit. You
carrying
really don't need a
you've been
lot.
carrying that
And then they
belief
come
your
over
whole
with,
religious
like,
life,
you know,
and Jesus has to
just
tell
a
them you're
little
wrong.
bush. You don't want to also have so much on you that every time you move, a bunch of bushes move and everything. You want to be nice and stable and not really making
Scripture
too
has
much
to be
movement on your
interpreted
head.
with Scripture.
You just
So
want
if
to
I
be
read
nice
something,
and natural.
then
So
I
in
read
this
something
case,
else,
I'm
and it
just
seems to
going to add
contradict what I read,
just a
I'm not
few.
interpreting something right.
Now,
Because
another
in Ezekiel
strategy that
chapter
you can
18,
do for
verse
this
20,
as well
it says the one
is
who
you can
sins is the
also
one who will die.
grab
The child will not share the guilt
pieces
of the parent,
of
nor the
tree
parent the guilt
from
of the child.
different
The
areas.
righteousness
So
of
I'll
the
like
righteous
these
will be
pine needles
credited
from
to
a
them,
different
and the
area
wickedness of
to
the
make
wicked
sure that
will
I'm
be charged
not
to
just
them.
like stripping one tree completely
So I'm
bare
impacted
when
by
I am doing this.
I'm not punished.
So I'm just putting it through these loops on my booty.
He's not going to
Pretty
punish
simple.
you for what they
Have
did.
a little bit.
Will
of
you be
extra
impacted by
camouflage
it?
on me.
Yes,
I'm
but you're
going to
not
reapply
punished
some
for
of my face paint. I'm going to keep going.
So a lot of what we call in generational curses, I think we confuse curses with
You also
strongholds,
add a
and that's
little
something
bit
we need
of
to
extra
discuss. But
plant
a
material
lot
to
of what
your,
we're calling
little pack and
generational
stuff.
curses
Now,
on
a thing to
generational
notice
curses, the
on
generational
all
consequences.
these is like needles often have a certain direction they travel. Certain needles will be
It's not your
a
destiny.
certain color depending on which way. So make sure you have those oriented the right way. Like you don't have
You may
these,
be
like, just
prone
sticking up
to.
because
That
it's-
doesn't mean
they're
you have
sticking
to
down.
do.
So make them look natural. And this might look
Good
stupid.
God Almighty.
But at a distance, it's actually really
I
effective.
need
was
somebody in the
hunting
room to
students
say
down,
it
just
break
tracking
with
them
me.
by the
Say
tracks
it.
just to scare them.
Yeah,
and
it
stuff.
breaks with me.
And
I don't
they had
know
all
what
this stuff on, and they were just in like
has been
just
in your
OD green like
family,
this.
but
They
just
laid down
because it's
under,
been
like,
in your
a mix of
family
fall log
in the
and, like, it was
past
snowy
doesn't mean it
and
has
kinda
to be in
foggy,
your
dude. I
family
could not
in
find
the
them.
future. In
So finally, I
every
just, like, yelled at
bloodline,
them. I'm like, all right,
God
you
raises up
freaking win.
one person
And
to
I hope they're proud
disrupt
of
it.
themselves.
Am I
That was a
talking
good
to the
vision right
one
there.
today?
So even against a trained tracker, which I am, I've been to multiple tracking courses, I still had a lot of difficulty just with a student who had been trained for 3 weeks. That's how effective these techniques are. As
Start
stupid as they
wrapping
may
up
seem.
before the saints
Now,
start walking.
we're going to be moving
Here it
here
is.
again. Now, we talked a lot
Neither
about
this
movement
man or
techniques,
his parents sinned.
But what about
Jesus said in verse 3.
tracking? How
This
do I
happened
do
so that the works of God
some good old
could be
counter
displayed.
tracking,
So Jesus
especially
spits on the dirt,
in
makes
the
the dirt
snow?
mud, puts the
And
mud
isn't
on the
that
guy's
a
eyes,
fun topic?
tells him to go wash
So
in a
let's
pool
get into
called
my favorite
Siloam
topic,
so that he can be healed. The
counter-tracking.
man leaves, goes, walks in a pool called Siloam. And I want you to think about something now. This man, his whole life, has been blind. And in verse 8, it says, his neighbors and those who had formerly seen him begging asked, isn't it the same man who used to sit in bed? Some claimed he was. Others said, no, he only looks like him. But he insisted, I'm the man. Let me ask you something. If you blind,
So we set up
and
an
then all of a
ambush
sudden you can
location
see,
right inside
You
these
don't look
trees right
different.
here. Now, what's going to be important
does that make sense? Like you don't lose weight.
Is
I mean,
that-
you don't.
from the trail, they can't can't
So
see.
if I'm blind and then all of a sudden I can see, why could they not recognize it? The only thing he did different, Eli, was move.
Rise, so they can't see that trail that you took up. It's obvious. In addition to that, so if you look right down,
Because when you get healed,
you also want to make sure that depending on the search party and how they're doing it, that it's not so wide.
You move
that that's
different.
Gonna hit where your
and when you
ambush site
start
is, and that
moving
you're still
different,
within that
you
flying
look
wedge
like
as
you,
you're
but you
going
don't
forward.
look like you.
That's not going to be a good day for you.
People don't recognize you with boundaries. People don't recognize you with standards. People don't recognize you locked in with the Father. When you heal, you move different.
Maybe one or two, and we know we can take them. Set up, hit them in an open area. get them.
So here's
wipe
what
them
happens.
out
Let's look at verse
to allow us
13.
to proceed to
They
safety.
brought to the
Once you're in
Pharisees
an
the man who had
invasion
been
posture,
blind.
militarily speaking,
Now on the day
you're not
which
allowed
Jesus
to conduct
made
war.
mud and opened his eyes, it was
Obviously,
the
once
Sabbath.
things go to hell,
Therefore
it
the
doesn't really matter. You
Pharisees
gotta do
asked
what you
him,
gotta
how
do.
had he
But
received his
understand
sight?
that trying
He said
to
he put
pursue
mud on my
objectives
eyes
or
and I washed.
pursue
So
attrition
some of the
against the enemy
Pharisees said, this man is
it's not the best idea
from
because
God,
again, you're going to bring a lot of
for
that
he doesn't
heat
keep
onto
the
you
Sabbath.
that you might have been dodging.
And
at
others
this point.
asked, how can a sinner perform such signs? Now,
That
instead of
is the
celebrating
J-hook to an ambush. That
with a
J-hook
man
can also be used, like we talked about
who had
before,
just
to
got a
get
miracle.
into your shelter.
Instead
Now,
of
another thing we
experiencing
talked about
celebration,
is what
he
about
experiences
your
integration.
footprints?
I
What
just
can
got
you do about that?
baptized.
Because I
Who named
mentioned
it? They
that there's
dipped
something
you
that could
in.
be done. So let's show you how that works. There's not a whole lot you can do to obscure your footsteps beyond time, distance, terrain. We talked about stepping on bushes, making obscuring trails, traveling in inclement
I'm going
weather.
to
You can
church.
also
What
sweep your
church you
tracks,
going to?
but this depends on the quality of the snow. The more dusty it is, the fresher it is, the better that you can
I want
brush
you to
it.
think about
But using nature's broom,
emotionally
if
how
it's
deflating
hard and slightly baked by
that
the sun,
was for a man
it ain't gonna do too
who's
much.
just trying to be
I've seen a lot of people say, "Hey, just tie this to the back of your pack, and it's gonna."
And then they
completely
interrogate.
obscure your
They know they
footsteps.
got more church experience than him.
Possibly.
So they talking about stuff like the Sabbath. He like, I don't
Not
know
in
the
all
answer to
conditions,
that.
but in very, early snow.
Come on.
It could definitely be
Come
a
on.
technique.
That's how you
but
know
much
it's
better
Jezebel.
brushing.
It's
You wanna be a
intimidation.
little
What did they tell you
precise
about
on
this?
what you're
Did they
brushing.
tell you about that?
So
You know,
specifically
I
what it's pleased
just
for
picked
is you
up
create
the
your trail,
Bible
and then as you're
yesterday.
going to your J-hook to your initial hide site to a hide site, that's when you're brushing that trail. So it kind of looks like your trail disappears, makes it easier for you to get away. So that is another technique when it comes to counter-tracking.
He's a sinner or not.
Doing some nice evading.
I
coming
don't
over
know.
hide site.
But this one thing I know.
Evading. As I'm traveling on a
I was
slope,
blind,
like I'm traveling on
but
right
now
now,
I see.
it's a natural.
I was broken, but now I'm
You want to
whole.
go downhill
I was
as you travel.
confused,
So one way to
but now I'm
ameliorate that
clear.
issue
I was
is you're
full
going
of
to step
despair, but
on the
now I'm full
uphill
of joy.
portion of a tree. So here is our slope right here, and I'm stepping on the upward part of that slope
And
of the
the
tree I'm
devil
traveling on. That's going to keep
will
you
use
from getting
bullets
sucked down, because as much as possible,
to cause you
when
to
possible,
doubt
I want
the
to travel
validity
what's called the military crest.
of your miracle.
So that is 1/3 to 2/3 up a hill,
to
up a
take
mountain.
the joy
That way, if somebody comes from the bottom, comes
out
from
of
the
your
top, it's
miracle.
easier to go over the top or down to the bottom in order to get away. You want to stay on that military
Four
crest.
things
It
this
is going to
man
be
did in the
dependent
text
on your
that we need to
environment and where you're at.
Number
in the
one,
snow,
refuse
I
to
prefer
let their
to stick to the
rejection
top
become your
1/3
infection.
because it is harder to travel
How you handle a
uphill,
bullet.
especially in snowshoes and stuff. It's easier
What
to go
people
downhill.
do to you is
Let's
beyond
continue.
your control, but what you allow to live in you is your responsibility. You have to decide not to let rejection metastasize
We're going to talk about a
into
few tracking
resentment.
techniques here in the way that they are tracking you.
Number two, resist
So
the
especially in
urge to
snow,
prove yourself to
leaving
people
such
who are
great
committed to
footprints,
misunderstanding
it
you.
does make it more to navigate. So one thing you
Some
really want to
people
stick
aren't
away
confused,
from,
they're committed
as
to
much as possible,
misunderstanding you.
is going to be branches
Number
and trees
three,
stepping on these,
recognize
because
where their
on the bottom
dysfunction has caused
of your
damage
snowshoes,
that you need to detox from.
you typically have cleats of some
Sometimes
type.
the hurt you
Even if
carry
you don't,
didn't come
there's a
from the
greater
world, it
chance
came from a
that you're going to
wounded
end up
person in
scraping
church.
off some of that wet bark,
And they're
you're going to leave a
operating
very
out of their
discernible
own
trail.
unhealed places.
So if I step
and
on this
their
guy right here,
dysfunction becomes your damage.
very discernible. So I stepped on
Detoxing
that.
doesn't
Especially
mean
going over
denying
larger
what happened.
logs
It
or anything
means
like that.
deciding
I come
to
over
let
on
what
this guy.
happened keep happening
One,
in you.
it's easier to slip as you're stepping.
Number
They might
four,
be
release
rotted.
yourself from the
But also,
expectation
you're just
that you
gouging
must
into that
continually
as a
expose
tracker.
yourself to their aggression.
That is something that I'm looking for.
In this season of my life, I got
See
a
that
master's degree.
nice white area,
in that
very
mute
freshly gouged. That is fresh. I know what to look for as a tracker.
I
Something
will
that's
mute
going
the
to catch
heaven.
my eye beyond footprints that would take you to select
I'm Bruce Lee with this block
or
game.
how fresh your tracks are.
I'm not about to expose myself to that.
For in an area where it hasn't
Seeing
snowed
all
for a
this
while,
craziness in my
snow's sticking to the
algorithm, I'm
ground.
like, I was in a
Tracks
good
can be very
mood, and then this
deceiving.
foolishness
So
just came up.
That is a way
Not
to be a
interested.
tracker to tell. This also translates to branches on trees.
I'm gonna
Now, you're going to have a lot
I
of
have an
kid on
obligation to.
if you're
You see,
conducting
let me say
war
this.
of any type, and it's
Grace
easy
does
to
not
catch
mean gullible.
branches and to snap them. So if I snap this guy
And
right
forgiveness does not require access.
here, break it off so you can take a good look. Again, when it's freshly broken off,
Spiritual spiritual bullies will pressure you to stay engaged, to keep explaining, to keep defending, to keep proving. But at some point, peace becomes more important than your participation.
So, see this guy right here. Guy practically fell off.
I just refuse to participate.
It's aged, it's weathered, it's partially rotted. So seeing that nice white area on a tree, on a broken branch or something, is a good indicator that a human or possibly an animal came through. But in any case, if I'm on the trail of somebody and I see those are all good indicators that people have been there. Obviously, trash and smoke's a big one. So that's going to bring us to our next topic, fire.
But what Jesus
Fires.
did for this
Don't
man
make
in
them. You're
John
going to die. Now, if you absolutely have to make them close to the base of trees, or use a Dakota hole, essentially you're going to dig down,
deliver us
under the
not
ground,
just from
dig back up,
problems,
build a fire so that the top of the flame is below the level of the ground, and it will create less smoke, so it'll be quite efficient. But in any case, I don't recommend building a fire. If you really need to get warm, you can carry an emergency sterno can. You can light it, hover over it, warm your hands. It makes it a problem.
Now I'm healed. You got a lot to say.
Any type of fire is visible from thermal, but especially night vision. You light a light and you can see that thing for over a mile. We've done these tests before in the military.
Under the sound
so
of my voice,
just fire, stay away. You're going to be cold.
That's been the victim
Make sure that you keep your warming stuff in there. And at night, when you have to sleep, have those really puffy, big things, whether it be sleeping systems or static jackets. Jackets that are made for static, sitting in place and observing areas.
Who were trying to be spiritual.
All that being said, let's continue talking about counter-tracking.
Pray that you heal the broken places in their heart. And may that not be named among one of us. That are
So
part
right
of this
here, if I had my
spiritual
buddy, I'm looking back to him, giving a thumbs
May
up.
we be those
As soon as I get
that
that, I'm
engage
going
in
to continue to move
celebration,
as soon as he moves.
not in
Right here, you can see a lot of deer tracks, deer
Jesus'
droppings, all of that. You can sometimes,
Today, if you're here,
depending on the amount of animals that you're running into,
all right, man, I
partially
hope
conceal
you
your
were
tracks
blessed and
with
encouraged
animal
by that
tracks.
message. Listen
Not
to
only
me.
the best option,
One
but it's a
request.
option. But there's
If it
another problem
blessed
with that.
you, just
If you
please
see
send it to
converging
somebody
animal
else.
tracks,
And if you're not subscribed to
it
this
means one
channel,
thing typically. They're going to
we
water.
want this channel
So
to be a
any
trusted
type of
source
water
of spiritual nourishment.
in your danger area.
Filled
That
with
is
all
an
sorts of
area where
kingdom
human
content
beings are going to
that helps you take
stay away
biblical
from water
truth and apply
but
it
stay
to
away from
everyday
water
life.
as much as
Biblical
possible.
wisdom for daily
Obviously, you have to
living.
get water, but let's all the
That's
snow on the
my
ground. It's
teaching
really not
ministry. That's
as
my
big of a concern.
assignment.
You should be
That's my
spilling extra water
calling.
as you go.
Life change, a whole gospel. And we can't get that message out without your help and your support. And your subscribe helps us to serve you well. All right. For those of you that like to sow back into the field that you're harvesting from, you want to be generous to this teaching ministry, ways to give on the screen. We'll see you next time. Take care.
Whether it be a vehicle, whether it be people, if you hear it, if it's nearby, see solid movement, get prone, try to get in an area of concealment.
The holidays are here, full of joy, family, friends, and yes, a little hustle and bustle. That's why you need a leave. Between cooking, shopping, and all those extra errands, aches and pains can sneak in. A leave is here to help with long-lasting body pain relief. Don't let body pain slow you down. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, you can keep up with the season's magic and all that awaits. Pick up a leave and get back to what really matters, making memories. Use as directed.
Back onto the bear shit, into my nose, back to the bear shit. So it was really gross. I was getting eaten up by ants. But the fact of the matter was,
it's good.
is I could not move.
Actually follows
if I moved, I would have been caught.
I mean,
obviously, it's just an exercise.
These numbers
but
and then all
you
got to
take this stuff seriously, and you got to train to it. Because there could be a situation where that's real life. What's going to keep you from dying? Getting captured is never a good thing. You never know what things are going to be like, if they're actually going to follow prisoner of war rules, or whether they're going to consider you a terrorist.
There's a whole bunch of stories here. Obviously, Adara's doing the best work.
One around to the back of the head, Russian style.
Information on that as soon as that happens.
Not
but I was
move,
going to say, like,
not make any sound.
PayPal and Block are,
we're gonna lay here.
Attached.
We get a little frost snip.
But this is what PayPal is doing. Meanwhile,
so a little frostbite.
People are thinking that obviously this is a better guide right now than expected. So PayPal
once patrol is passed,
all the way.
I typically like to wait an extra 30 minutes or longer, depending. And I'm not going to initial move because it could be nearby. I'm going to go immediately to high threat movement and very slowly and quietly away from the direction that they went.
I have the news here at XYZ.
They went off that way.
It's that they're expecting their adjusted EPS to grow in the low 30% range annually through 2028. So eventually that's going to be $5.50 per share. Again, some Block Inc. guidance, the other piece of guidance they announced for fiscal 2026. They're expecting adjusted earnings
extremely good at tracking human beings.
So
we talked previously about evading dogs, and there are techniques, but the best technique that you can use for evading dogs is to defeat the handler. It's what we always say. So by defeating the handler, what I mean,
I want to keep that one up
is
just in case it reopens.
The handler either lose faith in his dog's ability to track,
if it ends up being a little bit longer than that, just keep in mind if it halts indefinitely,
really bad time tracking. So a couple ways that we can do that is we can travel through really thick, very crappy vegetation.
Every 5 minutes.
So
usually at that point,
see this vegetation right here?
A little bit longer than that if you happen to be stuck. And I can't imagine
this is something I would travel through for at least 500 meters to make his life a living hell.
And you know what?
In addition to that, we can also make it more difficult for the handler to completely trust his dog. How we're going to do that is by leaving scent trails in different directions and by breaking our scent trails in various means. I'll show you how that looks.
Sympathy might be moving on that news. PayPal did get a bit of a bump. But I mean, the whole market bumped, but this was more attributed
if I hit an area
the moment
where I'm not going to leave tracks,
sometimes
so say I get through this thicket right here,
the
stones where you disturb from animals, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do big circles, a couple of them. I need to get a figure 8 on different stuff. The dog's going to track that scent. So when he gets to this area, the dog's going to start figure 8ing around that area. I'm going to continue to do weird evasive movements like this that are nonsensical in order to make the handler
that's all we're going to get
his dog.
with Coinbase. That's a sign of a not very good stock, in my opinion. When positive news gets met like that, it's just... there's nothing doing.
Now,
so
classic one is going to be doubling back.
Ideally, you want to get this trade as it's breaking the trend and not the way back in.
I have my foot cranes. And this works really well with snowshoes.
Until it starts making higher lows again, I don't think this is worth adding to. But if it can, like if it were to create, if it were to do something,
that I was
making
taking
some higher lows and just sort of
and double back to a different area. So what's going to happen is the dog's going to hit a converging trail, and your converging trail should be going off somewhere where it's harder to track your steps.
Or Alpha wants to talk about
that way the dog is confused and is going to go for the stronger scent, which is the more time I spent on that double back trail.
Yeah, all the fintech names seem to be going.
Those are a couple methods.
That just makes
Previously,
it
I know people have put cayenne pepper down. They put down hot sauces or various things to fuck with the dog's nose. That's not something that I specifically recommend, simply because there's probably going to be more than one dog. There is one dog that can possibly work. It's just not the best thing you can do, and it also is a clear evidence of presence that you were there, that you laid it down. So they're going to put more guys on the trail of you. So, not recommended.
It's a little bit meme style right now. It just keeps on taking out the offers.
Now, another question is going to be, when is the best time to travel? So there's going to be a lot of factors here, but generally what we like to say is dawn and dusk. Night can work if you have night vision. If you do not specifically recommended because you're going to be hunted. When it comes to sleep, it's always a question of like, when do I sleep? Well, the answer is you're probably not going to sleep too much, but there will come a time when you do need to sleep. As a lone survivor, this is difficult because, well, you can
right there as that's coming
be found when you're sleeping. You might snore, you might make noise. These are all things to think about. And this is why choosing a height site is so important. You want to make sure to get that height site that is as far away as possible. And there are some ways to beat that up, which we'll talk about in just a moment here. But before we do that, if you have more than one person, what you can do are watches. So essentially, everyone will take a watch during the night. So no one's going to sleep completely through the night, usually 2 to 3 hour watches, or maybe even 4 if you only have 2 people. And you take turns sleeping while the other stays awake. My best recommendation when it comes to that, from my experience, would be you want to be as uncomfortable as possible while you're on watch, because if you get into a comfortable position, you're going to fall asleep, and you're going to put you and your buddy at risk, and you don't want to do that. So put yourself in an uncomfortable position, and you're going to be
so this is the problem, right? Like we talked about this, and I just think that if you're looking at a Webull right now, thank you,
observation device, if you do have it, as much as possible. Beyond that, there are a couple ways that you can make your shelter a little bit bigger, specifically in counter-thermal technology. So let's go ahead, let's look at a height site and how that would look, and let's finish up, guys.
Right now, and it's probably
all right, guys. A couple notes to make here. First off, with your natural vegetation for camouflage, understand that camouflage,
I think
vegetation dies if you pull off a tree. So make sure that you're updating it constantly. That way you're not just a traveling dead bush. And you don't stick out. That you stick out to everybody because a whole lot of reasons. And then just make sure you're updating that as you go. That's going to be good soldiering right there. So another question is hands.
Their support of $10.
How do we keep the hands warm? How do we keep ourselves from getting frostbite?
Just 2 weeks ago.
I've gotten frost nip on like every single extremity that I have, and it sucks.
you know, if we zoom
first
in,
off,
see that there
when
was
you're
a
working,
little
that
bit of
keeps your
talk here
hands
around
pretty warm.
$10.
But
Once we
you
broke
do
it, we
want
did have a
something that's
little
going
bit
to
of stop
keep
and go
the
here around
water off.
9.50, and then whoops,
Honestly,
again,
hunting
the
and
drop
skiing
down here.
gloves
So
do great.
I like Webull.
So like
in
right
the
here,
name,
we just have like some
long
basic
it,
skiing
and,
gloves
you
with
know,
liners
just
that are
waiting for it
inside
to
them,
pop, because we had showed
they
you
work
charts of
amazing
Robinhood
at
and
keeping
SoFi.
you
Like Robinhood
pretty
was
dang
sub
warm, and they're pretty
$7 for as long
dexterous.
as I can remember.
So
I think
something
it
like
was sub
this is
$7
great.
for
A lot
like
of people are
8
big
months or
fans of
6
hand
months. I
warmers.
already
I'm
did
not,
this
simply
a couple
because
weeks ago on
a hand
the
warmer
show.
is an expendable
It
item. I
was
want something that just always works.
It got as high
So
as
whether you use gloves,
160 or
but if you're in a
155,
colder environment, then you're
once
going to
it
need
started
something
to
a
go.
little bit better. So
Webull,
when we get below
Robinhood,
zero
they're not
is
built
when
the
you get
same.
into
I would
mitten
think
territory.
That's most likely for sure.
So
But
with
you
a
gotta like
mitten,
the
you're going to
space.
have an inner
I think
warming
there's a lot of
glove
people transitioning
as
from
well as
traditional
a insulating glove.
financials, you know,
So
over
we have
to,
just some
you know, apps. They're
surplus
giving a lot of
Swedish
promotions.
mittens right
I
here.
know Wealth
They also have
Simple
that trigger
around here,
finger so you
which
can
is
shoot when you
similar
have
to
them on.
Webull stuff.
And then you
But
do
they're
any
giving
type of
promotion
liner,
now,
whether it be
transfer over
wool,
100
some
grand.
type of synthetic
So I was thinking
waterproof.
about doing this.
I know the seal gloves
Yeah,
are
and
pretty
then you
good.
get,
Any type
they're
of
gonna
hunting
send you a
glove works really
MacBook
well.
or an iPhone
Or you can just do
17
the
if you do
military
that.
surplus
So I
wool
think that there's
gloves. That's what I
promotions like
used
that
when I was up in
everywhere.
Alaska, in addition to
And,
Mucklucks,
yeah, they're gonna get,
giant
maybe
old
they're
snow
gonna get my
mittens.
money.
But the point is,
at
have
some
both
point, yeah.
and have what's going to work for you. These will keep your hands warmer simply because your fingers are together and they're able to keep that heat trapped against your hand a little bit better. So choose wisely. Another thing is going to be socks. Your socks are just going to get wet. Even in the driest climate on Earth, which is the Arctic Circle, you still get wet. It still gets in no matter what you do, and your body warms it up, and then it freezes against you. So you'll have to change your socks, change them often. So when you do change your socks, those wet socks, once you take them off, all you're going to do with them to dry them off is one of two things.
Maybe they don't even
if you're
reopen
active
it.
and moving,
because if they're presenting something and they halt during the presentation, you kind of maybe you get the sense that they're just going to wait till they're done to the market. What are those?
Gum.
Well, it's just gum.
Make sure they're nice and secure in there. You don't want them falling out. And the part that is against your body is going to dry.
Put 2 on there.
Once that is dry,
how about 3? Take 3.
You're going to
right on the Trader TV
swap
Live.
Flip them around with that wet site
so everyone can see the logo.
And you're going to put that into your pants, and then you're going to continue to move until they are dry.
Well, that's the only
reason
reason
you can put those back in your pack.
So
make sure that you're taking care of yourself. It's going to be very important.
I'll literally, someone puts like a treat in front of me and I just start eating in front of everybody. And then I realize
if we find something great like this, it's nice, low to the ground, it's obviously just part of a fallen tree right here, we can actually camouflage that up a little bit better and give ourselves a little bit better of a chance. Let's get into that. So when we get to our hide site, the thing we want to think about is how can we make it a little bit better? You can do this with natural vegetation. Just make sure you're not taking it from the same area. Again, you don't want a bunch of stripped trees and one giant baobab bed out there. But another thing that we can do is we can use manufactured goods. Just do a little bit of preparation. You should have this on you anyhow. And this is just a basic thermal tarp. This is made by Relv. Full disclosure, they did send this to me. That being said, also, my buddies are incredibly
stating from
point is, we like him. He's awesome. And they make some really cool camo. But what's cool about this is it does a really good job of defeating thermal. So in addition to that, it's also a great camouflage. So if we're able to add this to our nice little shelter here,
we just talked about
just by hanging it up branches and that type of stuff.
I mean, not only that, I think we worked our way around this. I mean, Neil had a good trade there at Coinbase.
An open area that we have.
The plan of action was.
What's
we took
great
small,
about
and when
this
it came to
is this is
VWAP,
also
we
a multi-use item. Because in addition to that, we can also use this for an observation point if we're trying to get information on the enemy, if we're trying to do any type of reconnaissance or anything like that.
Maybe there's not that many other channels, but there's people you could follow.
When this is in front of me, it's going to do a very good job of obscuring my position, and especially obscuring me from thermal. So, improve your shelter, use what you have. Relv also comes in different camouflages. Other companies that make these as well.
Equity trades, we don't
these are just what we typically recommend. So this isn't a gear kit breakdown video. At the same time, there are pieces of kit that you do need. Snow goggles, something that dries is important. So when the snow blindness hits you, it's going to suck. Sun's going to hit the bright snow, reflect right back up your eyes. It will eventually sunburn your eyes, and you'll be unable to see.
You guys can play with 0-day options.
So I understand that goggles are reflective. There's different covers that you can put on them that reduce visibility a little bit, kill reflection. That is always an option. But these are just little, I think these are the Snowhawks. These work pretty good. Just basically just snow goggles. In fact, before we got these out, we were using Oakley snow goggles. So just make sure you have something, because snow blindness really sucks. If you have nothing, you can take some tree bark and cut little slits into it, and you can tie a little piece of 550 around your head, and it will prevent snow blindness. It looks crazy. You look like some type of villain, but it works. Okay, there's a few more considerations that we need to talk about.
Sorry, there's 3.
We talked a bit about footwear, but in general, what I recommend is something that's treatable, like not like a Gore-Tex, but what we have right here, I was issued these Canatrex Mountain Hunters, whatever the heck you call them. And it's a $500 boot. It is very expensive. However,
a few days later,
they have lasted me well over 10 years of pretty hard use, whether it be from this type of environment all the way up to the Arctic. So this is something that I recommend. Now, with that being said, snowshoes are an absolute necessity and stuff like this, because otherwise you're going to end up post-holing, and I'll do it for you guys so you can see how much I suffered.
Rookie Cooker, do you guys think Bitcoin is headed to 75 or lower soon? Let me know your thoughts. I didn't think so. I just keep looking at the same chart. Technically, that's what it seems like it's doing.
Post-holing?
Every single time I look at Bitcoin. It's like the 73 to 75 range
up to your knees
chart. So thank you very much. And
or
then I think the next one's T-Bone.
Up to your hips.
T-Bone Ponderosa.
Too bad right here, but
yes. I'm new to trading. When you go long on a stock here on the stream,
pretty
how
bad.
long are you holding
We were
it for?
in an area
Days, weeks,
earlier
months,
today,
Every
and I
trade on the stream
way
is a
up
day trade.
almost to my chest.
Every single trade on the, and if we say anything longer than that, then we're 100% talking about maybe a personal swing account or a personal.
Make sure that you treat them with Snow Seal or some type of wax. For Snow Seal, I use like a heat gun. I know they say not to,
my
but it's worked
TFSA,
great
which
for
is
me.
like
And then
tax-free savings account. That's where I do most.
If you don't have some type of snow pants,
and then I
like
have
you just have like Cryzon or something, wear gaiters.
But here, every
that's always a necessity. These snow pants, it's not really a big deal. And then make sure your boots are high. You will absolutely need it. I mean, you'll see even our camera guy.
Purely day trades on a prop floor.
He also.
So that's always the plan of action.
Snowshoes.
And you'll even see us like it's 320 now. Like it's 350. Usually looking to wrap it up. Maybe only make trades going into the closing balance.
That's the Arctic, and in general,
this one's into.
The best thing I can tell you is get good boots that you can treat.
Today.
Remember that cotton kills. Don't wear cotton.
It's not even 330
yet. Stick to merino wools and good weather layer.
Was the target
and snowshoes. You're gonna be able to survive most of these environments. For any of my Swedes, my Finns out there. I would love to hear some of your information. We worked with you guys quite a bit when it came to the Arctic and wintry conditions. So again, this video is not going to feel to
I'm just going to
barely
jump
even
out.
scratch the
just
surface.
watch the tape on this one.
I understand that I only have a certain amount of time to talk to you guys before your attention wanes. So we're going to cut this video to make sure that we're not losing your attention. But understand, we have far more videos coming on these exact topics, going to far more advanced techniques. These are the intros to the different environments. Hope you guys use this as a launching point to learn more. Most of the stuff that we did as survival instructors in the military was based off the Air Force 64-4, which is called like the Survival Bible, basically. It's the Air Force Survival Guide. You can buy it online. It's free. The government doesn't. Well, I'm sure you get a PDF of it. But the point is, buy that. I read that like almost every night. I'm such a nerd. Take it to heart. It's all extremely good information. It's still all extremely relevant information. The pictures are a little dated, but it is a wonderful guide to reference when it comes to survival. So guys, remember to take this seriously. We do have fun when we're doing this, but understand that these topics are deadly serious, and I hope that you guys take this information and that God help that you ever have to use it, but I hope if you do, that I was a good enough instructor to get you guys to a point where you're able to get away and get back to your families, because that's the thing that matters to me most. So with all that being said, guys, make sure that you train, make sure that you do this with your buddies, make sure that you have fun, make sure that you enjoy life, and don't take yourself too seriously all the time. That's the dad advice for today. Take care, guys.
More money here than thought off of that. But NVIDIA's having a little bit of a problem at 197. NVIDIA's having a little bit of a problem at 197. I don't know. I mean, there's no point. Might as well still stay exiting this trade right now. It's a good one. It's starting to head higher. Trade right now. It's a good one. It's starting to head higher. I have we haven't balanced. I have just under 10% left. Like, was not really expecting to get this. Was not really expecting to get it, but right into there. I was expecting to get it, but right there at 20s, and there's that 50 fill. That was 20s, and there's that 50 fill. That was a big out. Was big. So like that was good. Was big. So that was good. Pieces out there as we continue to take questions from everybody. Let us know there. We do have that video dropping right after 4:30. We do have that video dropping right after 4:30.
And we'll remind you on the.
Yeah, we'll remind you guys.
We'll remind you all.
We'll remind you guys. It'll just most likely you don't have to flow right over anything.
Feel it flow.
You guys are lucky it's gonna be Neil and Dara tonight for the. You guys are lucky it's gonna be Neil and Dara tonight for the NVIDIA. Another Toronto's talk. Oh wow. Another Toronto's happens tomorrow. Yeah, there it goes. Right?
XYZ is open.
Yeah, there it goes. Right?
XYZ is open. XYZ is opened up. XYZ is 5% higher, and 5% higher. Went straight down. And it actually went straight down. I have it as a 60 open, like right at the actual high of the day, open, like right at the actual high of the day, and starting to pull back in here. So like they're presumably potentially still presenting, but if they are, just keep in mind it can be a little volatile. But if they are, I'm assuming you're going to have some. I'm assuming you're going to have some kind of like adjustment period, some kind of like adjustment period numbers in here. But while they try to work these new numbers in here, but XYZ looking at the higher time frame chart to see if there's any big levels. Looking at the higher time frame chart to see if there's any big levels. Not really. You're 62.5 and then like 59. 62.5 and then like 59 Palantir, I said if I saw it losing Palantir, I said if I saw it losing just like over there in Coinbase, just like over there in Coinbase. So this is the trend break. I missed the trend break. This is the trend break. I missed the trend break. So all we did is wait for it to pull back into what would have been the entry. And then when it started making an uptrend, and then when it started making an uptrend, there's a bottom tail into that uptrend. Scalp grab it the next test of the bar. Scalp to high. Scalp to the next level. Probably going to wait until we see another trade in here. For sure. For another trade in here. And Wayne, for sure. NVIDIA is expected at 420. NVIDIA is expected at 420. You know, however, some companies are on the dot. Some companies are on the dot. Other times, tend to be pretty good. Other times, I think we were waiting for Meta. Maybe a couple of quarters ago, we were waiting for Meta 440 till like Dara and I were on there, and we're like, look, we're not going anywhere. Dara and I were on there, and we're like, look, we're not going anywhere. We're just going to until eventually Zuckerberg figured it out, and until eventually Zuckerberg figured it out. I remember being disappointed in how much it moved. I remember being disappointed in how much it moved. I guess anticipation for it, but yeah, we're expecting 420 for NVIDIA. But yeah, we're expecting 420 for NVIDIA. Stick around. I believe at 405. We'll be there. So we'll have their numbers. There'll be a lot to review. We'll have their numbers. Going to want to check to see what happens with Block. Going to want to check to see what happens. Is it able to hold some of these gains? Because it's able to hold some of these gains. The stock is stunk. Not bad for Block. Like Block has stock is stunk. Block hasn't been good for a while. The same thing as Block hasn't been good for a while. The same thing as been that good. Maybe this is a bit of a turnaround. Either one of them have been that good. Maybe this is a bit of a turnaround for them.
I could see that happening. I could see that happening. But yeah, nice to see a better guide. Yeah, nice to see a better guide. And that's what's going to turn. I think we talked about. That's what's going to turn. I think some kind of a guide that I think fails. Some kind of a guide that I think fails. And this goes. So let's be careful with it. All right. Just talking about NVIDIA, like I said, man, we have less than 10% left. Like I said, man, we have less than 10% left of this trade. We just touched the 21 period. We just touched the 21 period there, and didn't fail. Didn't work out there. Bounced off. Didn't fail on it. So I think maybe like if we drop through 126, I think maybe like if we drop through 126, I'm just going to use the 50 period ride. You know, let a little bit of this thing ride. You know, let a little bit of this thing ride. So hopefully that on NVIDIA, right? So hopefully that will continue. IBIT's giving a little bit back. We might as well put a stop rate here. What about that high rate? Put a stop rate here. What about that high rate in there? 50.67. I'm going to make sure I don't have another which I do not, so that's good. Forward, which I do not, so that's good. See, I just put 60. That's how you make a mistake. See, I just put 60. That's how you make a mistake. It was $60. Wish it was $60.71. Right. Again, less than 5% left on this one. Again, less than 5% left on this one. Small amount on NVIDIA. Let's look somewhere else. Small amount. Tesla continues, man. 406, 407 continues, man. 406, right now is AMD following. Right now is AMD following. 223. Trend here as well. I mean, 223. Advanced Micro Devices. Upside play there. 4.5% now. It was down 4.5%. Now down 3%. Right. We talked about that as well. That we talked about that as well. You sell at a certain level, it looks good. You sell at a certain level, it looks good, and it's only good if you're able to buy something back at a lower price. Then good on you. I made the mistake of buying SMR back way too early. I made the mistake of buying SMR back way too early. Putting some money back into Oracle right now at some of these levels as well, because I got out at some of these levels as well. Which is I got out like when it filled, I was like, what? Honestly, like when it filled, I just put something near because we came down. I just put something near because we came down on Oracle down into 280, and then thank you to Adara actually on this one as well. Thank you to Adara. Adara was like, look, Oracle's in a lot of trouble. Adara was like, look, Oracle's in a lot of trouble. So I just put it. I owe Adara basically like $100. Yeah, like I owe Adara basically like $100 per share here.
Thank you. I'm happy to help. Because even if my help is just me. Even if my help is just me,
yeah, but really disliking Oracle. You gave a case for it, and you gave. So I just put an offer here just ahead of 320 and got 319. So I just put an offer here just ahead of 320 and got 319, and then it was almost like actually, and then it was almost like immediately. So yeah, pretty good there. Yeah, pretty all the way back into the 200 period, which is pretty good. All the way back into the 200 period, which is pretty good. Remember, there's stocks like Meta, there's stocks that are remember, there's stocks like Meta, there's stocks that are down near the April necessarily want to buy this name right now, but it is at the 200 period right now. But it is at the 200 period, and that is generally as a spot where if you were thinking about something, if you were thinking about something, you can nibble just a bit. Just back about, I know you're on Coinbase right now. Just back about, I know you're on Coinbase right now. Questions about XYZ. So there are some questions about XYZ. So instead of Neil and I sort of just sitting here talking about it. So instead of Neil and I sort of just sitting here talking about it, just a little, synopsis maybe of what just happened with XYZ. Synopsis maybe of what just happened with XYZ because their guidance on their multi-year guidance. Right, multi-year guidance. So just like that, okay. We go to Adara. Just like that.
Yeah. So I put this in the chat as well just a couple minutes ago. I put this in the chat as well just a couple minutes ago. Basically, we do have XYZ. Just so you guys know, they did announce that they're expecting their adjusted EPS to grow in the low 30% range annually. Low 30% range annually through 2028. Adjusted EPS of 550 per year. Adjusted EPS of 550 per year. Fiscal 2026. This year, fiscal 2026, they're expecting adjusted EPS to reach $3.20.
And when their next report is. And when their next report I can just check what it's supposed to be. I can just check. That's why I'm asking, because I don't remember them. That's why I'm asking, because I don't remember them reporting.
I think they're late. I think they're always late on their reports.
Doesn't it usually pop up here? Doesn't it usually pop up here?
Calendar. I gotta go to calendar. I did here.
That's it's not that big of a deal. It's not that big of a deal, but I'd be sometimes you get these updates. Sometimes you get these updates close enough to an earnings report. And if it's close enough to be a little bit worried, you start to be a little bit. I feel a little bit better.
They already. I feel a little bit better. They reported 54 cents. Yeah, so they reported 54 cents. 54 cents versus 67. They report 54 cents versus revenue slightly better. That's a miss. Revenue 20% on the miss and down 40% on the miss and down 40% on the EPS. I mean, it's just so funny how they just reported. I mean, it's just so funny how 13 days ago, they just reported, and yet now they have updates and they guide forward. And yet now they have updates and they guide forward. Like I don't know, what changed in 13 days? Like I don't know, man. This is going on.
I think it's a little bit like I don't like either, but to me it's shadier. Like I don't like either, but to me it's shadier if you try to drop the good news. It's like okay, well you're dropping the things that you want people to hear. Well, you're dropping the things that you want people to hear. And then usually the report comes out in front of it, and then usually the report comes out. They were trying to get out really bad by driving the stock price. They were trying to get out in front of by driving the stock price. For now, it's making some new highs. But the 6% for now, it's making some new highs. But the 6% that it's up, look at the daily chart. I think we all. 6% is not much. But it really isn't much.
Where's November 6th?
It really isn't much.
Where's November 6th?
It barely moved. November.
It barely moved. Really?
Okay, there it is. Okay, I was looking way too far away. Okay, there it is. Okay, I was looking way too far away.
Well, they missed by 30%. They missed by 40% on their EPS. They missed by 40% on their EPS. And they come out today and go, nah, that seems to know what they're doing, I guess.
Well, this does give you a level, though.
What they're doing. Now we're going higher.
Well, this does give you a level. It opened the next day at 63. After that earnings, so that actually gives you something to target off of. Actually gives you something to target off of. Like if you look at here's 63 that earnings day, so see kind of 63 hold the open range, and then hold the afternoon, and then break down at that price, and then break down at that price. So how much can you really like this? Is the way I would think about it. But enough of that. Is the way I would think about it. I'm going to go to the early look. But enough of that. I'm going to go to the early look. So Palantir didn't hold VWAP. So. Like here's the thing: two trades that were very similar. One, both seemingly the right decision. One, the other, the right decision. Seemingly the wrong. The other, seemingly the wrong decision. You kind of just have to, like, if you hold both of them, if you hold both of them, then one follows through the other doesn't. They both work exactly the plan. It's just whatever is your way of doing exactly the plan. It's just whatever is your way of doing it. Just do it. Is try to be consistent with it. Foxtel once again shows up on the imbalance locator. Once again shows up on the imbalance locator. BMNR is on the locator. I'm tired of saying that BMNR is on the locator. It hasn't really moved the last couple of days. It hasn't really moved the last couple of days, despite being almost a million shares. QBTS is an early look 900,000 to the buy side. Look 900,000 to the buy side. Uber 700,000 to the buy side. Uber 700,000 to the sell side. Yeah, CNQ is a sell. I skipped CNQ. And GM is a buy of 1.3. And GM is a buy of 1.3. GM and Pfizer. That said, these two, GM and Pfizer, meaningless when they have large imbalances. Typically meaningless when they have large imbalances. It tends to not really move the stock. Those are the big ones. Ever. Probably the big ones. I'd say like QBTS and IonQ might be the most interesting. QBTS and IonQ might be the most interesting. But these aren't Swamp Rat interested in Dell. Swamp Rat interested in Dell. Swamp Rat asks any thoughts on Dell. Swamp Rat asks any thoughts on Dell back to 6 days to their prices with 6 days to their report. I don't know what good we're supposed to say. I don't know what good we're supposed to say.
They guided bad.
About Dell. And they got a couple of downgrades on them as well. They just got a couple of downgrades on them as well.
Yep.
I think it was this week, right? Was it Monday?
Yep.
Yeah, it was Monday. They got some downgrades. It was Monday. They got some downgrades on Monday as well. They got some downgrades on Monday as well. They're going into the report. They're in a bad place. And this is one of those. I think it got maybe a little bit too frothy. I think it got maybe a little bit too frothy names being up like 250%. And it's still touch this with a 10-foot pole for me. I wouldn't touch this with a 10-foot pole for me before the report, but I don't know. I wouldn't want to touch this one before the report. Trying to guess. But I wouldn't want to touch this. You're going to get Nvidia. Maybe you get a little bit more color. You're going to get Nvidia. Maybe you get a little bit more color on how strong the stock is. If Nvidia goes up, it might not tell us much. If Nvidia goes up, it might not tell us Nvidia goes down at least. But it'll tell us something if Nvidia goes down at least. You might get some more information in that report. If you own it, going into that report. If you own it, like if you own it in the long term, I don't think, and you like it, and you believe in the story, and you like it, and you believe in the story. I don't. But if I did, I'd probably buy the 200 period. But if I did, because that's just how I roll. The 200 period. But I don't. Just how I roll. Necessarily. It's just not. But I don't. So I wouldn't necessarily. It's just not a company I like. What is SMCI doing? Can we just mention that? What is SMCI doing? Can we just mention that? Way to zoom in. It's just a.
All these stocks.
Way to zoom in. It's just a.
Such a big.
This one's nowhere near support.
Such a big.
This one's nowhere near support.
25 minutes away. They're now just 25 minutes away. From
the extravaganza. The extravaganza.
Yeah, these earnings. No, Nvidia earnings. 89.4 right now. Nvidia earnings. 89.4 right now. Bitcoin doing well. Remember, we are going to stop out of IBIT pretty soon. So if that does break, that's a level right now. What up there? IBIT.
Yeah, just be aware here, guys. Keep an eye on Netflix. Yeah, just be aware here, guys. Keep an eye on Netflix. Major League Baseball. Apparently, the MLB Major League Baseball new three-year media deals. New three-year media deals. ESPN, NBC, and Netflix. ESPN, NBC, and Netflix. Three entities that MLB has locked in a new 3-year deal. MLB has locked in a new 3-year deal with.
They had. They did have. They had.
No, that was Apple. Apple.
No, that was Apple. Apple was Netflix, right? Yeah, maybe Netflix. Apple was Netflix, right?
Netflix never.
Yeah, never. Yeah, so I was gonna say,
it's kind of like Apple's broadcast is kind of like Apple's broadcast really good things streaming. Maybe I'm just really good things streaming. Yeah, maybe I'm just saying. I don't know.
Yeah, you see Pluribus yet? Pluribus. You see Pluribus yet? So I'm only on episode 3. Yeah, so I'm only on episode 3. Oh, okay. So that's so we've done 2. Okay. So we've done 2.
I don't even know what day it comes out. To be honest with you, I don't even know what day it comes out. To be honest with you, it comes out on. So it comes out tomorrow. So on Thursday. So it comes out tomorrow. So on Thursday.
That's an Apple Ridge. I don't know. That's an Apple one. That's an Apple Ridge.
Apple in the morning Thursday. I don't think they launch it at certain time. Apple in the morning Thursday. I don't think they launch it at certain time.
No, because Squid Game, you had to wait till 9 p.m. Like Squid Game, you had to wait till 9 p.m. for the last episode. I was literally like watching it on my phone. I was literally like watching it on my phone as I'm going through the evening routine and stuff. But going through the evening routine and stuff. But something else I should do in the morning. Netflix. Something else I was going to say now.
Let me see what this vote is at right now. I was actually going to say like.
Did you write this? You put Bobble here?
What Bobble? Did you write this?
I meant to say Bobble. I probably typoed it. Oh, I meant to say Bob.
But yeah, no. So I thought this would be more 50-50.
yeah, no,
right?
so
We got I thought this would be more 50-50, right? We got now 61-39. Right now, green versus red. Oh, we missed this. That's kind of interesting. What will NVIDIA do tomorrow? If you are part of it, NVIDIA do tomorrow? If you are part of it, man, make sure you subscribe, right? Because you can't say 21.4. Unless you subscribe, right? So I'm going to say 21.5. It got worse. It did change 21.5. It got worse. But yeah, green or red. But yeah, green or red. Look out below. I got an Alejandro Kirkhead. I got an Alejandro Kirkhead. 61%, 39%, 61%, 39%. We are now out of IBIT. So there we go. We are now out of IBIT. As that stock went into the gates of hell, there today, IBIT pretty good. There today, IBIT. NVIDIA is now down in, and then NVIDIA is now. I hope that you guys had this traded $2. I talked about it as I was traded on, and talked about it as I was putting it on, and here we go upside. My good friend and all of our friends, I feel like. My good friend and all of our friends, be a friend of ours. Like in just a matter of time. Will it be a friend of ours? We wait for the amount of time. That's what we wait for. We wait for where that imbalance goes.
Even if it goes down 10%, it's still going to be our friend. Even if it goes down 10%, it's still going to be our friend. Into the AI. I don't think we're that deep into the AI. It doesn't mean you can't pull back more. Anyways, it doesn't mean you can't compared to the .com bubble. You did a million charts. Compared to the .com bubble, you did a million charts. You can go look at. But like if you try to compare them, it's like we're a third. But like if you try to compare them, it's like we're a third of like the growth in the stack. Relatively speaking, I think there's still room to go, but healthy pullbacks. I think there's still room to go, but healthy pullbacks happen. Ian with the super chat. Thanks for all the super chats. With the super chat. Thanks for all the super chats this afternoon, everybody. What do you think about for the long term? Microsoft for the long term at these levels. Like if you like Microsoft, I don't see like if you like Microsoft, when a stock you like pulls back 15-20%. When a stock you like pulls back, it's almost at the 200 period moving average. I'm just going to double check. 200 period moving average. Microsoft double check. I do not know off the top of my head. I do not know off the top of my head. Okay, they're pretty much everything. Ford P31. Okay, they're pretty much everything. Ford P35. P's 35. Probably a little bit lower. Like one sec gets like the Ford's 31. Like one sec gets so to me the Ford's 31. When it gets in the 20s, to me when it gets in the 20s, DCAing or whatever. And for now, I'm probably waiting to the next report. For now, I'm probably waiting to the next report of pricey. I usually wait till still a little bit pricey. Once it starts getting to the point where it's like this is where I want to start. Getting to the point where it's like this is where I want to start. Like in that low 30s, you know, just start like the old. Just start like the old, right? Like when Meta drops in the 20s, it's like, okay, well, right? Like when Meta drops in the 20s, I don't think Microsoft necessarily there. You got to do it, but I don't think Microsoft necessarily there than I thought. It's a little bit more expensive. I felt like this might have been closer to 31. I felt like this might have been closer to 31, but it's actually still at 35. I thought for sure it was more like 31. I thought for sure it was more like 31.
You know, we'll have a look at it. They're still pretty good. I mean, again, the PEs are based on like I've seen different. I mean, again, the PEs are based on like I've seen different E's on different P's, right? So different P's.
Because I actually was interested. I use FinViz. Because I actually was interested. I use FinViz, whatever, and I'm doing my own stuff. I whatever, and I'm doing my own stuff. I always.
Okay, so double check it on FinViz. Okay, actually, that's probably a good idea. Okay, what do you guys use out there for PE? What do you guys use out there for PE? But I think that we should be always double checking them. But I think that we should be always double checking them because we talk almost. And they should always be.
We've seen them wrong before. We've seen them wrong before.
It should always be literally a ratio.
See, FinViz has the Ford P at 26. See, FinViz has the Ford P at 26. They have the P at 35, which is the same. They have the P at 35, which is the same. The Ford P is 31 on Benzinga. And it's 26 on FinViz. On Microsoft. On
Yahoo
FinViz.
shows 34, some people are saying. Yahoo shows 34.
You gotta have like a, someone should have just a consensus. You gotta have like a, someone should have just a consensus. You know, there used to be there was actually a website.
And they sponsored us.
There was actually a website. Yeah, Float Checker.
Wasn't it Float Checker?
You could just look at that. Float Checker and 5 major. You could just look at they would have short float sources. So that you could just say which one sources. So that you could just say which one.
Just quickly, just a little bit of an update right now. Just quickly. This is coming back in again. We have about. This is coming back in. Again, we have about stock left, but if this breaks 186 left, but if this breaks 186.24, let's just mark it 186.24. Let's just mark it out. Worry about it, and so that order is now worry about it, and as we're going to go out at the high of the day for myself, as we're going to go out at the high of the day for myself, anyways. But yeah, so I feel like this is. But yeah, so I feel like this probably stops not much to do other than potentially stop out on this, and don't ever want to stop out on anything, but if it does hit, we've done well on anything, but if it does hit, we've done well on carrying the day here on NVIDIA, right? So the only thing I was always thinking about was like, at what point? The only thing I was always thinking about was like, at what eventually hold everything until it breaks through the 50 period. Like if I held everything through the 50 period, like if I held everything out, even if I hold time and 70%, and even if I use the 50 period 70% and only use the 50 period to see if that makes any sense. I'm working on to see if that makes any sense. So that would be that. So if it does wind up that, and that is if it does wind up more of, try to find better out. More of. There it goes, NVIDIA straight up to the upside. There it goes, NVIDIA. I don't know. So I bought a small amount of Boeing. I don't know. So I bought a small amount of Boeing. Basically 200 flat. Basically 200 flat.
It can't get going.
It
can't get going.
Yeah, the def. But yeah, I don't. You know, puns aside here. You know, Boeing is not making any money. Like I obviously know that. Boeing is not making any money. Like I obviously know that. You know, as an investor here, it's not that we're. But yeah, they haven't really been. But yeah, they haven't really been participating in the profit side of things. So they don't even have in the profit side of things. So they don't even have. You know, they got the. You know, they got the up on their planes. So I think went from like 37 to 40 something. I think they went from like 37 to 40 something on. I don't know, but so I thought that was going to be a good sign. But see what I said. I thought that was going to be a good sign. But see what I said. Area where I thought there could have been some kind of support. So where I thought there could have been some kind of support. So I this a little bit. So we're going to be down almost like 7-8% a little bit. So we're going to be down on that trade. So you know, if it comes back into here, so you know, if it comes back into here, I was bidding 120. I remember back here, I was bidding 120, and it came in, and I didn't get it. And then it came in, and I didn't get it. And that went to 121 or 122. I'm really aware of some of the moves that Boeing can do, and I know this can get ugly. Some of the moves that Boeing can do, and I know this can get ugly. So I am going to now have to turn my patient hat on and have to turn my patient hat on down in here to 160. Have some patience down in here to 160. This guy, we do it. Boeing, but thanks for asking about that. Boeing, but thanks for asking about that.
Yes, they are undercover, man. We always talk about there's only 2 games in town. We always talk about there's only 2 games in town. The chart is gorgeous. The only thing I'm taking myself for was not buying it. The only thing I'm taking myself for was not buying it. Just for posterity. I told everyone I was going to take that break and beyond like a move from a buck. Looking for like 90 cents. Like a move from a buck. Why can't I zoom like 90 cents? As far as I can zoom. Why can't I zoom? All right, whatever. I'm not even going to bother going to the other time frame. It didn't get to 90 cents. I'm not even going to bother going to the other time frame. It didn't get to 90 cents. But then it came back to barcoding in here. But then it came back to barcoding on the midpoint. I just got out. I might revisit this tomorrow if it tries to break down. I might revisit this tomorrow if it tries to break down another time. There was someone asked a weird question. Donna, I tried to find it so I could put it up on the screen. So I could put it up on the screen, and there it is. First time on the channel. First off, welcome. First time on the channel. Excited to have new viewers. Stick around. We're gonna have new viewers. Stick around. We're gonna have the market recap every single day. Is exciting. Nvidia earnings every single day is exciting. I hope you enjoy the morning with us. With the boys to midday, of course. If you tune in, with the boys to join. Get a treat. Joey Options going to join. Joey Options as well. You look familiar. Did you do any time on the Chicago? You look familiar. Did you do any time on the Chicago trading floors? I've only ever traded here at this prop firm. Ever traded here at this prop firm. Well, I mean, in Toronto. Actually, you know what's interesting? Even when I went out you know what's interesting? Like there was when I went out to there was a floor in Halifax. There was a floor. Even when I went out there, I never actually sat. And even when I went out there, I never actually visited the owner and stuff. But I never actually traded. I visited. So I've only ever traded here. Not at home. So I've only ever traded on this prop floor. Not at home. Only on this prop floor. There's been different locations, but no. And I've never even been to the CME, but no. And I've never even been to the CME or to the NYC. Some people have gone down to the CME or to the NYC. I've not done either of those things either. So I've not done either of those things either. So
yeah, CME. I like to go to the CME, and
it would be.
You have a standing offer to go to the NYC.
It would be.
You have a standing offer to go to the NYC. There. Take some time off and go there.
One of them always has to be here. We shut that rule one time and we never heard the end of it. We shut that rule one time and we never heard the end of it. It was like the most. And it was like a Friday afternoon on opening day. And the Jays were playing at like 3 o'clock on opening day. And the Jays were playing at like 3 o'clock on opening day. And we just both took the afternoon off on a Friday when nothing was happening. And then on a Friday when nothing was happening, and then we got.
Now we have them.
No, I think we're good now.
Now we have them.
No, I think we're good now. Exactly.
Yeah. So we just got stopped.
Exactly.
Yeah. So we just got stopped. Stopped out. We did get stopped out on Nvidia. And it's a pretty good stop out too, right? On 30s, and it's a pretty good stop out too, right? 30s. Yeah, we got 23s. Was it 23s? So there it is. We got 23s. Complete the trade on Nvidia as we get ready. Complete the trade on Nvidia as we get ready. As we keep on talking. The hour. Well, we're already in the hour. power, but we're already in the hour power, but we're looking for these pretty much immediately to come. When those hit, then we'll have some comments. Those hit, then we'll have some comments on what is going on. Yeah, so far NVIDIA, so far continues to have a nice move higher. We were looking at continues to have a nice move higher as well. That had a nice move up to VWAP as well. That had a nice move up to VWAP. AMD was in the doghouse pretty much all day. AMD was in the doghouse pretty much all day and into the close as we made a nice move. We didn't even into the close as we made a nice move. We didn't even get exactly get to you a couple names. That did exactly going on there. So yeah, only 3 minutes left right now. Yeah, only 3 minutes left right now in the day. So we're excited for that. Let's see what happens now. We're excited for that. Let's see what happens now here in some of these imbalances here. And yeah, you have them.
With only 2 minutes to go, actually, believe it or not, 2 minutes to go. Actually, believe it or not, the one time you don't look at it, BMNR million to the sell side, 1.7 million to the sell side. That there before. That was like getting old. I don't think Lennar was there before. 1.8 million to sell. Lennar was there. What's interesting is that's not even a lot of paired volume. What's interesting is that's not even a lot of paired volume and well over 10% of the day's volume on BMNR, CNQ. I would BMNR, CNQ. I would suggest BMNR. Look at it, but it's still growing. 1.6. It's growing. Not going crazy. Volume's only okay. Not going crazy. Volume's only okay. Down 9%. If it starts going ham, well, this will be SSR tomorrow. Today. This was down over 10% tomorrow. This was down over 10% effect. This stock does right now have the uptick rule in effect tomorrow. It does right now. If you don't know what the uptick rule is, if you don't know what the uptick rule is, Nasdaq wide. It used to be a kind of like Nasdaq wide when I started trading. You can't. It just means if you wanted to go short, I don't know why I have this. Like if you wanted to go short, I don't know why I have this on Comcast. If you wanted to go short here, CMSCSA. You wanted to go short here, CMSCSA. You wanted to hit the bid for whatever reason. You could only do so if the last print was green. You could only do so if the last print was green. Then you can hit the bid. There has to be an uptick. Anybody that's actually selling has to be long. So anybody that's actually selling has to be an uptick. It just makes it a little bit more difficult for people to start hammering short by just hitting the bid, hit the bid, hammering short by just hitting the bid, hit the bid, hit the bid. I actually think learning during the uptick rule was good. I actually think learning during the uptick rule was good. Because what it allowed, it forced you to, because sometimes the market would be tanking and you couldn't just like sometimes the market would be tanking and you couldn't just short the pops. You had to get fills to short the pops. And it wasn't that even when the market was trending down. It was actually really tricky. When the market was trending down, it was actually really tricky to make money. You learned patience because you could only short pops. You learned patience because if you could only short pops or up patience. It taught you a little bit annoying. I don't love the rule altogether, but it was. I don't love the rule altogether, but it was somewhat helpful. I think.
Yeah, good. Learning all right, so I actually have to get the all right, so I actually have to get. I don't have to set up properly for myself. Ready to go here because I only want to see the ones I don't want to see. So I only want to see the ones I don't want to see. Only the ones that actually hit the market. Only the ones that actually hit right now. Getting ready to rock and roll now. Right now, getting ready to rock and roll. Just a couple seconds. We'll look at these as they'll all come through. Just a couple seconds. We'll look at these as they'll all come through on a day like today. I think the important one to look at probably on a day like today. Would be NVIDIA. So let's have a quick look to see right now for NVDA. Now just 20 seconds away. Now just 20 seconds away. Hopefully see something that will be coming through right now on NVIDIA. But here we go, 10 seconds left. And then we get to see what winds up happening. And then we get to see what winds up happening. So 5, 4, 3. 5, 4, 3. Balances are 2, 1. We'll have to wait to see what winds up happening here. We'll have looks to wait like a nice little downside push. Looks like a nice little downside push for NVIDIA. So I actually don't even see it on here as a Netflix is a buy. Rivian, Costco. Netflix is a buy. Rivian, Costco. Marvell.
Alphabet's a pretty big sell. Alphabet's a pretty big sell.
Rivian's a sell. Oh yeah, Google's the highest one. Rivian's a sell. Oh yeah, surprised I didn't see NVIDIA, but there's a nice move down. Surprised I didn't see NVIDIA, but there's a nice move down.
Yeah, Netflix 1 million to the buy side. Yeah, Netflix, we never see Netflix on here. That's another. We never see Netflix on here. That's another benefit of the split. Netflix would be way down the list. Netflix would be way down the list. Is like now it's 1.1 million to the buy, but now it's 1.1 million to the buy. But that's very mixed. Intel sell, Netflix buy, Intel sell. I guess it's not mixed at all. It's mostly sell. Cisco sell. I guess it's not mixed at all. This is mostly sell, but we just got the total number, which is 260 million, which is 260 million sells here. Really? Is it kind of the number's the number? I trusted the number's the number. I mean, fair enough, but it looks like almost everything we're looking at is sell side. Almost everything we're looking at is sell side.
I mean, NVIDIA's coming back in as we get ready for earnings. I mean, NVIDIA's coming back in as we get ready for earnings. Talk here on the board, right? Like, is this going to be an upside play or not? Right? Like, is this going to be an upside play or not? Right now, and it was last time, so still the same 60-40. Right here, will NVIDIA be green or red? Right here, will NVIDIA be green or red? Join Neil and Dara away, and we will have the updates away, and we will have shareholders are looking for, and that is, or shareholders are looking for, and that is, or the whole market right now. So yeah, so far so good here. Yeah, so far so good. The market has been, again, tipsy. The market has been today. The Nasdaq even went red. It looks like today. The Nasdaq even went red. It looks like crazy happening. We've seen it happen before. Nasdaq will be green today, as will the ES, and Nasdaq will be green today, as will the ES, and as we get changed. Palo Alto. Don't forget about Palo Alto. As we get Palo Alto, they're coming through as well as Nvidia. They're coming through as well as Nvidia. Good day overall. Gold. We're going to go to gold, so kind of flat on the day. And we did have a crazy silver trade on the day. We did have a crazy silver trade here. 46 trade that today, and it looks like it does break and have that low. It looks like it does break and have that low. So 46 long would have worked, but 46 long would have worked, but probably. All right, so far so good as we head into. So far so good as we head into.
And for too long, everybody. And for too long, trading has always meant risking your own capital. Trading has always meant risking your own capital. For a lot of people, or maybe not having enough of traders on the sideline, and it's changing because trade the pool's transforming how traders access those markets. With the limited risk trading model, traders use funded capital. The downside. This allows you to focus on what matters. This allows you to focus on what matters. And when you hit the profit target, you can keep 70% of the target. You can keep 70% of just real opportunity. No fear or barriers, just real opportunity. Limited risk trading powered by Trade the Limited risk trading powered by Trade the Pool. Or scan the QR code now to get 10%. Or scan the QR code now to get 10% off your first evaluation. Look, we all know what we're waiting for. Look, we all know excited for. Palo Alto reports in about 10 minutes. Palo Alto reports in about 10 to 12 minutes. And of course, Pan-W being best of breed, and of course, Pan-W being best of breed, which is the singular and most important thing that is going to happen. Most important thing that is going to happen for the stock market after 4 o'clock. Of course, none of what I said is true because all everyone cares about is Nvidia. Is true because all everyone cares about is Nvidia. I'll probably spend at least a couple minutes talking about Palo Alto. Derek's going to have the numbers for you like we always do. Derek's going to have the numbers for you like we always do. We'll take your questions. Understandably, we'll look at some sympathy plays. Understandably, we'll look at some sympathy plays. Nvidia does move. AMD is probably going to move. AMD look at things like Broadcom, which we would expect to have things like Broadcom, which we would expect to have. A little bit of a bounce coming in. Remember at 355. A little bit of a bounce coming in. Remember at 355. At 355, any of these imbalances, like if you're watching Netflix, any of these imbalances, like if you're watching Netflix 1.2 million, they might pair off. This is a time when they are. They might pair off. Still a million shares on Netflix buy. Amazon. Still a million shares on Netflix buy. Amazon have a little bit of a flip event or might have a little bit of a flip event or pair off. I don't even know if Netflix is going up. I don't even know if Netflix is going up. It's not really moving. Talking about it, should let you guys know. But if you were long Netflix into this, but if you were long Netflix into this, sometimes you get that. Watch out for that 355 for sure. You get that pairing. We'll see what happens. Nvidia's not dumping Elliott. We'll see what happens. Nvidia's not dumping Elliott. No, it's not dumping. If we've seen stocks dump going in earnings, this is not dumping. If we've seen stocks dump going in earnings, this is not dumping.
I think it was always a buy, but we're going to wait. I think it was always a buy, but we're going to wait.
It grew.
355. If there's any interest, this thing should pop. Right. If there's any interest, this thing should pop. 354.45. Very serious. Right now, well, let's see if this grows right here. Let's see if this grows right here. Then you're going to see it special here for Nvidia. This could be 188 here for Nvidia. If this gets bigger, if this gets flip to a sell, that's generally what happens for. It could flip to a sell. That's generally what happens for 1. Watch Nvidia's price right here. 1. Watch it down right here. So probably didn't do anything, right? Down. So probably didn't do anything. Just went away. No just went away. Just paired off. No bids, no sells. Somebody flushed that into 186 or so. Somebody flushed that into 186 or so. Got rid of that order. So if it does show up again, there's nothing on here. So if it does show up again, here you can see Target with the buy. They're going to end the day down 2.5. So they actually they're going to end the day down 2.5. So they actually end the day where they started at the beginning of the day. We don't see that happen too often. At the beginning of the day, we don't see that happen too often. J&J's I don't know what did Meta.
Meta just had a nice
Amazon.
Meta just had a nice.
There's AMD with a nice bid. 224. There's going upside with a nice bid. Amazon with a nice bid going upside. Yeah. Amazon with a nice bid.
No, Meta. Look at Meta's candle. So Meta did something. No, Meta. Look at Meta's candle. You probably saw me scrolling. I didn't even realize. I just scanned. You probably saw me scrolling. I didn't even realize it was on my. I could have sorted by M, but scrolling through. I could have sorted by M. Clearly, there is some buy action on Meta. Clearly, there is some buy action on Meta. Not that I saw one. It's a $600 stock. Not that I saw one. It's not usually going to have the biggest imbalance. It's not usually going to have the biggest imbalance over 1 million shares. But either way, to say it's catching a bid. I mean, come on. The chart looks great because I was showing you the chart looks great because I was showing you the pop. But if we're being real about it, this is another languishing day. But if we're being real about it, this is another languishing day for Meta. It's got 2 green days since reporting. There's a third one in here. And neither. Look how bad that green day is. It stinks so bad. Look how bad that green day is. It stinks so bad. And in neither one of them are impressive at all. And in neither one of them are impressive downside. You couldn't have lost money. Mostly downside. Every single day money. Well, it's shorting it every single day since money. Well, shouldn't say couldn't. You shouldn't have lost money. There's always a way that you could lose if you shorted. There's always a way that you could lose if you shorted. It would have been difficult to have lost money shorting. That would have been difficult to have lost money shorting this every single day. But they're not the ones that we care about right now. But they're not the ones that we care about NVIDIA. We care about NVIDIA. We care about Palo Alto. 24 minutes, we should get those earnings. 24 minutes, we should get those earnings. Of course, stick around. That'll be. And the former, of course, stick around. That'll be to after the bell. Very close to after the bell. Well, and I hope it's treating everybody well. This WSHP. This WSHP. Sort of warn people about how dangerous this stock is. What I don't know about this. What I don't know about this 600 and whatever percent when a stock is up 600 and whatever percent hopefully they can't do, or you'd think because it just came to market, it's not like they can do a raise. Because it just came to market, it's not like they can do a raise. Be down. But what it can do is any amount of money that you can. Like this could be down $100. Any amount of money that could be down. This could be down $100. This could be up $170 tomorrow. This could be up no good way to actually figure these things out. Technically, to actually figure these things out. Technically, make sure you bank some profit. All you can do is make sure you bank some profit. It will not open until 4 o'clock. It is halted. It will not open until 4 o'clock. In the last 10 minutes. Go. The opening print in the last 10 minutes, regardless of 5 or 10 minutes, is always at 4 o'clock. Regardless of 5 or 10 minutes, is always at 4 o'clock. Aftermarket. And then there's no halts. I should actually. What am I doing? I'm going to move down up to the desk. It's 3:58. I'm going to move down up to the desk. Locked and loaded.
Good show. Good luck with
NVIDIA. Locked and loaded.
Good show. Good luck with
NVIDIA, baby.
Earnings, of course. Not that you need Dara and Neil are going to do that. So Dara and Neil are going to do that live for you all. NVIDIA earnings coming live on this NVIDIA earnings coming live. You don't need to disconnect. You don't need to do anything. You don't need to disconnect. You don't need to do anything. Just turn right over into the stream and into the stream and earnings day here. NVIDIA earnings day. Well, I mean, we can watch NVIDIA. Well, I mean, we can watch 186, 187 right now. 186, 187 right now. Yeah, starting to go. We did have a nice little pull down. Starting to go. We did have a nice little pull down here. A couple minutes ago, down into 186, and it looks like a couple minutes ago down into 186, and it looks like and then just watch out here into the close. Just watch people buying puts on this into the close. People buying puts on this about 7%. Remember, the expected move is about 7. Tweeted that out, and it's obviously I've retweeted Dara's research stuff here as well. You guys can go research stuff, find Adara's notes. You guys can go on NVIDIA, find Adara's notes on NVIDIA. I retweeted it, so research matters, but it's there as well. That matters, but it's there. Here it is right here. Pan W expected to move 7%. Pan W expected to move 7.2% for NVIDIA. 7.2% for NVIDIA. So they're looking for 55 billion in revenues. The implied move 7%. Prior move was nothing. Prior move was nothing. There we go. Go find it right now. There we go. Go find it right now. Into earnings and nothing here. The day was pretty good with only 30 seconds left. Let's just do a quick little review. Only 30 seconds left. Let's just do a quick little review. JP Morgan up Microsoft. Eli Lilly, JP Morgan up all-time highs there. Eli Lilly today $1,050 there. Wow, congratulations. $1,050. Wow, congratulations. Caterpillar a nice move today. Tesla, Caterpillar a nice move today. From the depths of hell, winding up green. Amazon, they were down 2.5%. Gets green today. They were down 2.5% or so. On Oracle a little bit. 2.5%. On Oracle a little bit. 2.5% for Oracle today. Thank you so much for watching. Only 5 seconds left. Thank you so much for watching. Only 5 seconds left. Brought to you by Trader TV Live. Ring it. Brought to you by Trader TV Live. Ring it. All right. Thank you to Ogen again. All right. Thank you to Ogen again for NYSE stock, NYSE stock market. Fabian, you're not. You're always Fabian. You're not. Fabian loves this stuff. Thanks, Fabian, for all the work, man. Fabian's the guy that built that board for us. Fabian's the guy that built that board for us. Yeah, there it is in the background. Continues to do lots of. Yeah, there it is in the background. All right, enough of me, really, everything like that. All right, enough of me, really. Now to the desk. It's going to be a Dara. It's going to be now to the desk. It's going to be a Dara. It's going to be NVIDIA. W. Big one. It's NVIDIA, and it should be a big one. Crack one. Get ready for your because you got a couple minutes before NVIDIA comes through. I'm going to throw it over now, in case it happens. I'm going to throw it over now, just in case it happens. Ciao, everybody. Good luck for your position.
Thank you, Sean. And maybe we need a little bit of luck, but thank you, Sean. Maybe we need Jensen to deliver. We don't need luck. We need Jensen to deliver. Party for NVIDIA earnings. Watch party for NVIDIA earnings. I like Pan W. What can I say? Because go Bills. What can I say? In the chat is already excited. I see you in the chat is already excited. I see you in there. May the force be with NVIDIA. May the margins be with NVIDIA. May the margins be with NVIDIA. May the 50% growth while they're expecting 54% growth while they're expecting 54%. May that be with NVIDIA year over year. May that be with AI spend be with NVIDIA because I think the market's going to be with NVIDIA. We have been in a little bit of a pullback here. Like the fact that there was some buying going into this. Like the fact that there was some buying going into this at the end of the day. Expecting a 7% move. We're expecting a 7% move there. So far heading into the close. So far heading into the close. Not really explosive. That's 3% was a good day for NVIDIA. I do want to remind everybody, you got to consider the fact that NVIDIA, you got to consider the fact that NVIDIA is a bit of a market leader. As always, is a bit of a market leader. In the world, a bit of a market leader. So we are going to be looking at some Cincinnati plays as well. So we are going to be looking at some Cincinnati plays as well. You already saw it get smoked today, going into this print. Smoked today, going into this print. NVIDIA up 3, this guy's down 3 and looking a little bit weak. So this is worth watching as well. Let's get some more circular accounting with NVIDIA. Let's get some more circular accounting with NVIDIA. This is the thing everybody has strong, usually has strong opinions when it comes to NVIDIA. And this AI, if you want to call it a bubble. And this AI, if you don't want to call it a bubble. I think there's a valid argument to be made. I think there's a valid argument to be made. And it that when all you do is print money and it piles into that you are creating a bubble. That's an easy enough thing to say. That's an easy enough thing to say. Early on for something to get popped. I tend to think we're a little bit early on for something to get exactly right. But that doesn't mean that I'm exactly right. Bubble, and we get a little bit of a maybe confirmation of the move or lack thereof in about 15 minutes. Yeah,
so NVIDIA is very timely, guys. So it will be 420. So it will be 420. Super timely. Apple and NVIDIA I find not super timely. Apple and NVIDIA Apple's always at 4:30 usually on Thursday. Apple's always at 4:30 usually on Thursday and a Wednesday. NVIDIA's always at 4:20 usually on a Wednesday. Research right at 4:18. On XTTV research right at 4:18. In case you guys aren't already here to remind you. In case you guys aren't already here to remind you. It's going to be great. Thank you. This market recap because it's going to be great. Thank you for watching this. I have infographics before we get into the earnings. I'll start with before we get into the earnings first. Here's our earnings preview for PA and W. Here's our earnings preview for earnings preview infographics. And I have these fun little earnings preview infographics for these earnings names. Just a lot. We can go to my screen whenever. These earnings names. I can show this. Thank you very much. I want to talk here about PA and W. I want to talk here about PA and W. Was a slight beat up 16% year over year. They did beat on adjusted EPS. It was a double beat. They did beat on adjusted EPS. It was a double beat. Did have some year-over-year basis though, and tracking on a year-over-year basis. And what they give us this quarter, but last quarter to what they give us this quarter, but last quarter PA and W. Now let's talk about NVIDIA for PA and W. Let's talk about this infographic because NVIDIA. I'll show this infographic and then I'll show the one that I think is 56% year-over-year revenue growth last year. 56% quarterly revenue growth up 6%. Quarterly revenue growth up 6%. Data center revenue up 56% year-over-year and revenue up 56% year-over-year and net income up 59%. Why this concerns me is, as I said in the recap, why this concerns me is, as I said in the recap, this is like their year-over-year. That was kind of curious. This is like their year-over-year and as you can see, revenue growth. This kicks up. And as you can see. When we have OpenAI releasing ChatGPT, like that's when we start to get this growth. Crazy accelerate. Like that's when we start to get this growth. Do like a crazy plateau. Like this is the most unmoney plateau. Like this is the most unmoney plateau. And then it declines pretty heavily. Now we're still growing. And then it declines pretty heavily. Now we're still growing year over year. We are growing, but the amount that makes sense to you guys. So that's what this infographic if that makes sense to you guys. So that's what this infographic intends to show. You can find research with our fun NVIDIA XTTV research with our fun NVIDIA.
What is actually still happening? What is actually still happening? Which I think gives you at least a little bit. Is a little bit of a flattening. But what's interesting about it is our last. What's interesting about it is our last flattening out. And then last quarter flattening out. And then last quarter was part of the reacceleration. I think that's flattening out that growth. It looked like you were flattening out that growth. It then held. And all of a sudden, no. So I think that's the kind of nitpick we might be looking for today. That's the kind of nitpick we might be looking for today. I feel part of that is exactly why I feel everyone playing the 7% expected move. I don't know, kind of feel like you end up on the inside. Kind of feel like everyone writing is the winner, and then everyone writing is the winner, and then everyone just gets sort of shaken and roll. And we'll see. We still have about 15 minutes to go. We have like Pan W should be. I haven't seen the numbers yet. Pan W should be. I haven't seen the numbers yet. No, but it's moving. It's moving a little bit here. So Pan W is starting to pick up here. So Pan W is starting to pick up to the upside. A little bit. I can see the tape right now to the upside, looking like it's really out. Now it's not looking like it's really out. The earnings aren't really up. Pan W. We're expecting them in a bear. The earnings aren't really up. Pan W. We're expecting them in and remember, Pan W, they're best of breed in the cybersecurity space. And of course, that's going to be a big, and of course, that's going to be a big, it's not the center of the AI. It's not the center of the AI. These are great performers out there. I know CrowdStrike's been a little bit better, but Pan W should be out soon. Starting to see the spread open up. Sometimes when the spread open up, sometimes when is that a bad thing? Sometimes when the spread opens up, can mean that the market makers are anticipating it's starting to come back in. The numbers are going to come back in because they don't want to make numbers going to come out because they don't want to make a market and get run over.
I was used to spread, and so I got excited. I was used to spread, and so I got excited. Here's what I do. No, I need to calm down. Here's what I do. But yeah, I need to. I still don't have Palo Alto earnings, so I don't have Palo Alto earnings, so I don't have anything else to add.
No, they're late, and here's the thing: 420. They're late, and here's the thing: we always get them on time for Nvidia. But some of these other reports, I'm looking at you, Mark Zuckerberg, are not always as timely again, like you're are not always as timely again. See how I said book this time? Is now $2. See how I said book this time? Is now at $2. So it looks like there is something happening here. So it looks like there is still something happening here. But still one other thing I want to keep in mind that you should keep in mind. One other thing I want to keep in mind that you should keep in mind. Probably you're going to see we get these earnings a little bit. When we get these earnings, more so with Nvidia, and specifically more so with still Nvidia, like to trade. So for some people, they still like to trade aftermarket. And this will be aftermarket moving event because Nvidia, and same thing with the SPY event because Nvidia, and same thing with the SPY, and to have it be a big deal. Not crazy to be a big deal. What's not crazy to me? Maybe it's not that crazy. Will Nvidia be green or red tomorrow? Now, will Nvidia be green or red tomorrow? Now, we're talking about at the open. That was our poll. Which is still up, actually. Which is, keep the votes coming on. Still up, actually. So jump in, hit the like, hit the subscribe. We always get some great numbers and record numbers. We always get some great numbers and record numbers. Anytime we have Nvidia earnings for good reason. Think Nvidia will be green. 64% at the open tomorrow. At the open tomorrow. 36% say look out below. 36% say look out below. It'll be red. I mean, ultimately, I really just more think it's going to be. I really just more think it's going to be. That being said, more flattish than anything. Red or green, so I kind of forced my way to the other side. Still waiting on Palo Alto to the other side. Still waiting on Palo Alto.
Regeneron's news pending. I don't have anything but Trump's market news pending. I don't have anything but Trump did praise them. So that seems like we're maybe 5 years too late. But so that seems like maybe 5 years too late. But shut up to Regeneron. Me or Regeneron?
That was
me or Regeneron? Well, I mean, it's weird that you thank them now. It makes sense him saying right now that you thank them now. I mean, it makes sense him saying right now that Kelly. Kelly's still there. Boeing. Regeneron, my man Kelly's still there. Right? Also, SMCI was some news. So, Neil, you think the market would just let us live Nvidia? Neil, you think the market would just let us live Nvidia? Peace, everybody else. Nvidia earnings has earnings. Everybody else. CRNC has earnings. That's what happened there. I don't have any more details. But they did. That's what happened there. I don't have any more details. rolling out a new 10U air-cooled server powered by GPUs. Also for people talking about my laugh GPUs. Also for people talking about my laugh. It has nothing to do with get your minds out of the gutter. It has nothing to do with get your minds out of the gutter. So for people who are making those jokes, so for people who are making those jokes, the more expensive stocks, I like $1, the more expensive stocks with like $1. Mine's out of the gutters. And mine's out of the gutters. Gotta do it. You gotta do it to us someday.
Well, I mean, let's be real. We have a very fun and active community in the chat, and we love you all. Just always try to keep it clean. And we love you all. Just always try to keep it clean. But
it's okay. I thought it was
the first. When I said it, and people were reacting, I was like, oh shoot, what did I just say? I was like, oh shoot, what did I just say? It was just like phrasing.
I just thought it was funny. That's because I just thought it was funny. Say what you want to say. Just I'm not like people. Say what you want to say because I'm like that's not at all what I meant either. I just thought it was funny because I'm like that's not at all what I meant either.
What are we waiting for?
We don't have Nvidia either. CRNC. We don't have Nvidia either. CRNC about what they reported. Apparently they beat the upper end of guidance. Apparently they beat the upper end of guidance. $60.6 million and $250.5 million both at the high end of their guidance. $8 million I believe the high end of their guidance at one point. I believe they had Nvidia tied up at one point, but that was a while ago. But that's also just off. Initial fiscal 2026 revenue guidance. Initial fiscal 2026 revenue guidance of that doesn't imply 23%. That doesn't imply 23%.
Yeah, and making a great run, 28% to the upside. Making a great run, 28% to the upside here for CRNC. But like it's because maybe some people are in this one. You got to put things in a little bit of context. Like when you got to put things in a little bit of context. Like when you've been recent highs, you got almost cut in half from recent highs and look at the support. Maybe not all the way down to $7. Maybe not all the way down to $7. So you're bouncing into some to it. Pretty heavy areas, the 200 period and the 50 period. Heavy areas, the 200 period and the 50 period, and at the $10 level first, and if you can do better than that, like sometimes what'll happen is you'll just float. Like sometimes what'll happen is you'll just first float on a small capper because there's not a lot of liquidity. Like I'm looking at the book, because there's not a lot of liquidity. Like I'm looking at the book, and the book is non-existent. We're still with NW finally. We're still with NW finally. Oh, that's great. We get to wait for you to go down. Oh, that's great. We get to wait for you to go down. We're only down 2 points. That was lovely. We're only down 2 points. $195 a couple of seconds ago. Finally, we get those a couple of seconds ago. Finally, we get those earnings.
Let's talk here. Q1 revenue here, 16% year-over-year revenue here, 16% year-over-year growth, $2.5 billion last quarter. That is a slight beat compared to what I was seeing. That is a slight beat compared to what I was seeing, but apparently they rounded that up in their detail. So apparently when you read in the detail, they reported $2.474 billion, which isn't even slight. Here are the full numbers from Benzinga. Narrow beat. Here are the full numbers from Benzinga. I was just taking me a while there. So Q1 adjusted earnings 93 cents per share, beating estimates of 89. 93 cents per share, beating estimates of 89. Sales versus 2.461 billion expected, but again, guys, 2.461 billion expected, but again, guys, revenue growth year-over-year was the exact same this quarter as it was last quarter. Was 16% this quarter as it was last quarter. 16% sometimes the market does not love that. Increased growth. Sometimes the market does not love that. Annual recurring revenue. Their next generation security annual recurring revenue up 29%. They're guiding here. I have their guidance, guys. They're guiding here. I have their guidance for Q2. Q2 guidance between 93 and 95 cents. Between 93 and 95 cents. 93 cents. So sales are guiding estimates of 93 cents. Sales are guiding 2.59 billion, 5.7 billion, and 2.59 billion, 5.75 billion. If you guys have heard me on the recap, you know what I'm going to use. You guys have heard me on the recap, you know what I'm going to use.
100%. And when you have a P, which was going into this 125, and when you have a P, which was going into this 125, the cybersecurity space has been expensive. The cybersecurity space has been expensive. You want to have a beat, a clear, you want to have solid beat on guidance, and you want to have solid beat on guidance, and you want to have. It doesn't seem like it's going to be good. It's not. But the good news is it's going to be really flush last time, and this isn't that bad. Flush last time, and this isn't that bad. They flushed for multiple days. Cautionary tale, they flushed for multiple days. They were down like 3 days in a row. Last earnings, they were down like 3 days in a row. You got the 200 period sitting here. This is one where the 3-day rule is paramount. This is one where the 3-day rule is paramount. Tepid is tepid when you're expensive is usually going to mean downside, and downside going to mean downside. Really press that 3-day rule after earnings. Really press that 3-day rule after earnings. I'm saying that as a shareholder. Very patient. I like saying that as a shareholder. I don't think I'll be buying the dip on day one. I don't think I'll be buying the dip on day one. You wait it out a little when it comes to this bad boy. Maybe even wait it out. Wait this one out a week. Maybe even a week. Maybe even wait this one out a week because it hit a brick wall. To see where things settle back down. Because it hit a brick wall. Tepid's the perfect word. You said tepid. I think tepid's the perfect word.
But yeah, guys, definitely don't wait to like and subscribe. But yeah, guys, definitely don't wait until NVIDIA earnings. So like, we have 7 minutes until NVIDIA earnings. So like, 11,500 of you, and thank you to 11,500 of you, and thank you to Beta Pro who are sponsoring this recap. So let's talk about the fiscal 26 recap. So let's talk about the fiscal 26. Actually raised it. They're now seeing adjusted fiscal 26 EPS. Seeing adjusted fiscal 26 EPS versus estimates 380 to 390 versus estimates. And they raised their fiscal 26 guidance. And they raised their fiscal 26 guidance to 10.5 bill to 10.54 billion. Epic. So this guidance for the fiscal year, even though they raised it, doesn't really help. But they are going to be acquiring. It doesn't really help. But they are going to be acquiring generation Chronosphere, which is a next generation for the AI era. And if you couldn't tell by how I said that, for the AI era, and if you couldn't tell by how I said that, and we don't know much about this company, and we don't as a society, but I guess we'll learn more. Also, Regeneron, I mentioned that was halted for news. Also, Regeneron, got the news, guys. That was halted for news. The FDA just got the news, guys. EYLEA, so the HG for macular edema, tied to retinal vein for macular edema. Regeneron getting some FDA approval, and Regeneron getting some FDA approval, and one time he was asking me about the Regeneron stock. One time he was asking me about the Regeneron opportunity that he missed. I always think of my opportunity when I think. I always think of my
What was the price?
It was like a while.
What was the price?
It was like years ago. He was at some eye event, and he was like, I missed out. He was at some eye event, and he was like, I missed out. And I was, this also seems like inside of you, but but also I do want to say too. But also I do want to say too. ETX apparently on watch. ETX apparently on watch. They're going to be buying 100% SEC filing. They're going to be buying so more M&A stuff. So more networks again. M&A stuff. Apparently networks again. Going to be $3.35 billion. Is going to be $3.35 billion. Louis Valencia asked for a shout out. So I will shout everybody in this chat. And guys, wait with us. Everybody in this chat. And guys, 11,400 earnings. Get those 11,400 numbers up. Get those likes up. Wall Street showed numbers up. You got to pump those numbers up. And you got to tune in. You got to pump those numbers up. And you got to tune in. And again, NVIDIA earnings. X the TDB research. And again, X the TDB research. We got all these infographics to prep you for that report.
Knock it out of the park right there. And if you saw me kind of cringe, I pull up a daily chart of Regeneron. I pull up a daily chart of Regeneron. That's all. When I see a bad looking chart, whatever, man. When you're a trader, you look at the markets long enough. When you're a trader, you look at the markets long enough. Because you said daily, I'm like, missed a great buying opportunity. You pull up the daily, I'm like, when? Yuck.
He was like talking like maybe a decade ago.
That NVIDIA, we're all hoping after this report doesn't resemble a Regeneron chart. We would not want to see that, everybody. That would not be a good thing, but look, it's going to be a good thing, but it might matter more. It's going to be It might matter more that happens right away. We get excited about sometimes that happens right away. We get excited sometimes about numbers right away. And you're going to want to make sure you look at that guidance, and you're going to want to make sure you look at that guidance, and you want to see where we're still getting flattening of that. If we're still getting flattening of that, because 50% is fantastic when expectations are high. 50% is fantastic when expectations are high. Like you can't, if there's a 4 on that, I think you could see this down that 7%. I think you could see this down that 7%. And then there's going to be the sympathy plays more than that. As NVIDIA comes out, because AMD is going to be awful. Comes out because AMD is down, AMD will be bad. I think if they go down, AMD will be bad. I think AMD Broadcom as well. And TPS reports a daily on Meta is absolutely. And TPS reports a daily on Meta is absolutely awful. Oh yeah, TPS. First of all, oh yeah, TPS. You have a name like that, you're going to stand out in the chat. You have a name like that, you're going to stand out in the chat. Don't only mean to answer like certain people. Stands out. And I'm a huge Office. Always stands out. And I'm a huge fan. It's one of my favorite comedy movies of all time. It's one of my favorite comedy movies of all time. It's in my top 10. The easy no-brainers. The easy no-brainers in there. Tropic Thunder is absolutely ridiculous. Tropic Thunder is absolutely ridiculous. Hilarious. I think that's and then there's hilarious. The Jerk is pretty good. And then there's that is fantastic with Steve Martin in there, but that is fantastic with Steve Martin. I can't get too far past some of those classics. I can't get too far past some of those classics. Airplane's ridiculous. Airplane's up there for me. But Meta, Airplane's up there for me. Like this is crashing. But Meta, that's a nasty chart. And if you think that if this is just going to be about the chips, if you think this is just going to be about the chips, hyperscalers could move on this too, right? So you got to consider, like you keep an eye on Meta with Zoe languishing. You keep an eye on Meta with Zoe languishing on Microsoft as well. For sure. Willis Addison in the chat with a super chat. In the chat with a super chat. I'm gonna hit the like on that one. Can we throw that one up? I don't have that. I'm gonna hit the like on that one. Can we throw that one up? I don't have that. Margins will be a problem for NVIDIA. Margins will be a problem for NVIDIA. That's another number you gotta watch. You have put. Like what happens when everyone starts eating into your share? What happens when everyone starts eating into your share? What happens? You get a little bit more mature. When you can't keep having ridiculous margins forever. You can't keep having ridiculous margins forever. And that is one of the numbers that you have to watch out for. And that is one of the numbers that you have to watch out for. And I feel like 2 minutes away from them reporting exactly 2 minutes away from them reporting exactly 2 minutes away. With NVIDIA, it might just take simple factor. For it to be down that 7%. It could be margin. To be down that 7%. It could just be enough of a slow in the growth. It could just be a revenue number in growth. I think it might be the guide number. We'll see. I think it might be the guide. Has the ability to talk it up. Certainly Jensen always has the ability to talk it up. We already saw him talk it up. But we already saw him talk it up.
Or like literally Trump talking about it today. Or like literally Trump saying to Jensen in the audience. And then saying to Jensen in the audience, who's getting blackballed? Who's getting blackballed? And then he also getting blackballed. Like and then in rapid succession, 3 Jensen posted in rapid succession, 3 Jensen about UA, U.S. mostly about UA. I can't believe it. Less than 2 minutes. I can't believe it. Less than 2 minutes until 420 NVIDIA's report. 420 NVIDIA's. So if it's the 420 vibe, maybe we get a green move. 420 vibe, and maybe we get a green move. For this stock.
I hope it does. I hope it does. Do you love me? NVIDIA. Do you love me? NVIDIA. That's the second Rick James reference I've made. I'll try not to make another reference I've made. I'll try not to make another one. That's not the one I'm thinking.
I know. I'm thinking that in my feelings of NVIDIA misses. So isn't it perfect? Feelings of NVIDIA misses. So isn't it perfect?
I'm thinking about Mary Jane. I'm thinking about Mary Jane. Rick James is my go-to with the karaoke. Rick James is my go-to. I'm just keeping it real. Hopefully, I'm just keeping it tune in less than. Hopefully, we're all singing good tune in less than. They tend to be on time. 1 minute now. You can already see the tape accelerating here in NVIDIA. You can already see the tape accelerating here in NVIDIA. Maybe they're positioning. That like to trade this. Maybe they're positioning. Trying to trade in the aftermarket. To trade in the aftermarket. If you're actually trying to trade this book, you're going to see the tape actually trying to trade this book. You're going to see the tape go ham in a few seconds. Going to have the numbers when NVIDIA jumps. Dara's going to have the numbers just as fast as we can. It's 420. Come on, NVIDIA. Right about now. It's 420. And there is the explosion. And there is the explosion. To the upside, tepid. We're up $2. I saw Obi. You saw Obi. We're up $2. What up? I saw Obi. You saw Obi. So we got a couple of bucks up to 189. So we got a couple of bucks up to holding now up to 190. Holding now up to 190. Dara, what do we have?
My estimate showed 57 billion. That is hefty beat. It's 4.6 billion. That is a hefty beat. It's up 62% quarter-over-quarter and 62% year-over-year. $51.2 billion. It's a record. $51.2 billion. Up 25% quarter-over-quarter. year. So that is actually really great compared to, as you can see here on this infographic, we had, as you can see here on this infographic, year-over-year data center revenue growth. 56% now we're getting data center revenue growth. What I said now we're getting 56%. What I said we want to see from NVIDIA, I think accelerated growth. What are we seeing? Let's talk here. Q3 adjusted earnings, $1.30 per share. Beating estimates of $1.25 per share. Beating estimates of $1.25 in sales. $57.006 billion. $57.006 billion expected. That's a beat. Gross margin expected. That's a beat. Gross margin. But I mean, given this great report, we're not going to care too much about that. Given this great report, we're not going to care gross margin versus 74% expected. Gross margin sales 74% expected. Data center sales 66% year-over-year. As we mentioned, about guidance 66% year-over-year. Q4 revenue guidance, Neil. Q4 $63.7 billion to $66.3 billion. $7 billion to $66.3 billion. Versus estimates of $61.98 billion. That is a nice revenue beat. That is an EPS beat. I don't know her. That's a revenue beat. NVIDIA certainly. I don't know her.
And they've been blowing out every even dollar. I mean, someone's blowing out every even dollar. I mean, someone's been each even dollar level. I'm just staring at they just took out 150K. I'm just staring at they just took out 150K. Someone just at 195 and just got blown out. The tape is 195 and just got blown out. The tape those sellers are getting chewed through. But those sellers are getting chewed through. Like I haven't seen a single sell order at any point. They're throwing them out there and they're just getting absolutely chewed out there and they're just getting absolutely chewed up and move of 7%. Now remember, it's an expected move of 7% at 195. If you do see repeated sellers at 195, that's where people are going to be making some bets here. So we have some confidence in this is the key price at 95. This is the key price considering the expected move and where I'm seeing some sell pressure. Considering the expected move and where I'm seeing some sell pressure.
Yeah, so Jensen's saying Blackwell sales are sold out. And cloud GPUs are sold out. I mean, again, so that's good. I mean, again, Blackwell. So we knew Blackwell was so hyped up as Blackwell. So we knew Blackwell was good. So apparently, literally off the charts. Jensen Huang, what's been a really eventful day for Jensen Huang? You know, what's been a really eventful day for Jensen Huang? You know, multiple times, casually getting hyped up by Elon Musk and having Elon say the words gajillion zillion, having Elon say the words gajillion zillion. He said a couple words like that. The point I'm trying to make is, it's been a great day for Jensen. He's ending that day. It's been a great day for Jensen. He's ending that day with a nice crown.
Well, I will say this. There's a saying I like to say on the show. There's a saying I like to say on the show. It's not okay to stay wrong. It's not okay to stay wrong. Michael Burry. We'll see where we are tomorrow morning, obviously. We'll see where we are tomorrow morning, obviously. I have no clue, to be honest with you. But that clue, the selling at 195, they just, the selling at 195, they just understand that I'm looking at the tape. Just understand that I'm looking at the tape. It would break 95. Just kept refreshing. You'd see it go to 96, but that was kind of irrelevant. You'd see it go to 96, but that was kind of irrelevant. All of the selling was happening at 195 over and over. And someone was just repeatedly selling over and over. And eventually, they were able to temporarily. So where we're pulling back into. So we haven't actually even found a bid. Well, but if you're looking at actually even found a bid, but if you're looking at if you're looking to pull back into a major level, you'd be looking right around this level. You'd be looking right around. I want to see this buyers actually step up. I want to see buyers actually step up in this range. So you've rejected a bit of a higher low. So you've rejected. We still have the expected move of 7%. And remember that 195 that becomes an important place. Remember that 195 that becomes an important place. Look, it's a beat. Gross margin was maybe the one thing that wasn't perfect with it. Maybe the one thing that wasn't perfect with some of these games. But the question is, can you hold on to some of these games? Buying step in. Right now, I'm seeing the buying step in 92 to 93. So technically, 92 to 93 where you want to see it defended. We have some more numbers. Where you want to see it defended. We have some more numbers.
Yeah, I mean, for what I just showed clearly the reversion is clearly the reversion.
Stop shorting Obi.
Short term.
Stop shorting Obi.
Short term. Shout out to Obi. I start keeping us entertained. Even when he's not here, keeping us entertained. Even when he's not here. But yes, NVIDIA Q4 2026 gap and non-GAAP gross margin and 74.8% and 75%. Adara, what do you mean Q4 26? Adara, what do you mean Q4 26? NVIDIA is reporting Q3 year ahead. So it's just they just reported Q3 26. Operating expenses they're expecting here roughly $6.7 billion, roughly $6.7 billion respectively. $5 billion respectively. That's interesting again. And expenses. Yes, I think the biggest thing here non-GAAP gross margin. Yes, I think the biggest thing here non-GAAP gross margin 74.8% GAAP 74.8% GAAP. We had 74% non-GAAP for Q4. We had 74% this quarter. Nothing major, nothing massive, but also nothing major, nothing massive. That we didn't want. So great look, Obi saying we didn't want. So great look, Obi saying eating right now. Potentially the shorts are eating right now.
Well, I was just telling you I was telling about. First of all, I was just telling you I was telling about. First of all, right there, but tell me you saw that right there, but. Tell me you saw the mechanism of what happened up there. There was a big mechanism of what happened up there. There was a big massive like times that you would have seen on the book of NVIDIA, and then you would have seen on the book of NVIDIA. They let it break, and then all of a sudden, they let it break. They let it break, but they let it break, and when it did break, but they let it break, and when it did break, 196, tried to tag it, and then somebody tried to tag it. And then somebody let it break the level, and then whatever you were selling at 195, and then whatever you were selling at 195, sell even more to break it back down. You're starting to see it lose that. Remember that 93 we said would be key? There's 93 we said would be key. That's the level that you need to hold. Well, now you've got. That's the level that you need to hold. Well, now you've got. Clearly, you have a bit of a head chart. But clearly, you have a bit of a head chart in here. We just got a super chat from Jim. We just got a super chat from Jim. You're day trading, swing trading with 100K. You're day trading, swing trading with 100K. Since November 3rd, you made 15 trades for a total of 5,400 profit. 5,400 trade profit for 320 trade process, taking quick hits, learning your process, taking quick hits, trying to ring the register. I cannot. But you know what, for everyone out there, whether you're day trading, swing trading, or some weird hybrid of it, trading, or some weird hybrid of it, it's about developing a plan of action. It's about staying disciplined. Developing a plan of action. It's about staying disciplined. If you're like Obi, Obi's turned because he loves me. If you're like Obi, Obi's turned because he loves me. That's what he's all about. I like some wild stuff in this chat. I'm really into Obi's got to be Obi. He's a lot of fun. And by the way, Obi's going to be on in the midday tomorrow for sure. Obi's going to be on in the midday tomorrow for sure. You'll get to see more of the reversion champion. You'll get to see more of the reversion champion. No, but just make sure you figure out what it is. No, but just make sure you figure out what it is or whatever speaks to you. Your strength in trading or whatever speaks to you. It's find a pattern recognition and then repeat it. But if we're looking at the nuts and bolts here, if we're looking at the nuts and bolts here, you can't point to much of anything. You can't point to much of anything. I think in particular that was bad. So there might some might be disappointed that you're not going to hold more than 7% move. But I would venture to say that in this particular case, we need to hold the gap. It's still a positive overnight. We need to hold the gap. We've seen a few times this earnings season. We've seen a few times this earnings season looks good, where everything seems good, and the price is fantastic, sounds good, and then you come in the next day, and then you come in the next day. It's like, what are we doing? Like all of a sudden we're flat. It's like, what are we doing? Like all of a sudden we're flat after this. If Nvidia's flat tomorrow, I would be very disappointed. And I said I promise we only have a couple of minutes. And I said I promise we only have a couple of minutes. You should know this by now. You should know this by now. Bit of a bounce here in AMD. My thesis was that if NVIDIA was down, AMD would be screwed. If NVIDIA was down, AMD would be screwed. Crushed. It doesn't really matter. I meant to say crushed. It doesn't really matter. Slight move to the upside on sympathy, broad to the upside. If you're looking at some of the other names out there, looking at some of the other names out there, Broadcom some of the highs it made right back into some of the highs it made. And thank you KC526. And thank you KC526. Amazing day. Thank you Trader Amazing day. Thank you Trader TV team and the chat. Pat on the back, everybody. We have the best viewers out there. Everybody, we have the best viewers out there. The best trading community out there. Trust me, if it's your first time tuning in, I can tell you with 100%. I can tell you with 100% certainty. This is at least 5 or 6 times a week. At least some stock that I'm not even looking at. Someone's like, some stock that I'm not even looking at. And then all of a sudden I see a really good trade. Have a look at this. And then I wasn't even looking at it. And I think I do a lot of preparation in the morning. I think I do a lot of preparation in the morning. We're always trying to help each other. We have another super chat in here as well. We have another super chat in here as well. Oh my goodness, that's right. Oh my goodness, that's right. We got another treat for you. We have another treat for you. Video dropping. We have a literally at video dropping. Literally at so excited about everybody. I almost forgot. And the move to the upside. Thank you, Dave, for the super chat. And the move to the upside. Thank you, Dave, for the super chat. All the hosts on the show that you see live trade. All the hosts on the show that you see live trade. The video dropping literally in seconds. The video dropping literally in seconds. Growing pains because everybody has them. Our growing pains because everybody has them. Fantastic way to, I think, and it's fantastic way to, I think, exciting program which is coming. Exciting program which is coming. You know what's up, everybody. It is 4:30 here. You know what's up, everybody. It is 4:30 here. I want to thank David. We just got another super chat in here as well. We appreciate everyone in our super chat there. We appreciate everyone in our community there. Any final words?
I don't go word to thank you guys for being here with us. And don't go had his time in the sun. Now it's time to watch this awesome new video. Now it's time to watch this awesome new video. Brendan and Sharif. So don't go anywhere. We'll be there right now. We'll be here tomorrow. Don't go anywhere. We'll be there right now. We'll be here tomorrow.
That's what we do. NVIDIA's been fantastic. That's what we do. NVIDIA's been fantastic. And check out the new video dropping right now. Hope you enjoy it. And check out the new video dropping right now. Hope you enjoy it. I pity the fool that doesn't watch the video. I pity the fool that doesn't watch the video.
Oh no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced a debit card. Not the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound, that's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
So I went to school for broadcast. So I went to school for
So you know him as a
broadcast.
lawyer.
Went
So
to
you
law
know him as a
school
lawyer.
in England.
Went to law school
Wilfrid Laurier
in
University,
England.
which is a pretty good
Wilfrid
business
Laurier
school.
University, which is a pretty good business school.
No, I went to
Here in
school
Canada?
for. No, I went to school for accounting.
Didn't like accounting that much. Didn't like accounting that much.
And after 1 year in accounting, I really.
So I spent actually 5 years. So I spent actually 5 years business reporting. That was my first exposure to the market.
But nothing directly.
Education's not the most important. Education's not. It's your willingness to learn. It's your willingness to drive to you can put those together, and you'll be in a much better place. You'll be in a much.
When I decided I wanted to trade, my dad was like, "How long? My dad was like, "Do this? How long?" And then after a year, he's like, "And then after a year, he's like,
go to school for one thing, go to school for in that profession, and your life is profession, and your life is kind of heading. It should be going, but direction realize should be going, but really not realize that, really not making that transition, making that switch. It's challenging.
Kind of get this realization. Kind of get this realization. Most people I know probably going to end up. Most people I know probably going to end up in finance. I kind of thought that's where I was headed.
At around COVID time, when everything shut down, and there was really hard to make money. Hard to make money. Trading. So I looked at the trading. Bucks saved up, and like, hey, this is interesting. Opening up my first as a teenager account, and just started throwing in a little bit of money. I would work in a little bit of money. I never had any trading experience. I never had any trading experience.
So for me, it started from the beginning. Knowing that I didn't want the regular, and then just being very fortunate, and then just being very fortunate that I had. I think anyone that I had
dabbles with the market on their own. They don't have a true understanding of how your relationship should play out. Being able to learn on a professional platform was just such a really gain from and move forward from. So.
Because with my experience, I'd seen so many traders blow through accounts. So my words of wisdom that we brought in, all the traders that we brought in, was we're going to start good traders. We're going to learn traders. Walk. We're going to learn to walk. And that's what we did with a trader like Neil. One of the things that everyone goes through that you're starting something where you're not making. First, almost everybody. I did start out pretty decently. You had to graduate. You had to graduate.
I think the most important part of the trading journey was to realize that it was not going to happen. It took me 4 years of undergrad and 4 years of law school and more studying after, and I had more studying after, and I had to look at trading. If someone screws up, it's you. There's nobody else to blame. There's nobody else to blame. And you know what else is about this job that I really like too? Is if you're good, you're good. You can't. If you're good, right? The dollar amount at the end of the day shows whether or not you're.
And it was really interesting to me that in our school system, they don't really teach any of this stuff. They don't really teach any of this stuff. I kind of had to learn it on my own. And to that point, like, you know, to the modules, like, they're all fantastic. They're all fantastic. Even within the manner in which one person might. There's so many different variances. There's so many different variances. And so the value of when you're posting journaling, when you're posting the community, when you are describing what
somebody else. You're also seeing what somebody else.
The course that we're putting out, it's absolutely necessary. It's absolutely necessary. This is where you can get a real view, not here's a trick. Or here's how I did it, and here's how I did it, and this is 3 months. ABCs of trading. It's ABCs of trading. I think it's very valuable. I think it's very valuable because it's going to be especially updated. We're going to be constantly adding. So your learning will not end. So your learning will not end. I can give real life examples of this. We do it every day on the show. We're going to do it every day on the show. We're going to do it about the learning. And it's just about the plan. Sticking to the plan. What works. Sticking and following it to the end. There are so many traders. There are so many traders. I had a bad week. It's not for me. I had a bad week. It's not for me.
What's crazy and the best thing about this job, if you're in the trading community, like we have on the trading floor, you begin to realize that when everyone shares that same journey, everybody is at the battle back. Everybody has to deal with losses. Everybody has to deal with challenges. Everyone's earning commission, trying to support.
So I feel it's absolutely invaluable. Whether you're on the trading floor, or you're on the trading online, or you're trading online, you're already communicating with people that you're trading. They're looking at, they're telling you what they're looking at, and you're getting immediate feedback, and immediate managers, and we're going to help guide you, who are going to help guide you.
And we have built up now, and something that we can provide for our family, doing it, and we have passion doing it, and we are passionate. That is the number one thing. If you are not passionate about trading, very tough. It's going to be very tough. You need to dive in. You need to love what you do, and if you can do that, and if you can do that, then the sky really is the limit.
Put it in the chat. What'd you say? What did you get? What did you get? Okay, you bought Meta or Nvidia? No. Apple. Google. AV. She bought Broadcom, guys. I think that's a great buy. I think that's a great buy. That's a good buy. Custom silicon, 337. Should we do a little TA before we send it over to the big boys? See if RAM got a good entry or what. So we're gonna look at Broadcom, Joey, and we're gonna look to see if RAM is gonna get rinsed or she's gonna make some money. How much did you, where'd you get it at, RAM? 337. So you're getting it at the lower end of the range. I like that buy. So it's like it's consolidating right now. It has been for this what's going on, Joey? Season. We're looking at
Alan's too bad. Wait and see. That made me laugh, bro. That made me laugh.
This balance of trade, economic data. We got to shout out Casey as well, Joe. She just gifted 5 free Trader TV Live memberships. Thank you, Casey. Always kind, always paying it forward. Shout out to Casey 526. And I have to let you know, what would I be if I didn't let you know that now that since you guys are subscribing to the since you guys now have free memberships as a result of Casey, I gotta show you where you can get the morning note. If you haven't joined, you can click join right there. Otherwise, go over to the YouTube homepage for Trader TV, and I'll show you exactly where to get it right there. That's the homepage. You click posts right there, and there is Sharif's morning note. Click read more, and you get that bad boy every day. And that's what we use on the news. And make sure to get that every morning. Thank you, Casey, for energy memberships. Joe, it's all riding on NVIDIA at least.
Hope everyone
locally. Lots to talk about today, guys. Target reporting not good. Down 3% lows, kind of the opposite of Home Depot that we saw yesterday. Good reports are up 5 2/3. NVIDIA, as I mentioned, of course, Tesla getting the nod from Arizona for its robo-taxi program and CEG, Constellation Energy, Brendo. Obviously, Microsoft looking at opening up that nuclear power plant. They got the nod from the Trump administration. Meta winning that FTC lawsuit. And MP getting the nod today from Goldman.
Whatever, really getting ready, get my water, sit down, and like, it's a bit of an interesting discussion. Not even sure how the stock came up, but it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, I think the bigger story is what the market has almost been able to do. I say almost because it almost got green.
They're going to be able to
don't jinx it. Yeah, peace out, Joe.
Service in Arizona. So
good note there for Elon and crew.
I love it.
Back and forth yesterday along with the rest of the market.
I don't know. What were they talking about?
No, I don't even know the context of how it came up. I literally sat down and they're like, get on here right now. What's your opinion? Super Bowl? Is it Toyota?
It's not an opinion.
Or Toyota?
It's not tie anything.
Yeah. Well, that's all I said. I was like, look, I'm being genuine. I've never heard a single person before we get to in my entire life. And that's fair if other people say that.
I mean, Joe's allowed to mispronounce things. I don't understand what the big deal is.
We mispronounced Google on
that's why we're like,
I don't know, like 5 or 6, making some maybe it wasn't 5 or 6 months. Maybe we actually had corrected us. But I'm just here to say NIO all the time. Crypto is in play. I wish I could tell you that it was back and holding some of the gains from yesterday. And I like this Ramin big DCAing or buying into Broadcom. The crypto names not really holding the same way they were yesterday. That's why the only reason I had that one up is not moving. They were just talking about what Ramin got into. Only a little bit surprised. This is one name I thought would be a little bit more exciting.
But we're anyways, I mean, back over to trading.
After you've been cut more than in half.
Look at this, man. Short. We're just short the market now.
We'll might have to wait to see an open if this will actually put up some volume
now
here.
really recovered from everything, man.
I mean, Tesla
was an absolute monster during the midday. It just kept on climbing. And we were taking $10 on this. We're actually still long. The plum right into here. We did stop out right there when it broke 404. So we have a very, very small piece left. And then Google is still $8 in the money as Google goes higher and higher here. So we're long Google, but we are way trading much heavier. Right here on the TQs. So the TQs is now the vaunted dollar club right there now on this trade. So yeah, so far so good here as we continue just to
that was
going short here. Let's see what happens at the end of the day. I mean, it's still NVIDIA earnings tomorrow. I don't think we have a big
that looks pretty good on
opportunity tonight. We'll double check that. We are going to have
gives a nice little,
myself and a brand new host,
MP, and then everyone
stay
can see
tuned
what's
for
going
that
on
tonight. We're going to have another host we're going to be trying out here tonight.
Net.
I'm just thinking. It's weird how fuzzy is on our program.
No, I'm trying to make it loud here. I want not at all.
Not much.
I'm trying to create some action here. Join myself, Brian Shannon, and
Google up again 1.5%. I mean, this name just keeps on going.
That should be fun.
Really happy with that one.
Yeah, join me tonight for that, and then we have another new host on Thursday.
Into the close 284. The whole market gave it up right near the end of the day, and then nice to see a battle back here for Google. I have Tesla on my mind today.
They're just one of the names.
Again, like Tesla yesterday was huge.
We'll see how that all goes. I'm going to be flying by the seat of my pants.
It's probably not going to make the
was the best trade I put on yesterday. Oops, there's the Tesla chart. So up to 1.5% rate now, trying to kick it out. So we're going to yesterday we had to deal with all this, and eventually caught that, which was great. And then the trade that we had yesterday, that was the bang right off the open, and it wasn't even right off the open. It was a couple minutes in.
And then the other one on Thursday.
We just got this.
If you've been watching the show long enough,
so we had pretty much this whole move downside there yesterday. Looking to maybe do that again if we can get somewhere near that breaking spot of 235.
So you host the show and you don't recognize.
Just a little bit
I haven't
of noise today because we do have, as Neil mentioned,
go have a look and see if you recognize
a little bit of an event.
Anyways, I was going to say, I've been hosting.
I think the 180 is going to be an awesome level today. If it can come back into that, we can see that again. But probably a little sideways action on this name.
No, but from the market does
it's not the person I was thinking of before, but I recognize him from before. So you guys may or may
also
pass and you are. I mean, if anybody's here in Toronto, honestly, and wants to become a host, please message marketing@tradertv.live.
I couldn't actually find.
I've already tried to get Randy to host longer
to maybe explain this one away.
I would love for you to do the show.
Obviously, as you can see. Like
I've already suggested
flat now, but it actually dropped about $4 or $5
I'd like to see you on more permanently.
On some volume, and it's not crazy volume, but it's decent enough volume, so we're keeping an eye on Micron. The chips are all going to be in play on NVIDIA Day, but anything that starts moving out of nowhere, I want to keep the side eye on, and still keeping the ear to the ground, just in case there is. The funny thing is, I knew exactly what you're with these guys.
It's had a day.
You know what? Got a lot to cover, obviously. So let's get back
over to
the desk.
Should have bought that dip at 115.50.
Oh man, should have bought. Hey, Tesla's up $20 from
HOD
this morning on a new deal.
Hey, it is actually looking pretty good. If you're rotating the energy,
Saudi Arabia,
XLE is looking good too, but
higher highs.
Yeah, you can do
higher lows.
The Saudi
That's your
Buy
baby.
those dips, that's the way she goes.
Rolled through the white.
Select the divvy.
You always got
Select the divvy.
You always got the.
Well, the divvy's part of, like, let's be real. You're buying, if you're buying an energy
for the
name,
ride, yes.
I mean, you're not getting the capital appreciation that you're getting out of tech. So yeah, of course, the divvy's a certain part of it. You're doing it for some diversification. You're doing it for the dividend, and then you get a little bit of an uptrend. And Bob's your uncle there too.
And not just initiating,
Yeah,
but
we're
initiating
looking,
to buy.
we're looking to
and
get
a
off of
$77 price target. That's obviously well below the 100 and change that we saw the price move to when the trade kind of spat between the U.S. and China happened over rare earths. Really, the price target here implies a 32% upside. They say, look, MP is the largest rare earth producer in the Western Hemisphere. It specializes in all the rare earths, key magnets as well. And that's big for North America because China controls 90 to 90% of the refining capacity and some like 70 or 80%, Brendo. We also know that they have a deal with the Department of Defense which guarantees them a floor pricing of $110 per kilogram for this neodyne. I don't even know how to say it, Brendo, but it's NdPr oxide for 10 years, which helps stabilize earnings because what was happening in those cases when the Chinese were coming in, they were dumping the product to artificially lower the prices, and then they were running Western companies out of town. So by guaranteeing a floor price, you're guaranteeing a minimum revenue for the company, and it helps
Rivian,
survive.
so here's the, let's have a quick little look here. Rivian is flat-ish at the beginning of the year. Maybe call it... Maybe call it a dollar. I mean, this is a pretty.
I didn't see an actual.
Well, no, actually, this is the first right up here. Rivian's
this is going
way
to be
down.
worth over
the high is actually the first.
Well, yeah, it's funny because it's like
another
that's
government contract.
The 31st. So I don't know what happened very first in the. But anyways,
yeah, this is
Rivian's
one.
First little
It's
candle.
kind of already
gone. We always talk about
a little bit here. So yeah, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, but they're actually outperforming all of these.
Had a bit of a different plan of action before this like local breakout here that we were going to be playing off the prior highs. But now you've already made the gap, so like you fill the gap pretty much all the way into 65 in MP. But the market's starting to come back to the upside. The stock's valuation is kind of nuts, and
Google was a really nice.
It's going to be a little bit aggressive at this point, and it was one of those names that was beaten up from the highs
finally grabbing that.
But it was a tricky one because if you waited till the 200 period to buy it, you didn't get anything. But you you were starting early.
Let's take another piece out.
Very small piece what I wanted in the long term on this, but for the day trade, I don't know that I want to buy this at the open. 3D Capital, you get exposure to. I'm going to stick to looking for a dip buy back over the 15. Blockchain, looking for a dip buy, and maybe go for the 63 area. We come all the way back in the prior highs, maybe get that kind of a gift. Remember, there's a bit of a short float that's a factor here as well for MP. But this move is already pretty ridiculous. For exclusive interviews and 9%, 10% to the upside. You can win up to $1,000. Let's see if it can pull back off of 65 stage innovation. And try to play off of some prior consolidation in front of you. Yeah, they're in play. I already said that some of the metals are going to be in play here today. You got to look for where the kernels of strength are. That's the thing, Randy. Sometimes in this market, we're kind of flat, maybe slightly up, but that hasn't mattered too much. Like that opening drive, or even on the futures, like one direction or the other, tends to be ridiculous. The lane that you're going to be in. He knows you don't want to get trapped. He knows his, buying a high. He's always autos and energy. I'm not going to. But we always try to keep it to what you guys are interested in, which is why we have the rundown, which is why we have the stock visualizer. I'm looking at it today. And at some point, I can't wait till it's
back in a little bit, up 2.5% rate,
and I can cheat.
2.2% right now.
No, it's not.
Just thinking about silver, if it does dip back into this 200 period moving average, gold also up today. So I kind of like the way that this is piecing out here on the daily. Like this is 46 down into here, and if metals are going to be talked about again, silver. I mean, there's also gold. There's, it's a completely different business.
Welcome to the afternoon rundown, everyone. The show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys are locked and loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers right there is to get into the chat and vote every day. You got to throw in that dollar sign, though, before the ticker of your choice. But make sure to vote every day. Let's look at the four major averages, and 3 of them are red. One of them is green. Down is the NQ, down 0.5%, but certainly off the lows. This one one made a low into 24,375, recovering a little bit here as it moves into 24,750, coming into that 50-point area. The ES faring a little bit better than the NQ on the day, down a third of a percent ahead of that 66,550, sorry, 6,650, but still down a third of a percent. The worst performing major average on the day is the Dow Jones. After making all-time highs last week, it has been selling off quite aggressively after getting into 48,500. It is now down below 46,300. The only positive major average on the day is the small cap heavy Russell 2000 up 2/3 of a percent. Let's start though with the first ticker as decided by you, OLMA. Great strength on OLMA, at least in the pre-market, up 132%, not really giving back much of the gains. But this is really why it's moving up. The stock's reacting to Roche's LiDAR Phase 3 trial demonstrating superiority over the aromatase inhibitors in early breast cancer. Good look for OLMA, breaking down below 20, guys, and well below the high of the pre-market at around $39.
170. Okay, I got low as 164.
Way below the high.
Yeah, 165 and change.
That's it. Look, it's not even. It's not that bad.
Also potential bottom.
It's actually a good-looking chart. You zoom it in enough and just look at.
Yesterday there was a lot of panic
pretty
in
much
the
second
open.
half of this year, and it had been somewhat uptrending, had been bouncing, but this move is obviously ridiculous.
They sold off Tesla, broke through.
Ridiculous is maybe the wrong word, but
yesterday, obviously,
insane.
AMD tanked
Your
$10
best friend
yesterday, right off the
is
open.
the pre-market for names like
this. I want to look for these for some support.
The first thing it did at 9:30 was halt down, and then it's done absolutely nothing since. So I get it. It was really exciting in the pre-market when you could actually ride that momentum.
If you're in the chat,
if you don't have pre-market trading on a name that was 21 point. At one point this year $4, but like $8 yesterday, and by the time it's like 7 a.m. a lot of people start trading, and then 6 before that. So 7 a.m. was already a double.
We have like 4,000 or 5,000.
If you're not jumping in on that kind of a trend,
by doubling the viewers, that would change
the percentage. You might eat something out. No, it's you might look for a secondary push late in the day. I would venture to say volume is dead between under VWAP. Might have to get through that whole price. If whole price lines up for VWAP and breaks that out, I think that gets at least a little bit interesting. If you want to be in said chat, but I call this one mentioned. Congratulations, make sure you hit that free. This is another reason why. Then you can get yourself on the visualizer and a few others with the dollar sign. Everybody pre-market chat. I know it's going through. It's annoying, but I actually have to watch it. Knowing full well that if you're making money on there, MP's number one, it's because you are looking to get in early off like a consolidation break here, consolidation break there. And then try to rise.
Net is
We're
still
still hating on Cloudflare.
No, it's probably not reset from yesterday, is it?
But that's why you want to be up really good against the worm here.
Yeah, it only has 4 subs. Yeah, it only has 4 subs. All right,
Cloudflare actually caught a bit of a
deal with Netflix next. Let's go find the story from
that one I'm not familiar with. Safe
NFLX, excuse me, here up 3 1/3. Multiple different comments today. Let's start with JP Morgan lowering their price target, not by much, from 127.50 down to 124. Keeping that in focus. Also maintained equal weight here by Barclays. But they've been trending up since splitting back on the 17th, guys. We're trading about 109, breaking through 115, but below 115 right now. Separately, there is this still saga continuing to unfold. Netflix, Comcast, Paramount, all preparing arguments for the purchase of Warner Brothers, reports the New York Times.
You're just going to notice it more. And
so, yeah, I mean, we know content is king, right? There's actually going to be, I don't know, actually, if I didn't ask you about this, there's the Jake Paul.
But SGBX, I don't know the story here, but I do know that it's a former.
So there you go, man. December the 19th, a big, huge fight.
Reverse split. And every time I see one of these charts, it just reminds me, if something reverse splits, just wait for your chance.
Okay. Yeah, so he's going to be coming, and that's going to be a huge fight. That should be a lot of fun. Really looking forward to that one. So we'll have to find out. Yeah, let's go back over the debt. Also, what kind of ratings that brings in. But yeah, no, just off the split. Our charts aren't split adjusted, so here's a daily chart. I wrote this down on net for Netflix yesterday as a buy at 108. We got pretty close into that, man. We got like 109, and now today it's again, Brendan and Shreve may talk about. You guys exactly take too much advantage of that.
Because I don't want to bury the lead, but this is also downside here.
convertible.
And now today you're just seeing upside. I mean,
power.
I believe in Netflix and all the
to the downside pretty aggressively. $1.68
seems to be going well.
Right
I mean,
now.
Amazon has that model. They all
Dane
do right
Generous
now.
here
in
the chat. What's up,
on
Dane?
Netflix, just holding VWAP
Mentions,
and then just
is
shooting
it cold
the
up there in
moon.
Canada? Because it's pretty cold down here.
Right
I'm like,
so good job.
Where are you located? You know, thinking
that's a good little level there. Again, just to put out on the daily chart one more time. I got to keep bringing down the signal. But you're getting close to breaking right here. Like,
okay,
so
it's cold down there, eh? Okay.
16.
I think
I
it
like
was
the
about,
stock. I like it even better if it breaks that 160
Fahrenheit, 30 to 40 Fahrenheit.
Man, take advantage of these dips when you see great quality companies.
I feel like
that have that November the 19th. Like a lot of people that have Netflix are canceling. I'm sure there's going to be people that do.
I don't know.
But at the end of the day,
it's because we had a pretty good warm
it's the one streaming situation that I think most people are holding on to.
We've only had one kind of little snow.
We could talk about trades or
me to get
actually
my
make
snow
trades.
tires on,
And right there, we'll fire off
one day, and then it hasn't snowed
come right
since,
back
and
down
not even
again
close.
For these TQQs,
yeah,
man.
the car's got to come back.
We're going to take another piece out right now.
Love from India. What's up, Tushar?
And take advantage. There it is.
We should come down to India. Why don't you come over here
recent pull down
in the market?
Show you everything. Hey, it's a big day today.
I can save a couple $10,000 plane
trading wise. So
45 degrees,
definitely helping
in Southern California. That is freezing.
I'd rather be worried. I think you can also consider the 3-day rule over in St. Pete. That's more like Cali's that cold. Disney's held. It's going to close with a nice little double bottom. So tomorrow is our chance to potentially break out on Disney.
Figure that out.
And look, obviously Disney hasn't really done a heck of a lot, but the other beleaguered name is your dip. As long as you hold, tomorrow gives you a chance for at least one state where I'm not sure. You know, like relief rally into the 200 period for lack of a better term. Disney languishing a little bit relative to Netflix. I think that's understandable. Netflix has been the big winner. But Disney has a lot of other things going for them. This is one that if it ever,
what's going on, everybody? And happy hump day. Let's get right into it.
Like
what's so funny, Sharif? I'm listening. Yeah, what's so funny,
let's go talk about
what's going on over there, man. All right, guys, let's get right into this. DoorDash is going to be at the top of the list this morning, guys. Going from a hold to a buy, up about 2%, a little bit over
Google,
that, guys.
Fantastic day. It's only Apple and Google, the only Mag 7 names that are actually positive on the day. Google well ahead, up 1%. Several different headlines here. Let's talk about initially, of course, Warren Buffett disclosing that Berkshire Hathaway has invested in Google to the tune of 17.85 million shares. And based on the time of the writing of this article, he's already $783 million in the money. Shout out to Berkshire. Loop Capital also upgrading Alphabet to a buy with a target price target that is of $320. That is up from the prior level, which is not stated here. Separately, Waymo, Randy, are going to roll out robo-taxi cities to 5 new cities in 2026. We're talking about Miami, Dallas, Houston, San Antonio, guys, and Orlando.
On that one. And then Klarna, as Katina Man was just mentioning not too long ago, Wolf Research saying lowering that price
San
target to $45.
Oh my goodness! If I hear
and then we
San
have
Antonio,
PDD as well, two guys at the bottom of the list. Bank of America
and his comments
lowering
about
that price
San Antonio,
to $140.
Tropic Thunder, the greatest comedy movie that might have ever been made, and Lincoln Osiris, one of the funniest characters
Now let's take a look at some of the options activity. So we have AMD, Meta.
Before we get to Alphabet, I did want to throw this up there because we got a super chat a while ago.
We at that 250 strike price.
I will tell you that I know you could. Anybody could verify this. Right, you could do the math. And thank you for super chatting. Someone verified BM&R trading below value of ETH. They hold versus MSTR trading at 200 plus
bleeding
percent
below
of BTC. They
600
hold.
on yesterday's
BM&R
session.
seems
Open interest, highest of the strikes.
I'm not going to pretend I've done the math. I tried to throw in complexity. It gave me a nonsensical
strike price with 15,700
So all I would say is that
contracts
if you
traded
believe
yesterday.
that to be
That's quite a
true,
bit for
then
me.
go out and do
Now,
the
as for
legwork.
WBD,
But just because they don't trade at the same relative premium doesn't mean it's like some automatic trade. You know, like it's an automatic value. Like it's just going to correct. That's not necessarily how the market always works.
We're looking at
like
Google,
you might think that it should work that way, and then you can make an argument that it should, but they don't have to actually trade in that same way. The market doesn't have to be rational. There's all kinds of hedges that can be going on that complicate the value thereof.
Don't forget the reporting out for the bell as well too.
the underlying.
We see a $1
that can
spread
skew things
within
1 million
NVIDIA, all right, guys? The delta
on a name like that.
Considering it's an
So that
out-the-money
being said,
strike,
I think we're on the verge.
0.136.
Going on? Why is
Gamma
that still
exposure
Shopify, even though I
relatively
hit
low,
enter?
which is positive, and
Thank
at-the-money
you,
IV is sitting right around where we
we're on
like
the
this,
verge of breaking out here. I heard
46.4%, guys.
I heard, at least it was Joe, I'm pretty sure, saying I don't know the attractiveness of the valuation in Alphabet.
I think they're a Tiger company.
And this is something we talked about before. Like you can have a company which is near highs, but
matching
relative
shirts
to
once
its peers
again, so
can actually be a good value. The best example would be take this chart and take the chart of Meta. One is trending up and one is trending down, and they're both at a pretty reasonable valuation. You make the argument that the better moat does exist.
But you know what? On camera, y'all can't tell that.
So can we get to 295? I don't know if Day Trader LA had a time period that he wanted it to happen, but at this point, that's a reversal. I think we can get there
shirt
for sure. And Ozan, appreciate the advice. That's the great thing about the community when it comes to DMNR. Like if people have solid answers to that or their own thoughts, go for it.
Heading into NVIDIA earnings,
I'm not in DMNR. I don't like those treasury plays, so I stay away from it. But certainly, if there's an opportunity out there,
on over there. You talked about Klarna. They reported yesterday, so that could be worth a look. Bullish reported here today. That'll be on our radar as well. I talked to Brian yesterday about all those IPOs that have just been a complete hot mess disaster. Like
Julia, I mean, if you're
StubHub is $12. Circle is back underneath. Like a lot of people looking for Circle, and I remember
the Tesla trade.
I remember when the stock was like at $100 and $113 and $120,
too much money
and everyone,
on the way
I
down.
don't know why in the
But
chat,
there it goes.
people were like, "Oh man, when are you buying Circle?
Google was a really
when are we
tough
getting
trade
involved in
today.
Circle?" And I thought
I
was like, "Yeah, I know." I think they always asking us this in the chat. Like when it was up here, we were saying like Circle, probably, and even when it was up here, it was like, okay, Circle, good chance of it coming back into this 110, 113, something like that area. But then when it doesn't hold, it's a
here comes CQQ
and all the way back down, and then you have
more moves to the downside right now.
Obviously, it's getting hit with the uncertainty here. I mean, not uncertainty, but Tesla when it breaks through VWAP
Circle
can't be really good. But that would StubHub's excuse. Like
I'm glad Google
is the same break basically.
I do want to
have anywhere near their success.
This is one of the number one names on my shopping
you cannot
list
possibly.
All the Mag 7
it's impossible
names.
to be up.
It's my number one
on StubHub. There's
shopping
not
list
one
name,
level
it has to come
in
down.
here.
You might have
got
got a nice little drip down there into 280 right now, but that's not enough.
This is StubHub's
Nasdaq
IPO.
really
Thanks
wants
for
to make
coming
a
to
move.
market.
Then Google probably should
and then we just looked at Klarna, and then today
could have bought it at 359.
But at the end of the day, I want to be buying all of this.
Yeah, if you can find liquidity for someone to actually punch you out of that.
Look, I rotated out of some Google and Eli Lilly.
And then bullish as well.
Working out better
like,
now.
thanks for the IPO, guys. This is this has been
Google.
Great.
And
so
it was the number one idea on the sticky
not
note.
great.
Glad
And
that
then
some of you were able
the
to
House
hold
of
out for it.
Cards.
But yeah, it was a good trade. We're getting lighter and lighter. Looks like
I mean, what else can we say about this one? This was another name that, like, when it was all the way up here, man, it was just
if it comes back in,
an obvious.
We are short the market right now.
If it's that obvious, then I would have put puts on something. But I don't really trade options.
On these Qs trade.
This is the one that maybe if you're looking for some levels, this could be an interesting play tomorrow, especially with NVIDIA, and if we hear about some supplier demand
trade early,
issues.
but good trade late.
Maybe with CoreWeave,
but I mean, 11 o'clock.
Yeah, it's been a
that's
a
little bit of a late
here.
starter there, man. Got out of bed a little too late for
no
me
good
there,
IPOs.
to make some
not too much.
All right, let's go back over
yeah,
the
that's
desk
right.
and
You
talk
picked
about
that one.
It's the only one.
Well, we have Tesla coming up in 2 spots, but tomorrow is big day.
I'm still in for a couple of people put this in the chat.
I'm not so concerned about how
this is still really looking for a story here. Because the market is up, and it's just kind of holding down
or
here.
whatever.
But nothing as of yet. We'll keep her to the ground. I actually just Oracle there, see if she actually found anything.
Yeah, Jensen disclosing that he has a $500 billion backlog.
A lot to cover.
Backlog with respect to AI demand, so we'll have to see exactly what is spoken about on the call tomorrow. Of course, NVIDIA reports after the bell tomorrow. Make sure to catch that with us on the market recap. And here's what we're expecting. We're expecting Q3 EPS to come in at $1.25 on revenue of $54.83 billion. But of course, as it always does, it will come down to the guide. And NVIDIA will not guide more than 1 quarter in advance. And for the quarter we're expecting, which is Q4, the January quarter, we're expecting revenue of $61.88 billion. I'm sure a lot of analysts as well will be listening to more partnerships with NVIDIA, as we heard about today.
I actually have eyes on Circle specifically. Yeah, like the ARM news today. The crazy thing about the ARM news is the market's doing a rebound, and that didn't benefit ARM. Full Circle has gone. So you can pull up a chart of ARM to verify. You were now like you're trading underneath like where we were in the afternoon on the first day. There's a seller right now, which is crazy. and yesterday's double bottomed at 70. That's 184.5-ish. I've been trading potential Intel to the top, but it's actually what's weird is when I was looking at this chart, like there's a consolidation here. The market was on Intel, which I've been waiting to break down, but Bitcoin's not. I'd say the same thing is happening in NVIDIA, which makes sense. Back, maybe getting through 92. Whether you think this is going to end up bullish, bearish, or whatever, there's going to be some positioning. So you're probably going to arrive at some prices sometimes under a big strike that are going to find a bit of a wall. Seems like that's the case at 185 right now. But I don't want to be sitting in the middle of the range. I've been sort of playing this. I also have SMCI up for a trend break. But if we break down from here, I want to hit if no one's willing to buy an SMCI trend break, because I think that can break the trend.
All right, let's talk a little Boeing here. We'll get to the overall
market. I can break the trend if NVIDIA rolls down, or I get the short in Intel back into the volume weighted average price. But I'm closely watching NVIDIA for that. 184.5 to 185. That's your resistance spot. It's not just any level. You're also resisting the 50 period here on the daily. So every single bounce has struggled to a certain extent. Like you struggled there to get back above like 191, and now you're struggling to get above like 185.
Fantastic airline, obviously. Look, this is a good deal.
I was going to say the same thing about the
Emirates
3-day rule that you said there on Disney.
That new variant of the 777X. I think it was a 777-10. That was also being discussed. Obviously, the 737 MAX is more for local
unless it's a dramatic
flight, as it is a smaller airplane. Separately, though, Fly Dubai also getting in into Airbus's good graces here, Brando. They're picking up 150 A321neos, obviously a direct competitor for Boeing.
Buy it all
maybe
up.
While we're selling off.
If there's delays in that, then that's going to affect their forward guide. So for me, it's just a matter of let's just come out, guns blazing on that stock. Let's figure out, are they going to hit their number? Where's the guide going to be? We already know the valuation is pretty insane. Their current PE is 53. That's a little high according to Benzinga. 53. Are you paying double the market premium right now? Do I think NVIDIA is worth it? Yes, I do. Am I selling NVIDIA? Hell no. 229. But I do want to pick it up maybe Friday.
Basically,
I want to give this a little bit get down market.
It's just so much bigger every time.
Great trade.
No, I hate to laugh. So here's what the deal is, guys. The issue is over the instrument panel display failure, Randy. It's for 2025 and 2026 Bronco and Bronco Sport vehicles. Displays don't show critical information such as warning lights or vehicle speed.
And there's about a lot of fun with NVIDIA earnings tomorrow. But I'm going to stay away
of these issues, Brando, because there's a lot of these on
and even stay away from it Wednesday, Thursday. Maybe not trading wise, but I'm not adding any to my portfolio at that time. This is what we're talking about right now. Nice move down. We have not gotten anything out at these levels.
Absolutely. Let's start with where we closed out yesterday on the ES December contract. We continue the blood down. We closed out yesterday, guys, 66.40. That's where we closed out yesterday with the overnight high being 66.68. So we're still below 6,700. And we're still not putting any higher lows or higher highs. We're still putting, in fact, the exact opposite. We're going to use 6,600, that area that we defended yesterday, as our first level of support. If we start catching a bid, Brando, we're not even going to say 6,700. That looks too far. We're going to say 6,675 as that first area of resistance.
Actually grab the absolutely free watch list, because a lot of times everything is like run locally, and since that came in, performance hasn't been that good. Okay, so all of that said, and bear with us here, get really accustomed to having the program on to know what shot we're on. So I don't know if you're seeing, I'm assuming we can be looking at the chart right now. So there was a trend break off the top here in Intel. Okay, you guys are seeing my chart. There's a trend break on Intel, so I'm short here. Stock goes to the prior bar, now it's back.
Yesterday and held.
So when we don't have our program on, I just don't know what camera we're on. It doesn't really matter, and it's not that big of a deal. But jumping into this, giving it to the prior high, very similar thing on SMCI. But I did want to go back to Bitcoin for a quick second. We didn't. It's weird, like somehow crypto wasn't really in the litmus, I suppose, for the rundown.
What happens if
I was long most of that run? And then sort of added, we could put a trailing stop in on something. I kind of believe it's a newer thing. If I'm going to trail out at a level anyways, might as well buy on trend in front of it. And so with that being said, Bitcoin is really leveling off here. If we make another leg higher break of this consolidation, I actually like this for a continuation long.
Here's what the market is expecting in terms of numbers.
For Bitcoin,
$1.25 on EPS,
if we just look at where we're bouncing from, I feel like this is a pretty key area, and we're looking at a one-day relief bounce. So
$54.92 billion in revenue being expected here. Another 56% increase.
But we got to break out of this weird sideways action that we're going in on IBIT. But it's a monster support level, not just big-time trend from 2023. It's also that 91 area that got tested underneath, and it looks like we're going to close, holding it on the daily. Yeah, I'm still
to kind of generate revenue.
Also, to the long side if we can start breaking up. But if we,
will be in focus.
I'm more willing to buy it higher
the amount of money
than anything
being spent,
else.
the burn rate of some of the cash.
Yeah, like I don't want to be sitting here like, okay, if everything rolls over from here and things go to VWAP, I don't want to be trying to buy the dip. I want this to continue uptrend and then be trying to buy it as we get into like 54 or something like that. For now, it's going sideways.
Oh, no doubt.
But that's also going to be on the
I just don't know what we get that's going to be.
Here we go, man. There's the TQs right now coming through. Again, I just called up Apple.
Maybe.
Let's hear about
there it goes. Let's hear about that backlog of orders
right now on the TQs. All right, it's Tesla time. Let's go over and get that all figured out. But for right now, we want to make sure that you guys understand that over 3.8 million concussions are reported each year in the United States.
That's going to end up being the case. But you know what? That's something for after.
They have something for
today, if I'm looking at chip names, it's going to be the others as usual, like
drug designed for rapid brain access. This concussion treatment market is projected to reach $9 billion by 2027. Origenics is uniquely positioned here to lead the way. So big shout out to OGen, symbol OGEN.
You can't really call it a wall
because NYSE. We want to thank them for their continued support of the stream. And thank everybody for watching, participating in the chat. The only way to get part of the chat, of course, is by subscribing, Fabian, of course, and you know that.
Have a level like this. Like it's trading away from it in either direction. But if we can't have buyers on the 15,
so hit the subscribe button right now. Get into our chat.
I think we go for a little bit of a fade. I'm just going to
put some notes in the
I don't know if we get to the 238 kind of the subsequent level on AMD, and then SMCI has a better chance, I think, to get you some of those
Yeah, look, I don't know what's going on. I mean, we have different education
where this name goes up for a day, it's going down pretty much every day after earnings. But then when it does an update, fade the prior high, did an update, fade the prior high.
So let's go back over to the desk and see.
I'm just willing to be patient, of course.
One more for Sharif, and
that initial move, if you're looking for a pop and fade, and the initial
Tesla
move
Katina, man, and they reported 3 more crashes involving robo-taxis in Austin. This is being reported by the EV news outlet Electric. This is from yesterday. I should probably tell you that. This is not new news. Separately, there's really no main headline today on Tesla. Tesla rival Xpeng as well. Looking at actually planning, I should say, 3 robo-taxi releases for 2026. And guess what, guys? They're not going to use LiDAR. It's going to be a camera-only system.
Here we go. NVIDIA tonight. Look, yesterday we had a huge AMD trade. And I just put out this one, then Google. This was reminded me that today we have Micron, one of the largest P&L. So I wanted to fade Micron, and I still do want to fade Micron. That we've had on the show. At the same time, just from today, like losing there, I really think we should go back to the well if AMD gets going for some reason today. So we were down on 234, 235 area. Then we were able to get this dip by opportunity somehow at 397. That ripped back up to 400 before losing it again. We averaged back in at that same bottom again and lost it. For AMD short. So we were probably at this point down, not probably, I was going to say we are down. I mean, yeah, the note is now out, and I actually down on Tesla. All right, and then what I was saying was, again, one of the largest P&L names.
This kind of a short, 233 to 234. I actually getting it started a little bit earlier.
Right here, 394.
232. Try to look at this for a short. I mean, we've been pulling back in, and I just thought this name went absolutely parabolic.
If you guys were here at 11 o'clock, 10 o'clock, you heard me talk like this. Let's see if Tesla can go. Let's see if Tesla can go. It's funny, as soon as we went over to those guys at 11 o'clock, is really when it went. And it just shot up there. I don't know what happened at 11:05 or whatever, but it really shot up. And that's where it really got going. So, hey man, I'm proud to do it live on the show. And there it is, man. It's Tesla. It's a monster trade. It's Tesla. We love it. It's at 400.
This was $60 in April.
Yeah, great one. I'm just glad I didn't trade Tesla today.
You're talking about like 4x
because I would have been looking at one level
to the upside. So
and realistically, like it blew through the bottoms
come back in.
By
so
like
for me today,
$5 or so.
Looking at Micron, I mean that's a nice bump up right now.
What I love about the only good thing I will say about Tesla
in this area
on the daily chart, because I still don't think this chart looks very good.
We wrote it,
but you have what seemingly, if you zoom in a little bit here, seemingly a close above 400 gives you a white belt bottom in a 380, and then it gives you a bottoming tail candle with a higher low above 400 bucks. But that's presuming it actually closes up here. But all of this is still like consolidating under 420, man.
That's one thing that I'm looking at.
I don't
here.
like that. Still looks bearish to me. Not that this is a name that I like to the south side. I'm not going to fight that one.
In BTC land.
I don't think I'd even want to short this afternoon unless it's flat bottom breaks in here.
Bitcoin.
Like if we flat bottom break through about $400 and the market gets to VWAP, that's a different story. But it's got to do some kind of a setup first. So yeah, I mean Tesla can give you an opportunity out there. I think for a few longs, but if we don't start closing back above $420, that daily chart still looks a little bit weak, in my opinion. And this is a name that doubled up, went bottom to the highs, and if this market takes another leg lower, you know Tesla's going to be in trouble.
Investors pulled $523 million from BlackRock's IBIT ETF on Tuesday, the biggest single-day withdrawal since the launch back in 2024. The outflows underscored the severity of Bitcoin's correction after the October all-time high with BTC, briefly below 90,000, which was the lowest price it's been since 7 months. IBT is the largest spot BTC ETF, so it is important, obviously. So why are we selling off? Well, a lot of people are saying, look, Brendo, a lot of people are rotating their BTC exposure into gold, and gold's held up quite well during the sell-off. Longer-term holders as well have been taking profits, while treasury firms bought heavily earlier this year. They paused or slowed down purchase. Let's talk a little bit about those treasury hoarding firms. They accumulated nearly $50 billion of Bitcoin within the last year. Many of the firms now trade at a lower discount to their net asset value, NAV, and analysts warn that this NAV discount is weighing on spot prices, obviously. IBIT manages $73 billion in assets, and it's down 19%.
I wouldn't get too far ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, a little bit better off than the underlying.
Exactly.
Just getting some U.S. retail sales data. I'll grab that.
5%.
Anything significant.
But then remember what it looked like on the way down. ETH is a little stronger. Yeah, very different. Remember, it held on to that 3,000 warning on crypto than yesterday.
Yeah,
like yesterday.
And I think we get a lot of talk about PM&R.
You made the test. We made the test under 90,000, right under that support level, and then you regained it, and then it was like a breakout.
We already have our stop there. Tesla just bounces clean off.
That looked pretty bullish. It's in a downward trend, but you made a wipeout bottom into through a key level, recover, consolidation, breakout. Now we're right back where we were, but it's not the same feeling. Yesterday, if we were here, I'd be like, okay, we'll just play the same thing. We're looking for that breakout. And maybe so. And if that does happen, I do like maybe potentially circle for a little bit of a breakout. But if we end up losing this again and get underneath 90,000, I mean, you got to be ready for a 90,000 breakdown, I think, today. But whether it happens or not, I don't know. But
the 200 periods,
like we essentially,
and then we just do.
I mean, overnight we basically bounced exactly off that 90K, like almost
lighter and lighter, obviously.
So that breaks down. Like either, like first of all, I could just be shorting IBIT, but I'm be looking at Mara. I'll be trying to short Circle.
20% or so.
It just came in yesterday thinking I'm only looking for the long breakout
same way,
on
right?
IBIT.
So if we get stopped out here, it's 101
the current action, which is relatively weak. It's undeniable.
I don't know. We are getting a little bit of a pop.
I'm not sure. The other direction.
Look, okay, how about this? Let's re-short this, but not until like. Let's re-short it for only one more unit, and we'll get it at 90.
Yeah, so I have no idea what's going on.
Let's see if we can get like the same fills basically we got right here.
This has gone
and then we'll see if we can bring it back in.
Like,
and then if we lose on it, then let's lose 10 cents and be gone, considering we just took $1
BTC
on this, if not more than that.
And Zcash is just
that's what we're doing. That's what I'm doing right now. Is that watching out for Google, which is now still going. We had our stop at the 200 period, but there goes Google right now. Huge move.
He joked about it. Tom Lee.
So right now we're $21 in the money. But in these two positions, and it's just like waiting for it. But this is a huge move for Tesla.
No idea what Zcash even does
right now. Like that just moved right there, $4. So. Yeah, as we were saying before, really glad that we were able to trade that. And we were wrong first on Tesla, but there goes. So there goes the TQ. So finally, stopped out of it. That is all good, man. That was a good trade and a good idea. Now maybe we think about flipping over to the longs, but it's kind of a good thing that we still have the longs that we have on. So there he goes, in and out of that trade. And, well done. We only have one red stock today, and that's Google.
All right, so
other than that,
I think we're in big time danger here.
Man, this AMD trade was
NASDAQ now finally starting to give it up.
This was $11.
Yeah, we're starting to give it up here pretty badly as well. Like I said, you have to be so.
All right, maybe the
future
is
pretty
just
upset, obviously being in Bitcoin, which I'm in, and I'm upset about it.
it's down 30%. I don't want to lose it all now by getting unlike anything. I mean, sure, there's Meta, there's individual stocks that are like that. So to be picking on Bitcoin, individually volume here on the futures, it is trading like a stock, I guess. Let's get rid of that right now without any earnings, without any, nothing behind it. There is no real store of value. We are getting a little bit of an increase in volume coming soon. Other than what people want to pay for it. Maybe that was, but maybe it breaks, maybe it doesn't. But this 5150 area, I think you gotta just giving that a little short it. All right, and then play it probably back to VWAP or so.
I only threw this up here because first of all, I have no idea
it back to 52, 5180.
I don't know who 30 cents or so worth of risk, and then you just kind of sit in it all day because if the Nasdaq really gives it up, what I can tell you is
Bitcoin will probably be like
from a logical standpoint for myself, by the end of the day. If someone has a bot,
if the Nasdaq goes like down 1%, I really think they're gonna come after this again.
Some kind of a trading
here. I like
strategy or automated program or system.
And the more I think about it, like I
makes money,
put it on the
then you would just simply leverage that.
There it is, right there, 5150.
Scale it
for
yourself.
IBIT. It'll be the first
break
of this level.
Sell it.
During
it's a bit of a weird one,
right? I mean, it's been lower. We know it went
because if you can prove it, trust me, there's a bunch of quants out there. It's like, yeah, let's go.
Market for IBIT. So,
let's do it.
Unless it was blue.
I don't know that one in particular, but my response to those is usually about the same
downside
thing.
For Bitcoin.
If there was like literally just
I wish it looked
this
better,
happens
man.
I mean, happens to be. Like there's a process to what is your thought process to thinking about a trade and setting up a trade and your process to every single day, which is not the same as just.
I kind of feel like if you own Bitcoin, you get what you get.
The more you do, but if you literally just have a bot, either you like it or you don't.
Why
would a person be selling it to other people? They would just make all the money. I think that's a misleading little headline there. Retail week, they don't share.
Lowe's is retail.
They just hoard it all for
Lowe's is
up
5 points today.
I'm not familiar with
Costco down.
I haven't looked at Costco.
If you're familiar with the trading that we're doing over here,
we're not breaking anything over. Let's go to the desk and talk some retail.
Winner. We just reshorted the TQQ there.
Let's talk about. I mean, take your pick. Yes, Lowe's is up. Home Depot yesterday got wrecked.
You're looking to make a little bit of money here
right now. Back to
got
session
stopped out
lows
right back in. We showed you that volume profile. That's why we interrupted there.
TGT, we'll get to that in a second.
Nice move
Interesting
right
though,
back in
this
again.
new
honestly,
app
man, just stacking it up
GPT
right now. Here we go. This is just another 50 cents. So it just goes to show, like, this is the kind of moves that you can get in this market. It could easily rip back up. We're already at a half.
Look, if you're going to list your products in chat, that's pretty cool, Brando.
Has maybe seen a little bit of a top there. We don't have big earnings or anything.
I don't think that's such a bad thing. It's this other part of the AI that I was telling you about here that has me raising my eyebrows. So we'll start with that since I've already mentioned it. So look at this, guys. They're rolling out something called Target Brain, Target Trend Brain. It's a Gen AI tool to forecast trends. So how does it work? Well, it tries to make this synthetic audience AI model, which is supposedly supposed to simulate customer reactions before products go live, improving what they're saying is going to be merchandising efficiency. I don't know how AI is going to know what I like, but that's what the company's saying. Anyway, let's talk about their actual numbers. Revenue decline, Brendo, 25.27 billion, slightly below expectations. Same thing with EPS, $1.78, not immediately apparent whether that EPS number is comparable because there were some one-off lines.
You might want to type your symbol again,
dropping 19% year over year. Comparable sales, meaning stores that have been opened up for a year or longer, fell 2.7%. Traffic decreased, Brendo, 2.2%. Customers spent less, 0.5% less per trip. Digital sales, this is the only thing that's good, I guess, on this numbers report here. Digital sales did grow modest 2.4%, and was driven by 35% increase in same-day deliveries. People want their stuff right away, and they're meeting the needs.
And then the other name we mentioned there, Lowe's to the upside, coming back in right now, but trying to hold on a higher
another wick top here in this supply zone in Intel, so just continue to short that supply zone or resistance level. It doesn't really matter what you call it. The top in here doesn't seem to want to break, but speaking of Amazon and all that volume, I don't like the chart of Amazon. See how the futures came back? Futures came back to the highs.
Lowe's said the exact same thing, but they actually made money.
Nope.
So kind of gets you wondering exactly why they didn't do that. So they complained also about not having as many do-it-yourselfers because people are not moving, and HELOC mortgages still the rates are still a little high, so people have less incentive to kind of upgrade the home that they have. Everything that Home Depot complained about, Lowe's complained about.
So this loses VWAP. I think Amazon to short. We get a lot of retail this week. Maybe that has something to do with it. Maybe it just has to do with the fact that this has been relatively not the best Mag 7 name. It's not as bad as Meta, but it hasn't been
I think
as good as Google
I just see more
either.
Home Depots. I just go to Home Depot. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, well, it's the same thing. The only thing that's different is that for retail traders, we understand that it might be very different for you because you might only be able to go long, the inverse. But at real trading, it's effectively the exact same thing. Adara?
No, neither of those are targets. So I'm in target, but I'm in just a little bit higher than where we are right now.
I'm seeing some reports
Look, I mean, I'm in it because I think it should be bought out at some point here. You know, we got in it here. It ripped up to $100.
Thanks, Adara. We'll cover Mike. It's not working out, so we'll get back to
again. I think it's a buy down here heading into the holiday season.
Yeah, so just to answer that question,
this is one of those ones where, as Brian says, you don't really want to trade it.
But I just want everybody to understand something here.
A 5-day moving average, and right now that moving average, it would be under that. So you got to get above.
You saw me take a 10-cent
almost like this 50 period of $91.
Now this trade is in the money 60 cents.
Here
here's a
for
6 to 1.
So I think that's something
I start
to look
piecing
at.
it out. Like you started piecing out at 4 to 1. Right there, as we put 40 cents or so.
Not worth buying any more down here.
I'm
not going to average in. It's not a huge
now we're getting out
literally just bought
at the 50 period again.
And I just sort of do that drip method all the time when I buy shares and everything.
Increasing, and then
I get mad. It's kind of the way I trade on the show.
Just to give you guys a note, because we always talk about
Alibaba.
What different styles are.
I bought a little bit at 160.
Obviously, Neil and I have dramatically
so if it goes to 190,
I'll
be like, I only have a little bit, right? But I do that so that if it does fall in, at least we have powder or whatever.
Trying to figure all that stuff out.
Dollar cost average and names that we like.
I've only traded
if Target's going to put out that quarter, we know retail's bad. Like
pretty much
can't sit here and be like, I'm so mad at Target.
So the only thing that you have to do when you're working on this kind of a strategy, which is why I tell you, and we've already talked about share sizing.
But yeah, I think Target
make sure that you have the right shares at the right time. And
Brian Cornell out of there. I think
sometimes on the way back up, we don't have
activist
as many shares as we do.
When you never really want to buy.
It's going against us or anything like that. So here we go. We're just doing the same trade again. Here's another reload, trying to give it another shot, another 10 cents
right now.
So we just reloaded what we put on here. So let's now see. We just got short at 94s.
Day trader LA.
I guess let's see if we can almost do the exact same trade. So if our first position is going to be out of a break,
thank you for the 10 membership.
Oh my goodness, it was just another one. Neil, we did it live in front of everybody again right there. So
there it is, Patty.
This is the trading.
Member for 1 month. Thank you, Patty. Thank you all for this. It's truly a one-of-a-kind trading experience for the masses.
And there's some money again for everybody. So Merry Christmas, Neil, and everybody out there, because there's a lesson live. Sean's lesson of the day, trading
things that are moving and relative volume, I think is very important.
And now I'm already out of half of this trade already right now as it comes back in. So I'm going to take another piece right now. And there it is, man. There's 35 cents to risk 10, and now even more. And if this market does collapse, then oh boy, we got that winner on again. So far so good here with just that one trade. So now we're short. You just saw me do it live. Unlike other shows, unlike this and that, we're doing stuff live, and that's
chopping around here so far this morning. We are higher on
you guys can vet us every day. And there we go. So nice upside play. There's reasons why we do what we do here, and hopefully you guys are seeing some of that. So yeah, we are going to go back as soon as Adara's mic is less choppy and just going to get at some Andre. It's static there, but there's a real-time trade for you guys.
Yeah, and that's the thing you talk about the different styles. Like for me, I'm never really looking for that trade at all. I'm looking for we're going from here to here. We're going from here to here. We're going from here to here. So I'll sit in the short with my stock here, and then I'm not looking to cover until it's breaking outside of the range.
Which is eventually going to
allow
allow
a definitive break, and you can add some little bit in. Again, it just comes down to the different stuff. I did want to say someone in the chat mentioned that this is not good for Bitcoin.
They applied back in July for Phoenix.
Like that supply zone is not breaking higher. It's actually breaking down a little bit. So it looks like it's going in the other direction. And we're going to go back over there in a second. And that's going to bring me over to Mara. I actually did reverse long in Mara eventually with Bitcoin, but it wasn't as good of a long as Bitcoin. Like every time I get it, it would not follow through. I'd be in a consolidation and it wouldn't follow through.
In the Bay Area, they're sitting in the passenger
if I see Bitcoin break down and I'm playing Mara off the highs, then I'll go back to the last couple of days with just shorting it. Let's try Adara and see if we can get
drivers in Austin by the end of the year.
Let's talk here about I have the market up here, but you can keep an eye on any of these semiconductor names as well. well, because I am seeing reports suggesting that the U.S. is planning to approve the sale of chips to Saudi AI venture Humane. Now, this does actually run up with some reports we heard earlier today. We know Humane's reportedly going to be announcing some,
we're in that gap till we break 420.
Tomorrow with
it did break 420 2 days ago.
Firms, including I saw
barely,
Amazon,
but then immediately gave
XAI,
it up.
and
Today,
AMD.
over under
This
410.
also aligns with the talk we heard between the Crown Prince and Prime Minister of Saudi Arabia
if this stock
and U.S.
closes
President
15-minute bar
Donald Trump
before
earlier
10
today
long
as well,
420.
with Trump
If we get
indicating that
nowhere
he
near
would
it,
consider
it might be
sending
short, but
lower
like I said,
level
if we're
for
breaking
certain
down
level
today,
chips to Saudi Arabia. So again, it does sound like
adjacent
specifically in
plays
regards
under
to
the
AI
assumption
venture
that I
Humane,
can't see us
the U.S.
heading
is
down
likely to approve chip
without a
sales
test
there.
of
Back to
90,000
you.
on Bitcoin. If that doesn't happen, and I might be looking. You also saw LMT moving around a little bit between. I keep wanting to see bullets between Circle and Bitcoin defense talk. I feel like if we get a breakdown today, there's a couple of things to look at there. But over 410 specifically, I think you closed a 15-minute above there. Expand on what a supply zone is. So the thing about a supply zone is just an area where the stock is happy trading for a while. Like there's buyers and sellers in equilibrium. And you can call it support and resistance, but it's a little different from that. See how the stock goes from moving to barcoding. Like there's yesterday's settling on Intel at 34.71. Kind of whippy. It gets up to that level. Which it did 420 to 460 on the short there. And I decided, okay, well, if it's going to, instead of doing this chop scalp trade, I'll sit in the supply zone if I'm looking reversion on it in front of that, in front of that prior. And don't sleep on Rivian when that and look for the pullback in a short. So it's just a price area where you have, whether it's consolidation, whether it's barcoding,
it's a very
it's just some kind of an equilibrium that gets met.
All right, so
and
one of
then
the
you're looking
biggest
to play the
trades I've
breakout
ever
in either
put on,
direction. So
here happened yesterday
equilibrium
with Tesla.
could
So it
be
fell back
something
in. We
that
got
an easier way to
394s,
call it,
396s.
maybe
We did take
support
a
and
lot out
resistance.
underneath
Although I think
VWAP, and
it's
then it really
different from
started to
support
rip up,
and
and this is not
resistance
even
because that
my
can
best
happen
out
at a
right
level
there,
that
but it was
doesn't mean
$12,
anything when you look at a higher
394
time
up
frame
to
chart.
406.
Like you can see
and
a
just
stock
Rip
just
City
barcode in the middle
there
of
yesterday
nowhere.
for Tesla. So
like it might
I don't think we get that low, but this is what I want to do today. I want to wait to see if there is a drop.
I mean, I have a live example. I know it's not a trade that you would take here, but like this
so it is
TQQ
on here on the note today as a number one trade between 400 to 402.
And we just did it.
Right, we had a huge area from yesterday. We kind of bounced around there. Eventually,
that's a good example.
It started to go up. So we'll see if there's better market momentum this AM.
Coming, yeah, exactly, Dogo. So yeah, I am very careful of a breakout through 101
this morning. It's pretty nicely downside, but look at Tesla.
And still holding up when you're trading.
Well, that's great. So here's that 400 to 402, right? Like I said yesterday, one of the biggest trades I've ever put on down here, and we got it. It did go up to 409.
So just let you guys know again,
lights up in that area. There's
here comes Tesla. We just got a nice out there on
nice
Tesla
reload at
VWAP
back
into
before eventually the market gave it up
just
at the
one
end of the
spot
day,
left for
and
Tesla
we
to
came
get
back
out.
in,
Hopefully,
and we did wind up breaking 400.
we don't get out at 402, but that's where
but it's
our
this
stop
kind of an
is.
area.
If it does get down into there, which means it'll be
good.
Between
400 to 402, right into here where we held
because we're short. So if we do stop out there, fine by me. We have it ready to go. But now we're starting to make moves back in. So we wanted to definitely take a piece out right there at the 50 period, which we did. Next stop, basically 100 flat, which we're at right now. And again, here's that trade again. Where we put it on. Our stop was over 101, so 10 cents worth of a stop. And right now it's 70 cents. And we took it live, and I think we did a good job. At least I did a good job there of explaining.
MP deal. Here we go.
Let's see if we can come back down. We just took a piece out at 15. Let's get a piece out.
Another one
from
the government here for MP materials.
And then we'll see about lows. And hopefully we'll get another piece out here at 80. There it is. Did we get the 05s? Yes, we did. Okay, so good. So we get the $100.05. So there it is again, man. That's 90 cents.
And Goldman today. That's the angle I'll cover, Brendo. They initiated coverage on MP with a price target of $77 and a buy rating. Shares are already up 275% year to date, but the bank argues the move reflects improving fundamentals, not participation in a hype cycle. Goldman's words, not mine. They are the largest rare earth producer in the Western Hemisphere, and they specialize, I'm going to get this right this time, neodymium, and DPR oxide, which is a key magnet material for electronics, EVs, defense. China controls about 90 to 95% of the refining capacity, but Goldman says, look, their growing footprint makes it the only credible Western alternative in the supply chain. They also, as you mentioned, Brendo, have a deal with the Department of War, which guarantees them a minimum base price of $110 per kilogram for that NdPr oxide for a period of 10 years. They're also highlighting that they're looking to be vertically integrated. Goldman highlights the mine-to-magnet expansion, which includes refining, magnet manufacturing, and domestic supply chain build-out. They're saying, look, that vertical integration is going to help margins, revenue visibility, and EBITDA, and they also have a tie-up with Apple, Brendo, so not a bad deal.
But most of these names in the green side of things, so that's been a good day for them. Apple holding positive. I mean, again, another big name. Google holding positive.
I don't think we have to worry too much about
at the beginning of the day. I said this is the short.
As we were saying when this was kind of already breaking out when we started the show, no chase up here. Like if it was going to hold and then break 66, that would be one thing. But the dip right back into prior highs is now a little more realistic. So it's just simple. If we can hold on to the 60 level off the open, you kind of get into underneath 61 and into that 60 and look for just a mean reversion at this point because we've already broken it out. That's the way to play it. This is already 20% from the lows.
Or not. I feel like these bids are
obviously it felt like really hard. It's already 20% from the lows, so I'd love to see it close above 60 and set something up for. What's interesting is Meta's actually the top of the list in a longer sense. Meta, BBI, ONDX. Meta's above 600, but that might be temporary. Only into everybody now, and there's no there isn't an obvious level on Meta until you get to yesterday's support. I'm waiting for 60, which is a pretty big one at 6:03, and just tag that. So this could be breaking trend long on NP. Really, the only talking about how Meta is distinctly different. You are going to find some sympathy plays, almost the exact opposite. If you look at that daily chart, still settling in to find a bottom. 580 Snapchat level. But let's be real. Like, you got to start at least thinking about 540, 550. I like the valuation here. I think it makes a lot of sense. But I've already bought one. Yeah, it's really nothing too crazy. Nokia is actually down as well this morning relative to other valuations and small sell and balance. Like, I think I have enough NVIDIA, at least at these prices, so I'm pretty happy with that. But something like a Meta, that's when I want to be buying them dips. Alphabet from valuation standpoint, despite being opposing charts, I think is exactly the same thing. If it's a good value, you give DCA. But Meta 600, that really needs to hold as far as I'm concerned. So first stage down, you do get a bit of a breakdown
up a little bit
coming here in Intel, right? Like it gets down to 34.5. When it comes back up to the top, if it does another topping tail, just try to jump back in, waiting for the volume weighted average price. And I see the number 2 name on the list.
We've already talked about crypto,
I always think DBAI is the
orders that I have in rate now would be
Big Bear AI,
5150. It looks
10%
like that'll be incoming potentially here early.
I'll cop to
like I said, if it does break lower, we could always use VWAP or even 52 or something as an
everyone seems to be interested in when is this thing going to bottom?
Because
I like
again,
symmetry.
it's just following whatever Bitcoin
That's
does.
Very symmetrical
looks like it
at
wants
the
to
low.
break 91.
Almost
1,000 right now again.
To the penny.
Tesla bidding at
this is now
400 there, and then Micron
3 times.
I don't know about Micron anymore if they
average.
have news
and the
today,
last time it went to $7.
We'll look to see if we can short this if it gets back above 230 into this area.
Like that's a nice.
There's
your
I have on
whatever you want to call it, rounded bottom. Whatever it might be. You break out 6 quarter or so, and this has room to $7. Maybe that's a tomorrow thing. I don't know.
Absolutely.
Maybe that's this afternoon thing, but that's pretty strong. And just looking at what the move did last time. You got all the way up to $7. Was all the way into that 50 period moving average, but that's a clean. It's respecting the 200 period moving average. And if you like a stock that respects it,
come talk about how Hut 8 was like transforming.
I think that's
this
unless something ridiculous happens this afternoon,
something like that
this
crypto,
should be a continuation.
Like, I don't know. That was up here at 50.
Assuming it
when he recommended that stock.
All bets are off if we lose this bid.
That this was
end up closing in like the 550 range, and then I would say I forget all about it.
Way back in.
Not gonna happen. I don't like what I'm seeing in Bitcoin.
Has bid.
We are trying to creep back up here. I still have
EWJ.
I'm going to cancel stop order. I don't want to auto break long if Bitcoin takes out the high because the market keeps getting to the top. I'll show you what I don't like.
Or EWJ,
and Bitcoin just continues to kind of trend down. So I feel like if the market's going higher and this isn't, then it's not the right place to look for a long from the can that idea. I know Bitcoin's been a good long today, but
well down to $7 could be a look if that hits.
Unfortunately, so waiting for the reload here, and I could be consolidating dogs and not cats.
That could also be.
But what I was going to do before on Bitcoin was automatically take
so far
this
so
break.
good, man. We're excited for this open.
Like essentially
I mean, it's nice to see the Nasdaq up today, but it's not going to be up once we open.
I can just jump into it. Like here, I wasn't taking a breakout. I was manually punching in the position.
Not a good day to be sitting on bids.
Same thing here. I'll just do it that way if Bitcoin's going to end up being a long breaking back through this like 5310 or so, or IBIT, I should say. Yeah, and we've only like less than a minute to go. I didn't see anything specific for Alphabet on the bounce locator, and we could just trade Bitcoin here. It's just so much easier. 88 to 86 here. Entry found afternoon support at 283. Easier to trade. 283 exactly like that's a spot to watch for Alphabet. Bitcoin is already testing that 91. Nvidia, that must have just okay. Nvidia spiking on earnings day. Nvidia trying to take out 185.
All right, so just on the way back on, man, more outs.
So it's a nothing burger and still nothing on the locator. Despite those moves, so Google moving down going into the open,
come right back upside again, right into these levels again, man. This is why we get excited when it makes those moves down, because you got to take advantage and take something out.
On the Super Bowl of earnings day, but a lot to get to before we get to Nvidia earnings. Let's ring it right about now.
On this top here, the market is pretty resilient. Looks like welcome everybody. I'm cheering opening bell. I actually opening bell brought to you by Orange. Why? Because now this is $11 in the money, and now Google still continues to go higher. What about some of those beat up names, right? Like SMR and Rigetti and some of these names that there's no way. We saw yesterday, some of these names epically fall off the open. So right now we do have Palantir from a 169 down to 167. We're trying to look at 166.
Look, I would not suggest investing in these names. I put a little bit of money back into SMR, the same amount that I got out at 57. I put back at 30.
That down there near that 400 marker right now, just dropping 2
like glad it wasn't.
And now getting back to the upside
trade there again.
As we just able to take out the TQs to the downside, we just get that 50 here again today. Just wait right there immediately. So hallelujah on that one too. Wow. Okay, things going well for me here. But yeah, no. At the end of the day, what you're trying to do is buy good companies. Is what I'm trying to say. So if you're in a Rigetti or an SMR, just make sure that you do your work on it. And I wouldn't just try to be too overloaded.
I just had a couple of stock orders there.
The
breakdown happened in Circle.
If the market loses a bid, which it has been doing,
and it triggered,
you never know.
And then I tried to jump back into the trade the second I saw it wick down.
Completely different than getting out of Oracle near the highs.
Maybe it's a little bit slow. Circle is breaking down in a big way here. I'll try to rejoin this one.
Oh,
that's kind of
violence there when it goes.
It's absolutely tanking now.
10% goes.
Nvidia is tanking. Market is heading right back in. Circle is absolutely bleeding. Remember, all-time lows for Circle are going to be in the 60s. You're talking 64, I believe, was the open price on that IPO day. So it's actually a lot of room in this bit of a range. MP just came down heavily. Where's SMCI? My thing is I wouldn't take it. I don't want to dime more of that if I'm not willing to buy GE Vernova. Like if I'm not willing to buy dip buy in an actual energy nuclear name that makes money, then why am I willing to buy back into SMR yet? So because I haven't bought back fully into GE Vernova, and until I've said that I've done that, I don't want to buy anymore.
I think that's why we always talk about things we like to buy. Google up 2.5% and completely going opposite of everything. What are you selling right now? I'm only rebuying SMR because I got out at 57. If I was still in it, I'd be with Neil. There's no way I wouldn't be rebuying it there. I just thought it was overcooked. 295. Okay, well you're coming into it right now anyway. So there goes Palantir. So if you're still in it, I would just say that we wrote down was 166.
If you had 1,000 shares,
maybe there is something
and you sold 90%, you wouldn't buy back.
This market does actually. Well, that's basically what I did, but I sold it all out. But what I'm saying is I did put in 10% or so back in. Yeah, exactly.
I'm not going to work your way back in.
I work my way back in, but I'm saying the thing is if you don't get out up here, it's the same thing like this Tesla, right? Like we could say, well, when am I willing to buy Tesla? But you know,
all right. So early 440 there. We do have that bottom wick down to 166. If it breaks it, then we can think about getting out yesterday's levels.
If you had something up here and you were able to get out at 464.70, even if you got out of,
so we can hold to 165.50.
If you have 100 shares and you got out of 30 shares up here,
here we go. It's a nice move higher now.
Now you're $60 essentially in the money on those 30 shares.
Yes, sir. And Alphabet looks like it's already
because now that's been sitting
breaking
in cash,
out. Whether it gets to 95 or not,
that if you didn't
we're not going to see that 83 for the dip buy. So
now,
we're going to pull it in to the prior high on the first available dip.
Yeah, but
again, yesterday when we handed the downside before breaking out, and today it only decides to go up. I'm going to sit in front of VWAP, make sure we pick that one up. MP is
it's
getting absolutely
like SMR is not a forever,
but it is heading back down to that 60 level. So
you guys already know that we were long
if it can't close holding $60, then I don't want to be in this thing. Don't want to catch too much of a falling knife. I'll buy a dip on a strong stock, but not something else that's fading the way that this is.
But stocks like Microsoft or Meta, as you talked about,
probably a good sympathy play here
or something like
that, or Nvidia, which is trying to get back to set upside. But as Nvidia climbs a little bit,
like he does on some of those trades,
just a bit,
I would just
trying to get back modest upside. I'm watching closely for SMCI. Relative weakness on it right now, but with the market screaming in,
but yeah,
great.
averaging into SMR like every
underneath the lows,
5%,
which is good.
If
but
you
I do not
believe in
want
the
to catch
name,
this one on one of those crazy
sure, go
V-shaped recoveries. Yeah, Circle just gonna have to.
I just can't have confidence in
gonna try to get back to that. I keep waiting for G might be able to get back down. That's all I'm thinking. It's just this name. If this isn't breaking down for me to get back in what I sold, then I don't like. This is a priority.
Okay, let's go have a quick look at it.
Easily over something like an SMR because I feel like I can hold this one forever. Now let's go over to Adara at the desk as we're starting to come in.
Nice battle back in the NASDAQ a little bit, but then the stops right at VWAP and then gets faded.
Because guys, your heart will beat 100,000 times today.
Downside, right? So
every
not good there. The trade that I was looking at was going to be silver. That popped. So we got the right direction, but we're not in it. And then we wanted to fade out Micron as well today. That's right here at VWAP. I was trying. I wrote down 232. So it looks like we could be getting back up there. Here we go. Maybe we have a nice little. Your first dollar club looks like right now on Palantir as it's starting to go up to the high side right now. Go Palantir. We are at 167.90s right now. 96 actually. To see if we get a 168 print here on Palantir, but he's heating up right now. There it is. Yeah, you're welcome, Christopher Ocean. There it is, man. There it is. Your official first winner of the day over here for me on Palantir. We're just going to go one for one. And again, a completely different style, man. I'm looking for the best trades. I'm trying to take numbers that I've written down on here. And Palantir so far so good. So nice little move higher there on PLTR. But it wasn't like a huge position because it didn't come in exactly into our 166. We're trying to be a little patient, but we'll take that right now and get another piece right here. I might as well do that at 70s. So we take out two pieces. We have elsewhere right now 70%. Yeah, so more outs there. Let's just let it bleed down. Man, the longs are strong for Tesla, which is still going higher right now. We're lucky to get it out there. I'm going to get out of it. There goes the NASDAQ, and we do have a 286 break right here. So we're going to go one for one here, and it is a really good friend of mine.
And 295 day trader relay.
And the Q. So I've only traded 4 names today.
You got your 295 that Google, just ticked in here. Google just broke the highs of the day as we speak. I don't know if there's going to be a heavy dip, but if there's anything resembling it, first available as Google absolutely off to the races. There's a 95 high, so you're completely breaking out. I did tick in a couple days. Finally, limits here for into SMCI, so that comes right back into the volume weighted average price.
Here, just looking
it just feels a little bit different. I do want to
moving forward.
I just want to remind everybody. Sean mentioned this already. But Micron, if you're watching, it is literally presenting at some conference right now. So just be careful with that name in particular. I am watching Nvidia at 185 breaking out. So I want to make sure scalping this into the low because we keep breaking out here. Usually, I think there's going to be something in the afternoon. Like if I look at this is what I'm looking at. When I look up is what I'm looking at. I'm scanning names because I actually I didn't put Micron on my list when it was moving around and I realized it was a story. See a noticeable thing about my trade rate looking for trade Micron. But heading back into the lows is SMCI. We'll see if it's just all the regulars and nothing's actually going crazy. So it's now 96 a bit different. You're used to seeing a little bit more than that, but you don't want to necessarily overtrade. I mean, part of
think about getting
here's the reality. Part of being consistent is sometimes sitting on your hands.
Around the areas that I was
for lack of a better term. I see some names getting thrown in the chat. Don't forget, Danny.
Between 400 to
hit that dollar sign when you put a symbol in there like plug.
Here at 403 maybe. I was going to go. I mean, I'm at 402.70s right now.
Plug's up 9% today. I guess everything is beaten up.
We will take a little bit of a trade here on Tesla, but it's going to have to give us that bottom. And then honestly, like I don't really want to get that many shares until it does come in into some of those levels of 400 again. And even then, I don't know. I just put this up. Yeah, what's up, Carlos? Man, you are welcome for that one. 9K alone on Tesla trying to get upside is.
It's all about making them ducats
here, man. It had a good time, but not a long time there. Exactly. Congratulations on that one. Into our levels as well right now. Sure. Yeah, throw this possible reload area. I'm not going to do it. Like I said, I wanted to get a little bit lower on this. 166.50s, I think, is something that we can do. And then if it breaks below yesterday's low, 165, we found it. I mean, that's literally yesterday's low after hours. It's more of these areas right here that's already broken. But if you go back to Palantir and you see what we did yesterday during sort of that chaos, expires like morning chaos. I've always wondered about what duration are you guys taking? So that's kind of the level for me here that we want to look at for Palantir. We just got into something Tesla. So Tesla 402.70 right now. What bank long on Tesla? Nice move back to the upside, but then faded right back in again. Is that here we go, man? Some of these markets one that you're actually coming back in just as sort of we had thought about it a little bit here.
Being the bank
we want to get
now?
long, good names.
That's what I'm saying. I think he's pissed off at it. That's what I'm saying. Rage trading.
Yeah, like the chart's a chart. Like I don't.
Let's give it a
like
couple minutes.
You get too wrapped up in that. I remember there was a point where I'm just going to use an example that I did that was dumb. I was putting money into in my long-term account. I own mostly Canadian banks. And I was like, I'm going to put some more money into the banks. And I always own the same bank.
Specifically with regards to nuclear, because U.S. Energy
because I have a good friend who
is speaking right now,
another bank,
kind of in general
and we were
terms,
talking about
this nuclear deal, saying that it's
for the prospects of it.
civil
Look, man,
use
he
of
made a very
nuclear power
compelling case,
for
and I
the
spent the weekend.
electricity
I'm like, let
generation.
me
He's
put that
also saying
money
that the
into
Constellation
this
plant
other
will be
bank.
back online
When really,
by
the
2027.
funny thing is, the bank that I already owned, it's like over the next year, I've done like 30% better if I just kept buying the same, buy the bank that I always did. But I kind of, let a short-term bias get me away from what was my more strategic thinking. David, you can back out, and it was JPM and just one of mine, and it was a put into next year. Yeah, a couple of Feds.
We just talked about.
We had a question this morning. It was gun to head. I picked JPM. What was the other thing?
This is now 250 in the money. We just put this Tesla trade on.
I just felt safer in JP Morgan.
And we just made 250
right now than SoFi.
Just like that. So
I just feel if SoFi rolls over here, and you are at a market top.
My work is not done here, but
SoFi. If SoFi drops $7, I don't think I'd be like I wouldn't be freaking out. Like I don't think that would be insane. If JP Morgan, because what's that, 28%?
This is just what trading is.
Okay, it's actually a little bit less than that, but it doesn't really matter. So 26%. All that matters is if JP Morgan dropped 26%, those losses, and you'll be good to go, everybody. Bottom, right? Like low of the day just held for me. My first thought, like if this thing actually drops that much in the short term, and we're closing above, we're freaking out for other reasons. And I look over SoFi, and the other thing that was happening is 185. That's where my head is at right now. Like I don't want to be buying anything where the valuation is concerning me underneath the pre-market low, and I think that time in the market is past a little bit, at least until we maybe even get into a bit of a short trade. At least, but ultimately, it's like the market's in breakout mode, well, attempting to breakout mode, and Alphabet, and someone said Molfar is approaching $300 at this point. So there hasn't even been a red candle. I will say where you could try to buy this dip. I'm in the minority of all the traders I've seen over the long term that any kind of a long go into the run as well. I'd say I'm in that lower percentile where I think first, and it's trying to break trend line. If it breaks a little bit more consistent on a day-to-day basis, underneath the trend line is my swing. So that's going to be the next opportunity for me. MP, of course. And so that's what I lean into because that short flow is going to be a very long period of time. But it should be obvious. Like the fact that you can say that, it should be obvious. Because if you couldn't tell, then that would mean I don't have a way of thinking that has internal consistency, right? So if a trader, if you can't figure out, looking at and talking to and observing a trader's like style and strategy, then it means they're a little bit too ad hoc and they don't really have a sense of who they are, what they're trying to become, which is fine.
The one that's maybe not going as much as I'd hoped for, but whatever.
But I also believe that 10% of my personal portfolio is to be in high risk stuff.
Apple.
As well. Like that's why I do try to keep 5% Bitcoin. I'll never get out of all of an SMR. I'll roll like the last 30% as a free roll. Same thing with QUBT.
If there's anything in this
so I do lean
right
that
now,
way, but after
it's just proving that like there's a lot of cash on the sidelines and a lot of buyers.
And we got another super chat in here.
We said yesterday that the dip buy play for me.
Adam, could you please take a look at Nebius
all the names I want to grab?
Some brief technical analysis.
And you can see right here. I have no idea why it's actually up 5%.
I know. I will tell you this much. I know for sure that Adara has looked at this stock a lot. I think my guess is because of the technical breakdown.
We had the Gemini
here. Not sure what happened. I guess it's just an earnings gap or the gap.
But we'll have to watch out here. And 91.
But if you look at
same as yesterday,
I'm assuming this is an earnings gap.
Remember we were trying to go long on Google.
So it held the support from this earnings gap, but it's still consolidating under here. So lost to 50. Still trying to recover after earnings to get above 97.
Let's see if we can get a little bit longer at 402 now.
Here's the good news. On the long-term time frame, it kind of looks like that Tesla breakdown under 420. But there's your temporary rounded bottom.
So I don't know.
Unless it breaks out 95, take it one step at a time.
Obviously, this is Google's world right now, not Tesla's.
Then you can get a bit of a relief
and there it comes right back in. We're going to have to watch out for 400.
But it's got that little rounded bottom action since the earnings. It's that last step to make the breakout, which hasn't completed yet. I would like to see it do the rounded bottom, then break away. Starting to go here. It looks like Bitcoin's catching a bit of a bid and going to break out the high. Let's go to Adara. It looks like no breakdown on BTC. We're holding 90,000. Obviously, if this is the case, we're above 91 and tracking to that 92 breakout. This is pretty much what it did yesterday for the join.
index that's going to be coming out on November 25th.
I guess we're not shorting
now, apparently,
Bitcoin
BLS
because
is also saying that
it's in an upward trend. I'm going to buy the dip in VWAP. Feels a lot like yesterday. I thought this was going to be bearish, but no break of the low means you can't take it. And still not at $300 on Alphabet, but
December 3rd.
MP's now holding but not breaking, so still looking for MP to close above 62. And I'm long, but VWAP, IBIT, not going to take the break of 52.5 because you didn't have to yesterday. You could just buy the dip after it went. So a couple of names I'm hunting for the long side of the trade here. And yeah, the market's looking incredibly strong. It's weird to me because you were saying that.
I mean,
yeah, I don't know why Tesla would be going down. Literally everything on my board is heading to the upside as we speak. If crypto's up,
so
forget about it. We're having a green day if Bitcoin's going to hold this 91
until we get more
90
data and something changes. I mean, right now
the
the market is really
down.
Sort of hinging on the rate cut, and that's why the market's been down over the last week or so.
It doesn't look like it's doing that.
So
Tesla's kind of wild. Like we've been
here. I mean,
we were just it just ripped up again. Like so we did get a fill there at 670s, and then it just went and made another move higher. So I'm just gonna wait now. So there we okay. Well, that came in pretty quick. I was gonna say I was gonna wait for 401s. There comes 100%. Watch out for a 400 break, man. I mean, right now on Tesla, like just did not expect this, but we didn't expect that either, and then we had to wait until eventually we caught something near some of these lows. So maybe, I mean, they're right into here. Look, we're prepared for this to get to 400. So this is not a panic spot.
That's what's leaning
punch out a Tesla.
If we can get some more data, then I'm with all.
We've already made some money on it. Let's be cautious with this. That 401.80 right now
to what's left
is where we're long on Tesla.
We'll
take a little bit more down there at 400, then we'll watch out for that 399. Right, if that 399 winds up breaking, then we can get away from this name. Absolutely no problem. But 401.80, we're going to be there. We're going to go to 402.20.
This is actually holding a little bit better than I thought it would.
10% if we can.
I was saying that
this does bounce up a dollar. It's really pretty
breaks
choppy.
$100.
Right now is Tesla, but it's choppy to the downside, which isn't great. And the only other trade that I have on right now is, of course, Palantir. So we'll go 2 for 2, but position pending here.
Maybe I'm a little bit too negative on this name.
That's basically all that I'm doing right here. I see
but the name that I'm in and going to have to be in it for a long time now is Webull, because that's down to $8.
One way,
so maybe put some more money to
the actual low on Webull though. Yeah, the party right now to the upside. So joining for me, I'm joining IBIT. Is we mentioned Alphabet at 300.
Right there,
careful there. They just tried a little bit of a sell at the 300 level. And when I say a little bit, kind of rinse the top here and trying to head back on through. So this is actually the first available dip potentially in Alphabet all morning long.
But here we
Forget about VWAP. I think that's a little bit too far away.
Sometimes
go to the prior high.
Lows and then
I think it was 95.
There.
This is not loading. 95 is about that level. If you have a 15-minute chart up, which this is 3, it's about 95 to 96, if not the volume weighted average price. Is where I would be looking. MP still doesn't want to get off the schneid. It's putting in higher lows. Just doesn't want to close above 62. So I'm not going to punch into it just yet. Unlike IBIT,
nice little run there,
which showed me those buyers above VWAP in that uptrend, so I can buy into the trend and just give it to the prior bar underneath VWAP. Like that's in an upward trend. I want MP to join, but it doesn't want to go. Not much you can do about it if it doesn't want to go. You can't really fight it too far. SMCI, this is where I make a decision on the reload. Coming into VWAP for the first time, just a little bit higher. The market is tracking towards yesterday's top a little bit. But we're still about 20, a couple hundred points away. When we get to 24.8 on the NASDAQ, that's the spot where I'd look to get back into
so now we're $1 in the money on this
travel back into
as this comes back
down. So far, it's the only short that I see.
Yeah, just watch out there for Robinhood. I still like the stock, and I really like SoFi. Maybe one or two more down days.
I really think I'll be doing some scooping
on Wednesday, Thursday,
here,
especially if NVIDIA leads us
even lower. I want to buy some of that. There it is.
We missed. We missed this for Daniel. Mr. Westermeyer, Neil and Sean, if you had to put every cent you own into a put on NVIDIA, into a put on NVIDIA expiring this Friday, would you go put or call?
The upside, but if you are
because you're asking if we do, so I have to go put
a sophisticated one at that. Make sure you do check Global X out and their Beta Pro. It's 3 times.
Joe is saying there should be a third option. It should be the straddle.
Right now they are having.
If that's an option, I'd rather do that. But
65 basis points.
Yeah, I'd probably. If I had no choice, gun to the head, I'd probably say put. So there you go. But
many names. They're treasuries.
I know. I would rather. Honestly, I'd rather bet that nothing happens. To be honest with you, if the third option is that I can make a bet that nothing happens, that's what I would rather do. But if you're gonna make me put a gun to my head, then just for the fun of the experiment, kind of like the JPM
just continues to make the move higher right there.
I don't know your thoughts.
Hopefully we could do this.
If you had no choice, it was like if you had to put everything you own into a put
in the money on
or a
this
call expiring Friday,
you're
gonna go
this is
call.
$2.
I'd rather straddle and say nothing.
We're just doing, of course, what we do here, trading it. And it's been a good morning.
No, I just think, NVIDIA is the greatest company
in the world. We had written down on our sticky note. We wrote down between 400 to 402 for Tesla Neil. The bottom is 400. And there's 402. So those are the levels that we had. And boom goes the dynamite on Tesla.
I think there's a big
Palantir, same thing, man. 166. That's what we wrote down. That's what we have. So watch out the upside right here as well. Almost 2 times our goal. Let's get a little bit out right now. We are at 2 times.
Just like when I was selling here,
the TQ someone was buying. $2.50 in the money.
SMR, Rivian. Yeah, I got some questions about Rivian.
Right
Let's
now.
have a quick look at
that's Rivian. And we all do know that
our good friend,
it gets even higher than where we are right now.
Randy.
404.20. Here we go now. $3 now.
He's gone.
And ripping is
long gone, says Rob.
Absolutely ripping. And shout out to everyone in the chat. Google did get through in that 300 level. So go Day Trader LA. Hopefully it's really going to work out for you.
Rivian's had a great
no idea if you were in or out.
Back up to the upside. So we were just kind of joking about it earlier, how it was so beat up.
But I mean,
look, all kidding aside,
got into MP, but that was the only red candle in Google, and it barely went anywhere.
Right there.
So the buyers are very much in control here on Alphabet. No questions asked. I absolutely canceled SMCI
but not at these
after that move into the upside. But check it out. It's still looking incredibly weak. So it's the only stock out there. If it's downward trending, then I want to play it to the south side. But as I said, we finally got ourselves into MP Materials, which is going to put a close at least above the long weighted average price for the first time. So give it to the prior bar. You've broken the trend. Now I want to play for the upside. To me, if you're giving it 50 pennies